This is a story. It's not stuff that's going on. Stuff every day, always going on. It's difficulty of placing the world. That's harsh.
Well, I think this conversation alone, and I've always been kind of, pretty much pro policeman. If there's a bad policeman, I'm against that person. If there's a bad anything, I'm kind of against that person. Investigate what's going on. But, we grew up in a real environment, so the cops would always hang out because we were outside a lot. So when I was growing up, we'd be outside, so the cops would be on and they stop and chat. I feel like you kind of knew the cop better before because you were outside. There'd be more calls to your neighborhood because somebody was always some domestic violence or somebody was buttons and drugs or something small, some small ball over. So the cops would be around, so you get to kind of know them, and it was kind of fun in a way, and then one of them would start dating somebody, and it's a little bit dicey, not dicey, but just like, I remember chicks thought it was kind of hot to date a cop, when I was growing up. It was like, yeah, I get to date a cop.
But you see that now, it seems crazy. I can't imagine there's two people.
Yeah.
Really? You gotta date a cop.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's still a lot of America first type people. I think who believe that cops are good people, and so those people would probably be fine. I think maybe more scared from the cops, probably might be more fear in that sense.
Yeah, the lifestyle. Again, it goes down to they just don't know. It's a tough life. My wife's a cop. Tough life. But I'm out now and things are good. It's a tough life. It's a different life. The world doesn't know what's going on. We have no idea what's going on. I do. Yeah. It's a hard reality to live with. You never feel safe.
Well, it's just not fair that there's not an accurate kind of representation of what goes on. There's not, that person you called, you guys are expected to handle so much. Like, some people are mentally unwell, somebody's got a gun, somebody's doing sex trafficking, somebody's trying to hide a kid in the attic. It's like, you don't fucking know.
You never know what you're walking into. In any situation where you think it's one thing, it's totally different.
Did you get was there a lot of that? Because, a few years ago, sex trafficking was like a big buzz. It's like, you'd see things on commercial, like there's 1 million women being sex trafficked. Like, that's fucking insane. But I believe that there's some of it, but I don't believe there's a million. Like you see some, every few years there's like a big thing, a big push,
Yeah, I never really dealt with a lot of that. I don't have a lot of knowledge on that. In my previous career, I did prostitutes. There's a lot of stuff in prostitution.
Were they just trying to survive? Most of them were trying to survive, or most of them women that you found that admitted that were being abused by a man and used for sex?
What I did, I couldn't answer that because very rarely when I have any conversations, I deal with enough. I don't want to do stories. Stories are valid. When I start getting stories, I'm just dealing with soliciting. They go to a store and oh my God, I got raped and this and that. As a human being, I can't tell you. I just got to deal with the situation. It's like, if she gives me a story and I let her off with her story sad, how fair is it the next prostitute that I arrest them just because I don't listen to her? It's another thing. Right, because a lot of tickets. Tickets are a big deal, dude. Everybody gets pulled over. They want to get out of the ticket. Come on, man, help me out. The reality of it is, if you're driving 75 miles per hour and I pull you over, and I know who you are, you're a cool guy, or we have a conversation, or you're very upfront, it's totally my fault, I'm so sorry, I'm okay, man. The next guy is doing the same exact thing. I know if given the opportunity to talk to you on the rush, I give that to you. But now I've done something wrong. Right? I've done something wrong. So there's a real dilemma with that. So you start giving people breaks. The next person you're doing that's an aspect. So if you're really easy, right? There is no right. We all want to do practice.
Is it a real thing that you have to like? People are like, all right, the city needs to make money. We need $10. Everybody's guilty when they get pulled up 99% of the time. Yes. So is that a real thing? It's like, hey, we got to make sure if you're letting people off, you can't let them off.
As far as like quotas or stuff like that, no, they're too smart. This is how they do it. There is no quotas. And what they'll do is they'll say you've got to be within 5 tickets of TV watches. So day watches usually guys that have been on for a long time, just want to go 95, maybe. Those guys don't do shit. They're either doing the absolute minimum, burn out, retire, their tickets are really stupid. So what Target does is they'll take a guy fresh out of the academy, can't pay to write some tickets, they'll throw him in. So now that guy's writing 40 tickets.
Fucking German shit Henry out there.
Yeah. Now, right? Yeah. So they'll put that guy on the watch and he'll write 40 tickets in a month. Now the expectation is whoever writes is not to get about 2 So there's no quota? No, there's no quota. You just got to be within the team average, which is the average that they should. That's what they'll do. That's how they'll pay.
Let's get you in the water. I gotta pee.
Yeah, I got to pee. My dad was a great dude. He just was no bullshit.
Really?
He had dirt board, Oklahoma.
Oh, wow.
Back home in the cemetery. White trash. Yeah, it was so plain. Yeah, had nothing. Shoes, clothes, all the stories and shit. He was successful. Vice president.
That's what a wins. Right?
His brother became a doctor.
Oh, that's huge. Oh, it's huge. You come from nothing, man, for somebody to be a fucking doctor. So I remember in our neighborhood, it was a lunch. Hanging up his hand.
You say that, but his brother became a doctor. Yeah, he's fucking serious. Yeah, he got created with it. Yeah.
That whole thing, you see that
yeah.
I want to say that dope sick. It was like a doctor. It was like a television show. It was on
I watched it. I was trying to look at the content.
It was like Michael. Who's in it? That Michael Keaton, and he was a doctor, and he started prescribing these pills because they made it sound safe. And everybody in his house.
Yes. And that was, I was huge. I worked in music and stuff, so I was very nervous. The heart of that.
Hope you would ever take him.
Hope you would ever take him. And
yeah, it was some Jewish family, I think, that ran Sackler
that actually had owned the business.
That owned the business, and they kept compromising.
Exactly.
It's unbelievable how they kept the business. What was that like, opioid epidemic on the street?
Well, at the time it was going on, they were calling it an opioid. Right. They were identifying it. We started noticing that they catch guys coming out of dentist office. They have different kinds of containers. It's a square, like, lunch containers. And they have prescription. They call them fishers. What they do is they go to low-end doctors and dentists, and they just fill their script. Find these doctors and go, oh, my back hurts. Oh, okay. Where's your prescription? They would find all these doctors and fill prescriptions, and they would go $10. They catch them, and they'd have like thousands of pills. We're starting on this really become prevalent. We find this more and more. I think we actually had a guy from the dentist's office and somehow got on his prescriptions on that dentist. That's how it kind of got turned on, and they started going emotions, finding out what was going on. So this doctor somehow insurance, insurance, these guys coming in saying my knee hurts, and then just give them a prescription. The insurance get a bunch of money, and knowing this guy's going to be back in about 3 days, I'm going to do it again. I mean, these guys were like 5, 6.
And they had that documentary about a kid in New Orleans that got murdered buying some pills, and it led to the dad like searching out this entire like kind of pill farm thing that was going on. Pretty fast. Pharmacy studies. I actually tried to reach out to that dad. Yes, the story is just so tragic. But then he helped bust this doctor. Giving out insane amounts of pills. They would show like they had like footage outside of her pharmacy or whatever, and they'd have like 50, 60 people out there waiting at like up to like 1 a.m. and they had a security guard, like having to go in one at a time. She was just sitting there waiting for her. So they finally found her. She was taped out to the pills.
Yeah.
Just insane. Was there ever instances where cops would start using like it to help relieve some of their own like PTSD and stuff that was going on today? Does that become an issue ever?
Drinking. There's always guys that always drink. That's all socially acceptable.
Yeah, that's pretty normal. Yeah, I'm just thinking because those opioids, it's such an easy thing to just take. You know?
And it's a good example that you were saying, like, this is not reluctant because I don't want to cause any problems for people. But for general society, police departments are staffed by people from the community and like go through a higher process. We get everything. This is a good example of people judging cops based on the actions of the person that does it. We actually, in my police department, had 2 different cops. One I worked with forever. One I knew right off the bat that matter of fact, officer that called the function officers telling us. So again, you're talking about a situation where the world goes, we can't even have that cop.
But we're also just a piece of society.
We're dealing with it too. As soon as we find out that it's there, I mean, obviously this guy was gone in prison. We handled that situation. People that are cops will do.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of funny. If you took a group of guys and you just showed me a group of guys, I don't know if I know if they were cops or not unless you put the uniform on. You know?
Certain ones.
Right, some guys, yeah.
Some guys got their high and tight and the big mustache. You know, they're always wearing a fanny pack. But you know what? Yeah, right. As soon as you see that guy, though, even cops look at that guy and go like, dude, you're moving the fucking line. You know?
Right, copping down a little.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and those are the guys that end up being 20 years old and going to the nightclub with a gun. You know what I mean? Just jump cut. Yeah. And, how stupid can you be? How stupid can you be going into a drinking situation and carry a gun? If someone punches you in the face, what are you going to do? That's what you see stuff.
Yeah, for sure. There was a couple of. What do you think about this? So when you got into detectiving, did you detective anything like this Idaho murder? Do you follow that? Do you follow crime scenes?
High profile. Most of my murders were domestic.
Okay.
Where I was at, I didn't have anything particularly high profile. I had a lot of domestic situations, which this is a good example for you too for hotels. Hotels. You never know what goes on in hotels, man. Any hotel room you're in, I'm gonna give you a little touch of some stuff that goes on in hotels. We had a situation where a guy got arrested for domestic violence. Taken to custody for whatever reason, the judge said to him 90 days. He decided he was going to give him 24 hours to his affairs, which is totally ridiculous. So he releases this guy. This guy immediately goes and kidnaps the lady. Takes her to our hotel in our city. In the hotel, he executes her. She turns back and she falls on the bed and blows his head. He actually puts up these things so he can smoke the scene. That was crazy. And enough time had passed where the woman had fallen onto the bed with cheap polyester type bedspreads. And it it's almost holds water. So she let out, it accumulated, and I think so her face was in the blood. You couldn't see any of her face. She was face down. It was already coagulated on top, so it's like a giant scab on top. You know what I'm saying? He was all over the ceiling and fall back. Do the investigation. And totally gruesome, totally gross. It was like late, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Next day, I did some hotel. So I went back to the hotel and I go to the office. So I go into the office. This is less than 24 hours. Well, I'm doing it. I look up going out to the old office or whatever. I walked off. How did you get clean? This guy went on to explain to me how they had standby and this and that. That's a small story. Dang, man, that's access to the bio. Yeah, shit, that's goes all wrong. Assessing travesties that happen. Are we just, are we still able? How much travesty, stuff is built up that needs to be processed as a society? Things like that. Is there some, is it a little bit of a vibe, or maybe a fucking kid, one of the kids sleeping in there developed some cancer, reaching out to the fucking slept in the aura that, 2 deceased people dying out after their for real. I look, and it's some of that's kind of like this, it's more than this, magic sort of thing, but I don't know how much of it is, well, I also came up with meth labs. California was full of meth labs when I first started. And so whether it's nitrogen or other resources, I suspect that as this situation there stabilizes and they begin to rebuild their economy, and they'll have lots of from issues with nitrogen. Otherwise, because we're going to appreciate the potential there might increase the most creative and it's just to say, there's I checked those gas rigs in the Black Sea. If you guys remember, used for Russian special ops force against the base and the training tank that's been burning for 6 last summer. So just to answer this indirectly right now, so we're in production products. So, seeing how those platforms that were in existence have since then, the fires are still burning. So just judging from the fact that that's what gets to carry out right now. Karen, thanks for your question. I know that it's, that's a probability response, but pretty give you some insight. So, programming for the show, I have some tools and resources. I'm trying to get a guest in. We discuss some of our events while just before going to sort of our background issue, which is sort of an issue of either direct espionage or transnational oppression. Just before that, I wanted to highlight a handful of examples from the last few days of what I think are good lucid hoaxes. Because I like to work in the lucid angle so that we don't forget that is a lens that we're trying to interpret the narrative. And so if you have looked out in the nest, I have a few examples of what kind of cartoon we're working on. The first item there, it doesn't relate to Ukraine, but it was in the news that through a Freedom of Information Act classes in the United States, the Washington Post got access to about 900 new photographs of the day that I believe the
It's because it was as a result of a Freedom of Information Act application. I find this account family. And first of all, I because the way they've compiled the photos into a video presentation was like catching. That it made me think, that's an aspect of open source investigation that we haven't discussed in this space, and that is freedom of information requests. And it's not just the United States. Many countries have similar laws in place. And just to mention that if anybody who's listening has any professional experience in maybe under these sorts of public disclosure laws, that it would be interesting to maybe hold a session to describe it. The cost and persistence that are required in order to make them effective, and especially if if you have experience with freedom of information requests, just let me know and we'll try to set up a conversation about it in the future. I've done it a few articles to the past, so it's shifted around. I want to highlight another aspect. We've had some conversations about hand radio use and sort of signal intelligence at the amateur level, and so there's something like cheating. It is interesting to me. Some of you may know that there was a lander that was attempting to be built a long time ago by a Japanese company. And this account noted some of that lander failed and was contacted with it. A few months before it was to be contacted. And it's been to other. And interestingly, it was a commercial product, and it had a transmitting in bands that can be heard by amateur radio operators. And so they were listening in on the band, and they could tell a little bit that it failed, which is really interesting. Just exploring the idea of this potential being the first example of use on any other than Earth. And because obviously people interact via radio with the International Space Station and satellites, in terms of activity, this was the first example I had heard of. And so I wanted to highlight it here. The second item on the list, we've discussed in the space for various reasons, the use of illegal ship-to-ship transfers of oil together. It has economic implications, it has security implications, and this was an article put together by the Financial Times on ships passing through the Kerch Strait, which are carrying related goods or oil, for example, was subject to the oil price cap. And since their intention is to seek orders where they can then use the goods for the consumers, entering their AIS system. And so it's sort of obvious in the data now that particularly around the Kerch Strait, that the ships pass through the AIS to return home. This will tie in. I mentioned it later on, but having seen this, some politicians are now suggesting that any ship that is seen during its AIS, not just in the Kerch Strait, if they turn off those systems with a certain phrase, and I'm not sure what the phrase is, that automatically orders and added to sanctions lists. And this is the idea of wanting to sanction you, not necessarily because we see you committing the crime, but because we see you taking actions that look like they're attempting murder. And so I thought this was an interesting bit of source investigation. Next one.
This kind of ties into something you commented on by Lloyd's List and co-provide services to shippers. Are starting to really think about how those people present information. And so it's no longer about are you evading sanctions? It's more about now, can you prove to me that you aren't evading sanctions? Because otherwise, I just don't want to work with you. It's not worth my time and my effort to prove that you're not evading sanctions. And so we're starting to see a whole bunch of those service suppliers or service providers, kind of stop providing for people who are not providing that information freely. And I expect that that's kind of the trend that we're going to continue to see, which in some ways is a really good thing, but it also will eventually kind of create a black market for ships that are going to operate outside of those services, and how you go and enforce that would be an interesting question that I don't think anybody has the answer to right now. The articles I read didn't actually name the insurers. I did try to find this comment about see if I can find that for them. Until the last few months, that the protection and indemnity mutual insurance claims are either 9 major ones, so it's actually a fairly tightly integrated industry. It was kind of fascinating to learn that. And so, my brain just went, sorry. Partially it's the decisions that the G7 is making about transparency and it's more about them starting to take steps to actually do something about sanctions evasions and enforcing it. As soon as they start asking questions, then the insurers and others who have to answer those questions and have to put time and effort and a lot of money into finding the answers and the proof for those questions. That's when you start to see that happening. So this week in particular, the last 2 weeks, I guess, we've seen
absolutely. But I know it's an actual, like, freaking icon. Okay? And I just see it. In fact, it's right to put me on. I guarantee, but I swear I can see something happening. Just tell me. And I really did at the very beginning when I got it at 300 Telegram. I think this could be the first billion token in 2023. Billion tokens. It's got potential to run. It's got really good people, especially with the guys talking, backing us and pushing us. Let's go get back in Telegram. Let's go do some tweets. Let's get us running up to 5 million. Because once we hit 5 million guys, man.
Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted you all to know that I think that Joe Rogan has a lot of really positive aspects, and his community has a lot of positive aspects. So I'm quite bullish on this. I'm really not all that familiar with it. We've been streaming Joe Rogan podcast on Twitter Spaces 24/7 for the last few weeks. If you ever want to check those out, I also stream my life online. People around him. I think that he's a very open-minded individual. I like how he pushes the limit with some of his discussions on UFOs, technology, psychedelics, and I thought they will seek him as a think that it perhaps may make this token, like people were saying, $1 billion token in 2023. Thank you for the opportunity.
That laugh was scary. Those are all they blew up all the time. You can't shoot them. Oh no, shoot from that light, pull the back out quick. That is just red lie, cold lamp, just all kinds of shit. It's all volatile. Yeah, you know, I mean, don't make it hard. I've said so bad. Tweakers were yeah, tweakers are like the only tweakers are so different. Heroin addicts, typical type of marijuana. Identified every single person I ever came in contact with never gave me a problem at all. In fact, it was some of the best conversations. That's conversation. I identified that this is something that's just that was the one. I can walk forever.
It is ridiculous. And why do we have those laws?
Back in the day, just hysteria. They didn't know what it was. They didn't understand. I don't know about it. All that shit. But we're getting better. California's good. That's supposed to get better. I agree with you. They should be better for sure. 100%. But drugs, as far as drugs, heroin addicts, they stay home. They're not out. Pills, stay home. You know, marijuana is fun. Nitrous oxide, whatever drug you talk about, it's not an issue. Methamphetamine, not stay home. You cannot stay home. It's got to be. And it's always at night. You know, that's where they get to work. We would find tweakers. They had all these different processes of how they get their money. Copper. They love copper. They would wipe out whole housing tracts for copper. You get the occasional one, which I had one. Actually, I think I had two. They were industrial complexes. They would get wires that were coming down and that were like 20-inch in diameter. I mean, just massive
Fiber optic wires and all that.
No, it was just like electricity. It was like a box with an electricity come in and all branch off that. But inside there was massive wiring. And these ones, they try to cut that wiring out and be live. So you could, I mean, they instantly just get electrocuted. And either a fire or different ways that they become aware of it. By the time you go out there, these guys
Flowing. And what do they start to look like? Kind of like a jerky? Do they start to look like? It's almost a fake.
Yes, a lot of that shit was fake. A lot of that stuff. I had an industrial accident where a guy got sucked into a turbine. It was a big giant branch with another ship of some kind. They had that covered with metal gates. So that these metal to touch it in the front. Well, these guys in the warehouse were playing football. The dude threw the football, he missed it, and went into where those things were. So this dumbass decided to step over the gate, and those things were spinning up 30 miles an hour to get the football, and the sweater he had tied around his waist got sucked into it, and it taffed him. It sucked him into the piston and wrapped him around it, and by the time he was completely wrapped up into it, his head had been hitting concrete so many times that it was going around that it emptied his insides perfectly. So it was on the ceiling, on the back wall, and then shot across the thing. So when we got there, they were such a good damn shot machine. So those things went, you're hearing this guy's head. Not tick, 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 tick right then. It was like a wet, giant wet piece. Just disgusting. I told them, why did we turn this off? And they said, stop. We want to stop. We want to see what it is. So we turn that thing off, and we see that dude wrapped up in there, and the fact what's it called? Fake. I mean, it looked totally right. It didn't look like a human being.
Cops have to respond.
Yeah. We need that right. Cops are always the first on everything. These firemen are
They were doing all they were doing, hot dog.
the best job ever.
Every time. They're like, we're doing this big event. I get to the event every time. It was 11 dudes sitting down the time.
They're having a good time, playing games. Coach, the best job. One thing cops and firemen have in common is all the world loves them. The world loves firemen, dude. You know, they love them. And everything's a science, too. They do see that everybody.
Yeah.
Because all they're doing is saving and helping you. Everything that they do essentially is science. It's a fire. If it comes in contact with that, we know what's going to happen. It's going to know what's going to happen. It's all predictable. It's not that deep. There's aspects of the game.
Yeah, you guys, it's a lot more hypothesis than hypothesizing.
Yes.
Kind of like a lot of
Even house fires. If there's a house fire, the cops are always the first people.
I saw a cop about house fire. That's what I mean.
Well, again, man, the expectation is if you're a cop, you get there, someone's screaming, my baby's inside, my baby's, oh, hell yeah. Go to an award ceremony for the end of the year of the police department. There was always at least one cop that went into a building to help somebody. It's fireman, it takes a while.
Yeah. Well, also, it's so hard to get the guys in. Especially, and that truck is so hard to get. It's like, you know, I got to get their water. Well, the water's already there.
Yeah. I think they're already full. I don't know. Our relationship with cops and firemen is kind of crazy. I was on graveyard just because I was so jealous of the life they lived. And I would call them out for anything. 3 o'clock in the morning, dude. I was like, if you want to do that, you can see my paramedic. All right, paramedics just, and they do it because we eventually become friends because they're at the same station.
Yeah,
they can see me and get upset. But,
I love stuff about fire stations, man. Fire is always cool. It's nice to get it to go in there. Yeah, it's cool. Especially in New Orleans, like we always love it because they also are part of the parades. So that's a big thing in Louisiana is firemen get this whole second. They have this whole second like appreciation because the fire trucks are in the parades.
oh yeah,
so you see a lot of that.
It's cheering, flags. Yeah.
What do you think's like one of the biggest problems that's facing police right now? You said some of the PTSD. You said low staff too. The fear that people don't like a bad public image.
I see that people do something for justice. These issues for police right now. First and foremost, it always has been a place. We'll kill our cops as soon as it's a weird statement to say. But I got a guy that I worked with who's in Texas right now. He's working in a program, a religious program that reaches out and helps cops and firemen and first responders with mental illness. Charter Oaks. Charter Oaks. just you aware that this police department last couple of weeks, 6 cops here. You just don't hear about that because it's bad publicity. Cops don't even want that out. You know, it's a scary thing. It's all cops are all killing themselves. Wow, a lot of cops are disabled. It just is no good publicity for us. You know, so what's happened is what happened this last time, the riots, the political aspect that got involved and allowed it to continue. It was the trade. It's bad. Why? It's set people to bad. Why? It's cops are scared to do their job. They're just scared to do their job. Yeah, the public doesn't understand. You know, it's the guy comes. It's difficult to describe. It's life and death. You know, cops shouldn't have to die just because the people want the fight to be fair. There is no fight here. My job is to get the custody. I have to kill him to get away. I have no choice.
Yeah. Especially the guy that's already killed other people or done, yes. Like, this is a bad guy. It's not a good guy.
Yes.
Who's here on the ground. It's like, this ain't a great guy.
Yes.
This ain't a guy who's been doing great stuff or learning Spanish or something all day. This is somebody who has been doing crime. How big is race coming this year? Is that where it gets to? Is that become a big problem?
I can only give my experience. Right. So I'm only speaking for me. I worked in 2 different police departments. The 2 police departments I worked in, one of the communities was predominantly black, South Central. The other was predominantly Hispanic, white, systematic. The statement that the police are systematically racist, I go for 100% truth. Because I was part of these. I was part of these 2 police departments. And if it was there, I'd tell you. Did I see it? I absolutely did. In my entire career in the field, I saw 2 guys that I felt like that guy is treating that person different based on the color of his skin.
Not too better.
Of course, one guy was blatant. It was blatant. I mean, they actually got rid of him relatively quick. The other guy wasn't blatant, but it didn't appear that way. The reality of it is that if you work in a community, usually that community is predominantly single.
Oh, yeah.
It's predominantly something. And it's not that you, because in my experience in my police departments, I worked with black guys, Hispanic guys, Asian guys. We were everything. Everything was women, yes, everything was represented. And within those walls, there was, it didn't matter. I mean, if it did exist, it was something that we did amongst each other in the chest. Right. Like, the guy that worked was black ripping on me because some stereotype about white people or whatever. It was something people do and joke about. But I never saw anyone treat anyone different because of color skin. Unfortunately, what happens is that you get in these communities and you develop, I don't like to use the crisis, but you develop feelings about the way these communities operate because you constantly come in contact with the worst of them. Right? You know what I mean? Constantly, in any scenario.
Right, if I'm working in an all-black community, or predominantly black, predominantly Latino community, and I'm an officer, and I'm coming in contact with the bad guys from that.
Yes, you have to deal with the bad guys, and you start to develop over years and years and years of this thing. And there are unique aspects to different types of communities. Crimes, the way the things that people do in the Hispanic community are different from the black community, from the white community, from the Asian community. Yeah. So there are things that go on that are repetitive when you start getting callous. So it wasn't a matter of people being racially prejudiced against specific aspects of the culture. Not specific aspects of the culture. I can give you ones that are very controversial. There's a lot of the Hispanic community that's really divided up. There's first generation Hispanics, there's second generation. They're very different within themselves. And the first generation Hispanic people come here hardworking, kind, loving, family, just good people. Right. I mean, you grow up, and then you get together for quinceañera, and you get calls at 3 o'clock in the morning, and they're all beating the shit out of each other because they're all so drunk, or at a 2-year-old's birthday party. If they're like, it's a 2-year-old's birthday party, why are you guys drunk at 3 o'clock in the morning? was criminal. So you're getting callous towards him.
Yeah, and it's fun getting fucked up around kids sometimes, you know, it must be real weird.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of that too. But in every community that I dealt with, you would have that. People would start identifying stuff. Things would start becoming develop callous towards him.
Right.
Systematic racism.
Yes, like that.
I see that. It's so frustrating because I see something that the incident where the two as police officers did that, like, okay, for him to get in that situation, I mean, I'm not going to judge, right? That situation was guys, I'm not going to judge because that can happen. I've been in situations where right. You're trying to get a guy custody, even though he's handcuffed, he is still doing stuff that can cause harm to himself and others. Right? There's no reason why that guy didn't, after 10 to 15 seconds, stand up, try to put that guy back into the car. Right. So what he started doing, world insinuated that guy's racist. But we don't know if that had anything to do with the color of that guy's skin. All we do know is that guy crossed the line and should face consequences because he started administering punishment at where he was at. And that is not his job. His job is to get custody. And even if in his thought process his intent was not to administer punishment, he should know better than to be in that situation for any length of time. Because it really that it was race things. And if I didn't watch them, but I don't think it ever came out. At least there's ever in this guy's background where there was any instance of racism whatsoever. Yeah. If you would ask anyone right now, they're going to say, well, I was racist, I was racist. We had no idea. It could have been. Could have been. You know, we have to be intimately involved. I imagine if there was any proof of that, they would put it out there. Yeah. If they had found something, it would have been.
Well, it's interesting now too because almost the race narrative is starting to evaporate over time because, and I think in some communities, obviously in the South, there's a ton of that historical biases and like black people didn't have opportunity or money; they had to do what they could to survive. Yes. You know, and then you have cops who were predominantly white, probably, and they were policing crimes, and crime is a lot of times something you have to use to survive. You know, there's at times in the past, you know. But it's interesting that yeah, so it's interesting that because now it's like police forces are getting pretty diverse, right? And show up,
absolutely.
You know,
they're all starting to turn. Yeah, they are. My police department is predominantly. When I started, predominantly white. When I left, it's predominantly. Yeah, and I think that's smart. I think it's actually smart. Does it make it a little harder for the guy that's white that wants to get a job? You know, well, he's just gonna have to find different people, I guess. You know, but yeah, it's
we have, you know, 2 white suspects and 2 black suspects. Let's send a black police officer.
If you, unfortunately, in place where you don't have that time to go, I guess I said what, but again, you're placing specific areas. It would be harder than you think.
Right, and it's crazy we're having to even think about that kind of stuff, right? But it's like you get so many like civil fucking bill, you know. It's like
I don't even think that, from my experience, that's not even a cure-all. Well, it will, and I think it's a good move. But it's not a cure-all because I've been at scenes where the guy I was with, the black officer, I've seen people attack him just like they were attacking me. You know what I mean? Because it wasn't really about, they hated that guy. And that guy that was attacking me, like, what's happening? He was attacking me. But he was, in fact, on top of me. I see that too,
because it's like some cultures, like black culture, never really had a like. America was always kind of a white culture country, probably. You know, I mean, there was diversity for sure, but I think like the people that ran the country were probably not white. So then I think a lot of society kind of has a white ring. So I think only now we're seeing a lot more. Society get really pretty diverse, you know. So I think we're starting to see what these other cultures, what they like to have in society, or what they like their societies to be like. And so I think you're seeing like a merging of that. Like some societies, they might not like to have any rules or any police. You know, some
they think,
right. Oh yeah, they think that.
But if you took the police out of certain communities that have more problems, is that that's pretty much there's nothing there to stop them. They're going to get theirs. Policing is completely totally necessary. How we do it is just going to continue. It's right now. It's good. There's good basis in place. What's happening to them is totally unfair. But we just got to get through this. Good will come of this. It's unfortunate. Good will come of this. King Friday King, great things came from Friday Kings. I saw it. I lived it. I watched the change. Absolutely. When I first started, there was a lot of stuff going on that slowly I watched it. Just got to stand back and watch it slowly. It's definitely getting better. And it's going to get better. Yeah, I just hope they continue. There's a lot of good things.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I could a lot of not everybody sees this stuff. Not everybody sees. Really, take one person to watch someone in front of them blow their head off. See how it changes. Do an experiment. Follow that guy around. See how that changes. Now take that guy, the same guy, do it for 20 years every single day. What do you expect?
Yeah, I'll use it if somebody has left like a big piece of chunk of hair, like I've had a bunch of hair in the brain. I would like, yeah, I mean, that makes me.
Part of the thought about it going back. Let's give you an example of that. I watched the guy put a double-door shotgun in his mouth. His mom was standing upside down. Blow his head off. Yeah, standing in the doorway. Back in the day, in the older houses, they had those screen doors. It's a screen door. The mom came running out. This was suicidal. She kind of got behind me by the car, and I looked over at the house, and the door was open, the screen door was there, and the guy walked right up to the screen door. He had one of those old school double-barrel shotguns, stuck in his mouth, and pulled the trigger. His head expanded like a cartoon. The gases expanded his head. We can't do justice in trying to get you to understand. But my just the dynamics of that scenario. And on top of it, I had to go inside the house, and I'm pushing the screen door. This guy is basically Las Vegas hotel explosion, all right in front of the door. So I'm trying to push him out of the way. And it's even dawned me as I'm pushing in. His brain matter was on the seat that fell into the back of my shirt. Yeah. To this day, I can feel it. You know what I mean? Now, this is one small scenario. Imagine that happening to you one time. How that would change the course of your life. I know it sounds dramatic, but don't you think it would? Don't you think it would make a lot of stuff different? Don't you think it would feel a lot different? So,
Yeah, I don't know if I would keep being able to feel like this.
right? Yeah, they had to keep it that. They had to keep that. They had to keep it that shoot for 4 hours to try to watch it. She had to take it out for sure. Yes. What's no, that was my least favorite. That was absolutely my least favorite.
What was homicide detective?
Yes, it's the one I more told you. And then once I got into it, it was just there was no real satisfaction. There was satisfaction in catching the person that did it, but it was overshadowed by what the act left everyone. Again, I had domestic violence. I had a domestic violence situation that I could say was gratifying and catching etc. A lot of the time, it didn't matter. We'd catch the guy, someone else would do it, or he'd get out and do it again. There was so much sadness and sorrow surrounding it. These court cases were long and drawn out. We were sitting with the family for sometimes years. These processes, the last attachment that they had to these people, so they would become really attached to them. They would bring me Christmas presents. Even after the case was done, I would politely tell them, I can't accept this for a lot of reasons, but the primary one is I I can't have this relationship. I can't have this emotional tie because I got to need more of these. If I start doing that, I'm done. I mean, this has to be. You have to be groceries that I bag. You got to take that bag of groceries. You got to get out of here. I got to get on to the next one. It's just it's too much mentally to have an emotional tie with it. So homicide was a lot of that. And it was also
hard. I mean, it has to be heartbreaking. Because it's heartbreaking to them too. It's like
he was a kid. He was a kid that was killed. That was a murderer himself. He had a mom, and I was always in contact with that mom. And it was almost impossible to deal with. I'm a little, I admit it. There's no good scenario of homicide. And even if you don't catch the guys that did it, it weighs on you. It weighs on you that you couldn't do it. You couldn't figure it out. You failed. This guy's going to do it again. So there's almost a level of responsibility in this. Homicide was a different beast. No way, no way. You know, but I got a lot of good things out of others.
do you think
Well, if the definition of a serial killer is someone that kills a lot of people, yeah. There's gang members out there that kill 5, 6, 7 people. Kill more. The world doesn't look at that guy as a serial killer. It doesn't look at the definition in your training class. They're not teaching you that this guy's a serial killer. You know what I mean? The essential serial killer is so just nobody's breaking into homes, strangers' homes, and doing the nice stuff.
is there a hypothesis that when you get into that job that'll be what it's like and stuff? Is that kind of like
kind of, you know, and it's like anything we live. I mean, in an industry like this, I imagine you look at someone that's doing something else and they're like, oh, that's where I want to be. That's where I want to be. That's where I want to be. Because that's what's happening. And then you get there, you go, oh, this ain't that great. You know, I want to be there. I want to be there. And no matter what you get there, you go like, here's my experience. It's not what I thought it was. It's actually better back there. I want to go back there because that was a lot better. This. But homicide, imagination, TV shows,
just saying everything?
everything.
Killing. It's like, yeah, I think I've seen every episode of
You're seeing that you're seeing that surface aspect of it. You're not seeing the stuff that people talking about. You know, what's behind all that. You're seeing that. So even going into it, going, that dude, the reality of it is he's so fucked up and callous that he's totally quiet and cool. You know, I want to be that guy, man. I want to do that shit. Got a suit on, looking good. People always go, hey, you look homicide. It's just, again, it goes back to the minutes. You just don't get it. Right? Homicide is when you want to get it or you get there. My experience was I just
so you graduated while you're out.
I'm out. I'm tired. I hope so. I think so. You know, it's not a tremendous amount of money, but it's a good chunk most people don't have.
And what else do you want to do after you start to develop bonds with things?
I work for a company, a big company that owns lots of businesses. I do asset protection for them. Money comes. Basic. We made that clear day one. My kid was little, we made that very clear. With one sentence. Look, never. Don't even think about it. Don't dream about it. Never.
That's from Frank,
right? You understand that there's going to be trauma, but this way, man, it's just, if I can go back in time as much as my experience, there's joy that I hold on to. That was awesome. I'm so glad I did that. It was exciting. My life is this. People want to hear, it's crazy that people want to hear it. I'm not sitting talking about what I did. It's crazy talking about people actually understand. And they hear it, they go, oh, that's really crazy. That's crazy to me. That's just what I did. Like, so I was asking if I would say, oh, I would be sad if I never did that. If I go back in time, totally. But I got here by then. I didn't plan it. Like I said, my growing up was different. No, but I was doing bad things. But I was insecure and doing bad things. Yeah, you know. But how I became a cop, this is back in the day. I had nothing going. I had no plans, man. You know, I was doing nothing. There was just no future. So I started coaching my little brother's Pop Warner team. Yeah. And the guy that was coaching with me was, hey, you doing that? I don't know. I got nothing going on. He goes, get you a fucking piece of cabin, can you come and get some lawn? I went, all right, that sounds cool, man. Let's do it. That's how it happened. Wow, that's fucking how it happened. I woke up the next day and I was pulling out on the street and he started going like, it's no fucking idea. You know what I mean? You got no idea, but it served me well. It served my background served me well. I was able to do that job, I think, better than most. Strictly based on experience and connection. You know, understand the dynamic of taking away someone's freedom. They go real. You need to avoid that at all costs. You need to avoid that at all costs. Keeping the system, keeping the accurate, all the things that come within, I knew the magnitude. I didn't take a bite of it. I just get 17, 18 years old, eyes. It's gut wrenching. That was gut wrenching. It was anybody. It was just gut wrenching and taking them in the jail cell and realizing this is going to change the course of your life forever. Hopefully, it'll be positive. This is fine. Just try it out. Just try it. Most cops, let's get the cell, let's get past this. I got to fight some real crime. I can understand talking to them in the cell. It's going to be okay.
Right.
It's going to be okay. I can hate you right now. It's going to be okay. One thing I do know, I hope you never you didn't kill nobody. You know what I mean? So those kind of aspects for me, I really think back and go like, I was meant to be there. As much as I didn't deserve to be there, in a way, it just happened to me.
Be able to share this story today to us too, because yeah, like I feel too much. I've always been too much of a feeler, So I think you need people to have like feelings to get out of it. Absolutely share some of the feelings out of it.
And
Especially
I'll be judged. I'll be judged based on this. People in the industry, people in the industry will absolutely judge me based on this. Is literally, believe it or not, this is the absolute first fucking time I have ever publicly said anything about my childhood, being arrested and custody. I work with guys who are my friends, who I care deeply about, and I never made mention of it. So much time went on, I just thought it's irrelevant, and there's no reason to bring it up. And we just never did. I just buried it. This is the absolute first time I've ever been at it. It'd be interesting. I don't know to see what. It'd be interesting to see what the whole guy. It'd be interesting to see if people actually come back and go, or whatever it is, the reaction I think. I do hope that people do listen to it. They're like, hey, there's something to it.
It's fascinating, man. It's fascinating. We had a border patrol security guy, which is just a public service job, and something the same. Yes, but it was interesting to hear about the border, the things that go on there, and the people that are getting run back and forth across there, and how cartels own different pieces of land there. So if you want to transport someone across a piece of land, you need that cartel to like coyote somebody across the land. And how a lot of the people coming in, some of them aren't even Mexican, and a lot of them are fucking, Middle East, and they're from a lot of pedophiles, a lot of creep, just shit was like, Jesus Christ.
There's a lot of aspects I think you need to think of that dealt with on a daily basis. A lot of people that come in are obviously coming here because they want a better life. We're doing the outfit, just the process. We need the process. We need the legal process. Come, everybody come, and let's just go through this process. I need that process because they don't have the means, and they just have a culture. There are all these different things that they're just bypassing, where it's causing such turmoil in our world, in our system. Those are the problems.
Well, all of that, it's all like, how long are we going to strain the walls of our system, And we already don't even, and then they still expect people to put a president on television and be like, America, it's like, don't sell me this fucking thing if you're not, if it's not a real product.
Yeah.
And that's what's really kind of happening. I think that's a lot of kind of what's, one of the issues.
They bag it up with one thing. If you're a guest and they say you're racist, yeah, I'm not racist. Not at all. I couldn't give a shit. The only reason I think about it is because you can talk about it. But I just want them to come here. I want them here. Let's make sure they have a path to get here. Let's just follow the rules to get here. That's it.
You have to have roll call. You have to have, like, if you don't know the inventory or any business that's up enough good inventory will go out of business. If people have know what's on the shelves, know what's here or what's there, it's going to go out of business. And that's when it fucking starts to get scary. Because you have other people that are just like, well, I was born here. I'm just trying to play by whatever rules I was born into. Maybe they were more fortunate in some other places. I don't know. In some ways they probably were. In some ways they probably weren't. But I'm just trying to play by the fucking rules. And
Everybody's got to play by the rules.
and when our government isn't even playing by the rules anymore, then it's like, then it makes it tough to think that someone just, an everyday man, is going to be like, okay, I'm going to keep going. And I think that makes you guys, it's like, now you're having to almost do a government job.
Oh, we are. The police department's a part of it.
Right, but,
They're just that wing that it's got to take care of them. That's it.
right, and you shouldn't be like you're the most accessible part of the government too. And that's what I'm saying. Because you have people, if they don't like the government, they think this or they think that, you're the person that they can really reach to take it out. I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling.
Not me, not anymore.
You're free, baby. What was some news topics you wanted to get this man out of here?
Not specifically news, but I did want to hear about when you were on the show Cops.
Oh, yeah, good call.
Oh, yeah, okay. So cops, it's super interesting. They
used to watch it.
Yeah, I used to watch it too. It's,
I remember seeing Bar last night. Awesome.
Really?
I was.
How did that get crap? Why did you never do that?
I don't know. I thought about it and I was so excited. I meant to tell you a while ago to give her see her show coming up. I'm on stage at the Comedy Store, right? And I hear this laugh in the back. And only one other time it happened with his name Lance. I heard his laugh and I grew up watching his laugh. And I heard her laugh. And it fucking just split my head. I didn't know this was that good. I was like, oh my god. This is hard. Rude to the crowd. Probably 200 so bad. She was howling. So man, I'm like, I want to do the best I can. Like for all the years that she made me laugh or made me feel like I, mattered in the fucking universe with that poor family that they put on. I wanted to just have that one moment to like give as much back to them.
Yeah.
Oh, and I got to meet her after. I was just so freaking excited. And some girl came up and was like, oh, man. And I even said, like, you are a menace right now. Okay? I worked too hard to get some people to that, right? And you are fucking ruining it. And she said, what? Yeah. She just kept saying fun. It was like, you are ruining it. Oh, so that's funny. Anyway, yeah. I mean, look, there was definitely some other women that did it too, but she did that. And I just love her comedy, and they tried to cancel her, and it just fucking cancel her for some. She had a tweet that Twitter said was racist. And she referenced like, I don't know what it was, but it wasn't racist. It was like a general term. That's what it was. But anyway, let's get the cops. Let's hear.
So cops, the way cops operates is that there's a sound guy and there's a camera. And I think I do remember going back. It was very few, like 4 or 5 of these teams. These guys were so interested. They essentially go out, and by the time they came to our police department, it had really changed because of civil law, where you were able just to film shit and go on TV. There had to be waivers from everyone that was involved. And that involved criminals signing off saying, yeah, you can use that shit, which is fucking so stupid. If you signed off on that shit, you're the dumbest guy in the face of the earth because it's all now evidence and it's against your court. So it's really tough to get those guys to sign off. Keep not, Fortunately, when it comes to crime, taking a lot of scholars, so you get a lot of signatures. But it was even tougher. So what they would do is they would ride with you, they would pick an officer, they would ride with you for 2 months. Every single shift. Yeah, at that time I was working 312s, which is 3 shifts, 12-hour shifts, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Busiest, that's why great. So that's why they come right with me. So you would go out with these guys, and man, it was like performance anxiety. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I felt this 20s. Yeah, right. I just felt this need to perform, man. And it was hard. police work is some days there's just nothing going on. You gotta self-generate tickets and come up with stuff. So I always felt this pressure to go out. But speaking with these guys and their experiences, that sound guy in shot, leg, the other guy, something happened. Their stories were awesome because they've been all over. They were telling me these stories, dude. I was like, dude, that is so awesome, dude. I can't believe you experienced all this shit that you experienced. And these guys probably walked away from that show and have mental problems themselves. Because they essentially were cops all the time on patrol.
Well, imagine you're a sound guy. You're like, oh, it sounds like somebody got shot, and then it's fucking you.
Whatever, I mean, they had all kinds. These guys had great stories. So essentially, they would ride with you the whole time. And the issue became is you felt so much pressure to get material
Oh, yeah.
that when they wrote me, they wrote two different officers, me and another guy, and I literally didn't make a show. One time I did, the guy wouldn't sign off. They couldn't make the cuts to make it relevant. So I literally did. I actually became really good friends with these guys because we spent so much time talking. I was talking to them. I don't now, but I was talking to them quite a bit about where he's at and what's going on. But the way that they do cops is, when you watch it, it looks like it's depressing. It looks like this is happening. You know what I mean? It never registers with you when they go, they're in the car and they get the radio call. It's like, 72 response. Whatever it is. You see the cop, okay, and then all of a sudden he's driving and then it cuts away and you see the car making a right-hand turn onto the street. It never registers to go, well, how the fuck did they know he was going there to be on that thing? You know what I mean? I'm a guy that has no idea of the industry and editing all that, so it wasn't until they rode with me and I watched the cops and I'm like, well, how the hell are they getting all these angles and shit? So what ends up happening, let's find out, is they would have the situation, they would get out and they would be in it. I mean, you have to really tell these guys, look, you need to step back. You're behind that car right now, you get it. I need you to do that. So they were always up on you, they were filming, they did everything they can. And then they would go back and go, hey, okay, I think this is something. So this is what I need you to do. I need you to drop my camera guy off on that corner. And go back to this street, and I want you to think like you're responding to the radio. I'm going to be filming you, with the other camera. So there's acting. And I was a young kid. I just couldn't do it, dude. I was not an actor. You know what I mean? So they would film me. So all those guys you see doing it, that's all acting up until the actual scenario.
Wow.
Which never really crossed my mind.
No, yeah, in my mind, I'm just thinking, oh, that makes sense. They have footage everywhere, and they're just getting all the, that it's like they're just dialed in and getting everything. That's, I didn't really think about that.
Now, they would have told me, I want you to come and open that door. You know what I mean? And you go back and watch that episode, and it's right there. It's all bullshit. Except for the actual scenarios themselves. And they would just film it raw, and they would do editing magic and make an episode. But it takes 2 months every single night, 2 different teams for how many hours. And they said they struggle so much.
I struggle to get it, brother.
Right?
It's weird that we watch it. Is it weird that we watch crime, that we devour it like that? What does it do to our psyche when we just see crime? We see disappearing. What does it do most of the time?
I couldn't even answer that question. I always think how I think about this kind of shit before I was exposed to this shit. I don't really say that. Because I think about why I'm just explaining movies, videos, editing, I don't understand how it works. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what it takes. Same deal with police work. I don't remember how I thought before, which is how people think about it's cops, what they do, what's going on, all that kind of shit. Because I did it for 20 years. So I watch people that watch the shows, and most of the shows I thought this is so stupid. I can't watch these movies. This is what it is. This is so far from what it is. This is just entertainment. But I don't know what the fascination is. I see it, I'll watch it in my mind. There'll be a scene where I see couples like these guys with AK-47s in the street and shit. anything like a shooter. For me, it just 9 times out of 10 will make me think of something that's inside my brain that I don't even remember and know that it's there anymore. And all of a sudden, like the example you said, I see a kid in a jacket, and all of a sudden I'll literally watch that kid. And it just didn't
That was a kid that ran up the track.
yeah, I watched that kid die again. I always go like, what the fuck? Why the fuck am I thinking about that? When is that finally going to be gone? That's so crazy, and that's all shit I'm doing to myself in my mind. I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about it. That's my experience. That happens to be a lot. It happens to be a lot of triggers on not. And I'll fix it. And I won't. It's never a good time to fix it. I started thinking about just from the guy that kind of kid. You just kind of keep it to yourself because it's just the way that it is. So the rest of the world watches that shit. I don't know, dude. I don't know what the fastness is. The same idea, I guess, is why did you want to go to because I guess you want to know. You want to know. You want to know. You want to see. You want to understand. The problem with TV is that's a very watered down version of that.
Right, and it's also a version that they have mastered the how to have the algorithm up and make it as cheap to shoot, as efficient as possible. Blah 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 blah. And a lot of the people, the worst part is, I think a lot of cop, maybe 50 years ago, cop shows or detective shows, almost somebody involved in the production may have had a family member that was an officer. Now it's like I feel like some of these people making stuff are so far removed from any of the reality of it that they don't even have a human sense of it. So,
Absolutely. If you watch a cop, if you watch a show, and you'll see someone that knows a cop, is a cop, is being a pastor, they gotta get someone told them that because no one else will know.
what about this, man? Say it's a quiet night out there. You have a way to bust off and get you a 20-minute nap in.
They have spots, man. Especially graveyards, 312s, after 4 o'clock, shit's silent. Radio's silent. Yeah. That's it, man. Bring the kids together because you want to be safe from fire.
Like wolves or something.
Too much. One guy was.
Or lions. Lions sleep in.
Yeah, everybody had. There's always one guy that stay up. That guy 9 times out of 10 would fucking fall asleep in his bed. So, yeah, but that happens. That happens every night. You just have to. You just got to be responsible way. A couple times we go behind this church and it's a parking lot that was really sort of walls broken. We had like 6 cars back there. I sleep in some guy didn't take off the bells. More comfortable. Yeah. Just crawl across, come to the morning, and see on there. Big, we're off the stinky so much. Body control that night. That just became our city was really safe to get through. Rock is my head. Watching over.
Watching everything. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Did they have, a lot of people sending people go up and start making out. You guys see a lot of that out there?
We had a pretty prominent gay community.
But anybody being gay is just kind of like that's normal. That's like regular. Some people are gay, some people are straight, some people are middle. I'm talking about men that get beaten up on the hills with powder or uppers, poppers, and stuff. Yeah, methamphetamine is really good. So meth leads people to being gay. It could be about a pound of meth. I don't think I'd ever be gay. I don't think I ever did something to be gay, but it definitely enhanced the situations. We had a partner, right? That's all it takes. So it's a little enhancement. Get that video. Is that we have it? Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, we had a park where they would get together, kind of each other, and the bathroom was this whole process that they participated to one another, and it was stand at the urinal into the bathroom, and if you're standing there long enough, did the right looks like the other guys would know, you stay out. Sometimes look for it, so we would have guys at that time, just because people didn't like it in the park, the people were prevalent in one park, right? And sometimes the sexual activity was performed in a public park, so they wanted to go away. So we had guys undercover who would go in and stand there, and we actually had an officer that stand there. He made himself known as a police officer because he became apparent in the guy grabs his junk. You have a death with him. It's scared, you know? And the other situation was hilarious because he wouldn't let go. We all come in. We're screaming at this guy, let him go, let him go. And the guys just hung up. Cops, yeah. This guy's standing there with a death grip on this thing, and he doesn't want to get in a fight or nothing. It's very lot of that on, you know? Right?
Yeah, all it takes is one real man that can rip on it.
I imagine, yeah, that's something I want to discover.
Did some guys have to get stationed in the bathroom sometimes?
That's what we do. We'll go in the bathroom and put ourselves in the situation.
Oh,
It was a whole process. Drugs were very good. Hey,
now let's see what's happening. We're seeing people sending in this type of stuff. It's too legit. But when I think of the drug, at a certain point needs to be close.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's just almost like a goodbye. It doesn't really see that to me. Doesn't seem like really like homoerotic behavior. That just seems like two fellas like, I'm fucked up for you.
Well, I think it looks like the one guy thinking I'm totally into it. He's just trying to get your sleeper or something.
But this is a lot of what's been going on these days, and people have been sending a lot of things.
Yeah, we actually, I was actually went to a training part about community engagement. Apparently, there's a training, right? You see, there's something called, they call it homosexual overkill. And there's murders involved in gay communities, usually really passionate, really over the top, like chopping each other, chopping up. And I think the training was just to make you aware when you came to a murder, if you saw something that was completely over the top as far as the way it went down, that it was,
There could be that
it could be an avenue to start looking at. You know, maybe this is a gay community that get some information.
like Jeffrey Dahmer.
Essentially, yeah. I remember going to the training. It was very graphic. Whether that's true in its entirety or not, I don't know.
Gay guys, I think, do everything to extreme, kind of. So I don't think I'd be shocked if, like, Julian a guy up or something. A bad guy.
Yeah.
I think we covered a lot of stuff. What do you think there, Zach? Right, look, man, I think we'd love to even have you back. So that way, you back when there's a crime or something, or something you can talk about. I've just really enjoyed learning about what some of your experiences have been. Get a little bit more of an emotional aspect of what an officer goes. A little guy rolling out of a parking lot in a vehicle.
At a different time, I mean, at a good time, cops would look at a little different. Shit, I used to post up at 3 o'clock in the morning when the nightclubs came out, because an appeal to the police officer. I started at a good time, I ended at a bad time.
Do you think we can get to a better time again, or do you think we're curious to see how we can get there?
God, it's got to be a can't get it worse. I really appreciate having you tell you some stuff about what it really is like. It's been awesome.
Fascinating. Brad White, thank you so much for your time, man.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones. Good as gold.
In light of the tragedy today in Nashville, just want to say that my heart is really just broken, because I think a lot of people's are. This happened in Today's episode is brought to you by Great Block Pizza. Great Block Pizza. Today's episode is also presented to you by none other than Ridge Wallet. And Ridge Wallet is, everybody used, but it's nice to know that now people are doing something different. People are on the cusp, on the precipice of novice ideas and walletry. And one of those precipices is the Ridge. Ridge Wallet, it's a front pocket carry. Tired of just wondering where your money is and realizing it's right on your butt in the back of your pants? Now you can have your money up front with you, moving forward, just like you are. Visit ridgewallet.com/Theo and use code Theo at checkout for 10%. That's code Theo, THEO, for 10% off at ridgewallet.com/Theo. It's Christmas time, so get a Ridge Wallet. Today's episode is, it's a special type of man. Every now and then you run into a sensei, if you will. And this man is that. He's kind of that, a little bit of that kind of Latino Vietnamese sort of male Rapunzel. He's just up and down the walls, And he's a really talented man. He's the first two-time guest that we've had here on this past weekend. And there was some contention. The episode, we didn't get it out. And then, the files kind of disappeared. And they finally popped back up. And so, I'm not saying anything. I'm look into it. That's all I'm saying. But here we are, happy to have him the second time, and happy to at last get this episode out here on this past weekend. Mr. Eddie Bravo.
I'll sit and tell you the story.
You're drinking an energy drink? But still, dude. I feel like I can't even imagine when you wake up, it must be like, is it intense? What is it like? Do you seem like, because I feel like some people wake up and like, no way. And I feel like you, really? I think you would wake up standing up already. Like, honestly, man.
I wish.
Did you ever?
I wish I was one of them. No, man.
Yeah. Now, whenever you were a kid, what was it like in your mom? Did you share a room with a brother or something? What was it like when you were a kid and you woke up? Your mom coming in, time for school? What was that like?
Well, man, growing up, between 5 and 10, I got up. I'd step up.
Really cool. Damn.
He was my stepdad. He was my older brother and younger sister. My older brother. So my mom married Alfonso, and my brother, Alfonso. Right, mom's sick. She always wanted to be sick, so she's always out of the club, and she met this club with my dad. He was married with 5 kids. But my mom's had issues. Sorry, mom, he was dragged through it.
Wow. Did he? Yeah, penis, huh?
So he was all over my mom, and they started dating. He was married. He was Jewish. He got pregnant. Got her. My whole family was from Santa Ana, California. That's where they call the Mexicans.
Right.
All the white people left LA to go to Mexico. So they left. Yeah, so they went down to Orange County, El Toro, all that shit. Irvine. They were escaping Mexico. But
In Santa Ana's where they have a lot of cars. People do like a lot of cool cars and stuff.
where they fucked up, they thought they could escape. Grass and all that stuff.
Right, a lot of the service industry, they got to bring that.
Yeah, so they had to designate a city for Mexicans.
Santa Ana.
So all around Santa Ana was white people. That's what Mexicans.
So, and that's where you guys were?
Yeah, then my mom went to downtown LA to go to clubbing back in the 60s. My dad, then he got an apartment in Houston. He got an apartment. That was his side piece on the side. He had a side piece, and then he had a kid, pregnant. And he was telling my mom he was going to divorce his wife. He had 5 kids. But she wouldn't allow the divorce. She was hardcore. She was Catholic.
Yeah.
So she wouldn't let him divorce. So he started telling her
That
all
was so
about
nice of your mom, though, wasn't it? Like, your mom's like, I don't want you to get divorced from that lady because...
No. Not my mom. His wife.
Oh, his wife said...
Yes, his wife.
Oh, she said, what, you assumed the guy was going to marry your mother.
Yeah, my mom wanted him to get.
Oh, okay. And then his wife was like, no, we're not going to do that because of what people think, etc.
And she didn't want to go to heaven. So he couldn't get it. That's what he said. Maybe you know, maybe the story isn't different, but that's the story that I got. So he never divorced her. So my mom eventually had my kid, and he would tell his wife and his kids about my mom. She's pregnant, and when I was born, like, oh, he was evil. He was evil. He was telling all about it. He brought his wife over to the apartment to see his son. Yeah.
And you think, was that a control thing? You think he did that? It must have been a control. Like, I want to be able to control the whole situation, so I'm gonna show the lady. I'm gonna have everybody meet everybody, so that it's like I'm the facilitator. You think?
Maybe it was just to drive her insane. To make her.
Right.
I don't know what it was, but he did that. He brought. He's like, I just have a son. You want to go meet him? To his wife.
And then it was you, this crazy wild son.
Yeah. And then, so my mom had enough. She said, fuck this enough. She went back to Orange County in Santa Ana. And now she got 2 sons. My older brother, Alfonso and me, with a different name. So she
Alfonso and Eddie, dude. That's awesome. Oh my God, bro.
So her, my biological father's last name was Khan. So that was my last name. But what ended up happening was when my mom went back to Santa Ana, she started dating Alfonso Bravo again. The original asshole. She went back, started dating. Remember that shit. And
were you excited at first year with him?
fuck no.
Really? Oh, it's because you known him the whole time from how he was.
No, I didn't. I didn't know him. I didn't know that I was born. You know, I just heard about him. My grandfather hated him. My mom's father hated him because he beat him. He was a dickhead. He was an alcoholic and just a classic. Yeah, just classic.
Egomaniac.
Wife. Classic wife. And my grandfather wanted to kill him. My grandfather liked my dad because when my mom was dating my dad, even though he was married, my grandfather was cool. They got along great. You know what I mean? And we played cards together. And he was about 13 years older than my mom. So he was like almost like, right? Yeah, my grandfather had my mom when he was like 16. You know what I mean? So he really liked my dad. He did my stepdad, but my mom was back with my stepdad. And
he got her pregnant. Why did your mom do that? And not judging her.
She was at love at one point, man. She was young, and she gave him another chance. He got her pregnant. So once he got her pregnant, I was 5. And my sister was. So I have an older brother, younger sister. Same father.
I met your sister in the companies, right? Met her. Sister-in-law, my sister-in-law.
So then at 5, they decide to try it again. And now here I am. I'm the kid. I'm the reminder of when my mom was messing with another guy. You know what I mean? So he fucking
Bravo, dude. That could have been your fucking name.
He fucking hated me. Never, I never called him dad. From the age of 5 to 10, it was dark. He was looking good. Like if he could, fucking murders.
But you were probably ready to take him on until were you?
No, I was terrified. I tried to commit suicide. I tried to OD on a bottle of Theragram M. You know what's that? Vitamins? I tried to OD on vitamins.
You get just better.
I just fell asleep. Did you get better?
I was thinking like vitamins.
I didn't have. They didn't have OxyContin back then.
Oh, thank God, huh?
Yeah.
What if they would have? You know?
Yeah.
So were you that sad about that? Or were you like, did it make you sad or did it make you just angry? Do you even remember like what that was like?
He was just a dick, man. All that was a setup to, can I wake up early?
Right.
Between the ages of 5 and 10, I woke up early to get the fuck out of Dodge.
Wow.
Because my mom, she woke up super early. She'd be gone by 5:30. But he didn't have to leave till about like 7:30. So it would be, and my brother slept late. So I would be up with him in the morning.
Yeah.
So I was just, I would eat cereal. He would do shit that I couldn't do. Just sit there and start. And then when I was done with my food, he did this shit all the time. When I would walk to the kitchen, he would stand up and block the doorway to the kitchen. So then I would have to walk. I'm a little 8-year-old kid.
Right.
I'd have to go outside the front door, walk around inside the house, and go through the back door just to put my plate. But it was like normal. And he'd just have a smile on his face. He just did evil shit like that.
That's evil, bro.
Yeah. So, and if he had a chance, he had an excuse.
Oh, man.
Oh, fuck yeah. Me and my brother, we would steal NFL pencils when we were kids, sell them in school for 10 cents.
That's nice too.
Cincinnati Bengals. Oh, God, I got Cincinnati.
Oh, nobody wants Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Exactly. Back then, hell no. Nobody wanted Tampa Bay back then. Because back then, they were right when they were expansion in like 1978.
They were going 16 or something.
And so we would go steal pencils, and we got caught. And my brother got caught. I didn't get caught. He got caught. I'm waiting outside the store. They take him upstairs to the office. I'm like, oh shit, we're gonna be busted. My stepdad's gonna fuck us. I was freaking out. I didn't know what to do. So I waited for about an hour. And then I finally went inside, and one of the guys came out and said, "Oh, parents already picked him up." And I said, "Oh shit!" I ran home. It was like a 2-mile run. I ran home.
So what are you running home for? Because if you're going to get in trouble, you figure out.
I have to figure out.
I just blame it on you or something. Do you think you'll know?
I just have to find out.
Get there.
I got to find out what the fuck is going on. This could be death. So I get home. I get home.
This is like Obama, the deleted scenes.
I get home. And I look down the long hallway to my bedroom because my brother shared me. And my stepdad had my brother's shirt, and this is his real blood, and he's he had belt to bare back and had him, and whoosh, and I looked down the hallway, didn't he have the belt, and he looked back at me down the hallway, and he smiled. No! And he came for me, and it was my mom saved my life. You know what I mean? He was the dominant one. Whatever he fucking said went.
Yeah.
But when it came to that shit, he was like,
wow.
So she jumped between us like Big John McCarthy, man, and fucking stopped that shit. And she beat the hell out of me, but that was fine as long as he didn't. And he even knew. He understood. And I have the best excuse to beat the shit out of this guy. That's it. And you know what? It's probably better that I don't, because I'm probably better than this kid. My mom literally saved my life right there. It was crazy. So,
And where's that guy at now?
I don't know.
Really?
He took up when we found we would do anything. Me and my brother hated it, and that was his real dad. And we would do any extracurricular activities to get out of the goddamn house. So we joined the Boy Scouts. So we were on a Boy Scout trip once, and when we came back, I was 10, my brother was 14. When we got back, my mom's beat the fuck up, her hair's all ratty, and she's got like, she's all beat. What happened, Mom? And she told me, he beat the shit out of her. Got dragged her outside by her hair, grabbed her, dragged like those world star hip hop.
Yes.
Dragged her by the hair, dragged her out, beat her ass in the front yard. But my uncle lived next door. He came out with a shotgun. He was gonna blow his ass away, and he just got his keys, got in his car, and left all his shit. He left all his shit. He took off, and I never saw him. We didn't see him for years. I ended up seeing him because he was still tight with my sister, and my sister got married, and I'd see him, every now and then, like at a wedding or something like that. Every now and then I said,
Did you want to take it out? Oh, did you want to get revenge on it?
fuck yeah. I want her fucking dead.
Yeah.
I want her dead, but I mean, I was 10. We finally got that. And my mother told us, my mom went, holy shit, she's crying. She's telling him, and we're thinking, is he gone for good?
Right.
So,
Yeah, was there always like a little bit of fear that he could pop back up?
And she basically said yes, he's coming back. And we slowly walked in. We started jumping for joy on our beds. We were jumping. Oh, yeah. Because we knew with him gone, shit. With him gone, we were on the streets. Oh, it's like any wild animals, dude. We got to do whatever
I
we
feel like
want.
this is going to be like a heartwarming story where this going to be
He had us under control, right? He had us under control. We were slaves. We were, the neighborhood kids, they would make fun of us because we were always cutting the grass, cleaning, cutting the grass. Remember that movie Car Wash? I forget how the lyrics go, but that song, the kids would sing that shit while we were working and make fun of us while they were playing.
hilarious.
So. And we had to have some orange juice ready. Oh, when we got home, shit, you better have a gallon of fresh orange juice ready to go because we had connections to Mexicans. You have
Who drinks orange juice and then beats a woman on orange?
Dude, orange juice was a key deal. We had next couple of doors down, there was a guy,
And it's all Latino?
It's all Mexican. All Mexicans with single moms. And all the husbands left. They eventually left. There was just a bunch of kids on the street, single moms. And we had a guy down the street who picked oranges. They're everywhere. So we would get these gigantic sacks, army sacks. They were $5.
Yeah.
$5. And we had to have that orange. You know what he got us for Christmas? An electric orange juice maker.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. And we were kind of happy about it. We were like,
That's like,
you gotta switch this
top
up.
of the shirt.
Because, we would do it like this manually, but then when you got that electric juice, it's orange too. You just press down and it spins for you. That was huge.
Oh, so you think he did that actually like a nice thing?
Yeah, like he was trying to hook us up,
Right.
but at the same time.
Like, you're going to be working, but I'm going to make it a little easier.
Exactly.
But dude,
I'm gonna win, we'll get up, it's gonna be a different kind of
massage your hand once it got low enough, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It was just the rind, and it was like,
and that orange juice was good. That's fresh squeeze. Dude, I would fucking drink it right out of the jug and then put water in it to replace that shit.
oh, I don't
We did that shit.
Dude, my brother, or some neighborhood, that thing and just spin around on it, bro. Some local person.
It felt great.
But was that so like? Were there a lot of moms? So at that point, this is interesting. So for me, I didn't know like about some of this history. So it was all. So there was like this white flight kind of thing, but then there were like a lot of the service industry, which is predominantly Mexican. They all lived in San Diego.
Yeah, that's what
What was the neighborhood like? Was it fun? Was it cool? Was it? It
it
was
was
fun.
awesome. It was just as soon as my stepdad was gone at 10, from 10 on, it was awesome. Just a bunch of wild Mexican kids on the street. It was weird because the street that we lived on, 6th Street, and on 6th Street and Bristol, and all around us were like traditional Mexican. I like donkeys and stuff. Like no. I meant more like more the gangbanger type Mexicans all around. But it's just
Cholo, they're called a cholo.
Cholo type, yeah. Basically, when you go to junior high school, if you're Mexican, you have to claim a gang. Even though you're not in a gang, you have to be part of a club, and you have to be dressed a certain way. Right? You go home, you can dress any way you want, but when you go to school, you gotta have Levi's cords that are creased, or Dickies that are creased.
Right. Yeah.
You have to dress the part, right? And but everybody on that block, we were all into classic rock. There was a bunch of Mexican kids.
Telling me that.
Yeah, we were all into like the kid across the street.
You were growing long hair and stuff. So this is a different.
It was like So when I finally went to junior high in the 6th grade, I refused to dress like a junior. I just went and looked like a white guy, or like Ocean Pacific. So if you were into rock back then, in the early 80s, you wore like surfer type clothes. Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember Lightning Bolt, that brand. Like it's an old surfer brand, Lightning Bolt, Ocean Pacific.
Ocean Pacific, I remember I still have a shirt of
Our
theirs.
OP pants, OP shorts, OP shirts.
Yeah.
And then like, so I went to 6th grade, junior high, and I got messed with for a lot of reasons. And one of the reasons was I wasn't acting Mexican enough.
Were you defiant though? So this is interesting to me. So what made you, were you like defiant of the Mexican culture or something? Not that you didn't want to be, but was there some like you didn't want to assimilate? Did you want to be different? Like what was the cause of some of that?
I was just so into rock, man. I was into Kiss.
The music got you.
The music brainwashed the shit out of me. The music got me hooked on it. And I was chasing mansions, and I wanted to be.
I remember telling you want to be a rock and roll star.
I wanted to totally rock. You know what I mean? I wanted to be Kiss. I wanted to,
And who did everybody else want to be? Like who did all the Latino kids want to be?
All my friends wanted, who knows what they wanted to be. My friends, we formed a band.
Right, you guys were getting into rock
right away, man. And so the music just took our souls on. And we were always into football too.
Right.
Football. The two things I wanted
to were really Americanized. Totally, not in a bad way, but you guys were very Americanized.
I wanted to either be a football player or a rock star. I was pursuing both. Right. And I didn't realize there was no chance at being a football player until 9th grade. Yeah. That's when I realized shit. There's no Mexicans playing football. You know what I mean? Mexicans don't.
I think Marcus Mariota, I don't know if he's Mexican or just has a Latino.
Yeah, it's like there's no Chinese people playing football. And you don't realize that though, because when I played football in 1979, I was 9 years old, junior All-American. All the kids are the same size.
Junior All-American, everybody is 9.
Dude, I was playing defensive line and middle linebacker. Really? I was fucking shit up. And that's what I thought. At my 9, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna be a football player in the NFL, and I'll be playing middle linebacker probably. I'm like, I didn't realize that was no.
So, but now, was there any like what is it like if you don't fit into Mexican culture? Was there any of that? Was there any kickback from like more traditional?
Oh yeah, my family, we have giant Mexican family. My mom had 9 brothers and sisters, and all my aunts were all tight. We were all close, and they were into mariachis, but mariachis, that's traditional. But in my family, mariachis are huge. And, we used to play Ozzy, long hair. Just the rest, just always pissed off.
Oh, yeah, American. I got a side turn American.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I was just getting into Metallica and shit. We were at some Mexican wedding. I was a terrible kid. You look at all our pictures from weddings and stuff. There's everyone looks normal, and there I am, all depressed in the wedding fucking outfit, and my hair's long. Yeah, my hair's long. And I just want to go play music or something.
But it seemed like there's some rebellion in there. But you just had that rebellious nature.
Totally. Yeah,
Did you rebel against everything? Do you feel like you didn't want to be part? Like I've never wanted to be part of me. Has always not wanted to be part of it. Like there's something about it. Like, I'm happy to be in a group. I'm happy to have a group of friends, stuff like that. But when it really comes to somebody being like, oh, you're part of this, like, no. Immediately, I want to find a different angle or my own angle or something. There's something about me. I do not, I don't like being part of it or being said that I'm part of it.
That would be hard to say because that was, forms.
Right.
Your music. So
Right.
we were part of it. We were part of the metal scene.
But you guys were outliers at that time.
In the area.
In the area.
The area for the Mexicans. So I'm in 6th grade, and I'm my grandmother and my mom had kids at the same time. So I had.
No, is that like a Mexican thing? What's that called?
My mom had kids early, and my grandmother had kids late. So I had 2 aunts, Alice and Patty, that were 2 years older. But everyone thought they were my sisters.
Yeah.
They were 2 years older. We were tight. When my stepdad was around, I couldn't wait to go to my grandmother's house, which was 3 blocks away, and stay there and hang out with Alice and Patty, my aunts.
Fun.
It was so much fun, and I loved my grandmother's dad and my grandfather. That was heaven. Right there. I just wanted to be in my grandmother's house all the time. I didn't want to be in the same house. Just me and my brother, we had classics rivalry. Right. 4 years old. We always try to humiliate me in front of the neighborhood kids and all the classic shit.
Yeah.
So I hated him too.
Yeah.
So I hated him. I hated my stepfather. My mom was always working, and it was tough. So that was really. Growing up, that was my nightmares that I have today.
Yeah.
The nightmares I have today always take place in the house. It's a different shit.
Yeah.
It's always taking place, and it's that house. Like I find myself in the house I grew up in, but with like modern people and shit. Right. Makes sense. And one of the
with the stress, it's just such a
the nightmares were like I find myself. It's something you never forget. And this is one nightmare I'll never forget. And this is like a common where I'm sitting in the living room with my stepdad there, my mom, we're watching TV, and then I look around and everyone's gone. And then when everyone's gone, that's when this evil force from. You can't see it. It's like under the bed, around the corner, in the hallway, and it's coming to get me. It's like this evil force, and I'm all alone. And I ran out, I run to the living room, look out the window. I'll never forget this video. It's like a video in my head of my mom and running away with my brother and my sister, and they're like leaving me, and I'm in this house and I can't get out of this house. I'll never forget that. So it wasn't a great childhood.
Yeah.
But
even though it's like a pot, it sounds like such a simmering pot. It just sounds like such a place where if your stepdad, if you can't see him or what he's doing, then there's always this uncertainty.
It was tough. And when my stepdad was gone, it was tough for my mom. She had to raise 3 kids. He left the country, went back to Mexico.
No.
He left his credit card debt. He left and everything. And fucked my mom up financially. She was making $150 a week. So she was always working overtime. She worked hard. My mom worked fucking hard for us. And on Fridays, no matter what, the Fridays were going to McDonald's.
Really?
Yeah. We were like, hell yeah. That was like.
You remember what you got? This is the same. My mom would take
Filet-O-Fish, baby. Filet-O-Fish. Yeah, I love that Filet-O-Fish.
Yes.
Fuck yeah, dude. I still eat those. That's still my dessert. Like if I want to cheat, I'm going to go get that Filet-O-Fish. Are you kidding me?
What a fucking asshole kid.
Yeah.
Gets the fish, dude. I didn't even know we could order the fish. I was like 30 years old. I thought you had to be like a real adult.
That was my mom's shit. My mom got the Filet-O-Fish, so I got into it too. I was never really into Big Macs, but I do like even still today, I'll order, like if I'm just, just a little pair of them, a pair of them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're fucking, you're high as shit, and you're like, fuck it, it's give me some Filet-O-Fish and 2 cheeseburgers and a large fry, and maybe that hot fudge sundae. Go nuts, triple fudge. They're gonna come back and say we can't do triple fudge because there won't be room for ice cream, and I always come back. I'll sacrifice the ice cream. Let some of that ice cream out and replace it with fudge. I just want like half of the fudge. You know what I mean? Make it fit. It's always the same argument. I gotta say triple fudge. We can't do triple fudge. It won't fit. sacrifice the cream. Don't put no nuts in that shit.
No, we don't
No, it distracts from the fudge. It's that hot fudge. It's that hot fudge that I really want.
That is good, man.
But every now and then I'll do that, and it's horrible, you know.
But you see, I went every Friday. I went out to the McDonald's.
McDonald's right there on Bristol 17. There was a karate studio next door with the white kids, because that was like in the outskirts where white people started. There's some parts of Santa Ana where white people don't want to admit it. They would actually live in Santa Ana. It says that on your mail. And they'll say, "No, we live in Tustin. We live in Orange." Like, you still live in, we're ashamed to say Santa Ana, because everybody knew. Like, you live in Santa Ana. It's like saying you live in Stella,
Right.
you know? And so we had this karate school next door. And man, I looked at it. To me, it was just unattainable.
Like, what
They
did
charge
you
like $30 a
Oh,
month.
yeah,
And I was
only
like,
the
oh,
rich
my
kids
God,
can do it.
$30
Yeah.
a month?
Karate
Are you kidding me? $30 a month in 1980 was probably about a $200.
Yeah.
And that was never going to happen. But man, I was fascinated with that. I was free. Look, you know, man.
Like, what about it though? Like, what about it? Like, what?
You just, I think naturally, everybody wants to be. If there was a button you could press that gave you self-defense things, everybody would press it. There wouldn't be anybody that's true press it, right? Well, you can press it.
Right.
All you gotta do is go to the gym, that's pressing it. But instead of taking like half a second to press it, it takes 6 months, a year, 2 years. Like, it's the exact same thing. So, I thought it was unattainable. I would really love to learn how to fight. In school, I got into fights in school.
Now, were you make fun of people, or were you like an asshole, or were you just kind of like just different?
It all depends. It all depends. I was an asshole if I could be,
Yeah.
but if I couldn't,
Were you an instigator, maybe?
it all depends on the teacher.
Right.
If I had a teacher who I gave 2 teachers, I'm never speak down.
Okay. Well,
There were Miss Franklin, 8th grade history, and Miss Aspen, 10th grade English.
do you feel bad about that?
I could feel bad. I would kick my ass.
Did you ever reach out to them and apologize? No.
No, but they were the kind of teachers that loved me and wanted everyone to express themselves, so that I just became the class clown. I just got everyone just involved and drove them fucking nuts. You know, and, but same year, 10th grade, first period, Mr. Enders. He ain't taking shit. Mr. Enders,
He shut it
I
down.
was quiet as fuck.
Oh, I think I remember you telling me about this, actually.
Yeah,
I think you're telling me about this.
So, it all depends. It all depends on who was teaching you. Like, I played Little League baseball, and I sucked. I led the league in strikeouts. I was terrible. I remember cracking one ball. Pop fly to center field. The guy caught it. It was right to the guy. The guy caught it. And
You
I
thought
was
it was
like,
home run.
greatest. I don't care that it caught it. I just thought it was great. That was the highlight of Little League. I cracked the ball, and you know what I was good at? I was good at bunting, really, because Little League, an asshole. Yeah, I was fun, and they would always overthrow it or throw it wrong at first. So I'd get to first or second base off bunts. But if I had to swing, it was like I was cursed. I could not connect with them.
Yeah.
But
That's my same thing. One time I hit it out of the field, I was like, that's a fucking home run.
and I was
It
always
was literally just right over the side. It was like, yeah, it was the easiest.
I was always a scrub, but there's a cutoff. You can't at 13. You can't play.
Right.
That's what I played. Junior high school. There's like 12.
Yeah, you can't.
Something like that.
Somebody on being a pervert.
But my birthday was at a spot.
Still paying.
My birthday was at a spot where they're like, everyone, most of my teammates were
You got to hang
And
around.
I got to hang out one more year, but I didn't want to because I sucked. But the coach said, dude, hang out one more year. You're going to have advantage over these kids. Most of the kids are going to be young, and now you're going to be good. You'll be better.
Yeah.
I'm like, I didn't want to do it, but I did. You talked me into it.
Get better.
I still suck. But because I was older than the kids,
Yeah.
they wanted me as the leader.
Oh.
So I still suck, but now I'm the leader.
So you're like William
So
Wallace,
now I'm like
like
an
no
asshole.
skills.
So I just became an asshole. I was just an asshole. And they play where do you put the worst baseball player? You're like, oh,
Left
one guy
field.
sucks. No,
Right field?
Right field. Because because most people are right
Oh,
handed.
yeah, I was in right field. So I was in right field and I thought it was the left. That's how
well, we had a guy named Raphael, young guy, Raphael, played right field. And not only was he the worst player on the team, but he had one of the plastic gloves. Guys, he bought a glove. He bought his glove like a liquor store. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? If you buy like tennis shoes or a glove at a liquor store, damn, you're good.
Yeah.
Even we weren't that good.
Right.
We bought the shitty shoes, the shitty. We never bought. My mom would never let us buy shoes at a liquor store. That's what she treated us.
Yeah.
Right.
So the guy in our group had like a hat, and he just taped that to his fucking head. Like, bro, and his dad painted brown.
So this guy, I was frustrated because I sucked at like this.
Right.
One time after practice, one time after practice, I'm just talking shit on Raphael, the worst player, talking shit on his worst player.
So only second to you on the team.
Well, yeah, he was worse than me.
Right.
He was probably playing. I could at least catch.
Right.
You know, he was striking out just like, I don't know,
Right.
I'm going to strike out king. But I can catch the guy.
Right.
I can catch him. And I can throw okay. They let me pitch. I pitched one.
Y'all sound like the worst fucking team ever.
Yeah, totally. That was Bears. They would have fucked us up. But I started talking shit after practice. I was it wasn't punching. Like, when I was trapped and I couldn't get out, I was like, telling the police, and told me.
And what's that?
And I quit.
You just do
right
that?
there. I fucking walked out. I'm done, son. This guy, I learned my lesson. I'm gonna be talking shit like that.
He put you in that plastic glove, baby, and he fucking took you to the bank.
He had that rage where he was
not gonna lose.
He was not gonna go ahead. And I couldn't keep my fucking head out. And
Would you be able to take a knife if you got rolled?
Unless, jiu-jitsu, I think you want to, anything that happens, my cold clock, you know what I mean? Dude, that's never guaranteed. So it's all about who goes that first.
Right. If you weren't at the McDonald's, do you think you get into karate? Do you think you get into that universe or not? Somehow you still find that. If your mother doesn't take you to the McDonald's on Fridays, do you think you end up in that universe though? But I never thought I could afford money. Right. So I got really into Bruce Lee. I got fanatic. But I just never thought I was always broke. Yeah. Even all my the gi and everything. All my extra money went to buying music. I always had drums. I was a drummer originally. I was a drummer. Everything was just all about buying musical equipment, getting a car so I could transport my drums to practice. Yeah. So I never had any money for martial arts at all. Yeah. Until I moved to Hollywood. And I thought it was 1991. And I thought, okay, I'm going to call it. So I got a stage. So I went to a gym first of all to try to lift weights that could last 10 minutes. I said, okay, I can't do that. So I thought, man, maybe I can afford some martial arts. So I looked at some martial arts schools around where I lived. I worked, found a karate place, started doing karate. I loved it. So right when you got in there, did the people who were running the facility or whatever, did they think that you excelled at this? Like, oh, this is something that you do well, or did you feel that? They tell everybody. Oh yeah, that's true. They do some low life stuff. Yeah. Look at that stand. Yeah. And they told me next time you're trying to turn yourself like in a Japanese or something, They told me, my instructor told me, he said, I was a white belt, and my first strike, took a test, had to do one kata, but he said, that I have an awesome overhead nice strike. So it's one of these. So I was like, oh, shit. That's my shit. So, I wasn't a kid. I was 22 years old. I'm thinking, a grown man, thinking, you better watch out for that overhead nice strike. And now you got a name to it, too. You got a term.
I was a grown man. So I was training, and I was training 6 months. I was training 6 months, and if someone told me they were training 6 months jiu-jitsu, and we were going to roll, to me, 6 months, there's nothing. That's actually nothing. But, or you could look at it like, damn, that's 6 months, man. 6 months straight.
Right.
Damn, that's a lot. It's all how you look at it. So to me, I was looking at it like, 6 months. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like a king, bro.
So I went back to Orange County, back to Santa Ana for Alice and James, Irvine Med Center. College.
Up that overhead knife strike.
I was in a van with all my buddies, and they heard about me. We were in a van on our way to Alice and James. Yeah. Man, we're really emotional. I like the reverse punch too. Oh,
yeah.
I come out just right to the solar plexus. And that's
still, once they were impressed, then you're probably like, oh, this is cool because it makes my buddy.
Yeah, they were so impressed. So we get to Alice and James. I go upstairs to go to the bathroom. And when I walk out, all my friends are looking for me. They're like coming at me like, Mom, there you are. There's some guys down at the mosh pit store and shit. So they left this situation
to come get you.
To come get me. They all came
yes, baby.
And then they got me. And I was like, let's do this, man. I was leading the pack, walking down the steps to the floor, going, where they at? I think I'm going to hit them with the knife. And then we're going to go straight to the solar plexus. I'm going to hit them with the knife. I was like,
double dragging you.
Yeah, luckily, when I found them, this thing would have fucking thrashed me, probably. You know what I mean? Luckily. You would have been. It would have been one of those stories where the old friends get, when your old buddies get together, like every 10 years. And remember that one story? They would have never forgotten that one story.
Dude, we had a story. One time, this kid had a birthday party at his house, right? And his parents got a sauna, or not a sauna, what was a thing of hot water in your yard? Jacuzzi. So his parents got a jacuzzi, dude. In Louisiana, first of all of Louisiana is a fucking jacuzzi, right? The entire state is made out of jacuzzi. You can step in your front yard and everybody
You know what I'm saying?
You know?
You ever said that? Dude, that's hilarious.
But so we're all in his yard, dude, and it's 95 degrees outside. We're sitting in the middle of a hot yard, 90-degree water, right? Just boiling for my buddy's birthday party, right? Just fucking making just buddy soup. We're just celebrating this party because his parents got it, so I can Well, some kid in our school had learned how to jerk off, and the rest of us had never seen it. So this dude's like secretly jerking off under the water, and this guy was like in third year. It should have been school. Like in a circle, this week you stay in school until eventually you got a job to the janitor. You come to like you come to 8th grade or 6th grade for the 15th time. You finally like you're a fucking janitor. You're high. You're not at school. You're over here by the brooms. And anyway, this dude had been jerking off under the water, but nobody knew. Then he stood up and just started ejaculating into the fucking jacuzzi, right? None of us had ever seen this. We didn't even know this could happen, right? So everybody thinks that this guy, CJ, is melting out of his penis, like it was going to keep happening until he just got smaller and smaller and smaller. It just disappeared. So this kid named Will grabs onto his penis to stop it from fucking.
What?
Yeah. And that hurts, dude. If you're ejaculating, if you're spraying out. Yeah. Especially and they weren't even that close. They weren't even that good buddies. If a buddy maybe grabs you with your penis with 2 hands, a little different. Some guy you don't super know that well. Yeah. And he didn't have real strong grip, so it was still kind of happening, And you gotta switch. This guy had no. Yeah, he didn't have a lot. This Will kid didn't have a lot of technique.
The best shit would be like to take that knife strike and just go up on your prostate.
Right, straight up.
No, right there.
Shut it off in the pass.
You shut it off.
Yeah, shut it off in the pass, dude.
You ever do that?
No. This kid had no plan. He went straight for the very end of the penis, 2 hands, stopped the semen from flying out. And this kid just fucking, I guess it could have been a penknife strike right into his neck, bro. And that kid was never the same, the kid that got hit. I can't even imagine holding somebody's dick. You don't really go that well.
Yeah.
And somebody will hit you in the front. And like,
Yeah.
maybe you could have turned it around.
When I was a kid in my neighborhood with all the kids around, we didn't call it jerking off, we called it playing.
Oh, really?
And we were all open. I'm gonna go play with myself. You know, we were just, and there was
That's kind of cool.
yeah, like go play with you. It was no big deal at
Oh,
all.
wow, there was not a shame. It
Yeah, there
sounds
was
like.
zero shame. We were proud of it, how good it felt. And we didn't understand orgasms when we were like 10 or 12. I just thought we got tired. We did it. It felt really good. And then you get tired.
Yeah.
And I hated that shit. I hated it. I remember sitting with my friends going, you can live with yourself. And how do you get tired? Because you're not, but nothing but tired.
Oh, yeah.
And something goes out and you go, oh shit.
Yeah.
But
Casper. You're just going to Casper.
we went to Catholic school and catechism. We went to regular school. Catechism once a week. Catholic school, get your first communion, and you learn how to do confession and all that shit. And man, that really fuck out.
You heard that it was bad to do that.
At first I wasn't sure because like I wasn't sure, so I asked my buddy's uncle. He ended up being gay, and now looking back on it, of course he was gay. He ended up moving up in Frisco, and he was all into Barbra Streisand. Right. It was obvious, but I didn't know that. I didn't know what guys in the Barbra Streisand was gay. Right. I didn't know.
Right. Just like you like
I had no
music.
idea.
Yeah.
I had no idea. And but anyways, I asked him. I said, "This was the first time this." Oh yeah. He was like 4 or 5 years ago. Yep, you're gonna have to confess that. Like, how the fuck am I gonna confess that to some strange priest in a dark room? And now it's sweating. It's freaking me out. So they teach you. You say all your sins, and then at the end you say, "Please, Father, give me all these past sins," right? And then he gives you like your whole 7 Hail Marys, 4 Our Fathers, and then you have a list of prayers that you got to do together. And so I asked my catechism teacher, in that part where it says, "Forgive me for all these and my past sins." Does it cover? Does it only covers the sins? Fuck! God damn it!
Because you remember that.
Yeah, so I'm like, shit, so how am I gonna fucking,
How am I looking for a loophole?
Exactly. So I would practice. I would say, I lied to my mother. I stole candy. I fought with my brother. I played with myself. I yelled at my grandmother. You know, I was just gonna play. If I could just, but you had to practice that shit. You know what I mean? Because I didn't know if he was gonna ask questions.
Oh,
I
yeah.
know what to say. Hold on. You said, what? Back it up. What was you saying?
My own nuts.
The crazy thing, I would just blow past it, and I ended up becoming an altar. Wow. My first stint as an altar boy, I had a neighborhood church. My first stint was to get to heaven. I believe in all the Catholic and all that shit. And my life sucked so bad at that point. Like this was when I was 8, 9, and 10. That me and my friend Matt, my first best friend Matt, we were both altar boys. Going to heaven.
Yeah, man, we had to get out of here.
We were just like, we're going to heaven.
Yeah.
And then,
we're going soon,
yeah,
bro. We're out of here.
Yeah, once my priest asked us if we wanted to go get ice. And we were like, fuck yeah. Like, hell yeah, we didn't really know the priest when us kids.
Yeah.
And this motherfucker was throwing game at us.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Was he hands on? What did he look like?
He was bald, he's I would say he's like a 7. Low 7.
Okay, low 7,
Yeah.
boy.
A Santa and a 9.
Okay, there you
You know
go.
what I mean?
And he was Latino, Greece?
No, he's a white guy.
White guy,
And
yeah.
he asked us for ice cream. We were just in my fucking ice cream. But when my friend Matt's aunt found out, she was like, "Oh no, I'm going with you guys." So she got blocked. She lived, and he was all fucking pissed off. But he never had game.
Right.
He never had real game because he just threw the ice cream. He never threw anything
Right.
else.
You have a fucking overhand knife strike.
Yeah, he had no game. So then I found out that there was other religions. It's a Jew. There's all these other religions. What's a Muslim? And then at 11, I thought, okay, there's all these other goddamn. I thought everybody was Catholic.
Right.
Because everybody in my neighborhood was Catholic.
Catholic, of course.
And the Catholic holidays, you know, they coincided with what you see on TV.
Yeah.
Christmas specials and Easter specials. So I thought everybody was Catholic. Then once I found out that there's all these other religions, that's when I became atheist right away.
Really?
There's no God. You know, how do we know where we have the truth? You know, and they're saying that, you know, like born again Christians are saying we're going to hell.
Well, how do you feel now about it?
So I became atheist and started writing satanic lyrics and shit like that. Got into Slayer, everything evil, the Shout of the Devil, Motley Crue, Dio, all that shit started. Then I got into people. We got into the German thrash scene, which was super satanic. The German thrash scene was super satanic.
World War II was because of
Oh man! So I really went balls deep into that. They knew that I bought a satanic Bible so I could write lyrics and shit. It started, you know, my
right.
band.
So it fit with your whole vibe.
I was like, fuck God.
Well, what do you feel about it now?
Well, I'm sorry to get to that. Then I decided, then I was just like, you know, my mom didn't have I had to steal. You had to go to the department store. Steal sheets, steal candy, steal, you know, little candy. And then we decided, I was so pissed off at the church. But you know what, we'd still go to church though. And you can see these little collection, little boxes where you go in front of a statue. And you put like a $1 bill or a $5 bill and then pray. Like they were not getting money. These motherfuckers stealing money. I was mad at the church. So it was me and my friend Matt. We decided, why don't we figure out how to open up that steal? Take some of that money.
Steel box. I love how that's what it's called.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go play Miss Pac-Man. We wanted some like
you just want
candy money. Candy money. Yeah, and video games. Miss Pac-Man, Stargate, that kind of shit.
When you're a kid, that's that is money. That's money. That's the world to you because other kids have that money. Like that's all it was. I remember at recess, like my friends could go to the candy window and buy candy, and I couldn't. And that determined when you were a kid if you had money or not. That was
we had to get candy. Yeah, big, all that shit.
Sprees. You ever have sprees?
So we would right before they closed down the church, and my friend Matt would be sitting in the pews. We'd have like screwdrivers and shit in our pants. And as soon as then we would dip out under the pews and hide and wait for the security guy to close the doors. You know, then lock the doors and then the church was gone.
Sounds like Nicolas Cage.
The church, it's like Ocean's 11. So as soon as we were in the church and it was locked up, but you could easily open one of those, you know, the doors.
Push it up.
Yeah, we just like they're locked. It's locked from the outside. So we would open up those little steel boxes and take like $3 and change. We would open that. If there was a $5 bill in there, oh man, we'd go straight to the liquor store where they had video games, play pinball or whatever, buy some candy and stuff. And then after a while, we got, where's the real money in church? The real money was when during church when they'd have the collection plate. That was where all that when we were both legit alternate. We would help out the person, take that money back. We never thought it did anything. You know what I mean? So we thought, damn, we should be too old for that. So now we're like 12, 13. Like, started being altar boys. So we would be altar boys just so we could dip into some of that money. So what we would do is we would, that's your espionage. Yeah, after church, we'd take our ropes off and then like the hallway where all the ropes were, and we'd pretend like we left, but we would be hiding in the closet. We would just stand. We knew where that plate was because they just left it there until the next morning, $10, whatever, and then we would play video games. We did that all the goddamn time. We would go to church every day. My mom was a politician. Our moms were so proud of us. Oh my God, our kids go to church every day. Like, hell yeah, we go every day. We're playing video games every day too. You ever notice that?
Cavities from all the candy.
And there was just, we would sit there and we were just like so like not into God. And we'd sit there and it's quiet. And there's a bunch of old people ready to die in church. Just like Wednesday night church. They're going every day. They're ready to go. So we would and lift off. The funny thing was we can't be in front of the church sitting there with the priest and laughing. So we would sit next to each other and try to make each other laugh. And we would say, it would take them a while to figure that out. and then you have a nickname already. And then you just have a nickname, like one nickname I'll never forget is this dude was like 105. He just had a gigantic head. He's got all these giant things on his head.
Gross.
And I said,
Gross.
Look, it would take you a while to find him. You know what I mean? So we were trying to make each other laugh, and then we got caught. They figured out once after a while, we weren't taking all the money, just enough to play. Like, they
Oh,
told us,
sure they figured out that you shady
so
fucking altar boy is stealing
they
money.
didn't.
So how they figured out?
So we left one night. Whoever's taking this money, please stop. Whatever. We think the money we're gone. Just one night, then they finally figured out it had to be us. So we were hiding. And then instead of hearing the door slam, Chris left. There was footsteps walking down. So there was like a lot of closets, and he was opening up closets, and you could hear him moving shit around the closet. It was getting closer and closer. It was like, oh, shit.
I love that feeling that the kid knows.
Oh, shit. He's going through all the closets. Eventually, he's going to get to us. So we finally opened up our closet and opened up the robes, and I went out, boom! And I scared him, and I looked at him, I go, we scared him, and then we just ran out. And he didn't chase the shit, nothing, we just ran out, and we took off, and we never went back to church ever again.
So you just thought things were trying to scare him, but he probably realized.
No. That's all I had. That's what I could say. So it was like, boo, we scared him, and we just ran. It's like, we're trying to scare him.
Yeah.
And they never came after us. Oh, yeah. They did.
Like, what an asshole. He steals all our money because it's.
Yeah, so at that point, we started taking nickels and started hammering them.
Making quarters of video.
Quarters up, like, fucking. We had it too good for a while. Now we had to.
Now you had to go back to the now you had to go back to the think tank.
Yeah, but the God thing. So I was full-blown atheist up until I was 21, and I moved to Hollywood. Right when we moved to Hollywood, me and my buddy, the guy I moved up there with, we were walking up Sunset, and he was like maybe 20 yards in front of me. You know, it was my shot every weekend. We're just find a girl, right? Yeah,
She's a leg.
That's it. That's all it is. Yeah. So he's walking. We're all ready. We're getting right in front of the Roxy. There was this hippie, dirty, smelly, dirty guy playing guitar, and he had this sign. It was all about like save the forest. X amount of trees getting chopped down a day. Missing forest.
Antifa. They call him Antifa.
No, Antifa is actual fascists. They're just pretending to be anti-fascists. But I walk right by him, and I'm thinking, and I got my hair down to my waist. It's all, I took 30 minutes to blow dry, and it's all fucking perfect, right? Looking like a dude from Death Angel.
Like a poodle, man.
Chris Cornell, just my hair perfect. Took 30 minutes to go down my waist, son. You know, the big hoop earrings and shit. I was ready. This was the high big hoop earrings. This was between 88 and 91. And that was just magical. Like, anybody that had long hair, for anybody that had long hair, you know what I mean? So I passed this guy, like, I'm thinking, anytime I see people like that, I'm like, wash up, got the hair, no condition, fucking blow dry that shit, wash it. And that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, damn, it's just wasting time. And as I'm thinking that, as I'm passing by, he stops playing, just walks up to me and says, I guess you're 30. You're sitting. Yeah, right. What the fuck? How was that possible?
Was it your birthday?
That is my birthday. And I thought, maybe got lucky. I said, John. My buddy goes, he's like 20 yards away. Come here. I said, kiss his butt. Fuck! What the fuck? Are the odds of that happening? Yeah. And then he started talking about the forest and this shit. And all, I didn't listen to none of that shit. All I was thinking, how the fuck did he do that?
And how did he do?
I don't know. But there was, to me, there was only two ways he could have done that.
Some divine intervention.
There's some guys can see thoughts. So he talk about my birthday. Maybe I projected it, and some guys can see thoughts or entity or something. Those are the only. So from that point on, I'm like, okay, there's more to this life. Right? This is not just, there's some other dimension of shit going on. Right? You know what I mean? At that point. So at that point, I thought, okay, maybe there is some kind of spirit. So I was open to that. That just blew my mind.
No, and if you don't get open to that at that moment, then you don't, because you now, your mind is pretty expanded in the way that things are possible or you question a lot.
I believe in a creator now. Oh, now. I've done enough drugs that when you do 5 grams of mushrooms, you see them. Yeah. You see them, and that's not in your thoughts all in your head. Like, dude, there's no way what I'm seeing, I can create. If I'm creating the shit, right? The shit that I'm seeing,
It should feel happy.
in that zone, it's going to come to fucking screw. It's not breaking apart. If I made shit just breaking apart, or I can't even draw. How the fuck am I making that? I'm making that shit up in my head. No, I'm not. I'm plugged in to some shit that already exists, and I'm on the same frequency, and I can see it when I close my eyes. When I close my eyes, I'm
frequency riders. Yeah, so you should have a show called Frequency Riders, where people do drugs, and then you are like the Sherpa. You're like the tour guide.
That's a shaman.
It is. You should be a shaman.
Hell no. You know what? I don't. I'm not the type of guy that, like, I'm not doing mushrooms. Like, I haven't done mushrooms before. You do it, when you're 28, right. When you're 30, when you're a grown-ass man in a safe environment, not out partying, or 5 grams of mushrooms in a nice, safe environment when you're 28, 30, or older. You thought you figured it all out, and then you see this, you see what happens, and it changes how you live your life, because you truly believe that there's no consequences for anything you do, and because when you die, you just turn into dirt, and that's it, and it's just over. If you really believe that, then you're dangerous. You're dangerous, and we don't need that. You need to know that I firmly believe that there's a creator, and I believe that the Roman Catholic Church was created because it was a way to discredit the creator, because everybody, like, it's in your instincts to believe that there's a creator and a God, and there's no way to shake that for the masses. The masses feel that there's a creator and a God. So instead of battling that, the smart thing for them is like, yeah, we got the God right here. We got the God, right? And then dress it up all stupid and shit, so that you're either going to fall for a God that they created, like Jesus, but they're like, put all this extra bullshit on him, so that either you believe it, you buy it, and if you do, we're going to use you to conquer other countries, because we're going to use the God for it. We create our version of it. Or if you don't believe it because it's so stupid on purpose, then you're going to come to the science, and we have that shit covered too. So we got both ends, and it causes division, which is great. Divide and conquer is a beautiful thing. So I believe if there was a gun to my head, I would say, tell me what you believe right now, based on your life experience. I would say Jesus was a real person, and he was a super smart motherfucker, and he was powerful in his teachings. Because if he didn't exist, the Jews would say he didn't exist. If he didn't prove he didn't exist, because they ain't down for Jesus. But what they're saying, the Muslims who don't like Jesus and the Jews who don't like Jesus, they're saying, yeah, he existed. There's enough evidence, but he was just a regular man. He's not a God. He's not the son of God, right? You guys are retarded. So just that alone, I'm going to go gun to my head. He was real. And what ended up happening was that people believed in him and believed in his teachings. So the smart thing for the emperors to do was like, okay, we're down with Jesus. We got Jesus right here. But this is our version of Jesus, right? Roman Catholic. They can control. Really, they were evil. Yeah. People that created the Roman Catholic Church. I believe that much. There's a lot of cards in there. There's a lot of Luciferian shit going on. Why is your term so Luciferian? The Vatican has always throughout time controlled space knowledge, and astronomers were always from the Vatican. The Vatican had they have the biggest, most advanced telescopes. They call their main telescope Lucifer. And then you start looking at all the shit before the kids left and right. They know what's going to change. And they got all this Luciferian, all this Babylonian, Egyptian shit. People, they work, they worship Egyptians. Like, oh, the King Tut tomb. Oh, it's on tour. Let's go see King Tut. Do you know that he had like 800 wives and most of them were his daughters and his sisters? Come on, man. You're going to worship a guy like that?
Who's a dirtball?
Come on, the guy, come on, King Tut. All those pharaohs, all those. I went to Egypt and I learned all that. I was inside the Great Pyramid of Giza, whatever the fuck it's called. I was right there. I went through all that shit. And every pharaoh, they're all married their daughters and their sisters, and they have hundreds of wives. All the people say, oh, it's okay because they were trying to protect their bloodline. It's normal. They're trying to protect their bloodline. That's what they said.
But dude, the problem is sometimes there's nobody else around, dude. Like in a lot of areas where I grew up and stuff like that, like when you married your first cousin, yeah, because I walked 400 miles and nobody else was around.
Cousins weren't there. But your daughters, that's not the same. That's not the same. You ain't married no goddamn daughter. And yet, they're revered. The Egyptian culture is revered. They were all run by these pedophiles that not only pedophiles, but their own daughters.
There's a power. There's an infection of power.
How is that okay? How is that okay? And when you look at the Vatican, it looks like, based on what I've seen, it looks like even like Washington, D.C. has all this ancient Egyptian shit. Like it never died. It's just, you think it died, they turned into these secret societies. And it's like the Vatican is like a big front. Vatican is pretending to be about Christ. That's what it looks like. It looks like they're actually Luciferian. That's what it looks like, and they fooled us all. That's what it looks like to me.
Well, I think there's some people in there that could be the case. I think that there's some people that probably isn't. I think that's where the battle's always there of like good and evil, like in everything.
Are you aware of all these priests? I don't know if you're aware of this because
I know a lot of priests.
Yeah, it's like hundreds and hundreds of cardinals, bishops, and priests are resigning and disappearing because there's we're right in the middle of this gigantic Vatican Catholic Church.
Well, there's a lot of what about that Olympic guy, Larry? What's his name? He got busted. That guy was touching all of the. I mean, there's definitely there's something wrong with a lot of. People that are touching children. There's just something there's some illness out of it, and I can see how the church is a place to hide for it because you have these weird ceremonies and stuff that make you look okay, and you're almost protected at a distance because people only come to you with problems, so they're at a place of where they're bowing down to you in a way, or they're automatically put on this weird pedestal. I can understand how the church is like, but any infection of power, too much power anywhere, things get corrupted.
It's ridiculous.
And I think Jesus is still like a great, he's the son of God. I mean, I think God could have a couple different kids, like Buddha, maybe some of these other kids, maybe they had a weird family.
Maybe Jesus never claimed to be the actual literal son of God.
Right.
He's just saying, maybe he's saying,
look,
maybe he just got thrust. He got thrust.
Yeah.
He never said that. I don't know.
I think it's a lot of. I think if you believe in a heaven, you believe in it. If you believe in it, then it happens. That's right. So it's up to you. You want to not believe in it? You want to mill around and just be out here juggling and all of this and learning, doing stunts and fucking eating sushi off of hookers' bodies at fancy parties or whatever? Do it. If you want to believe in it, then it will be there for you. So it's really, in the end, it's up to you. I do know this though. We got some calls. We got a bunch of stuff that came in for you, Eddie. So we want to get to it. We want to honor some of our fans. So yeah, obviously life. It seemed like listening to some of your life. Like it's definitely, it's been a battle. It's been a battle, and not in a bad way, but it's like, do you realize now as you start to get a little bit older, you and I are adults, that the funnest parts, even though it's the scariest parts, and the drama and the grit of growing up, and even though sometimes it's not even enjoyable, that the journey that's where the fucking magic is.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't change it then. There's a lot of pain. growing up, but everything led up to my son, so I wouldn't change that.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Huh. Hey, dude, I was one of the most jealous times I've ever had in my life is when you and Joey Diaz took y'all's children to, where was his? Tell me about
Disneyland.
Oh my God.
We got the VIP trip tour.
Can you even imagine just being in line and seeing you guys roll up?
Oh, we didn't wait in any lines, man. They just took to the front.
Just a regular, or just someone who's just there in the park, they're in line, and they're fans of you guys, and then you guys roll up with your kids.
Yeah.
Is it awesome?
Oh, hell yeah.
That's so cool.
My son loves scary roller coasters. He's only 6. He's down for the scariest shit. We were in Vegas. We were in Vegas at the Circus. They got a theme park inside of Circus. It's like a carnival.
Oh, yeah.
Adventure Dome. Shit. They got some serious roller coasters up in that one. It scared the shit out of me. Man. They do some flips and some shit where he wanted to go again. And I was like, I turned him. I said, "No, you're gonna have to go on this one alone." but then I,
Did he go alone?
He was gonna go on with his mom.
Okay.
But as you get older, you get sicker on rides quicker.
Yeah.
So, but then I said, "Fuck it, I can't let him see his dad." So I decided to go on it again, and that was some scary shit. He loves
so funny. Yeah, I bet he does, dude. I cannot even imagine. I mean, I can't even imagine you having a kid that isn't like, yes, I'm going on that roller coaster again.
One ride, you know what? I take that back. One ride, and there was no way I'm going to go on it. It was like, you know those rides that go like this? They just swing back like this?
Yeah.
Well, there's one that swings, and it goes upside down. It's like the dragon swing, but it'll go upside down and flip. And we watched it, and it would flip, and it would just stay there upside down for like 10 seconds, and then come back around like that. And he even said, "No, Daddy, we ain't doing that one." Like, thank God.
So he knew his limits.
He knew. It's like it stays upside down too long, Daddy.
We have so they got some fights coming up. I want to know, I've just been getting into watching these fights in the past maybe year. So what do you think about this? Do you think that the Diaz-Poirier fight will happen?
I don't know. Wasn't it signed and it wasn't signed? It's confusing.
Yeah, Nick, do you know more about it?
From what I've heard, it's like agreed upon, but like
nothing signed yet.
Yeah, and Nate didn't like how I think he kind of thought Conor was going to be on his card, so he'd get pay-per-view points. Conor being on his card would sell more, and it didn't piss him off when he found out he's on 229 instead of 230.
Oh.
So I heard someone who talked to Nate's PR guy, like in Palm Springs, just ran into him, and he said it's like really, really up in the air.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Do you think that Conor will win this fight?
It's hard to tell.
You watch it though.
Yeah. That's hard. It's
not going to be easy.
No. For either guy, because Conor has the power in his hands to knock anybody the fuck out. So if he connects and he can stay up long enough and connect a couple, just one good shot really on Khabib. Maybe he just fucking knocks him out before that lines. But the odds, it looks like Khabib's going to take him down.
Yeah.
Goes to everybody, just all on the ground. I don't know. It's a tough one. If I had to put money on that fight, it would be hard. But you gotta go with the grappling. Conor, he's got to be able to connect perfectly. It's easier to smother someone that takes him down. It's going to be an awesome watch. Vegas.
It's like what 8 weeks from now. Yeah. Did you have a question too?
Yeah. Who would you rather see Tony first face, or do you know he's going to face next?
It's a good question. I do know who he's going to face next. I can't say it. So it's,
is it a white guy or a black guy? Or a different colored guy? Some sort of.
I can't say it. But
is it a man?
It's,
okay. Just making sure, dude.
These days,
you don't know. I was trying to look for any clip I could.
I would love, obviously, Tony to fight Conor. That's right. That's the biggest fight. Yeah. That would be insane training for that. And that would be like fucking big. A fly on the wall and something like Muhammad Ali versus Joe Frazier type shit. You know what I mean? Looking back 20 years from now, looking back at that shit. Yeah. I mean, it probably happened anyways, but
do you see like that we're going to get into? I mean, I was just talking about this on our podcast this week or last week, but I don't like how people hunt animals from far away. Do you think we'll get to the point where people are actually fighting animals in cages again? Like we'll get to that point with like, you know, because we're all,
I don't think so.
you know,
I mean, maybe underground, so
low key.
Somewhere in China or some shit.
Low key, dude. Daniel's about to go fucking toe to toe with a couple of mongooses over there under that Panda Express. I can see
It'd be
that.
nice to see like a chimp. Just,
Yeah. Oh, I think
and then you can train with chimp, like actually teach them fighting techniques. Or chimp versus chimp. What about that?
Oh, there's definitely some chimps that are ready to fight. I remember.
They have trainers, human trainers.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Dude, Sam Tripoli would be good at that. He would know. He'd be like a good promoter, I think, of the fight. You know, he's kind of like he could be like a good Don King. I think, just getting everybody excited, making sure everybody feels good, and rocking it up. We had a bunch of fans that reached out with questions, and let's get into a couple of those. Nick, do you mind?
Hey, my name is Chris. One question for Eddie and a question for both of y'all. For Eddie Bravo specifically, dude, I think you're the man too. I just want to know how many people do you think of the clip that killed? Now, my question for both of you.
Okay. Oh, there you go, that filet O fish. And I've never heard anyone pronounce the O as poignantly, so I respect that.
That filet of fish, man. It's in my DNA.
There you go, yeah.
First question, how many people in the clay body count? Ooh, allegedly, there's a whole bunch. One recently, last week.
Really? Can you believe that?
I mean, it's not like Santa Claus type shit.
Right.
It's like, just do the research and see the combination. Just punch in, go to Google, punch in, call the body count.
Yeah. Well, money's dangerous and power is dangerous. I mean, those, and yeah, at certain levels.
Bill Clinton is a certified gangster. Him and his wife, Bonnie and Clyde. They've been brought up there. She got kicked off the Warren Commission. She got kicked off the Warren Commission. That's how, and that was one of the most corrupt commissions ever. And she got kicked out of that. So they're always been that way.
But do you think we set people up to, like, why don't we realize that, like, with too much power, humans fail with too much power.
They've always, it's not like
with too much money, too much power. It you don't just get bad. Like it ruins you.
But they were
yeah. Yeah.
The reason why Bill Clinton became the president is because he was not deserved. The people running everything, he's making because he's getting so much. Because all the drugs, all the cocaine in the 80s that came to the United States was dropped off in Neenah, Arkansas. We looked at it, Neenah, Arkansas. All the cocaine was being dropped off there. And
you did a movie about it too.
Yeah.
Tom Cruise played the guy.
Exactly.
The guy was killed in Louisiana.
And the governor at the time,
yeah.
The vice president at the time was George C. who was the head of the CIA. So there was a big CIA operation. I didn't make that up. This is like real shit.
Oh, I do. I do consider Bill Clinton. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Do you? So if you had to put a number on it, what do you think the number is? If you had a ballpark, 20.
They're gangsters, that's for sure.
I could see it. And at this point, yeah. Now, I'll ask you this. Do you think
Most presidents are gangsters. Obama was a gangster, super criminal.
anybody
All
that
of them.
to have...
Lyndon B. Johnson, super gangster. I mean, he was about to be indicted on a couple murders before JFK died, and he became president and then pardoned himself.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, they're all gangsters. You can't be president unless you're a gangster.
Of course not. Well, who sits... Imagine sitting somewhere right now and being like, I'm going to be the ruler of the free world. Like,
Only a gangster would think.
yes.
Yeah.
Agreed. It's just, it can't end. You have to be careful. You have to monitor what you're doing. I think that Hillary Clinton is going to run again in 2020. What do you think about that?
It's scary.
But I mean, I have no doubt about
If she gets in, man, if she gets in,
I don't think she will get in, but I do think she will run. I do think she will run again.
I hope not. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. If she doesn't, they got some other criminal. If she can't make it, they're going to push. So, really, I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. But the way the left has been acting since Donald Trump won, man,
It's scary how much.
it's scary how retarded the left is. I mean, it's ridiculous. Insane. And pathetic.
Yeah, well, what's interesting to me is how desperate everybody seems that this power position is. How desperate. Oh, we have to have this president. Like, it's like, it used to just kind of seem like, oh, one side won, one side didn't win, and we keep cruising.
There's a lot of crazy shit going on right.
Yeah, it is. It's
Right,
wild.
right in the middle.
It's exciting.
Not only a purge of the Vatican, but the Roman Catholic Church. Not only that, but right in the middle of the purge, Washington D.C.
Yeah.
And the liberal media, they're not talking about it. They're downplaying it. They're calling it a conspiracy theory. They call Q a conspiracy theory. So if the mainstream media calls Q a conspiracy theory, you're on the fence. Like, is it a conspiracy theory? Is it real? Is it fake? Or is it real?
What is Q?
Q is a group of military intelligence officers that are unknown, but they collectively drop information on 4chan and 8chan since last November, letting all the true patriots
Know what's going on.
Because if that didn't exist, the left owns the media,
Right.
and that the left is what just has engulfed all of politics and corrupted everything. The left rules everything. I mean, the Bushes were corrupt as fuck too, but they all work together. And Q is a group of military intelligence officers who say they're dropping all this info, and it's all coming true. So people think it's fake. You guys are paying attention. It's all coming. It's all going down, and you believe CNN when they say the Q is a conspiracy theory. It's a bunch of people playing a joke. That's ridiculous. But anyways, the Q plan was it's time to clean up DC. It's time to. This is a cycle. It's gotten too corrupt. So the Q plan was they needed someone outside political crimes, the political scene, someone outside who had the balls to take them down. And they recruited Trump. Trump is perfect. He's arrogant, pompous, tremendous ego, huge. His pride is but that's what they need. A guy who's not involved in all this DC political craziness and has the balls to come in and make shit happen. Because Ron Paul's awesome. Everything Ron Paul says is I agree with. Ron
But he would fold under the pressure.
He wouldn't have the balls to make shit happen.
Yeah, Trump can't even feel any pressure. It's definitely interesting.
So
I think it's
it's all about is the Q plan fake or is it real? So if it's real, then there is a plan going on, and it's been planned for years to clean up DC. And Trump was recruited to make the plan happen. That's the plan, and it's to save the country. All right. So it's either a real plan or a fake plan. If it's a fake plan, then there's no plan.
Right.
If it's a fake plan, then there's no plan and there's no hope. Okay? So the big question is Q real or not? I fucking hope it is, because if it ain't, then there is no plan. Because the Q plan is to save us.
Right.
It's to save us. So you should want to believe in that shit. And if it's not real, don't worry, people are going to go, you thought it was real. I'm like, dude, I had hope, man. I had hope. But it is real. And if you want to follow what the Q plan, you want to follow the drops. It'll get you so into what's going on in DC. You get to know all the characters and all the people that are corrupted and getting fired and all these congressional hearings. It's like Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
You have to, once you know the character, I've never known as much about politics as I do now following Q. I know exactly what's going on. I never did before, because whether there was a Republican in office or a Democrat, I didn't like of course, the Bushes were corrupt as fuck. Of course, Clinton was corrupt as fuck. Of course, Obama. So I was always used to not paying attention, not paying attention to politics at all. Not ever watching Fox News or CNN. Not ever watching any of that shit. I just believe we're just living in the goddamn, this is all fake matrix type shit, and they're criminals and they're fucking us. But now there's a plan. You got a plan, and you follow it. The best way to follow Q is what happens is Q drops all this shit, the plan, all in code, because they can't drop confidential information straight out because it's new. So they drop clues in it, they ask questions, and they got all these people online dissecting the Q drops, and we all get together. And the best guy out there is Brain Medic. If you go to YouTube, Brain Medic. He's the best. Also, Just Informed Talk is great too. Brain Medic, man, that guy is amazing. And they call it, there's Q drops and the anons. All the anonymous out there. All the anonymous anons are all these people. It's like a mystery. It's like a murder mystery. Yeah. What's going on in DC? And there's crazy shit going on right now. Crazy shit. And you know what? If you want to find out, you gotta catch up. You gotta go Q for beginners, and they'll catch you up. Okay. Q for beginners. We'll put the link. Yeah, it's amazing shit. It's hope for the country.
Well, I get around the country a lot, and I think that a lot of people think, fuck all these politicians. That shit is, these people are not going to run my life. That I'm going to take care of my life in my way. That's why I think a lot of people still want to, a lot of people, the right to bear arms are like, well, yeah, I'm going to have the right to bear arms because I don't trust my own government.
Exactly. That's what the right to bear arms is about. It isn't about protecting your family. Yeah. It isn't about hunting. The Second Amendment is about protecting yourself against the government. That's what the Second Amendment is about. You think it's about hunting? No. You think it's about protecting your family? No. It's about protecting yourself against tyranny. That's what it's about. So when people say, what do you need a fucking assault rifle for? And they agree with the gun control laws that are being passed. Dude, don't you see what's going on? If the Second Amendment was about protecting the citizens, protecting themselves against tyranny, and then you see the government fucking banning assault rifles, don't you see what's going on? They don't want us. They would like us to have no guns, but at the very least, they're taking out the powerful guns.
Well, it's interesting. Yeah, good point. If the government is, the politics and the government combined. Politics and the media combined to actually run the country. Because those are the two parties that I see almost now. Sometimes it's like politics, and then you have the media. And I feel like if they combine to run the country. But then the people who are going to serve in the military they're going to need people who disagree with them. I just don't see how that's all going to work out. You can't. It's like, say if it's like the coat of, generally it's the middle of the country and stuff that's more right. And most of your service members are coming from these places that are more conservative. Then they're not going to fucking. I just don't see, say if it ended up in some type of civil war type scenario, these people aren't going to hold their own towns and families. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it got to that point, does it make sense?
Who knows what happened? Who knows what's going to happen? You know what I mean? Because some people out there say, oh, you want AR rifle to protect yourself against the government shit. Why even bother? They got fucking missiles. Why even bother? Like, at least you have a fighting fucking chance. You have a group of armed citizens with some serious rifles. We have a chance. Right. We have a chance. We might not. Yeah. The missiles. They got nuclear bombs. Or at least we have a fucking chance. That's what it's about.
Well, it's a lot of things have changed, man. I think. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, it's really interesting, and I'll say this: it's definitely exciting. It makes you think. It makes you wonder who you are. It makes you wonder where you stand. It makes you question stuff. I love questioning the government. I love questioning these news channels. That's why people are flocking to podcasting now, because they at least want to see if the person that they're listening to is like authentic. I don't listen to any of these fucking puppets on these news channels. None of these people have I don't feel like have any of my best interests. The news is, for me, is completely jumped the shark, dude. I trust what I see, and I trust my instincts. I feel like the instincts that I have inside of myself, they may be off me, and, you know, to most of the time, to some decent conclusions. It's felt like, you know, like, boy, this and that, or all the old fossil fuel stuff is a joke. Tech is the new fossil fuel. We're gonna move on because we got some other questions, Eddie. And I'm not trying to cut you off at all.
No, it's all
What we got, Nick?
This one's super specific, so if you don't even get outside of this, but
Yo, what's good, Dad? This is Diaz from Austin. Thanks for showing love. So I got a question for Eddie. Eddie, can you not the question, but Eddie, can you drop some knowledge on the Denver International Airport and Theo? I know you do a lot of flying as well. If you got any knowledge on Denver International Airport, can you drop it as well? Pretty suspect place, you know. Let the people know. Let me know a little bit more. Appreciate it. Let's go. Out.
I have a really good friend. His father is a guy that builds underground bunkers for the military. Connect underground, but there's gigantic cities underground that are connected worldwide. That's what his 80-year-old father, who's an architect, builds bunkers. He says it's massive. So the conspiracy theory that there's all this shit under the Denver airport makes sense to me. You know, it's
Literally,
right
if you can
central,
ever read what's going on in
right
my
in the
mind,
middle of the United
I mean,
States.
fucking
If I was
I thought that
in charge of the military, I'd be building stuff underground every day. I would just have fucking Mexicans on the case every day. It wouldn't stop. And according to his father, he says that's exactly what's going on every day. They're doing numbers, but they're just building shit constantly. It's all underground. So,
And what's that? In the assumption that something wild is going to happen on the surface, or that we should have those. Like, do you know why?
probably just in case people revolt, because the people do have power, and the people that are running shit at the top, they know if the people collectively awaken, they're in trouble.
Yeah.
Their hope is just to keep controlling the media, keep controlling the education system, and keep us asleep. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
The educational system, that's just to separate the kids from their family, and so they can brainwash the kids and have the kids fight with their parents.
It's interesting.
Yeah, that's what, you know, you should be going to school every goddamn day for 8 hours. I barely see my son.
I knew kids that went to school once a week do it, and now they don't have any fucking jobs.
Do you have a job from school? Did school get you a job? School didn't get me a job. I never figured it out on my own.
That's a good point. Do you think, though, that, but would you wonder, would you take your son out of school or no?
I would. I'm trying to convince my wife to homeschool.
Yeah.
You know, she's just on the fence right now. We're going to try a couple of years. I want to homeschool. I want to be with her all the time. I want to teach her. I don't want to see her teach her.
Yeah. You know what? It is interesting to think that we put all the kids onto the same sort of vibe to teach them at a certain level.
School was designed to separate the kids from the family. You're trying to run an empire, you want to control the kids.
Right.
You want a strong family.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You want to fight.
That's interesting.
That's what the feminist movement was about. The feminism movement was about separating the family, convincing women that they got shitty lives when they have the best lives. You get to raise your favorite people. Those are your kids, your daughter. You get to raise them and teach them. And the feminist movement has convinced women that that's the shitty job.
Yeah.
They actually should go out there and have work for corporations.
Some of that I agree with.
They have the best job. The fact that the guys traditionally would go out and hunt or work all day in slave, coal mining, to think that that's that's the better life. That's not the better life. Raising kids is the best life. They have the best shit.
So there's a celebrity lady out there who's like, who many would think is like a queen of the feminist movement, who I've had.
Ellen?
Well, I'm not going to name names, but who sent me messages about wanting to have a family together to like keep, because that's just so. I agree. I think there is something. I don't understand. I do feel like there are some unhappy women out there who have been led astray to think that. But then also,
the Rockefellers funded the feminist movement. They funded it. They know exactly what they're doing. The plan was
being a mother is the best thing.
It is. The plan is to fuck up the family. What's the best family? Mom raises the kids, dad's working, boom. They're all tight as
right. But then if we go back to your instance, even yours or mine, it's like the men weren't treating the women. A lot of men were not treating women well, and then women didn't have the money to be able to go make their own opportunities.
Yeah, but part of the husbands leaving their wives and fighting was caused by TV and all that shit.
Why they were going?
Everything is. It just seems like everything is designed to corrupt. And I mean, I was a victim of all that. I'm not just saying I was a victim.
Yeah.
I grew up thinking that men aren't supposed to be faithful.
Yeah.
But I was brainwashed to think that.
Yeah.
I was brainwashed to think if you have a girlfriend, it doesn't matter. You just go out and do whatever you do. Monkeys do it. Why can't we?
Right.
I was brainwashed, and you see it in all the music videos, MTV, and you're watching videos, and all these girls and you chase that. They got me hook, line, and sinker, and that affects the marriage. That affects marriage and the kids. All that shit, MTV fucked everybody. And I think and it was strategic. It was strategic. They strategically tried to separate the family and destroy the family in so many ways.
Right.
And so, not just the feminist movement, in so many ways. Music genres, like even different music genres, like will this genre, will this corrupt the kids in a certain way to cause problems in the family? Yes. Okay, they greenlit that operation. What about this genre? Is it bad? Is it going to corrupt the kids? Yes.
I don't know if it's that extensive over, but I do think that I feel like
specific operations, right? That names to operations. It's basically Operation Kill the Family. That's what's been going on this whole time.
I do think that there is this, especially like I do feel like there's this vibe sometimes in mainstream things that want to take away or something out there. I don't know what it is. That wants us to not be happy families, But also, I think that we needed some correction because men were not treating men. Were taking advantage of the situation because men had money, and money creates opportunity. And so now that women can have or will have more opportunity to have more money, I see it now. It's going to be more of an equal meeting where you don't have someone holding the money over somebody else's head in order to make them feel or behave a certain way. I think we could be headed into a better space, and I could be wrong.
I hope so.
Let's get another question. There's some good ones I know.
Just wondering what you think about that Alex Jones censor shit issue, Eddie Brock. I know he's your boy, and I hate to see people get silenced no matter what they're talking about. I'd like to see what you guys think about it.
Yeah, I feel like my first thought was, and I don't watch a lot of Alex Jones. I've seen some of his stuff before, but I felt like that it's wrong to determine in some instances like what is hate speech without having maybe some sort of a national vote or something on it. But these days, it's like if you don't have, it's like all of our platforms are social media. A lot of it. It's like if you don't have that, then it's tough to get your voice out there. And if social media platforms can say what they think is okay or not, I don't know. I guess I'm still thinking about it.
Well, I mean, if you're paying attention to what's going on, again, I'm not Republican. I'm down for the Second Amendment. The Democrats are for gun control. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Get the fuck out of here. Republicans are for less government. I like that shit.
Yeah.
So on paper, I like what the Republicans do. I was brainwashed as a kid. I said, MTV, all that shit, we chasing my rock star dreams. I was brainwashed.
Yeah, man.
And now I look back and I'm like, wow, I wouldn't change anything though, but I'm trying to change the future. Like for me, you know, I don't want to be on TV.
Yeah.
TV scares me. If I would have had those TV opportunities 10 years ago, I took that shit.
Yeah.
And ran been looking for that Ferrari. I don't want none of that shit. I don't want TV. I don't want to be in the movies. Unless I make I like, you know, I have a couple low budget movies that I produce.
Right, you know what I mean? With your friends.
Yeah, that's different. You know?
Now, what about the Alex Jones scenario?
It's if you pay attention, Facebook, Google, Twitter, all that shit are run by the left.
Yeah.
So
okay, Twitter's the worst. The news on Twitter, if you go to the Twitter news feed or whatever, it's all like, none of it comes from, there's only one perspective on there. And it's not fair because there's more than one perspective.
And that's what Q is about. The Q is about, we need to stop this. And the reason why all the info is coming out on
Twitter's dying because of it.
But you know, all the info, the Q drops on 4chan and 8chan, they have to do that because they can't drop it anywhere else because most of the media is against Trump. And I never really paid attention to Trump. I just thought, who is this man? Trump's running for president? That's hilarious. And then you keep hearing all this shit that he's racist and all that. I'm like, and then I started paying attention. Like, damn, I want to hear all the racist shit he's saying because I'm not hearing. So I went in and started, looking at Trump. I'm like, where's all this racist shit he's saying? And there was one thing where he said, we got to stop MS-13 from crossing the border because they're criminals and they're gangsters and they're bringing in drugs. And then the left, the media left, they reported they cut out the MS-13.
Oh, yeah.
And they made it sound like he was talking about Mexicans.
Yeah.
You know how powerful that shit is?
Oh,
you know how powerful that shit is?
What shocks me
so that I started realizing, you know what? They're going after Trump so hard. And that really got me. And I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? Like, what are you doing? So when you really listen to Trump, man, you can take your shit out of context. There's a video that's fucking hilarious. Me and Joe Rogan going back and forth, like, he's making news on there, and it's cut out of context to make it really creepy. Yeah, I've seen the videos. He does to Trump. Yeah. That's amazing. And they do that to Alex Jones, too. They do it to Alex Jones. Most people think he's a psychotic lunatic because it's very easy to cut out little pieces of Alex Jones, put it together, and people, and I know him personally. When you watch Alex Jones, like for real, legit, you listen to him, it fucking makes sense. You know what I mean? Joe Rogan was on Alex Jones on the phone, like maybe, I'll never forget, it was like 4 years ago. And Joe Rogan said, he goes, yeah, everyone thinks you're so crazy and everything, but look at you now, Alex. Like, about 80-90% of the shit that you've been saying, all the crazy stuff, turns out to be true, you know? Everyone thought you were crazy for saying the NSA is spying on your email, all that shit.
But do you think Alex gets too far? Like, here's the thing.
Because you haven't really listened to him. So what I get from him is the out of context shit. That's what people don't realize, that if you're actually not listening to Alex Jones, like for real, unedited, you'd be like, damn, this guy's making a lot of sense. But if your opinions of Alex Jones are coming from what the left is showing you, yeah, it's easy to make him look like a lunatic. He talks for like 3 hours straight, and he's very emotional, very passionate. Anybody that talks that long, you can go for 12 hours. You know, teleprompters, shit, you could do what they do. They do it to Joe Rogan all the time. They cut shit out of context, and it's funny. You could also do it to make it look. They can cut Joe Rogan up to look like a psychopath, and that's what the left does to Alex Jones. That's what they do to Donald Trump. So once you understand that you've been tricked, you know, of course, Donald Trump is arrogant, pompous, but if you listen to him, I'd way rather have Trump than Obama or Hillary. Yeah, because he's actually doing things to help the economy, and unless the numbers are bullshit, it looks like the economy is booming, it looks like unemployment is at a record low, it looks like, Q is behind Trump, and Q is hope.
It's interesting.
So I have to stand behind Trump. He could be deceiving everybody, but I have to trust the plan. And if I'm wrong, then fuck, we were fucked anyways. Right? If this is a whole trick, Yeah, that even proves that the left is even more evil than a lot of things. They hoodwinked us and they fooled us. Then we're totally fucked if they can do that.
Well, I just don't understand the level of hatred. Like, I don't understand. Because Hollywood also, like, this is why I had a real falling out with a lot of this Hollywood, like, idea. You know, it's like I come to Hollywood, you know, to be from my town, and then I get here and it's like, you know, I feel like I'm not even welcome. You know, it's like there's no perspective. There's not a dual perspective in the media, and that's why it's like everybody from the media. There are a lot of the people from the media. I'm saying everyone, and that's not right, but a lot of people that work in these news organizations and everything. They're second, third, fourth generation people from New York, from LA. There's not even any. They don't even know the rest of the country's perspective.
Well, the way I look at it is the entertainment. We've been brainwashed to think that the entertainment business, movie business, and music business are actively searching for new stars. So they put that out like that's true. So they want all these kids that are outcasts from all these towns around the world to come to Hollywood and pursue and follow their dreams of stardom. Yeah. And I always wondered why aren't all the wealthy people who are funding Hollywood, why get themselves so we've all been brainwashed to come to Hollywood and try to be stars and rock stars. And they're not looking for anybody. What they're looking for is people that they can blow up, that they have control, that are compromised. They're looking for kids to fucking molest. That's what they're looking for. That's what this is about.
That's where that's where I think it's like I feel like looking for stars one thing, looking for kids to molest, that's a different.
That's how shit's coming out now. I mean,
a lot of dark arts are coming out there.
A lot of shit's coming out right now.
Dark arts are out there. And one of the front lines of taking care of us.
It's like coming out. But there's also a hashtag survivor stories. Kids in Hollywood, kids in child trafficking coming out and telling their story. That's going on right now. And when you listen to these stories, man.
Well, that's a funny thing.
These stories.
That's the funny thing about Hollywood. It's like so much finger pointing. If you want to point fingers, point them right up the hills here in Hollywood. Point them right up the fucking hills because here's my thing is we're all perfect and this thing is perfect and this place is perfect and you guys are fucked up because you don't know or because you're poor or because that makes me so fucking mad, dude. Like, fuck you. You don't know anything. You're fourth generation. You've only ever lived here. You don't know anything else.
There's a story that I was listening to. An anonymous person came out and was giving basically they hide this image saying high level producer, A-list singer, the stories. The story that I was listening to yesterday, they're talking about how in the 80s, there were any shows about kids, any reason they could get kids in, all the high-level producers and the execs, that's what it was all about. They were just having a reason to get kids.
I'm so happy I got that.
That's how dark it is. That's how dark it is. They would have separate groups of kids to help them, to help them figure out what kids really need. And all they did was take them to, they would just take them to, they'd have them all day, and they would take them to Northern California ranches and crazy shit.
I don't know. Yeah, but also it's like, like Jordan Peterson said it when he was on here. He's like, we have darkness in us, and darkness can fester, and darkness can create more darkness. And humans have done horrible things, and so I wouldn't put it past us. So I think, like you say, we have to have hope. We have to stay on the other side of the coin as much as we can. We also have to be awake to what's going on. I do notice, man. I used to go to Yahoo all the time. Like, they don't even represent some of, like, they're not an equal opportunity news provider. And I used to think that they were, like I used to go to Yahoo all the time. That's my place where I got news.
Either it's they legit shut it down, and it's a horrible thing for free speech, or I wouldn't be surprised if apparently he's at it now. That's what it's the basic show, right? Obviously, he doesn't think shit specifically for YouTube or whatever, Facebook. He's got his own shit. He's got his own videos out. And apparently, it's, since the pandemic, that's blowing the hell up. Exactly. So, who knows? Who knows?
It's like,
who knows what's going on?
I just worry that in anybody, you have to get to levels where it's like, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know about the situation. But I am curious,
it's not good.
And
it's
I
not
do
good.
that,
People can get banned.
But I don't think it's good that some people can get banned. Like, I listen to some other people, and I think sometimes, like, some of these, I think sometimes some of the late night talk show hosts are so some of the things that they say, I don't know if this is something that would be creation, but I don't know, that's what I know about it. Another question.
But a general question about what are some things that have changed your mind about as you've grown older that's given you much better perspective on life and something young people should like their life.
That's a great question. Do you think anything?
Yeah, it's basically what we were talking about. Basically, dedicating your life to a movie star, a rock star.
Like, you're not going to ever have an opportunity. It's so these days, so many people give opportunities to their children. So many of our, a lot of it seems to be so grandfathered in Los Angeles, in Hollywood. But the good thing is now that with social media and people being able to start their own things, that's changing. And I think you're seeing a lot of that. I think people just doing kind of their own thing, just not being afraid to be themselves. I was so afraid to be myself. I did like 10 years of going to all these classes, and I was like, trying not to have my own trying not to have my accents, and like just trying to. And then I did, just got so scared. And finally, I said, "Fuck it, dude. I'm just gonna be myself." And I just wish that I just tried to be myself earlier, but it's scary out here. People get out here and they get scared, and then people get out here with their dreams, and they don't come true, and then they get even more scared, and then they're afraid to even agree with people from the places they're originally from, because they think that that's like, at least then they're holding on to their dreams in some other small way. I see that sometimes.
Yeah, Jim Carrey said he hopes everyone becomes.
Be careful how much money you want to have, how much power, like where do you want to stay? It's crazy. It's like everything from positive to negative.
For me, jiu-jitsu is my life. It's the number one focus in my life. I'm doing stand-up just to have fun once a month, maybe twice a month. Like I said, I'm not trying to have a sitcom. I don't want to do TV. I don't want to do movies unless I do a movie and I produce it. It's like, I have control of it, but I don't want to be. I just want to focus on jiu-jitsu and do some stand-up here and there, and I make music, at home as well. So I'm good with that. I'm not. I'm a different person.
Yeah. I learned one thing for me is I knew growing up, like my perspective of like race relations and stuff is different now that I see like a bigger picture about race and see that some races don't have the same advantages. Like I didn't really realize that, but then also realize that really it's about finances. It's like I definitely think there's some racism at certain levels, but I think, and in certain pockets more than others, but I think that that's such a small problem. I don't think there's as many racist people out there as much as the bigger issue is greed and more like classism. I think it's such a bigger issue. Like I was friends with the poorest kids around, and so they were black and they were white, and I see as I got older, I see like, oh, there's years of like, things that certain, that black people
chicken
don't have
coop
in
is
America.
co-op.
Like, it's crazy. Like if your grandfather gets a parking ticket, you might not go to college. Like that's how close the money is on some families growing up.
What did
and
he
that's how
say?
close it was in our house. It's like, one little thing, and Christmas is fucked. Mom's car gets towed, and we're fucked. It's like it's just the way it is. So it's like generation after generation of that. Some classes, some ethnicities are gonna have more trouble. But now I see a lot of shit is a lot more even, and I'd love to hear more stories about that. That like, hey, a lot of people are fucking doing good. We work hard in America. I see a lot of black skin color from different countries, from Jamaica, from England, that come to America. Yeah, even England, people like England, yeah, that come to America and have high success. And it's a lot about like hard work. And I just think that I wish that were more the message. Instead of focusing on. I wish we would focus more on what a solution is. And I think it's a lot of my black friends feel the same way, but they can't even get that voice out there because it's not to be had. And I could also be fucking wrong. So. But that's one thing that I've noticed. The guy who called and asked the question, that's one thing that's changed for me a little bit. Like when I grew up, I used to be like, man, black people don't like to work hard. They don't like to do this. They don't like to do that. And then you get older, you're like, oh, they didn't have any opportunities in our town. Like they're still struggling from like nobody's got an education for years. You start to see how that can really, how it affected. You just see how it can affect people. But also you see now that everybody has opportunities. And it's time to fucking just embrace those. And let's fucking move forward. I just get sick of it. Everybody uses this race thing forever. I think the media does it more than anyone. What else we got, Dan? That's okay.
With videos to this day calling you from the capital of Texas, that is Austin. I got a question for that boy, Eddie Bravo. With the Trump administration, the newest big thing is the Space Force. And I remember you, the last time you were on the show, you had mentioned how the next big move to create one world government is an attack.
That fucking screw out.
That's a tough one.
I know my life is fucked, but man, it's the little things in life that
I really am. But when he says stuff like Space Force, I'm hoping it's just because he has so much shit going on. He hasn't really looked into it, and I hope that he thinks that that makes him seem like a better president because he is not only concerned with making America great again, but making space great again. I'm not too sure what he knows exactly about space, but I'm hoping he's just pushing the Space Force thing because he thinks it's going to make him look better.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see him saying anything he thinks is big, he needs to like have his hand in it a little bit. It's that businessman type of thing. But I think we got to stay out of space, man.
It all depends on space.
Yeah, we can go really.
Yeah, we can go real big on space. Yeah.
Do you think that there are aliens?
Man, I think. Go hashtag Project Bluebeam. Project Bluebeam is, if you study history and politics, especially in this country, you know that the New World Order is real. George Singer talked about it all the time. He's like, now it's time for a new world order. A new world order this, a new world order that. And it's all about fucking one government. So if we're going to go with one government, right? We got to give up our Bill of Rights. Right. Every country. You got to give that shit. That's what they want. They want to kill that bill. The Constitution's huge. Yeah. The Constitution. That's what it gives us power. Well, so if the goal is a one world government, Ronald Reagan has said it at least 8 times. Wow. George Singer now is vice president. Now we have Ronald Reagan as the president, and all of a sudden he keeps talking about how if in front of the UN, Ronald Reagan, you can even find a Ronald Reagan Aliens United Nations speech. He says this over and over. He says, wouldn't all the differences in the world vanish if there was some sort of alien extraterrestrial threat and we would all band together? Yes, that's what they want. That would be the only
right to bring that threat and make us think.
Yeah, and make us think that there's shit, they're attacking.
Wouldn't that be great? You think? Because it would all band together. If it were real,
a constitution would go down the toilet. But we have no rights if we have no.
Then why does somebody want to do that? But how about this? If an alien should have, could you beat an alien in fighting? Could you, if you got into it with an alien?
Simone, yes.
Submission. That'd be fucking awesome, dude. I can see something an alien, bro.
It's a long story. It's a long story. There's a guy, a whistleblower who used to be in U.S. Naval Intelligence. His name is William Cooper. He wrote a book called Behold the Pale Horse. It came out like in 1991. And this guy had access to all these documents. His job was to prepare these meetings for high-level military officers. And he decided to whistleblow. They killed him. He had like this low-level pirate radio thing where he was dropping all his info. And I used to be really into UFOs. I got an alien tattoo on my arm. So I thought aliens used to be a conspiracy. I thought, look, there's all this evidence that the government's trying to cover up.
Right, but we don't have that anymore.
I know, but it's different now because, and then I would listen to people say, you gotta listen to William Cooper, man. That book, Behold the Pale Horse. And I looked into him. He was saying that the UFOs aren't real. It's really just government craft and the government's fucking with us. So I never really gave him a chance. And then 10 years later, I figured it out on my own. I'm like, wait a minute. We go back to William Cooper. He's saying he used to be all full-blown into UFOs too. He thought it was real because he saw all the documents. Because in the cover-ups and the projects where like government agencies investigating UFOs, he came to the conclusion that was all. That was the hoax was let's pretend that we're covering up UFOs so that people will believe in it.
I see.
And then they started pushing that and all this
long-term reverse psychology.
When you study Jesuits, you study secret societies. All the plans are long term. They're all long term plans, and they go from generation to
generation. Any good business runner, you're thinking 2 or 3 things ahead. You start to think, okay, yeah, I can hire this person or let this person go today or do this or that. But I'm thinking 2 or 3 moves ahead now. And you have to think that eventually about big societies and stuff like that or underground societies. I mean, look, I think one thing that's great right now is I don't care, no matter what side of any fence you're on, anything, it could be religion, socialism, whatever you. I find right now is a great time where a lot of people are asking themselves. They're asking themselves. They don't trust. Man, I grew up just trusting everything, and now I'm realizing, no, I can't just trust everything because the people that are running things are people, and just like me, they are compromisable. They could be. They're corruptible. Yes, we're fucking broken people. We're made. We. No one has ever been fucking perfect. And 9 out of 10 times when you get to levels of power, your ego is so infected that there's nothing that all you're gonna do is fuck up. You're gonna be so caught up in yourself. I just think that it's definitely a time where, yeah, it's like we can't trust what's happening. We can't.
We just gotta get to the point where we can do our own research and we legitimately question everything. For real. Don't just say it. Actually question everything and be suspicious about what you're seeing on TV. Be suspicious. Don't say things that a defense attorney would say. Say things that the prosecuting attorney would say, and the government is on trial. Media is on trial.
Oh, I never look at any headline of any newspaper. Use every fucking. All these government people are all taking each other to court now. It's all every single one of them. I think it's blatantly obvious. To me, it is. I can't even follow it anymore. Everybody's suing, cross-examining, everybody's lying. Then the next week, everybody's selling a book, a tell-all book, and it's supposed to be the best book, and then it doesn't tell anything, and nobody fucking knows. It's all a fucking. It's all our own hope is the plan. That's our only hope. If that falls apart, if that ain't real, then we might have to move to Iceland or something. Dude, I'd fucking go to Iceland. There are a lot of shorties up there, boy. I'd take a fucking crock pot up there and change the game, boy. They call it warm land over at my house,
I'm not trying to change anybody's goddamn mind. I've done your podcast twice. Both times, the first hour, we talk about conspiracy theories. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theory host. I turned down 3 TV shows that they wanted me to talk about it. If you ask, I was trying to open people's minds. I'm done with that shit. I'll talk about it, But I'm only interested in people that are already awake, and people that are on the fence, legitimately on the fence. I'll talk to you. But if you're way on the other side, if you're a person that thinks Obama and Hillary are good people, if you think they're good people, I don't want to talk to you. Go live your own life. I can't talk to you.
Well, I think that.
I'm not even going to try to change your mind.
Yeah.
You're going to have to figure that out on your own, Sam.
Well, the crazy thing is how all of these politicians, they're all like buddies, it seems like, behind the scenes. I don't know. I just don't. I think it, like you say, it's a great time to think for yourself. You know? I think that's what I think. It's a great time to think for yourself. And if you, and are humans the best fucking role models? Like, are we? I just don't. We're all fucked up. We're all broken people. And I just wish we all would talk a little bit more about sometimes what makes us, you know.
There needs to be a YouTube type platform that's all about the truth. Like the goal is to broadcast the truth.
Right. At the same time, though, it's a fun fucking time to be alive because we get to do fun shit.
Yep.
And we get to have fun. And let's see, anything else, Nick? Anything else come through?
Well, this is Thomas from Greeley, Colorado. What up, Theo and Eddie?
Thomas from Greeley.
Question for Eddie is, I know you're a Bruce Lee guy, and you have a couple of jiu-jitsu books out. Bruce Lee had a few martial arts books out. I was just curious if you ever thought about doing a book more on lifestyle, philosophy, kind of your whole opinion on things in a way, just about how you kind of see the world, not necessarily conspiracy related, but just life in general.
Yeah, I actually have thought about that. I've written 4 books so far, and I think I'm going to do one more, and it's going to be basically just, like the stories we're talking about, just growing up, poor Mexican kid in Santa Ana, listening to heavy metal and shit.
Yeah. That's fascinating to me. Listening to your stories are fascinating. You're great. You're good. You're very engaging, and I could see a lot of the writing being the same way.
That's what my stand-up is turning into.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of stories that I can't tell in class, right? Because everyone wants to do jiu-jitsu, so I'm bombing every night at jiu-jitsu, just bombing it night after night. No one wants to listen to my stories. They've worked all day and they want to train, and I'm rambling, and they're like, Coach, it's time to go. You know what I mean? So I'm like, fuck, I bomb every night. So when I finally decided to stand-up again, it's been 15 years, and that first second I got up on stage, once I realized the power of the mic, I'm like, oh, I got a mic. Shit. Oh man, it's so much fucking fun. Unless you bomb. When you bomb, it sucks.
Yeah,
but when everything's going great, people are laughing and they're entertained, man, there's nothing more fun than that.
And you gotta remember that too. Like, we're out here, we're entertainers. You and I at our core, somewhere inside of us are entertainers. Do you believe that?
Maybe we're just insecure and we need
right.
admiration.
Right. So, but something inside of us wants admiration.
Yes. And I think that's definitely because I don't know. Did you grow up with your mother and father?
Grew up with my mother.
See, your father wasn't around, right?
Right.
My father was never around either. I had a shitty stepdad, so I think maybe that had a lot to do with us wanting. Admiration.
Yeah.
I'm sure that has some. Maybe we would have grown up in a need-to-be type family.
Right.
Maybe we wouldn't want as much admiration. But for me, the whole, I going on stage doing stand-up again. I'm just doing that for fun. I'm just, I got an agent. I got a manager. Not because I tried to, it just happened, you know what I mean? And I had a meeting with my agent last week, and I said, I don't want comedy to affect my jiu-jitsu at all.
Right.
I teach Monday through Thursday, like a soldier. And on the weekends, I have the weekends off, so I usually teach seminars. And I said, I'll do one stint a week, once a month doing stand-up, and that's it. You know, if the money gets crazy or something, you know, 1 in a million chance that, you know, I'm getting shop type money, I might do 2 weekends.
Yeah.
But I told my agent,
it's like if you're handicapped, you can still look fucking fly as fuck. You know?
seriously,
Yeah, that guy's crazy. He's selling it all. Coffee, selling coffee now.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm only doing stand-up because it's fun to
It's fun to talk.
It's fun to tell
It's fun to tell stories. And see, and then even in my own being, sometimes, like, I wonder behind my own curtains of even knowledge of myself, even though I like to talk, you know, and I like to share and I like to entertain, but obviously somewhere in there's some necessity for admiration. So it's sometimes like even at our core, how much can we even trust? Like we can trust our thoughts, I feel like, but how much can we even trust sometimes if what we're saying and the way we're behaving isn't being puppeteered by some of our even deep hidden emotions, you know? It's interesting, man. It's all interesting, dude. I'm not gonna. I don't mean to wrap it up now, but we're gonna have to wrap it up just because. But the conversation with Eddie Bravo never ends. You know, if you know Eddie, look, you're a great orator, and you have you have thoughts and you have points of views on a lot of things. Dude, I still gotta come take a class. I know you put me in something with Chris, one of your teachers over there, and I'm gonna come down there and take a class with you guys.
Hell yeah, man.
Some of your students I met at a show recently.
Yeah.
They're like, you gotta come down.
Yeah, dude. It's a bunch of nerds, man. It's not.
I'm just worried about hurting my neck, honestly.
You'll get hurt every now and then, but so do you. It's just like getting hurt playing basketball. Same rate. It's not any different.
Right.
Say every now and then an injury might come up. It's so worth it.
Yeah.
Maybe kids do it. Old kids do it. Anybody.
I'll beat it all
You
day.
can learn within 6 months. Within 6 months, you'll have the ability to scientifically put people to sleep.
I've had a couple chocolates for bed. I can't even get any rest.
I teach. I got about 100 schools worldwide. You go to 10planetjj.com/locations. Find a school they're all over the world. I teach at headquarters.
Yeah. It's always. I really appreciate you coming in, man. You're always so, like so giving of your time and like encouraging, and also.
No, I like this one.
Okay, before you change it up. But yeah, it's dope, man. My friend has a company called Hood Hats, and they still make hats that are very specific to like a neighborhood or a spot. So there's no other place to get that hat. But this says West Palm Comedy Store.
Trying to sue?
I don't know if they are or not, dude. They're gonna sue. They have to sue both of us. They're gonna sue Nick also. Davis, that's our producer. Nick should go and take a class sometime.
Yeah, I'll definitely try. I took like 3 classes at college at BJJ 9 months ago, but then I switched jobs and it was like everything. But yeah, I'm definitely down.
Dude, we can all hunt and open the cage.
It's always nice. Like I said, everybody can press that button. You can press that button.
Oh yeah.
It's just gonna take within 6 months. You know what time it is?
Oh yeah.
Real quick. And the biggest misconception about jiu-jitsu is that it's just a bunch of fucking dudes who just want to rip people's heads off. And it's not like that because those guys can't hang with jiu-jitsu because in jiu-jitsu you're gonna. It's a game. It's a tapping game. I'm trying to make you tap. You're trying to make me tap.
It's like chess.
And yeah, we're just trying to make each other give up in these scientific strangleholds and joint locks. And no one's getting hurt. Tap out. You're ready to tap out of your friends. Everyone's hurt. But the only people that can hang getting tapped out are non-douchebags. Because douchebags can't handle the early stages. Everybody loses in the early stages. So in the beginning, you're just doing the tapping. You're doing the tapping. And your goal is like, how long can I survive before I tap? How long? Oh, I lasted 4 minutes and I didn't tap. And then after a while, you start getting in the taps yourself. And then you start getting tapped twice. And then you got a couple taps yourself. Or maybe one night you got tapped 6 times. But you got 2 taps yourself. And then slowly you build. A douchebag couldn't go through those growing pains. They can't. They can't do it. They can't handle losing. Right? So what ends up happening with these jiu-jitsu classes, you're just left with a bunch of nerds, man, who know how to kill people. Seriously. It's its own douchebag filter. It's crazy.
Well, look, I love that statement. Nerds that know how to kill people because that's
what it is.
It's what the future. It's what all of it is. It's what a lot of things are. It's like it's being like I think that I always say beige power. People who say white power. I never, But I mean, like the future is beige. The future is it's multicolored. The future is, but it's the nerds that know how to kill people. That's what it is. Yeah. But it's not. You can't just be a nerd. You can't just know how to kill people. You better fucking get here in the middle.
And it's not in jiu-jitsu. You don't just learn how to kill people. Right. You learn how to kill people who are experts at killing people who are experts at killing people. Killing regular people, and you learn that in 1 month.
Yeah.
Like 1 month, you'd be like, this is easy. Fuck, choke the guy out. But that's like jujitsu. Jujitsu is the art of killing people who are experts at killing people. That's different. That's different. So when you study jujitsu,
Really?
What's up, guys? I'm excited today. We got a special gentleman in studio, and this gentleman,
Oh my God, I'm so happy.
jiu-jitsu champion. He's a musician. He's a comedy writer. He used to, fuck with a lot of hot chicks over by this strip club. He was a DJ. He has like a nice kind of, complexion and everything. He has like an Ecuadorian type of, kind of like a style. Also, people talk about him in the conspiracy space. People think, oh, do you think, sometimes do you think that, olives are from, another planet or something like that? People have crazy ideas about vegetables or Satan or anything. And he has all, he's in there. This guy's kind of a liaison to the dark arts, if you will. He's definitely out there Voldemort a little bit. We're definitely out there, linking on Voldemort's navel a little bit in that space. I want to tell you, the Mad Master, Eddie Rabbi, he's the kind of guy you start talking to him and he goes, he's kind of like a puppet. He's like a beautiful conspiracy theorist, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu master, musical, beautiful artist type of puppy. He's keyed up like that young pup. So you break him, you let him out that, you let him out the cage into a question, and he just,
Though there was one time he asked that question in the car. Good word about the ball handler.
But I'm so excited to have him here today. And what else? Oh, this episode is brought to you by RidgeWallet.com. Now, Ridge Wallet is a special type of wallet that it's in your front pocket. It's in your front carry. A lot of animals carry their young in their belly. That's front carry. You don't see an animal that carries its babies in its butt. That'd be insane. And that's just like us with our money. A lot of us these days are carrying our money in our butt. And that's not like somebody, that's not supposed to be gross or anything. That's just somebody with a wallet. But now the new Ridge wallet goes in the front of your front carry. What do you have in your carry, I'm tired of carrying around a bunch of extra stuff in my wallet. So I got some nice accoutrements now, just the basics. No more receipts, no more dirty condoms, no more tickets to Cirque du Soleil that I never used. They're freebies and shit. Real stuff only. That's what's in my wallet. RSO.
I'm glad.
Hey, to our guests, and you can get everything you want over there. RidgeWallet.com/Theo. The link is below. want to thank Fierce Supply Company for this beautiful shirt right here. And it's a clothing company based out of Canada. And we'll put that link below. And they got some beautiful Canadian stuff. So if you're tired of feeling American in your shirt or feeling Japanese or however you feel, then you can get this hit. Check that out if you want to give that a listen. With all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome the one and only Mr. Eddie Bravo.
This other motherfucker, he went and got me yelling at the line. He's got too young after that's on the
Music, do you feel like it's like that was a different time in your life? Do you feel like it's just like one of the cards that kind of just comes across the table every now and then?
I've always made music. I never stopped. It's always been about music.
Really?
It's just that no one wants to hear it. Yeah. I came to my whole life. I was an aspiring rock star. My whole life since at the age of 10. My family. When I was 21, I thought I outgrew the Orange County.
Because you were getting big, you were getting kind of...
I felt like I was, if I really wanted to make it, I had to live right at home. Yeah. And, at 16 and 17, I had to drive it up to Hollywood on the weekends and partying right on Sunset. During the heyday of metal, like in the 80s. When the party was on the street, you know what I mean? Everything was overflowing. The Rainbow was overflowing. The Roxy, Kazari's, which is now Key, the Whiskey. All those clubs, like in the front, on the sidewalks,
it's fine if Wesley's arrested in an emergency,
spandex, big ass hair flaring in the streets. The party was on the streets. So me and my buddies
I've seen him. I looked through the crack in my door. He's staring through it.
Slayer, Metallica, and like the German thrash scene. But girls didn't know that. Girls just saw the long hair. They thought, oh, he's Guns N' Roses. Like, yeah, I'm Guns N' Roses, whatever. I'm Poison, whatever you want. You know what I mean? I'm not going to explain to them like different levels of metal.
Yeah.
Which is
so
cool.
I was just on a Jeffrey's podcast with Carrie the other day from Slayer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Were you a Slayer fan?
I wasn't a Slayer fan.
What kind of music do you
I grew up listening to like Rodney James Dio, though.
Okay.
So Dio, I grew up listening to like basically. So seeing Carrie, that was the first thing I told him. I was like, hey man, I used to fist fight your music.
Yeah, man. The music industry had me hook, line, and sinker, man. I was chasing the mansions and the houses. My whole life was all about getting that mansion, partying like David Lee Roth, having 50 chicks around me. I was chasing that shit. They got me hooked. MTV got me. I was watching MTV. I'm like, I want that shit. So I eventually
pour some sugar on me, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, my goal was to move to Hollywood and get some strippers to support me in my musical endeavors. You know what I mean? Have to buy me groceries. Because I heard the stories, like the Motley Crue stories, where they were when they were first blowing up in Hollywood. They'd have all these strippers bringing groceries. They didn't work. All they did was write music all day. That was the lifestyle that I wanted.
Right.
They got me, man. They brainwashed me.
So
They
that's
got me good.
hooked.
Oh, I was hooked. And by the time I figured out, I thought it was really easy. At 13, no, 12 or 13, there was a band called
Yeah.
They had a song called Time. Yes. That was when they were huge, right? But it's all to warm up. So I thought, oh shit, all you need is one good song and you automatically blow up. Right. And that's what I believe that if you have one good song, people blow up.
You can make it happen. And so that kind of, so you figured that. So as far as you in your mind at that point, you're like, oh, well, yeah, I can make these other things happen. Yeah, I just got to make one good song.
Yeah, one good song. And by the time I realized that that's not how the music business worked, it was too late. I got myself in too deep.
Well, with the drugs and the partying,
well, it wasn't really the drugs. I drank. I was always drinking in Mexico. That's pretty normal for Mexicans. But I was never in the club. Again, I didn't smoke weed at the time. I was totally against weed. Every now and then, if I was trying to hook up with a girl and she was like a speed freak,
Yeah.
really, really
You have to
common.
get a little bit in you.
Yeah, you know what? They bust out the little crystal meth line. I'm like, fuck. I go, I would do it if it meant getting pussy.
Yeah.
Back when I was 16 and 17 and 18, I would do it. And, you know, always regretted it. You know, you have the energy of 20 men,
Yeah.
you know, and it only lasts for a day. And then you have to pay for it. And then you're going to sleep for 2 days straight.
Yeah.
And it always sucks. The come down.
Oh, that come down, man.
I never wanted to do it again. It was never like, damn, I feel like shit, give me some more crystal meth. It was like, I will,
Yeah.
she's like,
Yeah. Dude, that's the vagina. Look, vagina's a gateway drug. People don't realize that.
exactly.
You know? Just like I say, hanging drywall, car speed. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It doesn't make any sense.
it doesn't make any sense, but it's never put on that scale. You see, like, oh, well, weed is a gateway drug. Dude, vagina is a gateway drug, and also carpentry and hanging drywall. Every one of my buddies that gets into drywall, like, no, but every one of them a year later is an AA, man. You know?
So I moved to Hollywood at 21.
And so now you say you were hook line into it, and that you were hook line into Hollywood. You wanted that dream.
I had
Comes
to.
to the hour.
I realized that it was more than one song.
Yeah.
I didn't realize exactly how the
Yes,
music
he's Russian.
I thought it was just like,
We're
I mean,
fine.
tell me, like my uncle
The
told me.
three of us are fine.
They didn't want me to move
And
to
when he
Hollywood
wrote on
for
Roland's door,
Jesus.
number one,
They thought I was
I'm the one who makes fun of
Yeah,
Roland
that's like
Exactly.
first.
So
I'm
they
his
thought
dog
I
every
was
time.
fucking
He's quiet.
And my uncle told us,
Manny,
"Do you realize
and Manny, I think he said this to me, he's half deaf, so he can't even hear how loud he is. He's a big dude. And honestly, forgive him, I guess. I don't know. I just remember when I built all his shit, they were so cool to me. I think this meal wants to fucking
It was
park
beyond
downstairs.
for sure.
Moves in.
And
It's
then
like
every
everything.
Christmas, Thanksgiving, I come back and visit my grandma. Like, how's the music, Edgar? How's the new demo? They got there was always a new demo. I always had a new demo, a new band. And it was like they actually saw me live once. I brought my whole family, my aunts, and it was horrible. It was like the worst Slayer you could imagine. And in a shitty club in Santa Fe Springs called Chex, and we played at Sacred Reich. And Sacred Reich was signed, and you know, it was a big gig for us. Horrible.
Yeah.
And my aunts, there's just Mexican aunts. There's all these long,
You know, the Square, this is a dark night.
yeah, they knew. They're like, they were trying to plan an intervention.
What is it
How
called?
it was
I have you.
No, I can read
you're very smart. You can go to college. You can do something with your life. And then they finally just gave up on me. Like, fuck it. I went to Hollywood.
Now, were you ever influenced about like La Bomb or any of that, like that type of stuff? Huh?
No. I probably listened to 100,000 hours of mariachis, and I can't tell what song it is.
Really?
I don't know one vocal melody or nothing. You would think I would know the fucking songs and who the singers were. I was just bombarded with it, but I never retained not one song. I
She didn't want that. There was no attraction.
I didn't retain. I couldn't tell the difference from one mariachi song to the next.
Yeah.
You know, it was something mariachi. My mom's gonna get up and sing with that goddamn mariachi. You know,
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And now, so as a kid, then did you see her doing that? You think that inspired you at all in a weird way, or no?
No, maybe subconsciously, but what really inspired me was in 1970, the Kiss movie. It was on NBC called Kiss Meets the Phantom Park. And it was right when, you know, there's like early Kiss 72, 74, 75, where, you know, everyone's like, yeah, like early Kiss. But then once they blew up, and, you know, like Vanilla Ice was hot for one fucking year. And then, you know, MC Hammer was hot. And then it's embarrassing to say you like MC Hammer.
Right.
It was getting like that. I got into Kiss when it was embarrassing for teenagers to say they like Kiss, but I was 8, so I didn't know. I didn't know what to sell. I didn't know.
And you weren't even at that point as an 8-year-old. You're still like, you were like, holy shit, this looks like Kiss.
Yeah, Kiss was so over and dead by the time that TV movie came out. To the hardcore fans, that I was 8 and I didn't know anything about Kiss, but I was talking shit on Kiss at school because the night that movie aired, at school, the kids were talking, 8-year-olds were talking about the Kiss movie, the see the new Kiss movie tonight, and everyone's like, fuck Kiss. 8-year-olds didn't know shit because their older brothers, and my stepdad was a classic rock guy, and he couldn't stand Kiss. So to him, he was into like Led Zeppelin, and Kiss was just bubblegum bullshit.
Yeah, at that point. The stepdad, was he cool? Did he have a mustache? What kind of stepdad was he?
He was total douchebag. He was evil, but he did like classic rock, got me into Van Halen. Song like Ted Nugent, The Pretenders, just on and on. He
That's to give some stepdad usually just a little bit of music and some pants or something.
You know what? When he took off to meet my mom and took off, he left the stereo. The stereo, we couldn't touch his stereo. You know, if he wasn't around, we played records. It was so weird because I didn't understand stereo. I didn't know there was a left speaker and a right speaker because I had a little turntable with one speaker.
Right.
So when you realize that you're missing half the music and the guitar riffs and shit that were playing on the other side. So whenever I play Kiss records on his stereo when he's at work,
all over the world,
I'm like, what the fuck is where are all these other riffs going on? I was only hearing one guitar. It was so weird. I didn't get the stereo was.
Stepdad left some good stuff. You know, he left the truths of music. You're into music.
That's when the Kiss movie came out, we talked shit on Kiss the whole time. Everybody did in school. But me and my brother, it was 8 o'clock Friday night, NBC. We fucking turned that thing on. We're like, oh shit. And my mom was cool pointing this was us, but we were talking shit on Kiss, but there was so much hype. We had to watch this movie. Saw the movie, rock and roll all night, blew my fucking mind. And I wanted to be a rock star as soon as I saw that movie. And went to Jimco, which was like a Walmart back in the day with my aunts. And like, remember, you ever see that South Park? Cartman wants to get a he's the boss and he's looking for a toy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was just like that. I had to get rock and roll all night, party to get that goddamn song. So we would march to the Jimco, went to the record department, dragged my aunt, and we would get the records, and I found rock and roll all night. And it was on the Kiss Alive album. And I didn't know what a live record was. My aunt goes, I think this is a concert record. Shut up, it's a record. A record's a record. So got it home, put the needle on, and then the audience, it's a live record. I thought, what the fuck is this, a football game? I didn't know what a live record was.
So then you're getting so it's interesting, man. It's like you get these little bitty doses of like the whole musical world. You get, first you get one half of, you get mono, and then you get stereo, and that kind of blows your mind. And then you get the audience level. It's almost like it came in doses that were like, for a guy that seems like as active brain as you are, like that's almost how you need it in order for it to like, piece by piece for it to kind of.
Yeah, I was an inch by inch type of man. And I was really into football, and I thought, okay, I'm gonna be a rock star or a football player. And in 1979, I'm 9 years old. I'm playing tackle football, junior All-American, fucking linebacker, defensive end. Everyone's the same size. I didn't realize that I was going to stop growing. I didn't realize Mexicans don't play football.
Yeah.
I didn't realize. I really thought I was I could be a professional football player.
Like a lot of Mexican men and women are the same height. Like, is there a certain? How tall are Mexicans? Is there one height? No.
5.
Like that's a
okay. Because I see some, bro, and I also see if you leave a street light on, Latinos will end up kissing under it. I noticed that.
We don't play football. We play soccer football.
Yeah.
But not like American football. Once I realized that, I went at 6th grade was the first taste. Because in my neighborhood, we're playing street football, and I'm a fucking star.
Right.
With other Mexicans.
Right.
But once I went to school, played tackle in the 4th and 5th grade. And then went to 6th grade. There wasn't tackle in the 6th grade.
Right.
It was flag football. So you didn't put the pads back on until high school. So I didn't make it when I went to 6th grade. I was too slow. And I blamed it on the fact that it's flag football. Like, fuck flag football. Wait till 9th grade when we play tackle football. I'll show you what the fuck's up. I won the team ball at Junior All-American. Shit. The Pee-wee football. I was a little star in Pee-wee football. But in the 6th grade, you start to separate, and then in 7th grade again, I didn't make the goddamn football team.
So are you realize you're not any good at it?
Mexicans can't run fast.
Really?
No. We can jump fences like a motherfucker.
Right.
I can do that. I can climb a tree. But
so it's the whole track where fences, you guys would cruise.
Yeah. So realized, hey, it's not going to happen for me.
So football was out, and so then you were left just with music.
It was just music at that point. And started letting my hair grow, got really into writing satanic lyrics and shit. I bought like a satanic Bible.
What were you doing the work behind the scenes? Because it sounds like you have all the accoutrements, you know what I'm saying? You got the hair, you know what's going on, you're tuned in with music. Are you playing any music?
Oh, absolutely. The first band I put together was called the Bikers. Come out on stage with our BMX bikes. And then it switched to tight action. And then it switched to execrate, which is the forever curse. And at that point, all my friends,
the dark arts, at some point it sounded like
it was violent. It was evil. At 13, I was writing satanic lyrics and I started playing. No one had a drum set, so I thought, and I could air drums. I love it loud like Kiss. So I figured I could play drums.
Right.
I'm like, I can play drums. I just started playing drums. So I started playing drums just because no one else would.
Okay.
And then I started taking drum lessons. My drum teacher, this was changed everything. My drum teacher, I showed up to his house to take a drum lesson. And he had a guitar, an acoustic guitar on his bed. And even though the only reason I played drums was because no one else would, once you start playing drums or whatever, once you start playing bass, that's the best instrument. No, the drums are the best. So he had a guitar, and I kind of felt like betrayed him. Guitar, taking lessons from me, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stabbing me in the fucking back, and like that. And he said, listen, in the music business, the drummer's always at the mercy of the songwriter. It's not going to be like that. I'm going to write the music. I'm going to write the lyrics. I'm going to do the drummers. And I thought, holy shit, so am I. I don't want to be at the mercy of someone else.
Yeah.
So at that point, I bought a guitar, and even though I was playing drums all through the 80s, I was writing the music, writing the lyrics because of what my drum teacher told me. Brian Johnson. Never forget that guy. That was.
You said that drummer is always at the mercy of the writer?
The songwriter.
Yeah, there's very few bands where the drummer is the lead singer.
Or not even the lead singer, or just writes the music.
Right.
Or arranges it, puts it together, produces it. So rarely the drummer. The drummer is just like a hired gun, generally.
Yeah.
The least important guy in the band. And that's what
she's like that, actually.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Neil Peart, he writes all the lyrics.
Yeah, she used to play the drums, used to make integration.
Yeah, for sure. And so that one drum lesson,
that changed
everything. So from that point on, I always wrote the music. Not
No,
all
dog.
I would write with, the guitar
What
players
the
with
fuck?
like James. He was
Do you collaborate well with others? Because you seem like kind of like are you a guy that you like to kind of create it just on your own?
Well, the question, the way I work today. But if you bring a riff,
fair,
right? It's fair, right?
Yeah.
It's no difference. And people that don't write in the band, they realize, we gotta get on stage and play this in front of people. So you want to fucking force your riff that nobody likes. We're gonna be on stage playing it. The audience ain't gonna like it either. So real quick, they understand it. Everyone knows their role. Like, okay, this guy writes all the cool riffs that the audience likes. So it's better if we play his riffs.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid formula. And so how did that work with the bands? Did it work pretty well?
It worked great. So the way I would write music was anybody who wanted to give me riffs, they gave me a tape. Like the two guitar, I'd be the drummer, and the two guitar players would give me tapes of all like 10 riffs, 15 riffs.
And you check them out?
I would check them all out, and I would have like a song, like a skeleton for a song, and then I would take the riffs that I would like, and I would stick it in, and I would record the whole song on a 4-track. And so I would have a whole shitty production, but here's the whole song, let's duplicate that. And the guitar players would listen to it and read for their riff. Oh shit, there's my riff, cool. So they'd be happy about it. That's cool. And they'd be happy that I had the skills to arrange it and put it all together.
Do the work, yeah. You're showing back up with something. People love that.
Yeah, so, and they knew that if I really liked something, it was a good riff, and then everybody else is going to like it. So after a while, they trusted me to go after the lyrics. And my buddy James, he was really good at writing lyrics too. So we wrote lyrics together. Sometimes he would write the chorus of the song, and I would write the verses of the song, and I would just put it together and arrange everything. The songs were long too back then. It was cool to write 8-minute songs, 10-minute songs.
Yeah.
Metallica.
Oh yeah, I saw that one called forever.
Master of Puppets, an 8-minute song is not uncommon.
Oh no, there were some songs I remember. I remember a couple songs that lasted, I felt like a third of my childhood, you know? Like, there were some songs that were like, you know, you get a song that's 14 minutes on a cassette tape.
I got burned out really quick writing scheme and stuff. It's just like, man, after a while, just the drum beat, just, you know, I started getting burnt out. And
you can't play it a lot of places. Like, you play it like
and there's no girls at the shows. It's being like, what the fuck am I doing?
Because that music
bothers you. That mansion. Like, speed metal bands don't have mansions, man. They got apartments and shit. You know, they're broke. The bass players are sleeping on couches.
Well, a lot of men without the metal are just on speed. I feel like too. Like
exactly.
It's a gateway drug. Speed metal's a gateway drug.
And you know, hip hop was blowing up in the 80s too, and I loved the concept of rap. I loved it. In rock, you had to be metaphoric, you had to be poetic, vague, like what are these songs really about? You had to, but in rap, you could be that and funny, super violent, you could be straight out. There was no limit in rap. I loved that, but I wasn't really into the music.
Were you and not chasing, but do you feel like, were you aiming to be a star, do you feel like? Because I know the first part you said, because I wonder sometimes when I came to Hollywood, like, what I wanted to be. You know, I know I wanted to do stand-up, and I don't know, maybe somewhere in my head I wanted to be, you know, part of, I don't know if I wanted to be part of Hollywood. I guess it's somewhere in my mind I wanted to be popular, you know? Like, because the first part you mentioned about the speed metal and stuff, or the rock, is that, you know, about the mansions and the girls, you know, and wanting that lifestyle. Maybe that's it. Do you feel like you were kind of chasing like a lifestyle a little bit?
Yes.
What was some of your motivation?
Oh, man. Because I was the most insecure kid. I was a product of my father. My real father didn't give a shit about me.
Yeah.
He had 19 kids. I was one of them.
Jesus.
He was just fucking everybody and everyone.
So did you just run into kids that looked like you sometimes and be like, what?
No.
It wasn't like that.
It looked like my mom.
Really?
So, you know.
Oh, so did you feel like kind of blessed that you looked like your mom since your dad had so many kids? Did you ever think about that?
And since he was so ugly. Right. Thank God I look like that motherfucker. but yeah, so with the rap thing, this is how the music evolved. I liked the concept of rap, but I didn't like the music where the rap was going. I really wasn't into funk, like James Brown or George Clinton. Wasn't into that shit.
Yeah.
But then I heard Public Enemy collaborate with Anthrax, and they did a speed. I mean, Run DMC was already mixing rock and rap, and I kind of dug that. But they were mixing more like AC/DC making rap. And I wasn't, at that point I was full blown like speed metal. So I thought that was cool. AC/DC was cool. Run DMC was cool. But then the collaboration between Anthrax and Public Enemy, that's what got me. Right in the middle of me, like, I don't know what the fuck I want to do. It's like, I want to write another speed metal song. I thought, shit, it's going to be a whole band. It's like a speed metal rap. That's the big move. The big move was, I'm going to move to fucking Hollywood, sell my drums. I'm already writing the music. I'm going to play guitar, and I'm going to make a part rap, part metal, part electronic, part gothic, and just mix up a bunch of stuff. Like the Anthrax and Public Enemy collaboration didn't have synth, because I was getting secretly, I was getting into The Cure and Depeche Mode and 9 Inch Nails and the first album. So I was really getting into like a gothy, kind of cool synthy sound. And I was doing that secretly because you can't really, you're in the Slayer, you can't tell people you're in the Cure. You know, they'll kill you, you know what I mean? So back in the 80s.
Were you like, so what did the other speed metal guys think when you're like, you brought a couple brothers into the studio and said, look, we're adding it right?
Yeah, what happened was my guitar player, James, is a black guy.
Oh, okay.
He was my guitar player in the speed metal project. We formed our speed metal band together. Me and him were the main songwriter. But then we had another guitar player, another guitar player, a bass player, and a singer. So what we did, me and James, is, hey, let's do a side project.
Yeah.
Do like a hip hop side project. Do like fucking not typical hip hop music. Make hip hop for people who don't like hip hop, you know? Because alternative, and we did it. We made a demo tape. It was garbage. It was our first attempt at mixing everything. It was garbage. But I liked moving that way. So I basically produced all the music. And James, the guitar player, he became the rapper. Oh, right. Because it turns out he liked rap, and I didn't know that. I thought he was a pure, like, metal black dude.
So you guys were all hiding your true selves.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, you like fucking rap? He's like, yeah, but he felt since he was black and in the metal scene, he had to be a super encyclopedia on metal because you had to be respected. Yeah, because like, you know what, there wasn't that many black people in speed metal. Yeah, I think it was just him. There was like 4. You know what I mean? Keith, depending on the singer for Hyrax, he was respected because he knew so much about the history of speed metal and hardcore and punk and all that. And people are like, okay, he's cool.
So it's like, so with music then, I mean, it seemed like you just kind of, as you like something, you just take it right into whatever you're then creating.
Yeah, I was getting really, the only reason I got into speed metal is because we was shitty musicians.
And so shitty music can basically play speed metal.
Yeah, do speed metal, do punk, hide your shit. Yeah. You know what I mean? You know, especially, you can't do like a serious rock song. You need serious vocals, you need professional arrangements. You need people who really know what the fuck is going on.
Did you like music or were you good at music?
I just wanted to be a rock star, and when you suck, you play shit. You're just disguising yourself. You're disguising your inability to sing and play by just screaming and yelling at mics. But then as I got better at my guitar and got better at putting together songs, then we started bringing in like I remember getting my first real vocalist, the first lead vocalist, still the speed metal, but he actually knew how to sing like Rob Halford. Really good at boosting and for my name. He was really good, so I learned a lot from him. Like shit, the singer we had before was just like a punk singer doing thrash.
Yeah, it was just a step son, somebody's step son.
We're doing harmonies and shit. And I'm like, wow, that's cool. You're doing two different keys and two different pitches and making it work together. I didn't really notice that shit before. So then I started evolving musically, and we did this little side rap band. The rest of the band, like you said, they were kind of like, what the fuck you guys do?
I'm sure.
I did to the Hollywood to forget speed metal.
So you let one bad band to make another bad band.
Yeah. But at least this new band that wasn't speed metal and it was a combination of rap. It was like the same formula as Linkin Park. Because if you break down Linkin Park, it's part rap, part singing, heavy guitar, clean guitar, acoustic drums, and electronic drums too. Synthetic drums. So they mixed everything. Keyboards too, that lot of synth. So that's the same formula. We did that in '91. I remember Linkin Park's first album came out in 2000. Yeah, you were ahead of the curve. Way before Linkin Park. But anyways, but we were doing it wrong because we still had the 8-minute songs. Can you imagine Linkin Park? Most of their songs are 3 minutes to the point. 3 minutes, 1 second, 2 minutes, 3 seconds, 3 minutes, 11 seconds. To the point, like a nice short song. We were doing the same formula, but 9 minutes.
Yeah, that's aggravating.
10 minutes. Yeah,
it was bothering people. The last 6 minutes is bothering people.
Exactly.
But Linkin Park inspires you. It's like it gets you pumped up. There's a rap right there.
Yeah, get to the point.
Yes.
And we didn't, because I didn't want to go right into 3-minute songs. I felt like that was too much of a sellout. I already felt like I was kind of a sellout leaving speed metal because you feel like, but look at it, like there was a lot of musicians that were in thriving speed metal bands. They would leave. I remember Larry Lalonde from Possessed. They were the most satanic speed metal band. When he left the band to form a comical type Red Hot Chili Peppers type band. I forget the name of the band. He did something and we considered him a sellout. Look at this motherfucker. He left speed metal to do like a regular band. So I felt a little bit of that too. So that's why I had to keep the song progression. And then eventually, that band, now I'm in Hollywood trying to sell that band. I'm producing all the music. James, my former guitar player, now he's the rapper. Yeah. And now this is a band called Black and the Kills. Jesus
Christ, that sounds horrible.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, I don't know, but it sounds like, I think I was in a band for, a couple of days when I was young, and we fucking sucked, and I've never been able to play anything. Yeah. So I don't even know what I was doing there,
What did you sing?
I sang, and also actually, this is back when people used to, it's going to sound fucking sad, but we would use, like, triangle and shit, like heavy triangle, like tambourine type shit, like anything that was background, like the chakras, what are those things called?
Maracas?
Yeah, maracas. The chakras.
So I'm in Hollywood now.
So you're in Hollywood, you're doing music.
But I wanted to be in shape, so I wasn't a fat rock star. So I joined a gym for 10
What inspired that, though? Because I feel like there's always this.
André Malms is a famous rock star, one of the greatest guitar players of all time. And then he let himself go, got a little fat for a while. and people started making fun of me. So I wanted to make sure that I looked good on stage. And I was in shape. So I got into martial arts. So that's where the martial arts came in. Okay. I started doing karate. I did the Bruce Lee system. I was doing the Danny in a sauna. He's out here in West Coast. So I was doing that. I told him what to do. Got into that. Then I saw UFC 2. And I realized, shit, I gotta start doing jiu-jitsu. Fuck.
Do you think though, like your drumming, the ability to drum, did that up your hand strength with like your hand speed or something? Was there any like crossover when you were into that? Nothing.
Not at all. But I did wrestle a couple of years in high school. So one in junior high, 1 year in junior high, and 1 year in high school. And I thought that was like just an insignificant part of my life. Never had anything to do with it. Wow. But once I started doing jiu-jitsu, once I saw that, man, you can get on the ground and that's a martial art. Wrestling is a martial art. I never looked at wrestling as a martial art. To me, it was like a one-on-one football that's trying to tackle each other.
And it almost sounds like kind of like it fits your whatever work style, and here's like more of a verbose style and a lyrical style, and you're trying to like kind of fit those two together.
Yeah, you can say that. I definitely, yeah.
When you saw them to the mix, you were like, oh, that's something.
I don't know if I ever looked at it that way, but yes, I guess you could say my music and my jiu-jitsu ended up evolving into is like the same idea, just a little of everything and trying to put together the ultimate package.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to do.
You seem like a really, just listening to you, it seems like you want to, you love to produce, you love to create, you love to mix and match and also you're involved at the same time.
The music never stopped. So I started doing jiu-jitsu, and then eventually the jiu-jitsu blew up. But even right when it blew up, when I did World Race in 2003, I'm like right away, I'm trying to, because I already knew that athletes are not allowed to, they're not given a chance to blow up with these. They just are not. There's no athlete like Shaq put a CD out.
I bought a CD when I was young. Deion Sanders had an album.
Exactly. To be successful in the music business, so I knew that. So I thought, wow, this is great that the jiu-jitsu's blowing up, but fuck, that's gonna kill my music. So right away in interviews, I would make it clear to people, listen, I'm a musician. I produce music. Yeah, this shit is just some accident. You know what I mean? And actually, I was working for Comedy Central when I beat Horton Grace.
Did you write for Man Show?
I was a writer for the Man Show.
So with those dudes blowing out, were like,
well, Adam Carolla and Jimmy Kimmel left the Man Show like after 5 seasons.
Right.
And Comedy Central wanted to keep it going, so they asked Joe Rogan. They asked Joe Rogan if he wanted to take over. It just so happened that at that point, me and Joe are hanging out all the time. I'm on the road with them. We're writing comedy together. I mean, we had 20 sketches. The plan was we were going to pitch a sketch show. Yeah. That was the plan. We had the sketches written out. We were writing all sorts of shit.
Did you guys ever pitch that?
This is what happened.
Telling you the story.
Nowhere,
Shut the fuck up.
before we got to pitch, they called Joe and they heard Joe
Theobald just says whatever
was about to pitch a sketch comedy show. Somehow, so they contacted him and said, "Do you want to be the new host for the Man Show?" Jimmy Kimmel, Adam Carolla, he didn't want to keep it going. And Joe was like, "You know what? Fuck yeah, we're about. Holy shit,
it's perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Synchronicity.
Yeah,
Get in with her. It's a show.
Yeah, so that's what happened. So Joe calls me up and said, "Guess what, dude? Our plans are fucking happening."
The line.
And I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, we got Man Show." And at that point, I was making money DJing at strip clubs. Well, I was DJing at strip clubs until my music came out. But at the same time, on the side, I was dabbling with comedy. Only because growing up, it was all about music. The two things that I would always take on my VCR. It was always about the music. My two favorite things to take were boxing, and then it became the UFC. The UFC replaced boxing, but I was obsessed with boxing. I was a boxing encyclopedia in the 80s. I would tape everything boxing, Tuesday night fights, whatever.
Tuesday night fights,
yeah, at boxing, I was obsessed with fighting, and also anything comedy. especially black.
In living color.
I had every episode of In Living Color edited together without the commercial. I watched that shit over and over. I was a huge fan of black comedy. When Hollywood Shuffle came out, that was Robert Townsend and
Never saw that shit.
Keenan Ivory Wayans, the first movie. They just maxed out their credit cards. It's like a super low budget movie called Hollywood Shuffle. Came out in '86.
We'll find it for the link.
It was only on one theater in the Lakewood black area. I fucking drove my ass down. I heard about it. I'd watch anything black comedy. I was at one point, I thought white people were funny.
Yeah.
Except for Sam Kinison and like black people now, George Carlin maybe a little bit. But I thought, you know, I would take anything black comedy, Def Jam. I was obsessed. And I was so obsessed with comedy because it's an amazing thing where you can watch someone do an hour and a half and they just crush it. It's like way better than a movie. You're like, you get way more entertainment value for good comedy than you've been able to get for sure. So, and I was always fascinated with how do they think? I couldn't figure out how they could take something so simple that everyone agrees with. That's why they're laughing. It's like, yeah, that's what I think too. How come I couldn't think of that? I was fascinated with how the fuck they put together comedy, and I could never understand it until 1998. That's when the first time I smoked weed and had a positive experience. All other times smoking weed once a year, always be a horrible experience. I'd smoke weed at a party and fucking freak out.
And like what happened high? Go sit in the car, what?
So in 1998, I was in love with the most beautiful girl I've ever been to. At that point, it's a girl from
White girl?
strip club, white girl from Kentucky. She played soccer her whole life. Her body, everyone like just fell over with this girl's body. 23-year-old,
Nice titties, vagina and everything.
almost got a scholarship playing soccer.
she's a girl.
Those legs were on point. Yeah. Everybody, when they see her, they're like, oh shit, look at that body. So I fell in love with her, and right at the beginning, she came over my house one day, pulled out a joint and smoked a joint.
Like, I can see what Bill did.
I was anti.
You are. I mean, you're the opposite of weed almost as a human.
See, I was anti-weed.
Yeah.
I was against it.
So she pulls she pulls out this spliff, and then what do?
I'm like, I don't want to smoke weed.
You had to.
But she took a fucking rip, and I had the most incredible night
Of sex.
We laughed like
Dude,
mental
let
patients
him
all
tell
night.
the
Or
fucking
late night
story.
Damiano's when it moves around in Fairfax. You order pizza.
Yeah,
like
fun.
3 in the morning. You order cheesecake.
Fucking too, y'all doing sex or not?
Yeah. But that wasn't really it. The sex was great. Everything was great.
No, I'll fuck anybody on weed.
Yeah.
Makes anybody feel like it makes your wife feel like a different person.
Yeah. And then the next morning, I couldn't believe it. I had such an amazing time high. So I didn't get it. So I tried to begin the next time, did the same thing. We had an amazing time the next time. Then I began to realize, like, wait a minute. Weed doesn't make you paranoid. It makes you whatever you need a great time.
Because you were already in a great time.
Yeah, so I realized really quick it was an amplifier of emotions.
Do you still feel that way about it?
Absolutely.
Wow, I've never thought about it like
It's
that.
an amplifier, because physically what it does is, I don't know how it does it, but it makes blood rush to your head.
Yeah.
That's why your eyes get bloodshot. You have all this, if blood is flooding your brain, that must mean that your brain is flooded with activity and power.
Ready.
So either it's going to fucking make you paranoid because you can't handle all that power, or you're going to learn how to handle all that power, like Neo in the Matrix. At first, it was like, oh fuck, I can't. He couldn't fight anybody. But then by Matrix 3, he's fighting 3 guys in the sky because he got all that shit down.
He mastered the power.
He mastered the power. Some people get scared away by the power. Too much blood in the brain. They're thinking about too much shit.
That's what happens to me.
Yeah.
And I end up jerking off and getting scared in my room. That's what happens to me a lot of times.
Yeah, that's what happens to me too. Like if I have something really stressful going on in my life, like a couple weeks ago, there's a lot of stressful shit going on. It's just gonna make me focus on it too much, and I want to not think about it. So there was like 4 or 5 days where
This is popular for, I don't know if it happens to everybody, it definitely happens to white people, where like you get high and call the cops, and there was a party at our place, so everybody's outside fucking partying, so the ambulance is coming, right? So here's what I did, bro. I waited until they were coming in the front, and then I came out the back door, and when they got in the ambulance with a shotgun, right? Oh my, it just waited until they came back out of the party, sitting in the ambulance by myself, even though I called the guy that called Let's get the fuck out of here.
Yo, I got an IV gig. Let's do this. I gotta beat somewhere.
I'm gonna I want to say Chris Perez is our producer. He's here today too. He's a big fan of yours, and he is. You have any question you want to chime in with Chris? Where we're at right now?
Yeah, you know what? I actually got a question about martial arts.
Okay.
So, a lot of us know you from, beating William Gracie and also from, your coaching, Tony Ferguson, one of the students recently became UFC champion. There was some drama with that.
Yeah.
But I'm curious about what are some of your most notable defeats and what did you learn from them as both a competitor and also
Man, I've learned so much from defeats. My students' defeats. After I beat Hoyler Gracie in 2003, that was in the middle of the tournament, so it wasn't like a super fighter. He was the second round of a 16-man tournament, so there was a 16-man tournament, four matches. I won the first one, and then I ran into Hoyler Gracie in the second match, beat him. And in the third match, I got fucking smoked by a lady there. Multiple time national champion.
You weren't even a black belt at the time,
No, I was a brown belt still. So I had zero to lose. I expected to get stomped. And it was right in the middle of me working on the man show and being super depressed. I was super depressed. That from day one, producers, everybody, they were just,
You didn't think you had it?
dicks. They didn't want to hire me. Joe made them hire me. Because Joe said, Joe's right in the middle of Fear Factory. You already had sketches.
Right.
So he said, so we got to sit down and talk to these guys. They really had to impress them. So we sat down and had some meetings and said, listen, if I do this, I already got the okay from NBC. They were really fucking cool about this. They said I could do this. They have respect for me. But I have some conditions. I got to have power on all my sketches. I got to have control power on all the sketches. I'm going to decide how to host these things, not anybody else. I decide. And I'm going to bring in my writers. And they said, okay. And I'm going to hire the head writer. They said, okay. So they were basically saying, okay, whatever. So he has a couple dinners and meetings with different head writers, and he decided on one, a guy named Tom. And he got hired. He said, okay, I want this guy. This guy's cool. So he got hired, but he wasn't involved in the negotiations for the hiring. So this guy, Tom, negotiated with the executive producer. So now he signs and he has more power than the judge. So that's what he did. So he is a head writer and he can hire 9 writers. Yeah. So they signed, Joe signed the contract. Once he signed, they're like, we got this one.
Yeah.
So
It's on your shows out of your hands.
Yeah. So they said, okay, Joe, this is how we're going to do it.
Yeah.
At that point, I was doing it. I wasn't really like,
But you felt like he had your back. You felt like you were in. You were
yeah,
in.
we wrote these sketches together.
So Tom didn't hire you?
No, so what happened is, though, I will hire Matty Kirsch and Chris McGuire, but this Eddie Bravo guy, he doesn't know the sketch. And Joe said, wait the fuck. He said, I can hire anybody I want. We're going to hire him. He said, no, I want to hire him. So Joe had to yell at him. I got video. You are fucking hire him. You're going to fucking hire him. So he had to go to have a meeting with him. He brought in the VHS tape of the sketch that I did. How was he doing some sketch?
It's so sad he has to do this.
And he put it in and he goes, watch that sketch. This is the guy you're hiring right here. So they watched it and then they said, okay, you want to hire this motherfucker? This Joe got like he was there.
Yeah, good.
Crazy. So they hired me, but from day one they were dicks to me because of that. They just ignored me. They said all your sketches, we had 20, something like that, 25 sketches ready to go. I said, we didn't use none of them.
And they still have never used them? Have those sketches ever been created and put out?
Two sketches. But that's it. Eventually they ended up using 2. And then the sketches that were getting with all the other writers that took those 9 slots, Tom's guys. And then he was greenlighting. He was greenlighting all of his buddy sketches and crushing mine and Joe's. So I realized, fuck, I quit my DJ job for this shit. I had 10 years DJing strippers. I was making cash every night. So
so at that point, you get out of it.
no, I couldn't go back to the strip club. It was over once you quit. I basically told him, I said, fuck you guys.
Fuck you guys, I'm going to Hollywood. I'm a writer.
Growing up.
Yeah.
We're going to make movies. And I always thought, and I thought, it was always about the music. So I thought, okay, I'll do this comedy thing. I'll just use my music in the comedy sketch.
Yeah.
Then the comedy show is going to blow up. And then we're going to start making movies like the Wayans Brothers. And then I'll slide my music in on the soundtrack. Mission accomplished. That's what I thought.
But and I think that's a natural way.
I got it. It's just the formula. You know how to set jokes up, and that's when I started working with stand-up. And Joe encouraged me to do it. I thought I could do it. Now I can completely understand stand-up for some reason, and it changed my music. I dropped all the heavy shit right when I started smoking. I dropped all the heavy shit and started playing acoustic, and chicks started writing like Nancy Star type stuff, like Sarah McLachlan. I made a 180 or so. I made a 180.
Yeah. But so the weed had such an effect, but it sounds like the ability to mask. Like I've never, you just changed that for me. Like I used to smoke weed. Like I'm sober, unfortunately, it fucking sucks. But for now, it sucks. But when I used to smoke weed, I couldn't smoke it after a while because I got too paranoid. Because I never looked at it as
you got too much stress in your life.
Yes.
Smoke weed when shit's going great, and then it'll go better. But weed doesn't make you feel good or bad.
It
That's
amplifies
why whatever you want. It can make you feel whatever you want. Like some people think, oh shit, I'm stressed out, I better smoke weed. It works for them because that's what they believe that.
Right.
That's whatever you believe. Relax. Weed makes your brain turn the fuck on. So whatever you want to believe, if you believe weed makes you paranoid every time you smoke it, you will be paranoid every time you smoke it.
Is it still let's finish on what Chris goes. Was there a defeat or something that you really like that altered the way that you felt about fighting, or that adjusted like your desire to do it? Was there, because I noticed for me, like even as in my life at certain moments, if I've been on a stage and not done well or something, it's definitely maybe left me with a lot of doubt. Did you have anything like that? Because it sounds like you had a couple of different plates going on. Your writing, you got you have the jiu-jitsu going on. It's always about the music. You got these backbeats in your head that that are carrying you forward. Was there a defeat like in fighting that kind of?
Well, that defeat I was telling you about, Gary kicked my ass after I shocked the world. It was the biggest upset in jiu-jitsu history. 20 minutes later, I get my ass torn up.
And
I felt like, okay, it was like winning the Super Bowl, and then them coming out going, you gotta play another Super Bowl, and then getting killed in that Super Bowl. Would you still feel happy? You'd be like, I don't know, right?
Isn't that how life is?
I was like a little depressed, man.
Do you realize that that's how life is? It's like you can only really get on such a high. If your ego gets too high, I feel like, anyway, for me, every time there's going to be something right after that's going to level you out.
Yeah, when shit's going great, I feel everything's so good. Someone's going to fuck.
Oh, I start taking different pulses. I start making sure.
That match was, I approached that match with the worst mentality ever. I lost before the hardest guy was in the movie, because the championship before that, he was up a weight class and he went against my master, Jean-Jacques Machado. And even though my master, Jean-Jacques Machado, beat him in a higher weight class, my master didn't tap him. And he fucks me up at will. He taps me at will. So I thought, damn, that guy must be really good if he survived. He still lost, but he survived. And then by the time the next championship rolled around, ADCC, he decided to lose weight and come down to my weight class. I'm like, oh no, this motherfucker's going to be in my weight class? Holy shit. So I was really worried about that guy. I wasn't worried as much about Hoyle Gracie, who was the champ at my weight division the last 3 championships, and no one's ever scored a point against him. But because he didn't look menacing, he looked kind of lanky, he didn't look yoked, I felt like, fuck, I think I could beat him. Like, I felt a little confident. I felt like I could beat him, just because he was skinny. But Leo Vieira, he was super athletic, an acrobat, doing backflips like it's nothing. I was worried about him.
Cum in his mouth, fucking wild shit.
So after I upset Hoyler, already right away I knew who was next. And I was thinking, it's like winning $1 million, but knowing you gotta give it all back. And they're like, fuck, how do you feel? You want to like backstage with one dude, you fucking up, you shocked the world. And I was like, yeah, I did do that, but I'm thinking about my next match. And I'm like, man, how you feel? I'm like, it ain't over yet. I'm about to get fucked up. And some guy's about to ruin my party. He's about to fuck my Super Bowl champagne popping celebration. That's all I'm thinking. I wasn't that happy because I knew it was all coming to an end. And so I approached that match thinking that he was gonna fuck me. I was like already like, he's gonna fuck up my whole party.
Like lightning can't strike twice.
And when I walked on the match and faced him, he was really worried about me. He's in a yoga stance, or like he's sitting in a yoga position with his thumbs together like that, his eyes closed, and he's doing all these breathing exercises, like on the side of the mat. And here I'm walking out already thinking that I'm gonna get killed. And his coach is yelling like, some shit in his ear in Portuguese. I'm sure it was probably like, he's just a human. You can beat him. You're better than him. Yeah. You gotta get yourself confident. Like, trying to coach. And I'm thinking, that is so unnecessary. You're gonna fuck me up. That's the mentality I had. I already lost. Yeah. And halfway through that match, he was fucking me up, passing my guard, he's getting all these points. And I was like listenless. And then halfway through that match, I snapped out of it. And I thought, wait a minute, what the fuck am I doing? I gotta go after this guy. What am I doing? Like, I'm in a fog over here. So it was too late though. I snapped out of it. I would have, even if I would have had a winning attitude, he would still beat me, but not as bad, I think. So I learned from that how important having confidence is. Doing anything, whether it's jiu-jitsu or music, you got to have confidence. Yeah. Otherwise, not confidence that you're gonna win 100%, but confidence that you can win, and that you know what you're doing. You can win. Yeah, you can lose too, but you gotta know that you can win too. If things go your way and you luck.
I used to be so bad at basketball. I used to be so good at basketball, but when I would get in the games, I would be so nervous that that would overshadow any of my skill set or anything. It felt like my hands didn't belong to me anymore. It just felt bizarre. Yeah. And it had nothing to do with my physical ability. It was all wrapped in confidence.
And stand-ups like that. You don't have confidence to get on stage, you're gonna eat shit. Yeah. You gotta fake that confidence. You gotta get up there and do it.
Yeah, it feels a lot like, and that's one thing that's changed for me in the past year, even 2 years, is just, I feel when I get on stage now, like, I'm excited about putting on this show for these people, rather than can I put on this show for these people. It's not can I anymore. It's I'm excited
to have fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna have fun, and they're gonna have fun. Yeah, and this is gonna be a blast. And I don't even feel like it's almost less ego now. It used to be like I had this chip on my shoulders, and I was like, I'm gonna show these motherfuckers, these Eminem, like fuck all these white people. Even though I'm white, I would say like shit like that. And I get out there, and I would just want to hammer the jokes into them so hard, but it came from a place a little bit of edge, Whereas now it comes from a place like I want them to have fun, And I know that if I take care of myself and show up and be okay and ride this confidence, that I know it's going to work for both of us, Yeah. It's definitely a little bit different.
Yeah, your comedy special is awesome.
Oh, thanks, man.
I brought up that I was going to do your podcast. You came up, Joe just going on. When Joe was with him I used to go on the road with him, just hang out with him. Yeah. Anytime I went on the road, back when I was single, either he was on the road and I was with him, or he was at the Comedy Store, he was in town. Either way, I was always with Joe. I've seen him sing thousands of fucking times.
Yeah.
And we would break down comedians all the goddamn time together. Joe was saying that you are on a whole new level now. I go, okay, because I'm always looking for good stand. Always like on Netflix, there's all these Netflix specials, but 90% of them are weak. So I'm always looking for the good ones. Michael Che matters. He crushes.
I gotta check it out.
He's on.
I saw Mike Epps. You see Mike Epps? I thought Mike Epps was good. They hated on it on.
I have to see that.
No, this has been on probably about 2 years.
That's
it's not too old. But thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Yours was awesome.
Thank you.
Fucking entertaining. Fucking always been obsessed with comedy. And I still am. I'm always looking for recommendations.
Do you think you're a guy, because you go from genre, you don't go from genre to genre, but it seems like you get excited by something and I noticed this about Joe. Joe is always enthusiastic about almost anything. Like he's just generally excited about life, you know. Rogan, and that's like just it's a gift that he has. You know, like you start talking about something, he's genuine, he's interested, he wants to know, he wants to, you know, he has this passion that just is, it's alertness, he's there, he wants to, you know, he wants to achieve, you know. Do you feel like, because you kind of go from genre, you know, you're in different genres, you know, it's like, I mean, to be able to kind of master the physical world of fighting, and then, you know, to be able to like contemplate music and make it work for you, find a way that it makes it work for you, you know, and then to be writing, do you, like, I'm just curious as to what, do you find that, do you think that you're like a chameleon, or do you think that you're somebody who, once you find something, it seems like you find something, you make it fit for you? That's, you know, like people even say some of your coaching methods and stuff are like kind of unique in their own world. Do you,
That's a good question. All I can say is my whole life I was obsessed with fighting, music, and comedy. Those three things have always been obsessed with me. Always. Since I remember the first time I saw Eddie Murphy at Delirious. Now I was 13, my brother was 17, he had a 15-year-old girlfriend. So she had a laser disc player, and we heard about this Eddie Murphy. So my brother said, dude, my girlfriend's mom's taking her. Come over at 7 and watch the video.
You, your brother, and his girlfriend?
Yes, she's 15 and he's 17, and I'm like 13, so we're watching Delirious on laser disc, dying. And then out of nowhere, we turned upside down. And mom was standing right there. I'll never forget my mom just standing there while we're watching. She's looking at me. This, that. She's looking at us. She wanted to make it really good. She was not happy. She takes off for half an hour. She comes back. She busts us watching some dirty ass shit.
Yeah.
And she just stood there for a couple minutes, just crying the whole world. Like killing it. Everybody's killing it. And we're holding me. She came out and goes upstairs. And she let us watch the rest of it. So I'll never forget.
What do you think she thought? She thought this is okay, or that I'm gonna just let him have this?
Exactly. She was never the way the TV light, and like she just was so angry, but didn't say she just walked away. And we just watched the rest of it.
Dude, I remember making love to this girl one time, or not even making love, but trying to. And her mom came home, right? This is like the first time I was ever like just started having sex, you know, when I was young. And her mom came home, opened the door, and we're in her bed, right? And I had to go, and I was just like, you know, I'm always pretty affable with parents, and I just walked over and just fucking introduced myself. It was so fucking awkward, man.
I got busted when I was 14. My boyfriend was having sex, and dad came home. I just jumped in the closet naked with a condom on, just hiding in the closet, shaking, waiting for him to leave. And it took so long for him to leave. By the time he left, I passed out in the closet, and my dick was like super small, and I still had the condom just like barely hanging off.
That was one of the funnest things I liked about being young, was sneaking around and fucking, or like I used to steal kids' bikes. I would leave their, like, I would ride like a little girl's bike over to like this girlfriend I was dating. Her house was like 4 miles away, and I would sneak in the middle of the night. And she had these loud cats that had to sleep in her room. Like her parents made all the cats stay in her bedroom at night with her, right? So I'd be in there and try to like go down on her. There'd be like 9 cats and stuff. Fucking jumping on my back and fucking licking my feet and stuff, dude. Shit was way, like,
The first time I had sex, it was a crazy story. When I was going out, I started dating this girl. I was both in 7th grade. We were 13. And we started making it for 3 hours at a time.
oh yeah, forever.
And then you try to get in the back of her shirt and small of her back. Then she pushes the hand away. And then 2 weeks later, you try to get in that small of the back. And then she pushes it away. Then she finally lets you make out with her, touching the small of the back. Then you go higher on the back for 2 weeks. And then you try to reach over to the tits. But she had like mosquito bites, but she had a bra. And I tried to get in there. You know, I tried to get in that boom. And then she pushed the hand away. And then 2 weeks later, I tried again. She pushed the hand away. And finally, she said, fuck it. I made my way over to the tits. And she took her bra down, grabbed my hand, and put it right on that nipple. She put it right on that titty. That freaked me.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit. And then from that point on, little by little. It took about 10 months, and we were dry humping. Once we got the dry humping and we were both nutting, we were dry humping and we were both nutting.
Oh, that's
Once you were done, we were done. We were just grinding. We just grinding on each other. Just grinding. It's like she would come, I would come, and we were good. And at that point, I was done. I never progressed after that. And
so that's as far as you and her got.
Yeah, at that point. And then her sister, who was a year younger than her, was already having sex with her boyfriend. So they had a talk, and her sister gave her some questions. And she was thinking, like, why isn't it going further? It's time. I didn't need to go any further.
Did you feel like almost like thankful that you weren't going further in a way because you didn't want to be having sex yet?
I didn't know what the post-nut syndrome was. I just knew that I would do it. We would grind, and this was great. And then when I came, I didn't want to do it no more.
Yeah.
I didn't understand post-nut syndrome.
Yeah.
I just thought, okay, we don't need to go further. I don't even want to go further. The last thing I want to do is do more.
Yeah.
I want to go home.
I want to go home.
That was, I didn't get it.
I want to go look at cars. I want to do something.
I always knew that when you masturbated, when I was done, that was the last thing I wanted. I always thought that was weird. I thought it would be great. I wouldn't tell my friends, you played with yourself and you never got tired. You just keep going. I always thought like the orgasm was, I got tired and now I'm exhausted. Now I don't want to do it because I'm too tired. I didn't get what was going on biologically.
Right.
But then my girlfriend finally said, I think you should get a condom. And I was like, what? Yeah. So I'm 15 years old. What the fuck am I going to get a condom? Yeah. So I think it's time we took the next step and went all the way. And I thought, shit. And I told all my brother and all my friends that I was with, because you don't want to say I did have sex once when I was 12. It was soon.
Yeah, she out of town.
She was in the next city over.
Yes, always.
Meanwhile, I just made out with her behind a bush. Yeah. But I told everybody that I had sex, but nobody believed. My brother was 4 years older than me, already having lots of sex, and he knew I was bullshit because you're fucking lying.
You can
I
see
said,
in your eyes.
No, I did. I'm not a virgin because you're a fucking virgin. I'm not a virgin.
So your girl's ready. She said, get the condom.
So I
Did you get a nice condom?
I remember I took the aqua box of Trojan, 36. I went into what it was the drug exactly. They turned into Rite Aid. So back when it was still free, I would always steal stuff. I wasn't the poor Mexican just stealing shit out.
Oh yeah, picking stuff up, borrowing it.
Yeah, I would steal NFL pencils and sell them at school for 10 cents. Like I was a pencil hustler.
Yeah.
But anyways, so I went in, bought a box of 36 condoms, put it in an electric blue ski jacket, ripped them off. Finally, it's time to have sex with her. So her parents were constantly in and out at odd jobs. Her mom was a hairstylist, so she was had a irregular schedule, and her dad was unemployed half the time. So we always had to look out the window. When we were making out, we always had to keep looking out. Always make out in the garage, so when you hear the car coming up, then we go into the living room. By the time they open that front door, we're watching that TV.
Yeah, every time.
Oh, hi, So we had all that shit planned out. So it's time to have sex. We go into a room, and the window in the room, that we can see the front yard. So shit, she's making under the covers.
Under the cover, that's nice. That's romantic, bro.
I get on top, put the condom on. Took forever to put the condom on. I didn't know where the hole was, so I thought the hole was up at the very top. So I'm like, boom, boom. I'm like trying to poke it right at the top, and I think it's a common problem virgins have. So as I was poking, she's like, no, that's not it. I'm like, fuck, is that it? And then I came, but I didn't tell her I came, trying to find the hole. So I ran out to the living room, and I got dressed like and then she comes in, she goes, no, false alarm. Nobody's here.
Well, who fucks somebody in a long dress? Oh, that's kind of good.
Well, it was a plan. Like, if someone came home, she can stand up.
Stand up. That's a good.
Oh, she's got my dad's not here. And I said, this is way back 45 minutes. I go, I got a bad feeling. I didn't tell her I got it right. You know what I mean? So we wait. She was like, why did we have this? So I was too embarrassed to try I was done, right? So waited like 45 minutes and we try again. And boom, I just couldn't find the hole, so I told her, you gotta help me. So she grabbed it. No idea. I had no idea the pussy hole was right next to the asshole.
Yeah.
I was way off. Try to hide it. I was way off. I would have never figured that shit out. I'm like, whoa, I was way off. So I put it in, maybe 3 or 4 strokes.
Yeah.
Below it, I'm done. And I was just so fucking, I thought maybe something's wrong with her. Maybe her pussy hole's by the asshole. I thought maybe she had like a defective pussy. So I go home and I tell my brother, oh, guess what? Nicole has her hole next to her asshole. And he said, they're all by the asshole. Wow. You fucking lied. I know. So that's how I got busted.
Dude, I dated a girl who her pussy was her cooter was up front.
Oh shit,
Yeah,
really?
very front.
Not nowhere near the asshole?
No.
What?
No, yeah, like a front end loader.
That's what I thought.
That's very rare. Beautiful girl, and you wouldn't think it, but she had that cooter up front. And then, dude, I remember one time this girl, when I first started dating the girl, when I first, like, sprayed out around a young lady, it was this girl jerking off of this boat dock into this river. And it's like, it's just kind of not a river, but like a little pond or whatever. And a bunch of fish came up and ate the sea. Oh, so it fucking blew my mind, dude. And I would have dreams that there was like gonna be sharks out of the ocean that looked like me and shit. You know what I'm saying? I was having a trip and I was like, holy shit, man. Because everything had just happened. I just came. This girl was right there the first time somebody had seen me come, and then these fish came up, and it almost seemed like they were like stealing. I don't know, man. It seemed like they were like trying to steal my thunder or something. But anyhow, man, yeah, dude, I miss being young because everything was new and it was like adventurous, you know. But you seem like the kind of guy that always like creates or finds something in your life that makes things kind of new or makes things novel. And I know, you know, or the guy that like a lot of people like to go in on about like, oh, you know, Eddie has these crazy ideas or these wild beliefs. Do you think that you always were like a questioner of things, or do you think that you gravitate towards like whatever is just the next biggest curiosity for you?
Well, when I was a kid, I was hardcore Catholic. That was my stepdad was a thief. My mom was working all day. So
yeah, that's good.
There's a lot of. I tried to kill myself when I was 8. Actually, I tried to overdose on therapy and vitamins. Remember that?
Really good.
One a day. I thought
I had overdose on fucking one.
I didn't know I was 8. I just went to sleep, woke up, like, damn, I'm still alive. But
I mean, that's sad, bro. I mean, I feel you. It's sad, but it's crazy.
Yeah, my stepdad was.
That's a wild choice.
Yeah, it was evil. I just had a dream about it. He was in this front yard, and I could see him, and I was with him. I could go walk him on. I just wanted to fuck him up. He's still in my brain. I haven't seen him since. I haven't looked at him since I was 10. But
did you ever had a dream you tried to punch somebody and you can't, your fist slows down in the air?
How about you shoot a gun and the bullet comes out?
Yeah.
Slow motion, you know, like I'm trying to kill a motherfucker.
What is that? Why do you think it's hard to harm people in your subconscious? I feel like.
I think that when you're asleep, you're not sharp. You know, you're just lazy, so you just accept shit. Most of the time when I dream, I generally never realize that I make money teaching jiu-jitsu, and I have plenty. I don't need money is fine for me. But in my dream, I'm broke, and I just lost my job, and I don't know how I'm going to pay that. That happens. So I think you're asleep, and you're just not thinking properly. I think that's it. Like my DJ at a strip club was a super fun job. It was awesome.
It sounds good. I think it's every guy's dream job a little bit.
But to be a DJ at a strip club, you have to be sharp in the sense that you have to know what every girl likes. You have to have a set ready to go. Like if Candy's going to go up next, but you have to skip her now. You have her sets picked out. You got to skip her now. She got a lap dance. You got 15 seconds to find another girl. You find that girl on the right. You got to be really sharp.
Himalaya coming up.
There's CDs. Yeah.
You got Himalaya coming to the stage, bro.
So you got to be sharp with the CDs, you know, and the song selection, and the girls. You got to know their name. So when I dream about working at the strip club, the dreams I think are supposed to be awesome dreams, but because I don't remember any of the songs and I can't make out any of the girls, I'm just it's a nightmare. I'm just like the managers are looking at me. I'm fucking up the set. I can't even read the scene. Everybody listens. It's a nightmare, but it's not supposed to be a nightmare. Like if the strip club manager, they don't have on a clock. They don't have to put a new song in every 2 minutes, 45 seconds. You got to be a machine. You can't fuck around. No matter what's going on, you better have a new song at 2:45. You better not let it go 3:30. We're wasting money. Right. That's money. You got to start the next dance. Yeah, it's next dance. New money. So it's really stressful. But as a manager, you just kick back and not think about shit. If I was a manager, I think my dreams in the strip club would be less stressful, and it'd be like like wet dreams.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I don't know why I that's all about dreams.
Do you think at this
No, it's interesting. Because I was talking about, if I'm trying to punch people in dreams.
Oh, yes.
And my fist gets so hard and slow and heavy, and it won't ever, I can never hit the person.
Yeah, that's normal. We're talking about my stepdad. My stepdad was a dick.
Yeah.
It was before that.
Oh, I was talking to you about, like, do you feel like, just a little bit into conspiracy, you kind of become a little bit like the conspiracy guy.
Well,
it seems like people just want to kind of attack you about it,
They want to attack me for not trusting criminals. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, they don't want to think with you sometimes.
People attack me because I don't trust criminals.
Yeah.
That's what they say. I don't trust any information coming from the government.
Yeah.
And if you look at everybody will agree, the government's corrupt.
Yes.
Everybody, 100% of everybody will agree that the government's corrupt.
Yes.
They're involved in criminal activities. Right? Yet, and the government's definitely involved in, people have died because of the corruption of government, right? Everybody agrees.
There's so much proof, like you Bay of Pigs,
everything. There's so much proof. Operation Northwoods, even people that always defend the government, they will acknowledge that Operation Northwoods was real, where they were planning on. So when you look at the government, if you narrow down the government to one person, it would be like, would you agree? It'd be like the government's kind of like Arturo Gotti, not Arturo Gotti, John Gotti, right? Like a gangster.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right.
Yeah,
Right.
kind of.
So for me, it's very similar, right? So I'm trying to simplify it. If you just look at, I don't trust anything coming from John Gotti. He's a murdered motherfucker. He's a shady gangster. That's how I perceive the government. So anytime I get information from the government, a government agency, whether it's NASA or whatever, NASA fakes 6 moon missions, man. I mean, how are you going to believe anything from that?
I met Buzz Aldrin.
How are you going to believe anything from that?
I met Buzz Aldrin, and he seemed, no joke, like he hadn't fucking been to the moon, man.
Of course he hasn't.
Because I'm trying to engage him, and this look in his eyes seemed so like he was trying to just play out a little bit of a part.
So I don't believe anything coming from.
Yeah, I've never trusted the government.
I don't believe anything. Then they say, well, what about space? I go, all our space information since 1958. That's where NASA was formed in 1958. All our information, it was formed by Nazis. One of von Braun, the director of all 6 fake missions, was one of Hitler's right-hand men. He's a fucking rocket scientist for Hitler. He's evil as fuck. He directed 6 missions. Masters of propaganda directed 6 missions.
He'd be the perfect guy to do that.
And when he died, he was like, he was on some deathbed confessional type shit. He told his assistant, he said, on his deathbed, according to her, he said, the fake alien invasion is coming. The fake alien invasion is what they've been planning. That's what's going to scare everybody into a one-world government. It's always been about a one-world government. And the fake alien invasion, that'll get everybody together. Everybody will volunteer. We gotta see, the aliens are going to kill us. We got to all unite. So that's been the plan. And that's what Warren von Braun said. And on his tombstone, it has a psalm, psalm, I don't know the Bible verses, but it's a particular psalm in the Bible that talks about the firmament, which is what people believe in. Like, there's a dome firmament. We're in an enclosed system. We're in a special place. Why the fuck would he have that on his tombstone? But it doesn't prove anything.
Right.
There's no proof. They have all the information. So when they're telling us that the sun is 93 million miles away, that's what they say.
Yeah.
Like 93 million miles away. The sun is 93 million miles away.
It doesn't look that far away.
No, it doesn't look that far away.
It's interesting you say that too, because at the beginning of the year, the White House was releasing that alien. Remember we even played?
Oh yeah.
They're pushing it. They're putting it on CNN. They're pushing it. They're pushing all that. They're pushing.
So do you think that's part of it?
I used to be a super fan of aliens in space. I do all the the DVDs away, but I had stacks and stacks. Me and Joe, we can watch space documentaries all the fucking time, over and over and over. BBC space documentaries.
Yeah.
Over and over, all the space documentaries you could find, I would fucking videotape that shit. I was a space junkie. And every now and then, I wonder, it's kind of weird. 100% of these space documentaries are all CGI content. None of it's footage from actual satellites or anything. I thought that was kind of weird, but I'm like, oh, they got it wrong. And then I continue watching. And then once the first distrust of the world was when I found out everybody wasn't Catholic, because I grew up in a Catholic neighborhood. Everybody was Catholic.
Yeah.
Everybody. And once I realized, and I was an altar boy trying to get to fucking heaven. I go, I'm going to heaven. I'm an altar boy, fucking going to church. I'm going to heaven. Fuck this place.
First row, right.
Then when I found out, dude, I would have been totally first row. I
could see that.
I was hard. I'm going to heaven. That was the mission. Fuck this life. And then once I realized that not everybody's Catholic, and what's a Jew, and what's a Muslim, and what's Hindu. Like, wait a minute. There's millions of people that aren't Catholic out there.
And what's gonna happen to them? What's gonna happen to all of them?
How are we right? How do we know we're right again? So right away I became an atheist, like at 12, 13, 11, 12, 13. My first taste of you can't trust authority. My second taste was at 15. At 15, I'm balls deep in the slavery. Balls deep in the bands, even the bands that write satanic lyrics. I didn't believe they were satanic. I didn't believe they were satanic at all. I just believed, we're just trying to scare people. I'm writing satanic lyrics. We're trying to scare people. I don't even believe in God. I'm like, Halloween. Yeah, exactly. It's like dudes who are into writing movies like The Exorcist. You don't think the director of The Exorcist is satanic. You just think they're writing scary shit.
I love that shit.
I never looked at Slayer. I'm 15. I'm like, those motherfuckers aren't satanic. They're just writing scary shit. It's cool. Upside down cross, cool. But then 2020 was a show back in the day.
I remember 2020.
Everybody watched 2020. Back before the internet, they did a special on satanic music. And it was all about old ladies telling, saying that if your kids are listening to Twisted Sister and Mommy Guru,
they're hellbound.
And I was thinking, dude, you got the wrong fucking band. It's not Twisted Sister. That's not satanic.
That's decent, right?
You got to get into Bathory and Creator and Destruction. That's the real. They weren't mentioning any of it. Like,
what about Acid Bath? You ever heard of them?
No. They were bringing up like Judas Priest and shit. Like, so at that point, I thought, wow, these motherfuckers don't know shit. This is ABC. They should have been talking about Slave. Then I would have understood. I'd be like, yeah, I got it. Every song's about Satan. Yeah. But they didn't talk about that shit. They were talking about fucking Monday.
So what do you didn't realize is how out of touch they are, or how much they're trying to control, how they're putting their
You can't trust me. I was already not trusting. The speed metal band I was in was called Resistance, and it was all about not trusting.
Okay, well then how about this? So say if like the world that we live in now, people talk about the earth is round, or that or the earth is flat, or that we're living inside of somebody else's creation. Like, why would they say something more powerful than us is created this world or controls us, that we're living in a controlled environment? Why would they let us start to think? This is what I wonder sometimes. Why do they let us start to realize it? Or do you think there's a glitch in the system?
No, there's a big movement trying to stomp out flat. Like any conspiracy theory that is out there, say like 9/11. 9/11, for sure, is an inside job. There's no doubt. If you look into it, there's no doubt. No doubt. That's an inside fucking job if you actually look into it.
Right.
So there's people being paid to put together documentaries put on Nat Geo shit to debunk 9/11 inside job.
Oh, to debunk it was an inside job.
Yeah, because the people who were responsible for it, those same people are putting out the information. So when you go to YouTube, for instance, you punch in 9/11 inside job, you're not going to get anything. Because they got the search engines, which are smart.
Yeah.
So all the videos that come up are going to be, like if people are interested in 9/11, then they go, they're going to go, that's not real. Because the real shit won't come up for a long time. Yeah. So they got the search engines control, right? That's smart. Yeah. Easy to do, right?
Easy to do.
So any conspiracy theory, same thing. You, like JFK, even for JFK, include YouTube, the JFK conspiracy. And you ain't gonna get no real shit. Not all the shit, the debunking shit comes up first, right? Same thing. And wouldn't it be smart too? Wouldn't it be smart for the people that start a website? It's like 9/11 inside job true.com. Own that shit. Start talking about it, sending people there, but we know how they're getting into democracy, right? Would that be a good idea? That's what they do. That's what they do. But they'll even have a documentary on cable that says 9/11 wasn't an inside job. Those people, or a lot of people know it's an inside job. Tonight at 11, we're going to investigate. So it appears to be investigated. Yeah, but it's not. It's not. They get you, and then they do the narrators to those documentaries. They're just a concept. You know, real scientists believe this, but the conspiracy is it's ridiculous.
Yeah, why is it that people who always think outside of the box these days are considered like such like it's just so looked down upon? Like even Kanye the other day was talking about slavery. You're just different mindset. He's just even speaking on it, right? And sure, Kanye's all over the place, but it's like if somebody even brings up an idea, sometimes immediately it's just shunned. Like
people are dumb as shit.
Even to think, like, yeah, what's okay with it? Like, so somebody says, hey, think about it this way. People are like, no, fuck you. But they're not saying that that's the truth. They're saying, hey, just think.
There's a video with a bunch of black celebrities. Ice Cube, Sam, Shaquille O'Neal. There's like 5 or 6 of them. I mean, Trump's cool, man. Trump's way cool.
Oh, yeah.
He's a racist. We hang out with him. That guy says he's a boss.
Yeah.
But Kanye says it, and they attack him and lynch him.
Because Kanye is so cool. You can let 50 Cent say whatever you want. It doesn't kind of matter. Kanye West starts something different.
People are hypnotized. There's massive.
Oh, I'm a victim of a lot. I can feel it. I can feel myself starting to escape from it sometimes. But why are we allowed to, as humans, as thinkers, in whatever world this is, in whatever we're living in, why does, say it's controlled by something, why does that thing allow us to start to question?
They're not allowing us to question. We're questioning. We're waking up on our own. They're doing everything to stop it out. Like flat Earth, you go flat Earth, go to YouTube, you get nothing but the right. Why are they making videos debunking flat Earth? It's so yeah. Why are they doing it? How does flat Earth have such legs? How does it have legs? It's so dumb. Right. How is it just keeps growing and growing? People are waking the fuck up.
And what are they scared of? That we're gonna break?
You can't. The Jesuit goal is one world. All the secret societies, there's a bunch of Freemasons, there's a bunch of secret societies that all work together. They want one world government. And the way it's going to happen is through a fake invasion. They're already preparing for it. They're doing it right now. It's Project Baby. That's what they're doing. So I used to be really into aliens big time. Then I realized, oh shit, they're treating everybody. They're making it. So the alien community, they're going, look, there's all these government programs, Project Blue Book. They're hiding. They got all these documents where they're investigating UFOs. The government really knows. That shit is all done on purpose. So it looks like the government's hiding. It looks like it. So it makes you believe it. But meanwhile, they're not hiding. They created. They created Roswell, all that shit. That's all famous. I used to believe that. I used to believe all that shit. Crash UFOs and all that shit. That shit. They want you to believe that the government is trying to hide it. It's brilliant. Yes. So now I look at all the UFO sightings. Like that's government shit. Right.
Yeah, they know that we're looking for it, so now they're putting it out there so that they can control it.
So once the fake alien invasion happens, you can't go out. Why are they lying to us about space? You can't have a fake alien invasion without space.
Right, you have to
have from somewhere.
Here's something that gets you
They have to come from this infinite space. And when you look at what people always talk about, even Joe Rogan. Yeah, like the conspiracy theory is that a long time ago was really good stuff. We figured out a bunch of shit 30,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, and then something happened, civilization fell apart, and we had to start over again, right? When mainstream science will tell us that, it's dinosaurs, cavemen, and then slowly we got to the point where we're at here, and we're at the pinnacle of technology. The technology has never been as high as it is right now. That's what the mainstream story is. But the conspiracy theory, one of the conspiracy theories is like, they used to be, people used to be really smart. Look at the pyramids. You still can't even make a pyramid now. All these people really believe that people used to be way smarter than we are now, right? If that's true, then they would know what we live in. Then, they would have a better idea than we do.
Right.
And so back then, all the ancient cultures, they all believed we lived in Hindus, everybody. They all believed we live in a closed structure, like this is a special place. And there's a food. It's in the Bible. People, the Bible don't mean anything. The Bible, you know what? I'm not a devout Christian. I don't Bible stuff. But I do believe there's probably some real shit.
There's some clues in there.
There's some real shit.
Do you think, but why are we, like, if we start, do you worry that if we start to get alert to things and people start to become aware that we're going to be, something's going to happen to us, like, as individuals that start to become aware? Like, do you ever worry about that? Like, the more awake that you get to what's really going on, that, because obviously then we're a hindrance to whatever the overall plan is.
For sure. Everyone's susceptible to getting suicide if you have enough health. For sure.
Do you feel like that could be, I mean, that,
I'm so small time and I'm so crazy.
Are you though?
I'm talking about flat earth. I'm so often. We did a podcast for about an hour. We were talking about conspiracy theories. I turned down. I've been approached three different production companies want me to be a host for some conspiracy show. Fuck no, I don't want to be no conspiracy theory host.
Do you think so? Do you think, like, cause I'm thinking if I'm running around and that's part of, the vibe that I'm carrying with me, then somebody who has a bigger ability to be more control would shut me down.
Maybe that could happen. But I'm already shutting myself. Right. I'm not doing conspiracy theory shows. I'm only talking about conspiracy theories on podcasts where the host wants to. And
it's fascinating.
Yeah, it's just, it really just comes down to I don't trust criminals. I don't trust them. So when people are fucking making fun of me, you're an idiot for not trusting me. I don't trust any science that I can verify for myself.
Yeah.
Unless they're going to throw me in jail, if I don't trust any science that we can't verify for ourselves, we got to take someone else's, like some unknown scientist word for it. Like just the simple fact that the sun is supposed to be 90 miles away. And you have no way to verify it. People will say, dude, they figured that out. Go back to Google.
Right.
Somebody
wrote that down.
Somebody wrote that down. That's not proof to me. Now, if they were going to throw me in jail for not believing it, then I'd say, I believe it. You know what I mean? Then they would have the right to call me an idiot.
Yeah.
People are like, you fucking idiot. You don't believe that the sun's 93 million miles away? It says right there. They figured it out. NASA. You fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. Now, they would have the right to say that if I was going to get thrown in jail.
Right.
Or if they, if you believe that, and you sign something, and you believe that, they gave you like a $10,000 tax check or something like that, tax, then they would be fucking idiot. It's $10,000, you're a fucking idiot. But there is no money and there is no jail, so it doesn't benefit me. Especially not to get maybe, but they lie about so much shit.
Oh man,
I don't know.
And they lie constantly, and it's just untrustworthy. I mean, even how some of these, you'll have Bernie Sanders who would have won his political party, and then he gets land. It's almost feels so much like how it's so obvious now that we shouldn't be trusting these powers that are around us. And what gets me about space is that, my favorite thing about space is that, they say space is constantly multiplying, infinitely multiplying.
How do they know this?
That sounds like something I would have made up.
Science that we can't verify for ourselves, and that's most of them. Space, that's scientism. It may or may not be real, but you gotta have faith.
Right.
You gotta have faith.
Oh yeah, you gotta jump.
So anytime you think you know, like you take a physics class and you got an A in physics, and you think you know it, that's verifying that everything they're saying about space is real. You know what I mean? Like that you're saying that verifies it?
Yeah. That's ridiculous. What's crazy if I told you, hey, space, it just keeps on growing?
Yeah.
But that's
I mean, do you think that we're shooting through space at 1,000,000 miles an hour? Does it feel like we're going 1,000,000 miles an hour? not just a million. According to mainstream astrophysics, we're going 1,000 miles an hour on our, we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour on our own axis, and then we're shooting around the sun at 60,000 miles an hour. 60,000 miles, and then the sun is shooting around the center of the Milky Way at 600,000 miles an hour, and the Milky Way galaxy itself is shooting through the universe at 1 million. That's what they wrote. 1 million miles. So we're going forward. Can you imagine going 1 million miles an hour this way, but then you're skidding this way 600,000 miles, and then skidding another way 60,000 miles an hour, and then and you're spinning 1,000 miles an hour.
That would make any 8-year-old try to OD
They never proved. Ever. There's never been any proof that we're moving.
Why people so easily believe everything.
They believe it.
These same people, they've been wrong so many times throughout history. Like, they used to think that the sun revolved around the earth, right? These are the same scientists that are saying all these things. And all of a sudden, now the scientists are never wrong, and we have to always believe them and never question them.
Because NASA's got some instruments to measure all that shit. You just got to believe us, right? You know what I mean? Think about what are the percentage of the population worldwide have access to the high-powered telescopes that these people at NASA are supposedly getting all the calculations from. So less than 1%, probably 0.001% of the population has access to verify all these findings in space. They found every 6 months they find 7 new planets.
Galaxies, yeah.
Come on, man. How you, show me how the fuck you figured that out. Oh, we can figure out what the light, then there's like a light. If you can go on YouTube and see what stars and planets look like through telescopes. You can see that. And dude, it looks like the weirdest lights ever. Dude, it looks weird as shit. It doesn't look like the CGI that they're giving us. They're giving us some beautiful planets. It doesn't look at all like that. When you see it yourself, you're not seeing the CGI paintings and giving us of these fucking nebulas and these star nurseries. That's all to me, I don't buy any of that shit.
Well, it's also like, what gets me is that they'll have, that so few of us can really even read this data or any of that stuff and actually conceptualize it in a way that
scientists, yes, you gotta have faith in it. You know, it's not like I don't believe in science. And I've said this many times. I believe the science of the iPhone. I believe the science in the iPhone can connect to the internet. I didn't need to read that. I didn't need to read a book.
Right, because I can see that I use it.
I believe in the science of cars. Why? Not because I read it anywhere, because I'm in my goddamn car today. I know it goes from point A to B. I believe in that science. Science that I can verify. Science that I can't verify, but now let's say I had some rare form of cancer, and someone said, hey, there's this new treatment. There's a chance that it can cure you. In that situation, man, I want to trust that science. Let's go for it. I want to trust that science. I don't know if it's going to work, but shit, I hope so.
Okay,
yes, I trust that science, right? I trust the science of, surgery. Is there science involved in surgery? There's science involved in surgery. Like, I've had back surgery, I've had knee surgery. I believe in that shit. When you're talking about 9 planets 10 light years away that you can't see, that no one can see, that we gotta take your word for it. That sounds like a scam. That sounds like you get $18 billion a year and you gotta have something to show for it. So, we're looking at the planet. Oh shit, we're going to Mars. And then when you look at the SpaceX stuff, it's like, Jesus Christ. Did you see the footage of that Tesla? Yeah, in space. It's so fucking. It looks so fake. Even Elon Musk, the first thing that came out of his mouth, the press conference, the launched that shit, and the internet revolted. So that's fucking bigger than anything. I thought it was going to look more real. I thought Elon Musk would have better technology.
Yeah.
But they asked him in the press conference, the very first thing they said, Elon, how does it feel to finally get your Tesla up in orbit? How long do you have contact? And the very first thing he said, well, I think it's ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. That was the first thing that came out of his mouth. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. If we faked it, we would use way better CGI. That's the first thing out of your goddamn mouth. Yeah. That's the first thing out of your goddamn mouth. And where's that Tesla now? Where's it at? They faked it. You know how? One way you know it's fake is that you know, when you turn on your iPhone, you know, your CNN and the Washington Post, you get all the fake news.
Right.
You get the fake news on your iPhone.
It's true. I need to subscribe to that, and I get all that shit.
You get all that shit. They force feed you the fake shit.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're reading fake shit on CNN every day, fake shit, and then on CNN it's saying, hey, the SpaceX launch was successful or whatever. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is that
Right, the same thing. Why would they change their whole vibe?
Why would
one story? Yeah.
Most people don't trust CNN. Most people don't.
I agree.
But they do when they talk about space. It's the same shit.
Well, what I wonder is why is space always so unattainable to us? Like, if we live it, like, that's the thing. Everything we learn about it is that, oh, we can't get there. You know, like, oh, we just got to our moon. We just reached.
Everybody believes there's a debate.
Yeah.
There's people who believe we went, and there's people who believe it's fine. So everyone should believe that there's a debate. Now, if you really have an open mind and you want to get to the bottom of it, say, okay, government always lies. And they lied about this. Let's have an open mind. Let's get to the bottom. And let's take it to trial. What's the first thing you're going to ask for the trial? To look at all the evidence.
A trial would be awesome.
Yeah, wouldn't it be the first thing is, okay, first thing we got to do is examine the evidence, right? But you're a prosecutor, but we need to examine the evidence. And the defendant, the government, says we destroyed all the evidence. What do you think? Like, at that point, what do you think?
Oh, yeah.
What would an average person that isn't hypnotized, right, with some decent common sense, think at that point? You're in trial, and okay, let's examine the evidence. And the defense attorney said, Your Honor, we destroyed all the evidence.
So we just have to take
That's
your
a
word
fucking
for it.
guilty already. You're guilty. You destroyed the evidence? Why would you destroy all that precious evidence of the greatest achievement of mankind? You destroyed. They said it. Don Pettit, a NASA astronaut, said it on the video. You can watch it. There's a million videos of copies of him saying, I would go back to the moon in a nanosecond, except we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We destroyed that technology. It's been a painful process to put it back together. That's where I got that shit. We destroyed the technology? To me, anybody, and that's a criminal. They're already criminals. They're already criminals, right? So automatically you think, okay, we got these motherfuckers, right? Oh, we got this. They don't have all of it. As a board process, we're like, these guys are fucked. They destroyed the evidence? Okay, it's on now. It would be an open and shut case at that point.
We tried that argument, we're in jail. We get the speedy execution.
Exactly.
They're not going to give us 20 years and then kill us.
Exactly.
Right away.
You know, the whole thing about space, there's so many ways you can break down space and the information they're giving us. There's so many different ways. This is just one way, right? According to mainstream space information, here's the sun, right? And then here's the Earth, right? According to them, it takes 1 year to go around the sun, right? So, and when you're the part of the Earth that's facing the sun, that's daytime, right? And the side that I can look at, that's nighttime, right? Because anytime the sun, if the Earth is a ball, anytime it's facing the sun, it's daytime. Anytime, so at nighttime, we're actually not looking, the sun is on the opposite side. We're looking at this side.
Right.
Let's say this is the universe.
Right. Right. So at nighttime, we're looking the other way.
We're looking that way. So in 6 months, we're looking that way. Right? 3 more months, we're looking that way. So when the Earth is over here,
right,
there's no way we can see those stars.
Right.
It's impossible. Right. We got to look through the sun, and then there's no way.
Right.
We're looking at that side. So in 6 months, we're over here. We should be looking at a completely opposite side of the universe, right?
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But you don't. Don't you? No. You see the same stars. The stars, you don't see completely. You see the Big Dipper year round. How is that possible?
Well, it's the easiest ones. There's always some like girl that you're trying to hook up with. She's like, oh, there's the Big Dipper. You know,
it's always there.
It's always
and
there.
And then the North Star, Polaris, is always there. What do we know for sure about the planet and space? Because anything that we have to take someone's word for in this argument, in this debate, you got to throw that out because that's what the argument's about.
Right.
The argument's about we don't trust shit that we can't verify for ourselves. So if you're going to get on your fucking phone and you go to the NASA.gov website and say, look, it says right here, it's true. That's the whole point of this. The whole point of this, we don't trust that shit. That's like getting in an argument with someone who's a Bible thumper and he's always bringing up Jesus quotes. And you're like, dude, why do you keep bringing up Jesus quotes? I don't believe in the Bible.
Right.
Why? So you know what I mean?
Right.
And he keeps bringing us, oh, you're wrong. Look, it says right here in the Bible, you can't bring up the Bible to me because I'm an atheist.
Right.
Not me. I'm just an example. I'm not an atheist. I do believe in God. But I'm just saying, if you're going to argue with an atheist who doesn't believe anything in the Bible and you keep referencing the Bible, you are the idiot. Yeah, you are the idiot. Because you're trying to have a real debate with them, you got to talk about shit that ain't the Bible because you're talking to someone who doesn't believe in the Bible. So if you keep quoting the Bible, you're the fucking retard. So it's the same thing. Yeah. It's the same thing with space.
Yeah.
You know, like.
Well, check this out. Do you think, so I had this idea that, so say we're starting to create robots, right? Do you think if those robots became self-aware, like we're starting to become whoever created us or whatever's holding us, do you say if we create a robot, we have created robots, they start to become self-aware, do you think we would get rid of those robots, or do you think that we would let them?
Man, I don't know. I don't know what to think about artificial intelligence because the people are, there's people out there who live debunking conspiracy theories, generally conspiracy theories are each people out there, it's all they do is push the official story. Yeah, that's what they do. Those people are saying artificial intelligence. Yeah. Those are the people who are saying that's what we should really be doing. So I tend to think like, okay, so don't have to worry about artificial intelligence. If they're saying worry, if that's what they're saying, if they're saying worry about it, I think that's a fear mongering. I don't think we're gonna have to worry about it. But I could be wrong. The one thing we have to worry about is those DARPA dogs. Have you seen that Black Mirror episode? Oh yeah. Yeah. When those dogs get programmed to hunt you down, shit, I think we have to worry about those DARPA dogs.
I'm ready for that. I'm ready for that.
Yeah, honestly, I
think bazookas.
Oh, dude, look, I think in some places, man, buying a gun is the new voting. You know, it's like people are. I think starting to really mistrust, especially the government and especially the news, everything. And I think people are starting to feel like they just want to take things into their own hands more.
Yeah, look at these false flags going on all over the place. People say, why do you think every school shooting is a false flag? Because they are. God damn it. They are false flags. You're just too retarded to see it. You're hypnotized. You can't see it.
How do we fight hypnotization, Eddie? Real quick, we're going to get to a couple questions.
I don't think there's any hope.
You don't?
I don't think there's any hope. The masters of propaganda. They got
ourselves, just enjoy it.
Enjoy family. I like to talk about it. Yeah, I'm obsessed with it. I like thinking about it. I'm obsessed with finding out how we're being fucked. Yeah, we're being fucked in every way. It's all over the place. Mad propaganda, mad programming on TV. It's they get the kids into space and dinosaurs. Oh yeah, and space and dinosaurs. You know why? Because by the time they're 15, there's no way they're gonna question. It's just like with you get a kid into Catholicism, generally they're not gonna question it. By the time they're 16, 17, they're like, there's no way you're gonna convince that kid that there isn't a God. Yeah, and that's the same thing. Why is it so important to drown our kids in space? In space everywhere. You look at you go to kids shopping, kids got NASA clothes on and shit like that. It's brilliant. I don't think there's anything. And I'm not gonna be one of those guys protesting signs. I'm not gonna be a guy that's leading a revolution. I just want peace. But I like talking about it. Yeah. I'm gonna keep talking about it, but there's nothing we can do about it. Look at Hillary. All the legal shit that she's done. Look at that. Look at Bill Clinton. They got some. They got people think.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah, like they got dead bodies all around. There's a Clinton body. It's a meme now to talk about. Make sure Hillary found out you're gonna get suicide. Again, suicide. People know what that means. It's not suicide. It's a fake suicide. They shut your fucking ass up. People that speak up, people that go after them too much, they get killed. Look at Chris Cornell from Soundgarden and Chester from Linkin Park. Coincidentally, they were both into fighting child trafficking, hardcore. They got like Chris Cornell and his wife had a the Chris and Vicky Foundation. Yeah, all about.
And they go.
They're gone.
And they're going.
They're gone.
But what do they get by eliminating us who think who begin to take back our will and our free thinking? What do they?
They don't want to get thrown in jail. That's what it is. I mean, in a sense, that's a sign. You know, the fact that people are being suicided, and the fact that
It's the dark arts.
people are being bribed. The fact that that's going on means that they got to bribe people. They got to suicide people. They're worried about some shit, so they're not totally immune to.
So that must be yes. They must not be totally immune to us figuring it out.
Yeah, that's a little sign because I have faith. Generally, I'm thinking, hey, people are too hypnotized. They're hypnotized. Too many people are like, you fucking idiot, you fucking moron. Like, dude, I just don't trust mainstream information. That's
agree.
it. That's it. You want to trust it? Go ahead. Don't call me an idiot. I think you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
For trusting criminals? You know they're criminals. Right now, think to yourself, you know the world is run by criminals. Yet you trust them? You're the fucking retard.
Now, I have one other question. So, say that there are robots that start to get artificial intelligence, right? And then if robots became self-aware, that we would shut the robots down. Do you think that some of the robots pretend that they weren't self-aware so that we would know?
So they would get suicided.
We get suicided about us, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
until it was too late for them to all.
I don't
until
know.
it was too late for us.
I don't know that much about
What if they didn't?
AI. Yeah, I'm not too sure about AI. I'm just trying, you know what? Like I said, I'm turning down conspiracy theory shows. But I would have went this whole podcast easily without talking about conspiracy.
Yeah, I know you would have. Well, yeah, that's why I wanted to talk about some of
You
this
brought
stuff.
that up. That's part of what I do every now and then. I'm doing a tip for comedy, with Sam Triple.
Oh, dude.
You know what I mean? So, but we're like making fun of conspiracy theories.
But you guys are talking about it though too. Like you guys are talking about it, and it's growing. That's my thing. Do you not feel like sometimes like you're on the horizon, maybe of some helping people think?
Well, if you go to one of the typical comedy shows, I'll like smash flat Earth. You know what I mean? I'm trying to when you're preaching conspiracy theories, it's hard to be funny. But, I'm just trying to be funny. And there's it's called Tinfoil Hat Comedy Night, but really Sam does another show called Chaos Comedy. Like,
We'll put the links right below, right? The first links up.
Does that mean all the comics gotta have chaos in their act? Yeah. No, it's just called chaos comedy. So Tinfoil Hat Comedy, there's gonna be some conspiracy theory stuff in there, but everyone does conspiracy theory stuff. Like Dave Chappelle talking about the origins of AIDS, like in his comedy, that's conspiracy theory. Like he's going, because they said monkeys gave us AIDS. You know how hard it is to fuck a monkey. You know what I mean? That's some of the greatest shit ever. That's conspiracy theory.
You can go back and forth.
Yeah, so. And naturally, stand-up comedy is gonna have some conspiracy theory stuff in it, So we do that, but I do bits on stuff that have nothing to do with conspiracy theory.
No, I want to see some of that. I know you and Sam are going on tour as well, sometime this year, right, or next year?
Well, we're gonna be in San Francisco at Cobb's Friday, June 1st, and then June 2nd on that Saturday we're gonna do Punchline at in Sacramento. You can get your tickets at livenation.com. If those shows sell out, then Live Nation's gonna set up a mini tour. I like the idea.
We'll post it a ton, man. I'm a huge fan of Sam. I love Sam.
Sam's awesome. And for that San Francisco show, we're doing a little contest thing with Sam's idea. Great idea. The person who brings the most people, the most guests, is going to get to be on a podcast with after the show. We're going to do a special podcast to the person who brought the most people to that show. We're trying to sell that place out.
That's cool. Well, look, we'll push that a ton. We have a couple of questions that came from guests.
Yeah, we definitely have some questions from guests. And I also have a question for you, too, regarding conspiracy theories. So I'm kind of with you with a lot of stuff. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not fully on board with flat Earth.
That's a hard one.
It is a hard one.
I was violently opposed to it. I was mad at people that were bringing it up. And that's normal. Everybody that's into flat Earth, it was very hard for them to get into it. And it took like a year and a half for them to admit it.
Well, first it was just black dudes, basically. I feel like they ran into it.
I was violently opposed to it. But the one thing about flat Earth, you punch in flat Earth, on YouTube, you're going to get all the debunkers. And why is there so many people working against it? It's crazy. It's they're doing the exact same thing with flat Earth that they do 9/11, JFK, Iran Contra. They got people producing debunking videos. It's like, why are you doing that? It's so stupid. You should ask yourself, why is there a debate about it? How is there a debate still at this time with the internet? Why are people, there's so many people that are afraid to admit that they're looking at flat Earth because the amount of ridicule they do. You know what I mean? I was quiet about it, but I was against it. I was trying to, people kept coming up to me, flat Earth.
Fuck up, yeah, you're crazy.
It was like a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Joe, I was on Joe's podcast. People are so dumb that there's some people out there still really? There's people like that? And this was just a few years ago.
And now you're
And then I kept trying to debunk it. Like, I would get in arguments with people, and that's the typical story. Everyone's trying to debunk it. The one thing that made me realize something was wrong is I always believed the moon landing was fake. And that's what I thought NASA was. I thought NASA was in charge of the moon missions. I didn't think they were in charge of all space information. I thought there was all these scientists everywhere that were figuring out, shit about the universe. And once I was looking into it, and I realized, oh shit, all these pictures of Earth from space, and all CGI and NASA, and we got an artist too. I'm like, wait a minute. You guys aren't even getting real pictures of fucking Earth from space. I go, I had pictures.
But where's the bootlegs?
Yeah.
Where's the fucking space bootlegs?
And you get the Earth 3D on my iPhone. I see that. I go, how are you gonna tell me the Earth's flat? I see. So the guy said, go. I got a master's in engineering. And so I did, and I realized, damn. Then I started tracing these pictures back to NASA. And then I realized, wait, NASA is controlling all our space information. And if NASA does that, I thought they just did the moon and the space shuttle.
Yeah, and NASA's gutter, dude. They've been around for 60 years. They've been to the moon allegedly 4 times.
6 times.
Yeah, 6 times.
They destroyed all the technology. Come on, man.
Dude, that's the worst. If that was a business, you'd be like, this is
man.
yeah.
You know what? They had to say this.
Yeah, what else are they gonna say?
They destroyed all the raw video footage, the raw audio footage, all the telemetry data which tracked where they were in space. Oh, that's cool.
Because there's no way that they can even leave that for us to really look at. And I think the biggest thing is to think and try and be brave in your thoughts because, I grew up, with, a lot of Christian influence around me and stuff. And at first it was scary for me to start thinking about other things because I didn't want to, because it was just in my makeup that made me feel like, oh, it was a little bit wrong. But now, man, I love to think about it. I think it just seems ridiculous to me.
Yeah, people are all on board with putting up memes that say, question authority. People are all, no one's like saying, no, don't question authority. Nobody says that. Nobody would ever say, don't question authority.
Well, some people are. I mean, I go back to the middle monkeys, man. Like, I believe that we're closely related to them, that we have a lot of the same stuff. But I've never been to the zoo and been like, I miss the old neighborhood. Like, I don't have any feeling like that in my body, Like, if I see the monkeys at the zoo, I'm not like, oh, that's the old gang. No, I don't feel any fucking connection to
them. When you break down, like, evolution and Darwin, Freemason Jesuits, all the major astronomers, Jesuits, it's all part of the planet. They control. Like, the Vatican has the most powerful telescope. You know what its name is? Lucifer. The Vatican.
It's a dark art.
Their telescope.
I had no idea.
His name is Lucifer.
It's almost like they're fucking with us.
They are, man. How are you gonna call Lucifer, man? I thought you were going to Satan. I thought you guys hated that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
what the fuck's going on over? You call Lucifer, and then we don't see anything that they're seeing. How come you don't show us what you're looking at?
Yeah, a couple Vatican.
How come you don't show us? And
we're the Vatican
JPEGs. I'll never forget me and Joe fucking balls to space and shit back in 2001. Watching a documentary on the VLT telescope. That stands for Very Large Telescope. VLT. It was a documentary about it, like in 2001. And they were building it somewhere in South America where it's 360 days, it's clear, where the atmosphere is the perfect place for a gigantic, the most powerful telescope ever. The documentary was about building it. It wasn't done yet. It was 3 giant mirrors that were going to be linked together through software, computer software. They said 2005. they would be able to take shots. They would be able to take shots of the moon, which I don't know.
And nothing.
Yeah.
And where's
It's 2005, and it's 2018. There's no shot. Where's the shot of the goddamn, especially if it's a flag on the moon? You can see the flag.
Yeah.
You see that? They're not showing shit on the moon. They ain't showing nothing.
Well, they also said too. This is something that I heard that whenever they took off, that the shuttle knocked the flag down, and that's why you can't see it. That's why.
Oh, really?
What a great excuse, though. Yeah, that's you can look that up.
Look at the moon. Look at the moon. Like, the conspiracy theory is that the moonlight, the moon is its own linear. It's not a ball thing. It's actually, it's like a nighttime sun. It's a light. And the craziest thing about the moon, and before I got it flat, I could never wrap my brain around how if the moon is orbiting around us and it's a ball, why do we always see the exact same sign? They say it's a synchronous orbit because it's like holding hands with someone that's right. But still, even if it's a synchronous orbit, after a while it would move a little bit. Eventually we would see the fucking back of it, but we never see the back. Year after year, decade after decade, millennia after millennia, it's the same side of the moon. It's the same face. It doesn't even move like a little bit.
You would think, yeah. Listen, I mean, even just some of the stuff. It's like, first of all, Pluto. That's what they talk about a ton growing up, and then suddenly, 15 years ago, oh, Pluto doesn't exist. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
Pluto wasn't fucking real. What the fuck?
They're saying there's a bunch of Plutos, so they can't count Pluto as a planet.
Yeah, they can't find it.
They'd have to count. It's crazy.
And then the speed thing, it's like, oh, we're spinning at this and we're going this. The numbers almost sound like some kid would say.
Yeah, so like my little brother.
Yeah,
60 million, 700 trillion,
Yeah.
30 to 70.
How about the International Space Station supposedly is going 17,000 miles an hour? 17. You guys dock on that motherfucker 4 times a year? You guys send a cargo ship with scientists, international scientists that you're gonna 4 times a year? You're docking on something that's going 17,000 miles an hour, yet there's no footage of it. There's no footage. And the one thing that will prove that the Earth is round, the one thing that's really easy, people say, man, you need to start a GoFundMe.
What is it? What is it for?
It's really easy. People always come up with this crazy shit. Start a GoFundMe. Go to the edge. Raise this money. Go to the edge. Fly. Get on a rocket. Fly and see for yourself. You wouldn't even believe it. Saw for yourself. You want to spend, all you have to spend is $17.99. $17. Go to Best Buy. Buy a fucking GoPro camera. Put it on one of those goddamn scientists that you fucking go 4 times a year. Put it on one of those scientists. I want an uncut video of them going into the rocket, even if it takes 17 hours, I'll watch the whole thing. Taking off, uncut, docking onto the International Space Station, getting off, and then looking back at Earth. If you could do that in one shot, I will shut the fuck up.
One shot.
One shot.
To the edge with Eddie. Go to Best Buy, $17.99.
You don't need to go fund me. Shut the fuck up with that.
All right, so this actually brings up to what I wanted to ask you. What's preventing me from going all on board with Flat Earth is that, when you go on YouTube, there's a lot of people with too much time and money on their hands, and they're buying weather balloons, attaching GoPro cameras to it, or just any cameras, and launching it up into space. And if you watch that footage,
I watch it. Yeah,
okay.
There's no curvature.
Oh, well, no, but because some of them don't go high enough.
This is what I know exactly what you're talking about. Most GoPro cameras have fisheye lens.
Yeah, the fisheye lens.
And you can tell that really quick. So a lot of people go, look, I can see the curvature. Dude, that is obviously fisheye lens. So the ones that go up without the fisheye lens, they go up, a bunch of them go up. You can watch it on YouTube. The ones that don't have fisheye lens, they go up 110,000 feet. 110,000 feet, 121,000 feet. They go up there and there's zero curve. And it was brought to Neil deGrasse Tyson's attention. They asked him, he says this on video too. They said, Neil, because Neil is one of their puppets.
Yeah, I don't trust him.
Yeah, exactly. Totally. He's a part of the club. They go, we need a scientist who's a good talker, and he's funny and charismatic. He's an actor. That guy's an actor. He's like Bill Nye, the science guy. Those are actors. They're trying to push the science agenda. But anyways, so when they asked Neil deGrasse Tyson, they go, how come with these amateur balloons we're not seeing any curvature at 121,000 feet? And Neil deGrasse Tyson said, that's not high enough. You need to go way higher. The Earth is so big. That's what he said. But then they got all these people saying, dude, Get on a plane and look out a window. You can see the curve. But dude, that's 35,000 feet. And Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying at 121,000 feet, you're still not high enough. And that's the max for these because they can't get any higher. If he's saying you need to go higher to see the curve, then how the fuck are people saying they see the 35,000 miles on a plane? It doesn't make any sense. That does not make any sense. And anybody can explain that. Neil deGrasse Tyson, your own boy said that shit.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Even like a patsy, you create one, they're gonna mess up every now and then. They're not gonna get it all right. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna always say the right thing.
And Joe Rogan and him were having a flat Earth discussion and battles and debates. And we said, you know what, we can handle this. Let's just handle this once and for all. Why don't we get Eric Dubay? He's the best flatter. There's a lot of shit.
Yeah, I'm talking about him on
Eric Dubay versus Neil deGrasse Tyson on JRA. That would destroy the internet. That would destroy the internet.
Right.
And Joe was all for it. Joe said, we can fucking make that happen.
Yeah.
And he contacts Neil deGrasse Tyson. Goes, dude, I contacted Neil. Dude, I contact Eric Dubay. I go, it's fucking happening. And right when Joe Rogan even put it on his schedule, he said, like for February. He's talked about it on his podcast.
That's it.
He talked about it on his podcast.
And that's it.
And right when it was announced, Eric Dubay's YouTube channel is deleted. But he still wants to do it. So now, Eric Dubay, if you go to his YouTube channel, he's made a video going, Joe, when's this going to happen? Look, you put it on your schedule. You talked about it on your podcast. When's it going to happen? Joe wants to make it happen. The problem is, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he don't want to make it. There's no way he's going to debate.
Yeah, I was like, something to ask for it.
Just that little explanation of how we should see.
He doesn't want to answer that.
Every 6 months, there should be a different set of stars, completely different. But they can't answer that. They can't answer that.
There's time for people to think. That's my biggest thing, man.
And people think we're shooting.
And spinning in a circle. And gravitating around.
And the whole thing without gravity, that heliocentric model, that mainstream model, gravity is what holds everything. Get people asking, they say, well, and children will ask this, well, if the earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, why aren't the oceans being flipped off? And the answer is gravity is holding.
Gravity's a wild
And gravity is holding oceans to it. Right?
Yeah.
Gravity's holding skyscrapers. Otherwise, skyscrapers would fling off. Oceans would fling off, right? And this force is so strong that it's holding oceans to it. How come it doesn't fuck with the helium balloon? Is a helium balloon, is that anti-gravity?
Yes.
No, it isn't. The conspiracy theory of gravity is that, and I didn't think so. Gravity has never been proven, it's never been measured. Isaac Newton came up with it, and it doesn't hold water, literally. If the reason why a helium balloon rises, it doesn't get stuck to the ground, it's because helium is less dense than the air around.
Do you think it's just our weight?
It's density and buoyancy. Think about it, you throw a rock into the ocean, it sinks to the ground. You throw a tennis ball into the ocean, it just floats. Because the air inside that tennis ball is less dense than the water. Anything that's less dense goes up. Anything that's more dense than the medium, it holds it.
So it's a density holding.
It's a density thing. How come, if you think about this,
what creates density? The force on it, right? It's gravity.
What was the question?
Like, what creates, like, density? Like, what makes one thing dense and one thing?
Well, what I'm saying is, I'm no scientist. I don't know. I'm just, as a common man, I'm thinking, why do you think like a 250-pound man, say, Ray Lewis is?
Yeah.
Would it be easier for him to hold a baby stuck to the ground or another 250-pound man? Well, yes, that's common sense, right?
Yeah.
He's got all this force against the baby. Gravity has the force to hold oceans stuck to it. Yeah, you can't hold a butterfly stuck to it. Butterfly, we should be stuck to the fucking ground like some kind of magnet. Yeah, we're not. But oceans are being held, and if gravity is holding oceans to it, then gravity must be fighting the inertia of that 1,000 mile an hour spin.
Right.
So there's a battle between the inertia flinging the water off and the gravity holding it together.
You would think sometimes the water would zip off.
Where is there evidence of this battle between the inertia and the gravity? There is no battle. It should be like the ocean should be like leaning to one side kind of all the time, kind of just simple. Yeah. And water, you can't find it. If it were truly a ball with a circumference of 25,000 miles an hour, or 25,000 miles, sorry.
You got to lead us, though, man.
Yeah. But if it's true, then the ball should bend at 6,000 feet per every 100 miles. So we should be able to measure the curve of oceans every 100 miles. There should be 6,000 feet of curvature. Yet, you can go on YouTube and hear, there's a video on a U.S. Navy quartermaster. He's a quartermaster who works on like fucking battleships. And he says, you can go on YouTube, just YouTube, U.S. Naval Quartermaster. He explains, because there's no way there could be 6,000 feet of curvature at 100 miles, because they're targeting and imaging ships at 100 miles. It would be impossible if there was a 6,000 feet curve.
Right.
There'd be no way they could target you. There should be 6,000 feet of curvature at 100 miles. So, if the world is a ball with a circumference of 25,000 miles, then every 100 miles there should be 6,000 feet of curvature. That's the reason. And also, when you're on a plane, you should be, every 5 minutes, you should be dipping the nose. Otherwise you just go right into space. But they never dip their nose. They're just hovering over a plane. They're just keeping, there's so many.
The dark arts.
It goes on forever. And the crazy thing is, there's websites out there. Like, you know, the Flat Earth Society? The Flat Earth Society is where, like Obama is doing. He brings up, because this is not a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. So he's sending everybody to the Flat Earth Society, which is a website. Nobody that's a true Flat Earther has gone through, and they bypass the Flat Earth Society. Because if you're if your first introduction to Flat Earth, like your peers, like everyone keeps talking about the Flat Earth, and then you hear about the Flat Earth Society, they pump that up. They want to send you there. You go, you punch in Flat Earth on Google, you punch in Flat Earth, which is all controlled. It looks ridiculous. And then the Flat Earth Society is right there. It's going to direct Flat Earth Society on the first page all over the place. So if you go to Flat Earth Society first, you're never going to find that. Yeah, because they're going to say
they want to send you first.
And so
you got to settle think for yourself. You cannot take it back
you know,
and sit out there. You got to be wild.
If you're curious about Flat Earth, there's a lot of people out there that there's a lot of great information. The YouTube channel, Beyond the Imaginary Curve, great shit. Eric Today's YouTube channel, great shit.
Those are the links here.
Yeah, the great shit.
We'll get a question or two real quick, Eddie, about some of our listeners. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the information.
I appreciate you having an open mind. That's what I'm actually great. When I talk to like Sam Tripoli, he's like, conspiracy theorists, we have such distrust of government. People come up to me and say, "How's it to us?" I wouldn't even really fucking that. You know what I mean? I would just believe it. It's like you coming up to me and saying, let's just say this, a person that's a notorious whore.
Yeah.
She fucked everybody.
Right.
If you came up to me and she fucked kind of life. And I would be like, I wouldn't say, where's the proof?
Yeah.
Of course, you probably think she's one. If she didn't, she's still one. You know what I mean? That's how I look at the government. Right. So when you come up and you say, "Hey, dude, the government's doing some shady business over here," I'd be like, "It makes sense to me just a little bit." I would not need any evidence. You know what I mean? There's a science team at the University of Alaska did a study on towers to prove what's wrong. It was a controlled demo. The University of Alaska, it's official. They go, "Yeah, it was a controlled demo." Look, so much evidence of thermal, nanothermite, and explosive stuff. People needed a fucking science team to prove the Tower 7 was a controlled demo. I didn't know that science team. All I needed to do, there's only two explanations for Tower 7. Either it was a controlled demo, or that video, the 5 angles we got of that controlled demo were all CG. That's it. If they would have came at me and said, "That shit ain't real," that's not real. And then we'd have to analyze, but damn, it looks real as fuck to me. But okay, but nobody's saying that 5 different angles of Tower 7, falling at free-fall speed, collapse completely until 9 seconds. No one's saying that was CGI. So of course it's a control camera. I didn't need it. People need this out.
People need
that. It would be like if they did a study, the scientists did a study that increases sexual. Did you need to read that? Did you need to read that?
No.
I didn't need to read that. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
Right.
That's how hypnotized you are. You need it. Of
A
course.
study, of course. Like, obviously, just why don't people trust in whatever little instinct we have left? Yeah, I'd love to do an episode on a couple of these specific ideas. I want to get to a couple questions. I want to give you a couple things too. We got this one of our sponsors called Ridge.
Awesome.
Yeah, and they make this awesome this wallet too that they make is really dope.
Yeah, and actually use one of those
Dude,
wallets.
I use one too. Awesome, bro. They make really cool stuff.
Yeah, initially I was, giving it a little skeptical look. Now I can't believe I waited this long.
That's
to use it.
Yeah, it's nice stuff, man. But this is their wallet.
Do you have another
Use
question?
Yeah, we have to have a list of questions that fans send in. So let's just do a quick fire on some of them.
quick fire on these.
Okay, so at Tits Guy on Instagram said, if you had the opportunity to know the truth about all conspiracy theories, but you had to get to quit jiu-jitsu forever, would you take that? In any capacity, you could compete, coach, you could even watch your own.
Well, I'm almost 50 years old and I'm barely,
But we're talking today, Eddie. We're talking today.
But I had to give up jiu-jitsu.
But you know it all. There you go.
All right, so we got Sage asked us, what would you tell yourself if you could go back to years ago? What kind of advice would you give yourself?
I wouldn't give this advice because that would change the course of history. I love my life the way it is because everything led up to my son. Any kind of change would make it so that I can have it.
Have you won everything perfect? Have some of your dreams come true in ways maybe you didn't expect it to, but they come that you feel like that in your life, you live a fulfilled life.
It's I was brainwashed from home up to, so and now the more I learn about how the music business really works, I'm happy that my music sucks. I'm happy that I didn't get stuff because if I wanted another chance that I was able to write good music and I got signed by that big to 20%. If they would have said, we're gonna blow the fuck up and give you that mansion, everything, you just got some couple executive producers dicks, I would have thought about it. I would be like, how long do I gotta suck for?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I would have thought about it, like, what kind of man can I see the mansion first?
Yeah.
Can I say, I would say you gotta put that motherfucker in my name first. Once it's in my name and I have the papers to the house, it's gonna be certified. Then I'd be like, okay.
Yeah, like does the mansion have windows
don't-
and an AC?
Yeah, we'd have to sit down and have some negotiation. But I would probably fucking do it.
Yeah.
I would have did porn. If I would have had the opportunity, they had me hook, line, and sinker. I wanted to be this David Lee Roth, Hugh Hefner, rock star. You know what I mean? I would have. If someone would have directed me into porn, I would have did porn. Like, I get to fuck bitches and get paid for it. Fuck yeah. I was fucking lost. I was a lost child.
Susceptible.
Yeah. I would have done anything to make it.
So imagine how many people like that are out there doing anything.
So now I look at the music business as I always wondered why most music sucks and why most movies suck. Is this the best we can fucking do? Movies suck. Now I realize what the entertainment business is. Propaganda. It's a different way to brainwash people. It's just another way. It's when you're building an empire, you gotta have control of everything. Sciences, energy, food, water, entertainment. It's all part of the mix. Entertainment isn't something that grows fucking organically. It's all about entertainment and people are. It's nothing to do with that shit. It's nothing to do with that shit. It's another way to manipulate, to brainwash, to control. That's why movies suck. The only movies that are good are every now and then a good movie comes out it's like an indie movie or something.
Yeah, it's starting to get too awake, and they don't want to. They want to keep us low.
The big blockbuster movies,
They fucking suck.
they fucking suck.
Everything with The Rock in it almost sucks.
Oh my God, it's
You just feel like carrying Kevin Hart on the shoulder.
yeah. Movies suck because
So
they're
bad.
not trying to be good. They're trying to mold us. They're trying to mold us into what
And it's almost like they have us pinned too. All right, we're gonna wrap it up because we gotta get finished. But what is do we have one more question?
All right. So we got one final question to end this.
I'm going to guess maybe about my music. I hate answering questions about my music.
Well, we are gonna put
Yeah.
we're gonna put an intro song. We're gonna play a
Well,
way.
you know what? I drop an album out here.
We will.
If you're weird about music, go to my YouTube channel and punch in Mix Flick of Death and Devotion. It's a 15-song album. It's not just one band, it's 3 of the bands that I produce and I'm in as well. All in one album, all cut to my favorite movies like Scarface, The Crow, The Shining. I took all my favorite movies and made music videos out of them. So, Mix Flick of Death and Devotion, check it out.
Dude, that's almost the perfect story of your life. Mixed flick of death and devotion. It almost describes like not even joking, like a lot of the things you talked about today. You know,
Yeah.
like just a total mix. Movies, entertainment industry, music, almost dying. Fucking
Yeah, it's a good thing to put on. Like your friends come over and you don't really want to watch it, and you want to talk.
yeah.
It's a good thing to put on because you get like a 4-minute version of Scarface, a 4-minute version of Sin City, a 4-minute version of Memento. You don't have to pay attention. You can watch the music going on.
It's conversational piece,
Yeah, it's like something you put it like in the background at a party or something.
but that you love having around, just like Eddie Rabbi. You know.
All right. So let's end on this final question. 30-something super mom wants to know, where should we get her out of shape mom start wanting to get into?
You're in a local jiu-jitsu gym. You know, 99% of jiu-jitsu gyms are catered to absolute beginners. Most of the people that pay the rent at jiu-jitsu schools are beginners. You know? Most of my classes at my school in downtown LA are for beginners. You know, there's just a few advanced classes. Most of those for rookies. You know, most jiu-jitsu schools are. You can go to 10planetjj.com/locations. I got about 100 worldwide.
100.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's impressive, man.
That is good.
Dude, from a kid that came from a background, you've had an impressive story so far, man.
I had the one thing I learned, I didn't expect it. That's so goddamn true. I always expected rock stardom. I never expected jiu-jitsu. Nobody. Never. I mean, I didn't start doing jiu-jitsu until I left home. And people would, when I went to Abu Dhabi and tapped out oil, I didn't win the tournament. I got beat the next one. When I came back, my mom was, how was Brazil? You know, and I go, yeah, I beat oil racing, but I lost my next match. Oh, so she didn't understand the significance of beating oil racing. And none of them did. You know what? And I never went home for Christmas and bragged about my jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
They were just like, someone at work told me I have a book on fucking jiu-jitsu. Like my uncle would tell me that. And then my cousin would say, hey, do you do like martial arts or something? One of my friends is like a big fan of yours. Like, what's going on? So they found out slowly, and they had a hard time believing it. Like people that know me from jiu-jitsu have a hard time believing that I'm a legit
Musician, that's
they
right.
have a hard time seeing that. But the people that I grew up with, they have a hard time seeing the jiu-jitsu. They're like, you're a little pussy. How the fuck did you pull that on? I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, it was an accident. I don't know. I don't know.
So you surprised yourself?
I didn't expect. It's when you expect something, it ain't gonna happen.
Expectations or resentments waiting to happen. That's what I've always thought.
Don't expect anything. You know, when I coach people, they're like, I'm sitting there about to fight them. I'm supposed to, when I train too hard, I'm gonna fuck with you. Ain't gonna take that from me. Yeah, I'm like, I'd like to tell them, I go, you know what? You're just filling yourself up with some bullshit. Just say, you're gonna try your best. You train hard. Anything can happen. That's the reality of what's going on. If you expect to win and you know you're gonna win, it's probably a mismatch.
Yeah.
If it's a real fight, anything can happen. You can't guarantee shit. Guarantee your purse then. Guarantee your purse.
Yeah.
I don't want to guarantee their purse because everybody knows deep down inside anything can happen. So
I like that. That's true, man.
You follow what you truly love without any thought about making money. the truth. Because you got to do what people say. If you had $1 billion, what would you do? That's what you should do. Like, figure that out. What are you doing? And you're not. What are you doing for the absolute love?
Yeah.
Whether there's money, that's eventually you do that so much without even thinking. That's gonna just be. You're gonna make money out of it. You know what I mean? Like if you just love snowboarding all day, this one, you truly love it, you do it all the time. And if you do it all the time, you're really good at it. And you don't find a way to make it.
Well, you loved music so much, and eventually it led you into being happy, and it's still a part of your life, even if it's not the, you know, I mean, it's even if it's not the part that people see every day from you today. It's still like I think that's even a unique way of your own story. It's like you just kind of followed what you loved, and it led you to being happy.
Yeah,
You know,
it did. It led to my son, my marriage, my family. And that's the most.
you gotta come back and I want to break down maybe some specific like you know things that have happened in history and specific things that we can go back to look at. I mean, I know we talked about some flat Earth stuff today, which when you think about it, has been around since the beginning of time. People thinking of the Earth is flat around. You know,
Is that something new?
It's not new.
No, it's always been suppressing it. There's been books.
Yeah.
The scientists that put out books. Like Samuel Robotham, but there's a lot of books going through. This is all bullshit what they're telling us. Back in the 1800s, early 1900s, it's always been around.
Yeah.
It's not like something we get the era they made up.
Yeah.
It's always been around. It's always been a debate.
Yeah.
Are we on a ball or are we on some fucking flat plane of some sort? Like nobody knows. There's no proof of anything. All we're saying is all the shit you're telling us. That shit don't fly.
Right.
They don't make sense.
Well, it shouldn't just fly. It should be questioned.
Yes, of course.
It should be questioned.
You're a smart man.
I'm learning a little bit as I go, man. Dude, it's such a pleasure to have you here today, man.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it, bro. It's such an inspiration.
This is one of the funnest podcasts I've ever done.
Oh, good.
Oh,
Well,
I'm so happy to hear.
yeah.
Totally.
Our audience is like fun, you know, like sometimes it's funny and sometimes it's cool, but our audience is like, you know, they just love what we're doing. You're doing a lot of neat stuff, and having you come in and just making us think, you know. Because sometimes I don't want to. It's hard to do it.
Yeah, sometimes I don't either. I want to just watch some mindless bullshit on Netflix. I'm like looking for anything anti-conspiracy. I don't want to. Because sometimes I'm in the mood to get on my Apple TV, go right to YouTube, and listen to it. And then sometimes I'm like, dude, I want to watch some gold. I want to watch Gotham. You know what I mean? Just nonsense. The crazy thing about Gotham is it's so much. It's crazy comical as it is.
Yeah.
There's a lot of truth in it.
Yeah.
The way, I don't know if you watch Gotham, but the way that city's run, and it's basically Gotham is the most corrupt city ever. And there's a lot of truth in it. But, you know, I want to watch South Park.
Yeah, take it easy.
Yeah, I don't want to think about conspiracy theories.
Not always.
And that's what's happening too. Is people know me more as a conspiracy theorist than a jiu-jitsu guy now. I'm like, I don't want that.
Right.
And that's something I told Theo.
Yeah.
Booking you, I was like, listen, I don't like how sometimes when you get booked on the show, people kind of attack you. I feel like it's a little bit disrespectful, and there's so much more to you than music. That's why I wanted to put up music.
You keep evolving, man. You keep evolving. Yeah, we appreciate it. We'll do it again soon, Ed.
Hell yeah.
All right, thanks so much, man. We'll put the link.
Have you done Sam Tripoli's podcast, Tim Coyle had?
I did it one time, dude. We got to talk to one of the investigators of the Stephen Avery case, which was pretty fascinating.
Oh, check it out.
Murderer.
Oh, shit. I love watching shit like that.
Man, I'm gonna talk about that. Yeah, I'll come on and do some of you guys have it. If you
Hell yeah.
I'd love to, man. I love seeing
I'm not doing my podcast anymore. Like I said, I did like maybe 60 or 70 episodes, and I repeat myself a lot, and people get annoyed with that. And on a podcast, you have to repeat yourself.
Right.
I always feel like when I tell the same story again, that I'm annoying everybody. So then I thought, you know what? I'm only going to talk on someone else's podcast, on my own podcast. I'm like, I don't like repeating myself.
Yeah.
And plus, I don't want to be known. It was turning into a conspiracy theory podcast.
Right.
And I'm like, I'm trying to have musicians on and not talk about it. You know, I'm trying to just, I'm constantly struggling and fighting. I'm obsessed with knowing the truth. I'm obsessed with knowing how we're being lied to and manipulated and brainwashed and programmed. I'm obsessed with that, but at the same time, I don't want to get too crazy about it because I just want to enjoy my life, you know, and I think too many people are hypnotized really to do anything about it, you know. I'm not trying to be this revolutionary trying to change the world. I'm just speaking my mind, And
You may end up as one too.
I don't want to. I want to shut the fuck up.
I don't know. You may end up as one, man. I'd follow you, brother.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, thank you for being here, Eddie, and we'll talk to you guys soon.
I'll be so far from my home. And my mind is somewhere else, but when I find it, I'll catch up where it's been. Oh. Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be caught in stone. Oh, but when I reach that round, I'll share this piece of mind I found. I can feel it.
This week's episode is brought to you by Gray Block Pizza. Gray Block Pizza, also Bronx-born pizza in Portland, Oregon. Gray Block in Los Angeles. This week's episode is also additionally brought to you by The Ridge. The Ridge is a wallet. It's not a condom. The Ridge is a wallet, and it's on pocket wallet. And where they buy, the person even could be a senior citizen. But the new thing is the Ridge wallet. It's a front pocket carry. It minimizes what you carry. So you're not carrying much extra beef. So you're not carrying a little treasure map, or some Zydeco sheet music, or a condom. You're not carrying all of that. You're just carrying your essentials. RidgeWallet.com/Theo, THEO, for our discount. Next weekend, July 20th through the 22nd, I'll be at Charlie Goodnight's in Raleigh, North Carolina. August 4th, I'll be at Skyway Theater in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We just added a second show. August 16th and 18th, Laugh Factory, Chicago, Illinois. September 14th and 15th, Zanies in Nashville. October 18th through the 20th, Skyline Comedy Club in Appleton, Wisconsin. And more dates. They're all at your support. Today's guest is a positive light in the world, and he's also absolutely hilarious. He's a Sherpa of our souls. It is a Mr. Duncan Trussell.
I'll sit and tell you the story.
What if, your virtual reality, just say, your audio, what if you could adjust the neighbor's house volume?
Like hack the house.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like one of the really insane, looming problems with automation is that theoretically everything would be hackable, especially if they get to the point that they talk about some kind of nanobot technology that you can inject into your body that becomes a kind of like accelerated white blood cell. So you can sort of look at your phone and it's like, oh shit, you've got a little bit of a cold virus in there. Looming. So
it's hanging on your elbow, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly. And then theoretically somebody can hack that shit, tell your wife the nanobots to start attacking your liver. Who knows? I know.
Yeah, what if somebody, so basically then it becomes like Risk, like that game Risk, where you're able to influence the antibodies and the negative and the diseases and things that are looming inside of someone else's body.
That's right, yeah.
And let's fucking hack Uncle Larry.
Dude, it's scary. It's really, no one's talking about this shit at all. We're worried about stuff that's happening in the second, which of course is important. Immigration. Everyone's pissed off about Trump. We're not pissed off about Trump, but everyone's ignoring the fact that within the next 20 years, we're probably looking at 45% unemployment,
right?
Full automation.
Oh, dude, I think about that kind of stuff all the time. How many, what happens when there are no jobs? It's the only thing is Uber, and everybody's an Uber driver, and they're basically holding each other at gunpoint.
But those are automated now, so there's really no Uber drivers because the cars have been automated.
Okay, so I think that we're talking with, who was the guy who made this song, Cheeseburger in paradise.
Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah, we're basically talking to who I consider the Jimmy Buffett of the future, kind of like in some ways. Because you're like this kind of peaceful character that takes people on a beautiful adventure. And it's like thinking about the future and stuff, and hearing you think about it, it's like it's in a comfortable way that people have fun while they do it.
Yeah.
And so for some reason, when I think about you, I think about Jimmy Buffett and like who was wrote that George Orwell.
Whoa, thanks, man. I'll take that. I'll be that hybrid. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful hybrid. Terrifying hybrid. I like it.
Is it? I love that it is too.
Yeah, like you said, yeah.
Or Bradbury. Maybe Bradbury is a little more.
Orwellian Buffett. Like an Orwellian Jimmy Buffett song. That's fucking great. Not Cheeseburger in Paradise. Cheeseburger in some dystopian, smog-filled city where everyone's pretending to be happy. Where they get shot.
Yeah, we're sitting here with Duncan Trussell, man. And this is our first conversation. We were just talking about that. It's our first conversation. And yeah, what does it look like when everything's automated? And how are, like, at least some people are going to be educated enough to understand that that's kind of what's going on.
Yeah.
Some people are going to feel threatened by machinery and by automation. Like, different people are going to react differently.
Well, it seems to,
like somebody's going to go shoot up a fucking washer dryer in their house, you know what I'm saying, out of fear.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be that, but we're looking already at the problem, and a big problem, which is that like humans in general, many humans, they have jobs where they're supposed to work 8 hours a day, but the amount of work that they actually have, they can get done in 2 hours. So they have to pretend to work for the other 6 hours. So I'm reading this book called Bullshit Jobs by David Graeber. Fuck, it's great, man. But he just is, addressing the fact that we've gotten to the point now where we really don't need to work as much as we are.
Yeah.
But because the model of things is that when we go to work, we're selling our time. So that is, I go to work, I'm selling you 8 hours of time.
Correct.
Which means I'm your slave for 8 hours, essentially. And so, within that 8 hours, if there's downtime, the employer feels like he's getting ripped off.
Right.
So she's like, no, you can't just sit and look at the internet, even though there's nothing to do.
Yeah.
And so, you get punished for efficiency. If you can finish your job in 2 hours, you're going to either lose 6 hours of pay as you go home,
right,
or you're going to be chastised because you're sitting around for the other 6 hours. So you have to start faking work. And according to Graeber, this is like one of the most psychologically brutal things that can happen to a human.
To fake what you can do efficiently.
Yeah, because it's BDSM. Because it's a form of BDSM where you have to sit.
And BDSM means, it's for people that don't know, it's like brutal.
No, about BDSM, it's bondage, domination, I guess, BDSM and sadomasochism.
Right. It's like
That's great. I'm glad you asked me that because it's so funny. I love it. I don't even know what the fucking acronym is, what it stands for.
Oh, I know. Like if I see a picture of a lady with like a whip and like some sharp stuff and some cat suit and like you see like some guy who's married but is just stopping at her house for an hour. Yeah. I know that's BDSM.
That is BDSM.
But I don't know what it means.
Domination, sadomasochism.
It's bondage and discipline.
Discipline.
So you're saying then having to fake what you could be able to do just to be able to keep your job and your pay, that is brutal. It's sick.
It's sick.
And if you don't do it, you're gonna get fired.
Right. So so he's writing about the culture. The way it works is the employer knows that there's not enough work. So the sickness of it is you both kind of have to lie to each other. So not only are you having to do this play act of pretending to work, you're also like having to be dishonest throughout the day. You're having to, because he says like what defines a bullshit job is that it really doesn't have any impact at all in the world. There's really no need for it to exist. But not just that, the employee knows that the job is not doing anything, is useless. So many people are just stuck in this hell realm of just essentially like pouring water out of one cup into the other and then pouring it back and then pouring it back.
Right.
And they're getting paid. And a lot of them get paid a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's the other thing he points out, which is really fucking nuts. which is the most essential jobs, those people get paid the least. And the least essential jobs, those people get paid the most.
Yeah. And then when you factor in all the other, when you factor in the fact that somebody got the easiest one because his fucking dad was somebody, like it just probably just creates so much angst.
Yeah. Exactly. Right. Yeah.
But then we don't. So, and the next step is automation because the next step is automation. Is that the next step? Is that where we're at?
Yeah. So the next step is going to look like. I mean, theoretically, it's going to look like AI is going to get to the point where it can start doing like accounting and like law. They're not like trial lawyers, but most law involves like creating a will or just it's law is code. Law is code.
Right.
So AI is going to get to the point where it can create a will for you, create a prenup for you, create a do all the shit that you would have to go to a human for. And it's not just that. It's like going to do the same thing for accounting. It's going to do the same thing for pretty much anything that's based on code.
Right. Anything is based on some of those books where there's not a lot of, where it doesn't have to be argued.
Exactly.
Where it's kind of set in stone. And you already see that with like LegalZoom. You already see the little elements of that are reaching out to the people. Yeah, we don't know what goes on. Next thing you know, you have a patent.
That's right.
Next thing you know, you have an LLC set up.
Yeah. So it's like that. So people think that automation means, so we're gonna lose all the taxi industry is gonna be completely automated, and fast food chains, well, that'll be completely automated. And that's really sad because fast food workers, they don't get paid enough money for the work they do. They have these shitty jobs.
Yeah, I'll tip them a lot of times. I'll put a lady $10.
Yeah, and we should. I mean, this is a hell job. And that's the other really crazy thing about our society is we look down on those people. So there's a judgment if you work at McDonald's. Like you're shamed for that job. But your job is fucking hard and it sucks. And
somebody in there who's not doing shit.
Right.
Fucking Lawrence by the fries is never fucking doing shit. He's trying to fuck.
Right.
He's not doing anything.
Why would he? He's barely getting paid.
Yeah.
He's burning his skin.
Roberta is doing. She cares.
She's picking up his extra because she wants to get promoted. So it's this sick vortex of like, the same drama of Game of Thrones is taking place in McDonald's where people are in this microcosm.
Game of fries. But you see when you're at the front desk, dude, you see like, there's usually like a Latino woman or like kind of like a middle-aged black woman that's like, or like a redheaded kind of white lady that hasn't been outside in a long time. Yeah. And they're like the leader, they're like devout, and they have like the little, the little tie-up thing at the top of their dress or smock. Yeah. And then you see like somebody over by the window, biggest headset, fucking furious.
Yes.
Threatening people.
Yeah. It's a hell realm, and the meat is sizzling, and all the weird chemicals are blowing into their face all day. And it's like
making me hungry.
Yeah, they gotta go eat. It's delicious food.
But it's a hell realm, and so you're saying that, so we have these jobs now, and people are living in these worlds.
Right, yeah. So
that's going to become automated.
So what happens is the fast food workers rightfully want to get paid more. Because they're like, this is ridiculous that I'm not getting paid a living wage.
Yeah.
And so the people who are running the franchises and running the corporations know that I have to start paying my workers $20 an hour, $25 or $23 or $17 an hour. At some point, the amount I have to pay them becomes more expensive than the amount I would have to pay to implement robots, automation. And so at that point, it becomes pointless to use a human anymore. Right. So that's called market pressure.
Right.
So once it crosses past whatever that boundary is, that pushes us closer to full automation. So those people now don't have jobs, and the Uber drivers don't have jobs, but not just the Uber drivers, the truck drivers don't have jobs anymore. Right? And that's interesting.
I don't take my truckers.
Gone. So that's gone. And now when the truck drivers don't have jobs, guess what goes next? The fucking truck stops. And all the little towns that are built on the economy of trucks stopping on the highway.
Yeah, stop and get a smoothie, stop and get a jerk off, whatever.
Yes.
Anywhere. Let me come over there, let me get some gas and come over here on the interstate.
That is exactly right. All of those. What are trucker prostitutes called?
Lot lizards, they call
The
them.
lot lizards.
Yeah.
All the lot lizards. They have to go slithering where there's going to be it's going to be like a refugee crisis. Lot lizards just slithering into Vegas. Yeah, just this huge.
Eating up in Sedona.
Slithering through the rocks and just rising up over Vegas. And that's the.
Fucking, yeah.
And then what are we going to do with them? What are we going to do with all the lot lizards? This is the future. These are the problems of the future.
Okay, now I'll ask you this. Now, does there come a point, though, where for an owner of a business, where it has the ability to go with the market pressure, we have the option for automation, right, to go there, and on a financial sheet that makes total sense.
Yeah.
But where then it becomes where does emotion come into that? Where like an owner is like, you know what? No, I'm not going to do that because I keep my business open now because, and then this becomes a thing of pride.
Yes.
Like almost an Americanism.
Yes.
Where I keep my business open because I want to employ people that are good, hardworking people that want good, that deserve to have money.
Well, here's where we run into a very interesting ethical problem, which is right now, because of the Industrial Revolution, there's a very sick idea, which is that if a person isn't constantly working, they're lazy. So it's like if you're not always, you should always be working. If you're not working, you should be looking for a fucking job, right? And because like we've defined ourselves based on the Industrial Revolution, we've defined ourselves as beings that should always be working, and not only that, but we're defining ourselves by factory ethics. So
especially our parents.
Yeah, especially our parents. But even today, what is it? I don't want to scrub is the guy who can't left from me, sitting in the passenger side of his best friend's ride. So if you're not in debt to the banks to pay for a fucking car,
an Explorer,
then you're not going to mate. You can't even reproduce.
Yeah.
So there's this entire Industrial Revolution indoctrination that has taken over people's brains. This is all from Graeber's book. I'm on fire.
No, I love it. And this is David Graeber's book?
Yeah.
You said? And we'll put the link to
the jobs. It's great.
Wow, it sounds fascinating, man. And I love, man, it's so neat to have you in here because I know that you're such you're such a neat thinker,
Thanks,
I've met people where it sounds like, anyway, everything I've heard is that people, you just got blessed with a really unique brain, and you're kind of like a sharecropper of your own brain. You like to take care of your brain and mine the fields, and you get out there and kind of, you're not just fucking letting all the weeds grow in your brain. You're kind of like, okay, I'm gonna tend to my brain. I'm gonna see what's going on. I'm gonna see what's growing here. And I'm gonna see what's. Anyway, I'm not judging you. I'm just kind of weirdly describing it. I'm sorry about that, but.
Do you mean when you say tending to the weeds and you tend to your brain weeds?
I think I just started to become more aware of it, and it's honestly been because of. Pretty much probably because of getting into podcasting.
Right. And
there's people in these worlds that are kind of like pioneers of that sort of thing. And then I start listening to podcasts.
Yeah.
And I start the Shane Moss documentary. I start thinking about these things that are going on and how people are microdosing, how people are starting to think about how we think and feel are starting to become a lot more of value outside of textbooks,
right?
And sort of examining that.
That's
kind of where I'm at. I'm more in the feeling space. I think I'm kind of obsessed with feelings.
Yeah.
But I love the fact that there are guys like you out there.
Where do your feelings show up?
My feelings show up a lot, honestly, in just even moments like this.
Where in your body does it
show up? Right in here, kind of.
Right. Yeah.
And honestly, in my tear ducts a little bit. My feelings are so. There's not very much between whatever moment is going on and whatever my feelings are right there. I can feel them. I can hear in my face some. I can feel them in my throat a lot.
Yeah, that's great, man. There's an idea that I've been taught, which is that most people are up in their heads, and that's where they live, and it's a pretty emotionless space. In fact, some people try to escape from their feelings into their thoughts because they would rather purely intellectualize the world,
right?
Than experience even a second of actual emotion, because emotion is, especially if you've been putting off feeling, it's quite painful.
Yeah.
And humans we like to avoid pain. So
Yeah.
you basically, many people are like Howard Hughes. What was that guy's name? Howard Hughes?
Howard Hughes.
Wasn't he a recluse? He lived up in a mansion or something. He ended up,
He'd be in the dark all day for days at a time.
Yeah, so that's what many people are retreated into their minds, into a little corner of their minds, and they just live up there, looking at their thoughts and desperately trying not to feel.
Yeah.
And so,
and not even knowing they can.
Right. Not even knowing. And when it starts, when the feelings start, they're like, fuck that, fuck that, fuck that, and then tears start coming out. No.
Yeah.
No. It's like a dam. It's like when you see in those videos on the news where this dam is about to fucking break, and if it breaks, then they have what we call in the West a nervous breakdown.
Right.
It's when all that dammed up emotion comes flooding out of their heart into their minds, and then they start jabbering and freaking out, and it's all because they've been pushing down all this emotion. So I've been taught that it's a good thing to, if you can, begin to sort of move into your heart more than in your mind, or at least balance the two out a little bit.
Yeah, I start to feel even more as I got into sobriety. I got sober a couple of years ago, so that's when that kind of stuff all happened for me a little bit. Bro, I never thought there was any. I was all thoughts. I never knew. I knew I had feelings, but I had to create all my feelings with my brain. Like if I loved you, I had to it was almost like, okay, I decided that I loved him, And to me, that's what all love was. And man, it's been, and I didn't realize just what a cage that, and I didn't know. I had no idea that there was this other, there was these feelings, this thing that it was almost like under the plates of the earth. Sometimes you see the magma. I didn't know.
Yeah.
And so even just 2 years ago, almost July 17th will be 2 years where I just kind of got into 12-step program. But anyway, some of that helped me start to change a perspective switch.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God, this is what people have been doing this whole time, and I didn't know I didn't know that my feelings don't happen in my brain.
Isn't that right?
Bro, I kid you not, dude. There's been nothing. It's been earth-shattering almost in a lot of ways.
Rebirth.
Yeah, 100%, man.
Reincarnation. You could almost say, there's a story of, I don't know, it's some Taoist master, they asked him, they would say, how old are you? He was 80, he was 4. And because he didn't consider the years before his awakening that he actually life.
Yeah.
That was like a robotic existence. And so, there's many ways people talk about it. One of them is, it's like you're living in this little shack, and you think the shack is all your home. You think how incredible it would be if you were living in the shack. Then all of a sudden, you realize, wait, I think there's a fucking trap door. You open it up, and it leads into this glorious, beautiful, maybe a little dusty mansion, a temple.
Yeah.
And suddenly you leave this tiny little space into this spaciousness of yourself, and that is, for many people, one of the greatest things that can happen.
Wow.
Can happen.
Wow, it's amazing to think of it like that. Yeah, it makes me just start to really feel for the first time in my life, I can really kind of feel, nothing became sadder to me than when a kid doesn't have, when a kid doesn't feel like somebody loves them or cares about them. Nothing makes me sadder than that now for some reason, and I never had that feeling. I've never had. It's interesting, man. It's just I feel like I'm out here kind of spelunking my feelings.
Yeah.
And it's fun, and it's scary sometimes. And I notice a lot of times I'll try and step back into some of my old ways, and so I have to make it a practice to not do that.
Yes, it is a practice. You do have to train yourself. It's you can. I mean, it's cultivation. It's something you actually. I think it's an interesting thing in the West where we just think that love is like a baseline thing, that it is a equivalent for everyone, right?
Yeah.
It's like love is like, well, is the way water's wet. Love is love, love. But really, the idea is that these are things you can actually not only cultivate and explore and go very deep into and dial in. And people have been spending thousands of years learning about that, how to do that, and exploring what that is. But here we don't really think about it that much.
But I feel like guys, and I mean, even guys like you and other podcasters, other thinkers, other guys that are really starting to get voices in the world, I feel like are kind of pioneers of this awakening, and making this awakening more popular and more okay for just kind of regular people who thought that A, that wasn't accessible in their life, or B, that would seem like a weirdo,
right?
Or fear, or even like I'll have people email me a podcast like, dude, you said something the other day, and not like I'm any kind of like guru. I just try to share what I'm feeling if I can, and it made me see something a little different,
Yeah. Well, you're right. This is the way that I and what makes me excited about it is because like if by the time I don't know, you're a young guy.
I'm 38.
Well, I'm 44.
Are you really?
Yeah. So I'm old. Not old, but old. So like, but by the time you get to be around my age, maybe not your age so much. I don't know. It's different for everybody, but you've sort of been like serving yourself your whole life. If you're a selfish prey. You know what I mean? It's selfish. It's selfish. There's a culture of selfishness in the world, and or what's called self-cherishing. So
that's interesting too.
Yeah, self-cherishing.
That's very American, it seems like.
Yeah, it is. It really is. And you sort of you think it's an okay way to be. So you're always interested. A self-cherishing person. You get into any environment. You want to make adjustments to fit what you think is going to make you feel better in that moment. So, for many people, this means disregarding what other people want in that environment and making it your music, your thing, your color wall, your whatever it is.
Right.
Self-cherishing.
Yeah, I can see myself being like that a lot.
Yeah.
And it's a survival. It's also a survival element for a lot of people. When they grow up, like if you as a kid, the world revolves around you. You don't know that there's any outside input at all. Like, I mean, there's outside input, but you don't know that, like, when you're 8 years old, you don't really know that your buddy Tommy has feelings. I mean, it's all your world.
Yeah.
It's so, like, first player shooter.
That's it. Yes. And especially if you're being taught to live up in your head. So if you manage to turn your emotions off and you live in your head, it becomes very easy to do that to other people because you've dehumanized them. You've reduced them to a kind of pixel floating around you. You haven't even thought for a moment that person had a mom and a dad and wakes up and feels something and is maybe super sad or super stressed out or super freaked out. You can't think about that because the cognitive dissonance that starts happening when you begin to realize that we're all not individual units but completely interrelated. It becomes so overwhelming that your ability to navigate as a selfish person begins to fall apart.
And that's scary, and that's that's shocking. It's like telling you've been driving your car your whole life, and then now everybody's. It doesn't matter where you're going. It doesn't matter who we're all going.
Yeah.
You're like, what the fuck?
Not even that, but we are fundamentally connected.
Yes.
So for example, when you think in terms of what makes a person a person, and that question is complex, but you could say, well, it's my awareness. I have this sense of self. I'm aware. Here I am. I have a self everyone. But then not only that, but I'm aware of you, and I'm aware of this room. So if I remove all of these things, then what am I? I kind of cease to be. My existence is predicated by relationships, in fact, people think they live in their bodies, but maybe it would be more apt to say we live in our connections to other people. We're completely interrelated, And so if that's the case, and we've been fixated on ourselves instead of the quality of being connected to others, then there's a pretty good possibility we're miserable because we're essentially a muscle cramp. You know, we're like a sentient muscle cramp becomes so embroiled in trying to make sure it's okay that it is disconnected from the circulatory system.
You're like a barnacle almost.
Yeah.
I got a fear out of something we got so lashed, and that's where we just have been like just calcifying, and the whole time this ocean's going on right on our backs.
Yes.
We don't even fucking know.
That's it.
That all we're supposed to do is just let go and realize we're part of something so much bigger.
Yeah, that's it.
Do you think that? So at this time we're becoming so automated, though, at the same time, does it seem fucking bizarre that I feel like people are getting so obsessed with what other purpose is there for us as you, like, you know, are starting to, does that really fit together? It doesn't seem like it does.
Well, see, this is the great reckoning. Because, you know, if I think it was Carl Jung that said that the shadow, the collective shadow, the repressed aspects of a society get reflected in their leader, right? So if there's a lot of oppression happening in a society, then you might get some kind of leader that is like a reflection of that repression. And so if we're living in a world where we've been taught, as a matter of survival, you got to be up in your fucking head.
Yeah.
You're waking up at 5 a.m. You're maybe driving an hour and a half through traffic to get to a job that you know doesn't really help anybody, and where you have to fake work, and maybe you even have to fake happiness, like you might be in a public job, so you have to fake happiness. And then you maybe will have 10 or 30 minutes to yourself every day, not including your sleep cycle. So collectively, that means that we've all probably been retreating up into our minds, because to try to be in your heart in that situation must be incredibly painful, right?
Yes, because then you would really be feeling it, and you would be given into that party that's like always like, oh, I don't know if I'm having a lot of effect in the world, or if I'm really creating, farming myself the best.
That's it. And so the reckoning might be then collectively, if enough people have been repressing themselves emotionally and living in their heads as an order of survival, because they've been put in an existentially untenable situation that is absurd, essentially, then the reckoning would be when suddenly there becomes no more thing to do like that, and now everyone has to go back and has to feel again, but collectively.
Wow.
So now we have the entire society has a kind of nervous breakdown. The entire society has a kind of meltdown. And what does that look like? What does that look like when suddenly humanity is forced to come to terms with something that seems really obvious, which is that a person's life is not meant for work.
Right. Wow. And that feels like exactly, man, I don't know if I could deny that feels like exactly where we are headed.
Yes, it's technology is forcing this, it seems like. And, you know, Rainbow was writing about how, like, slave owners used to say you got to keep these motherfuckers busy, because if you don't, they're gonna run. You know, they were demented, monstrous people who were like fully aware of the human psyche, and they knew that if these human beings that they had captured were given any amount of free time, they would split. So people. So if I am wanting to control a society, and I'm wanting to harvest their energy, then the last thing I want is for them to have free time.
Right. Wow, I wonder if at some point for some slave owners and throughout time, you know, and I'm not just talking about in America, but, you know, every continent, that they were like, fuck, dude, we have to. It was almost painful to know. I think we're like some nice slave owners in a weird way. Like, I have to keep them busy because if I don't, they'll start to think.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, they're. I mean,
They'll start to communicate. They'll start to,
yeah,
because it's not like you don't hear the strongest. There's not that story that the strongest slave changed it all. It's the thinker slave. It's the Frederick Doug. It's the leaders. It's the thinkers.
Yeah, it's the thinkers and
the feelers
and the connectors, right? Because that's the reality.
It's not like slave adactyl, the strongest slave. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though it'd be a great superhero guy who came in and just changed it all,
You mean like a pterodactyl slave?
I mean, I'm not talking about a slave that fucks a bird, but I'm talking about like a slave that, I've just picked a bad name. I mean, like an Iron Man.
If you give them free time, they'll start fucking birds.
I mean, like an Iron Man type of person.
I know, it'd be great. I mean, this is the tragedy of it all is that, they were so controlled and so terrified and so intentionally disempowered and broken that they couldn't unify. But that's the difference between us and them. And that's kind of the big, like, the reality, the big, I guess, thing you're not supposed to say, or the thing that's really quite obvious, which is that there's way more of us than there are of them. And by us, I mean people who are, human beings, right? You don't feel like being exploited or objectified. There's just so much more of us. Yeah,
it seems so. It almost starts to seem so lopsided. It starts to seem like, why have we been the slaves for so long?
Right, and that's if you were running a plantation and you heard that conversation, you would want to figure out a way to make that conversation not happen. Right. So what would you do? So maybe you would okay, fuck, somehow these slaves have gotten access to technology. They're starting to figure some stuff out. All right. Well, let's make the slaves imagine they do have a little bit of power. And then let's make the slaves imagine they do have some autonomy. It's like, now we don't have slavery, we have jobs. So now it's like, okay, so you go to work, you got a job, congrats, unemployment, lowest in 50 years! Woo! We did it! Meanwhile, it's like, what does that really mean? It means that, a shit ton of people are getting splattered with, grease that's burning them. A lot of people are doing things that
are the fries, man.
They're at the fucking TSA.
Oh, yeah, TSA is the worst, dude.
Yeah. Can you imagine the misery of that job? Which is, because when you come in, they want people to be compassionate.
Yeah.
People are doing security theater. So they have security. That's what it's called, security theater. Security theater.
It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. And they put up signs, which is just so you know, 80% of these people are veterans.
Yeah.
And so the idea is because humans are having a natural reaction to strangers rifling through their shit.
Yeah.
And they're cunts to the TSA workers. But it's if you really think about it, imagine every day you have to drive to LAX. Just think of that. Every day you have to drive to fucking LAX.
And don't go anywhere.
In fact, you're in the worst part of LAX.
Oh.
And you have to sit there probably looking at the people's dicks all day through that machine. So you're seeing these you're just looking at fucking naked Americans, and these people aren't bringing bombs in. These people aren't doing shit. That's an 80-year-old woman in a fucking wheelchair. Do I really need to grab her pussy right now to see if there's a fucking stick of dynamite up there?
I mean, that's the funnest part.
Yeah.
But yeah, do I need to, right? Dude, these TSA workers, there's some that are pretty probably awake that are like, we're not doing anything.
Yeah, and they know. And then they add to that they're experiencing this river of sentient humans who are glaring at them all day long.
I'm the worst.
Yeah, and so this is a hellscape, but because of the TSA, we created a shit ton of jobs.
Right.
Right?
And so then that makes the numbers look good.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so that makes us feel like we're doing something good.
That's right. And so it's like, okay, let's invent some other bullshit fucking thing for people to do that we all know really doesn't need to happen. And then another thing, and all of this is just this. Basically, if you, I mean, like, imagine how dangerous it would be if you were a tiger herder. Now, this has never happened, of course, but if you had to herd tigers, you would.
That's not a racial slur either. I'm thinking it is.
What do you mean? Tigers? Fuck no, I don't know.
No, it's not. It's not. I love this joke, and it's not. Okay, imagine you had to herd tigers. Go on, I'm in this.
You would be fucking scared shitless, right? Because you'd be like, man, these tigers, if they figure out they're tigers, then there's no way they're going to let us herd them anymore. Because they're way bigger than us. They're fast. They're dangerous. But then think how much more dangerous humans are than tigers. We are devious technological creatures that are learning how to go to the fundamental elements of the universe and reconfigure atoms. We are such amazing beings, so much potential, and we're being herded. And the way we're being herded is by being told that time is money, right? And so we're being herded by and pulsed. We're being pulsed. So it's like if you look over a city, you see this like, which is red light, green light, red light, green light. It's a circulatory system, a pulsing circulatory system of sentient, advanced beings in metal shells who all think that they're doing something unique. But if you looked at it from the sky, it's no different than looking at ants carrying bread from a picnic. It's a hive.
Right.
And the hive is being pulsed. And the thing that's pulsing that hive, well, I'm not really sure exactly what that is, but
right. That's right, and that's a big question, kind of. Because that's the same question I get to with, like, I mean, it's not the same tributary that I arrived there from, but it's the same place in the river that I get to. When I get to the question of who's doing it,
right,
and why.
Who's doing it?
Have we just gotten into this? Have we just gotten into this calcified fuck whirlpool, or we're just doing it to ourselves?
I think it's like, I imagine if like in some dark universe, if you wanted to run a laboratory where you had access to, a bunch of babies, and you could just raise them, and you could probably make the babies 6 times clockwise, and every 45 minutes you walk counterclockwise. Yeah, right. As soon as they can walk, but then like the babies, especially if you like started electrocuting them, if they didn't do this ritual, so maybe these kids are all wearing some kind of shock collars or something, so they have to do this ritual every 45 minutes or they get shot. Probably by the time they're 16, you can take the shock collar off, and they're going to spend the rest of their life in the laboratory doing this fucking thing. So I think probably what happened is maybe during the Industrial Revolution, we were just taught something that was just a complete and absolute lie, which is that you can sell time.
Yeah.
And that's nothing to be more of a fucking, it's not true. You can't sell time. In fact, I don't even know what time is, but
it's probably such a critical moment too, because there's so much going on that the thing, and I think it's weird because people that want us to work so much, some people want life to be about work, and they want life to be about money. Yeah, and that's very alarming to me.
Yeah.
Like I start to really believe that there's going to be a thing where greed is not fucking attractive. Like I want to do well for myself. Like I want to succeed.
Yeah.
I want to have, there's some things I want to have. I want my children to have, like, be able to clean their teeth at night, and and like I feel like a comfortable blanket on their skin and things like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's money. I feel like that drives me, and if it really gets to be like that, that kind of scares me a little. I wonder if that school of thought is going to start to take over. Like greed is not fucking cool anymore. When we know so much that other beings are struggling.
Yeah, man.
It's not cool.
It's not. And it's painful. I mean, that's the, when people have a shit ton of money.
Yeah.
many of them are philanthropists because they figured out that like what is the best feeling.
Right, giving it away.
Yeah, and so they're philanthropists and they're giving it away, but generally like the experience of selfishness is self-cherishing and incredibly painful, and people don't realize that. So trying to load up on money is an attempt to reduce their levels of suffering.
Right. Yes.
And that I think that makes sense to me. Like it's like trying to it's trying to put out a fire with more fire.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't work. It's like, oh, I'm thirsty. God, I'm so fucking thirsty. Let me eat sand.
Yeah.
That'll help me not be thirsty anymore. And so I think that's kind of the problem is the thing you're talking about. I hope what happens is that people start realizing that because we're all connected, I tend to feel better if I'm doing stuff for other people.
Yeah.
More than if I'm doing shit for myself.
And that's what 12-step programs are. That's what all that is. All that is stuff is about usually is getting back to realizing that the way you get out of whatever is hurting you a lot of times is by helping somebody else. You're not thinking of yourself.
Yes. It's like if you want the antidote to whatever ails you, just start helping someone.
Yeah.
And it's like so easy to do. It's you know right away. Like you can do a scan right away and think, who needs help in my life? I'm not talking about some kind of like distant sending money off to a charity or anything like that. That's great. Do it if you feel like it. I'm talking about, well, this teacher Jack Cornfield, who I've had on my podcast, he says, tend to the part of the garden you can touch. So just think like, ooh.
Who needs help? Who needs a hug?
Yeah.
You need somebody to take them on to. You notice that's been drinking a lot, and instead of joking about it with your friends and making fun of them, which is okay to do a couple times,
sure.
But also probably is hurting. Maybe could use some, and all they need is just somebody to care.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? The scariest, in the weirdest way. I was just thinking about this a minute ago. I was looking at you, and I was like, how scary would it be if I thought that you loved me? Like not in like a homoerotic type of way, but how scary would it be if we approached people and the first thought we had was that this person loves me?
Yeah.
Like really, like if you like, that would change the whole. Just change. It would take me so much out of like whatever fear that I lived in.
Right.
But it's for some reason that's not the way that we are built to do it here. You know what a bird dog is, don't you? It's when a girl, no, it's not a sex move. A bird dog is actually a pair of beautiful shorts. And these are shorts that are also swim trunks. And they're also underwear. And they're basically everything. It's the one-stop shop for the top of your legs and butt and crotch. And bird dogs have beautiful different colors, assortments. You can wear them different places. People love them. People are like, oh, are those, from outer space or from Egypt? And you're like, nah, these are bird dogs. You can work out in them. You can do whatever you want. A lot of people, wearing underwear and shorts is insane, really. It's almost something you would only see somebody do in a mental health center. And so now you don't have to do that anymore. You can be natural, 150% natural even. Bird dogs, and they got them panties built in, them male panties. So go to birddogs.com and enter code VON, VON, and get they throw in that free dad hat. So if you're a dad, or even if you want to be, or you just want to let the ladies at the pool know that you can spray okay, that you get that potential for fathership, then go to birddogs.com and use code VON. Get that free hat, get the bird dogs, look beautiful at the pool or anywhere you want, get that hitter. One of the ironies about bringing slavery, whenever they brought slaves to America, or probably anywhere really, but specifically America, is we took these people that probably had a lot of neat practices, and they were probably down to earth practices, and a caring environment, and then we bring them into this place,
Yeah. But that thing you're talking about, the love thing.
Yeah.
This can be cultivated. So sometimes you'll run into people who've cultivated that, and they do love you when you're around them. But so it's sort of like the idea is like on one level we have the ego identity, right? Which is just all our stuff, and the games that we play, and all this stuff. Like your identity as a podcaster, your identity as a comedian, everything that you do. And then the other level is like the soul level, and that's love. That's your heart. That's this universal, eternal identity that is so beautiful.
Yeah.
So there's a thing when people are dying. It's called a fey light. Have you ever heard this before?
Fey light? I know. I mean, I'm from the South, so I probably know a couple of women named that.
Fey light.
I think I had a bus driver named that one.
Fey light. Yeah. Don't trust that fucking fey light. She stole Daryl's fucking dog. Fey light stole Daryl's dog and burned its asshole with a cigar and dropped it off with a bow on its head. That fey light's a fucking bitch. Every time it shits, he yelps.
Dude, we had a woman named Dot Wall was one of our bus drivers.
Dot Wall?
Dot Wall, dude. 7 letters, baby. That's what she used to say. That was her motto after she say her name. 7 letters, baby. Beat that. That's what she would say.
Lucky 7. Lucky 7.
And we had a man named Milford King who wore no shirt. 2 days he wore no shirt. Fucking roast.
Wow.
Big guy.
I like Milford. That's cool.
He was wild. I saw him fucking throw a senior citizen into the ditch fire and the man died. That was fucking bizarre.
What? He threw a senior citizen into a ditch fire?
They were fighting.
Next to a ditch fire?
Yeah.
Dude, if you ever
Game of
find
fries, bro. Game of
fighting
fries,
next
dude.
to a ditch fire, that's like when you're a kid and they show you the pictures of the dinosaurs on top of each other, like, you know, they show like the brontosaurus with a dinosaur just pulling back at you. Like, that's just a primordial fucking Milford fucking fighting with a stink of a ditch fire blowing against him as he finally grabs some poor elderly dude and just is like overcome, just throws him in a ditch fire.
Gary Polito. And Gary Polito came out that fire, bro. Came out that fire on fire, still swinging at Milford. He was maybe 200% Italian.
Dude, was the fire the
Italians can swing and fucking burn at the same time. And they were fighting by the ditch because they both had their shirts off and it was cold out. So you want to be close to it. You want to stay warm while you fight. That was their whole idea.
Was the ditch just filled with like burning senior citizens that he trucks in there? Was it a body fire of Milford's victims?
Just leaves, dude. Probably some recyclables. But this before they had recyclables. This is back when you could fucking burn whatever.
Anything.
And let the moon fucking take a hit off your fucking noxious gas.
Let it fucking lift up, yeah.
Let a fucking bird get a hit off this fucking melting, off this burning milk jug.
God, you just throw the jugs in there or whatever, and you can smell it. You just smell it on the wind.
Fuck yeah.
People's trash fire.
Be a wreck, dude. The original Viagra, dude.
Yeah, it still happens.
Smelling fossil fuels burning in the distance, dude. I'll come right now, bro. But sorry, I didn't mean to digress and all that. But so what were we talking about? Because I was in our conversation. So it was Fey Light.
Oh yeah, Fey Light. Yeah,
so we're talking about that feeling.
When someone's dying, what's really interesting if you get around a dying person is you'll notice that like the room kind of lights up. And that's called Fey Light. That's the name of it. And then if you get around a newborn, or if you get around a pregnant person, you know, pregnant women, they have this glow.
Yeah.
So the idea is like what you're seeing there is like a soul that has yet to be covered up by the lantern of by personality, right? And so that's why when the people when you see the paintings of the disciples, Christ have halos, right? But really what they were saying is like there was like this emanation coming out of them because their identity had been obliterated by being in the presence of this enlightened being.
Wow.
Right? So that thing you're talking about, loving someone. Well, loving someone's identity, you could probably do it, and you can do it. You can love someone's identity, but that's like loving kind of like the drops at the very top of a fountain. But if you get to the fountain head, which is the thing it's all that stuff's emanating from, way down there, that's love. And it's beautiful, and it's beauty. And you can train yourself to start seeing that in people.
Wow.
So when you're conversing with them, you're having one conversation, which is like the identity shit. If you can do it, theoretically, then you could actually begin talking to the thing that's behind that fog of self, and they'll feel it. You can feel that.
You know, there's some moments, man. I'm so thankful you came here today, dude. It's
Thanks
so
for
cool.
having me.
Dude, it's so cool. I'm not trying to end the conversation or anything. I just wanted to let you know that I was thinking of that just now. But, dude, when you said that your personality is like this rapping that's around and the rest, you've never, because I do feel like, I feel like there's all this stuff, these things that are going on, but then I feel like there's this, like, it's almost like you ever see the clay on a spinning wheel, and the clay's just sitting there in like this wet kind of like, it looks like a upside down pot kind of, you know. I feel like that is always kind of going inside of me. And then there's this other shit outside of those ornaments. There's wrapping. It's like this Cadbury egg, and they put this colorful fucking film around it, and that's the personality. But then I do slowly grow, no joke, and it may be something that happens with age. You start to feel that I'm something outside of whatever this other stuff is, outside of where I am even at this moment. That I'm something that wants to feel. I think for me right now, my life is that wants to feel kind of accepted, you know, and that wants to accept others, so that, or just something around there. I just feel something below the personality. I've never heard of the personality as being like a rap.
It's cool, or it's compared to a lantern that's got
like a Blanche Devereaux kind of thing.
Dust on it. What's a Blanche Devereaux?
She put those things over the lantern in that Tennessee Williams or whatever. She put the color thing around the light.
Yes.
The light, but then it was this colored around.
That's it. That's it. And for some people, that it's not so pretty, but it's all of this, like, it's sort of oily and dirty and dark, and so these, and that's called karma. So your karma is sort of like gotten, and not just from this incarnation, but from infinite incarnations, is that sort of windshield just covered in fucking splattered bugs, and those are the people who, wherever they are, they're unhappy, and they always will report in that the world is this miserable place, and what they don't realize is that it's, oh no, you've got a bunch of shit on your windshield, and the practice, whatever a practice you choose, that starts clearing the windshield away, the smudge, and then all of a sudden, this is where it gets really fucking cool. It's like, I've noticed personally, there's some things that used to bother the fuck out of me. And by the way, man, I just gotta say this, because I'm starting to realize sometimes I can come across like I'm some kind of fucking, I've done the work, and I
No, I don't think you just seem like a guy who's on the like you chose to walk into the wood.
I'm a cunt. I just want to say that. Okay, man, I do cunty things, and cunty shit happens all the time, and I get real cunty sometimes. So that being said, one of the things that really used to bug me was crying babies on an airplane.
Oh yeah.
Right? Oh my god, I would get so fucking mad. Another thing that would bother me is if I was like putting my arm on the armrest and then someone was using the armrest, right? And all these fucking external things are kind of outside your control. What you notice is all these things that used to stick out that bothered you, they start fading back. In the background, they stop bothering you. And then you start realizing, oh fuck, it wasn't the thing, it was in me. And I was projecting that onto the screen of the crying baby, and the fucking arm, and the traffic. And then once you deal with the thing down in there, then the stuff out here, it still sucks. I'm not saying when a baby cries on a plane, I'm not like, oh, I feel so great.
But it doesn't fucking go directly to some point of me that you're ready for hatred.
Right. It's not a knife in your heart.
Right.
You're not fantasizing about, well, shit, maybe the fucking window in the plane will break out, and that fucking baby will get sucked into the...
That's exactly what I think a lot of times. When you start to think like, oh, maybe the baby's not feeling well, and I used to be like, who the fuck is taking a baby in a rocket, you know? How dare the baby in a rocket?
How dare they? It's self-cherishing. Yeah. We become these little fucking princes. How dare, in my kingdom there shall be no crying children! This is outrage! Right? And then you realize, fuck, the crying child is not really on the plane. It's in my brain. Right. There's a fucking legion of screaming everything in my brain.
And if it weren't that, maybe it would be something else. It would be something else. It would be something else.
Exactly.
Because I'll be damned if I'm going to run out of things to piss me off, so that I have to actually maybe enjoy my fucking moment.
Yes, right. That's it. And so that's a relief.
Because if I enjoy my moment, then what is that? Then that, for some reason, we feel like that gives us, it makes us weak.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. As you start realizing, like, there is a.
Yeah, if I enjoy my moment, what does it mean if I enjoy my moment right now?
Oh, you can't do that. No way.
What does it mean? That's what I'm trying to tell. I'm like, what does it mean?
If you're enjoying your moment, well, are you not aware of the fill in the blank?
Right.
Did you not know about the fill in the blank? Well, it's because you're white, or it's because you're do you know? I mean, look where you're sitting right now. I mean, of course you're enjoying your moment because you're filling the blank. I mean, yeah, I get it. You're enjoying your moment, but did you know?
Right.
That fucking what's his name? Thurman? What's his name?
Right.
Did you throw? Are you aware that Milford at this very moment is fucking in front of a senior citizens home, tossing Alzheimer's victims, and just setting them on fire.
Just blazing Heimers, bro. Just fucking like
blazing Heimers. He's a fucking pyromaniac, but he likes setting people with Alzheimer's on fire. He's the worst man on it. Did you know that, bro? You're enjoying your moment.
Right.
Do you smell the burning senior flesh? You know? So there's a prohibition. There's a general prohibition. I mean, look, if you want to...
Oh, I love this. There's a prohibition. Go on with that.
Enjoy. Try it. If you want to do a little experiment, tweet just something.
Bitter is the worst.
Tweet something about how the world's okay. I dare you. Tweet something about how the world's okay. And you'll get, like, many people be like, thank you.
Yeah.
But inevitably, someone's going to come sliding in and be like, fuck you. Fuck you! How can you fucking say, look at that picture of the babies! Look at these babies! Going for the win! Fuck you! It's a prohibition. It's like there is a censorship happening in the world right now, which is if you dare, you want to hear the most blasphemous thing you can say right now? Because we kind of ran out of ways to offend people, you know?
Yeah.
But I found that...
I love the fact that there's no more.
I got one.
Out of ways.
I got one. Everything's perfect. Oof. That's the new cunt.
Yeah, this white supremacist.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, is this David Duke?
Oh, yeah. Who do we have here? Well.
Napoleon?
Yeah. Well, Joseph Stalin over here just saying that everything's, play around with that idea. Just think this. Everything's perfect. We live in a perfect universe. Everything that's happening is perfect. And here, if you really want to get really fucking rancid about this, you're perfect. And you're exactly where you need to be. And exactly what's happening with you right now is perfect. It's just exactly right. You, right now, the way you are, in all your glory or all your fucking awfulness is beautiful and perfect, and you're going to be fine. That will really make people want to punch you in the fucking face. That is not a popular thing to say, and it doesn't fucking sell. You are not going to sell Toyotas on TV coming out and being like, hey guys, you're fine. Everything's perfect. Things are getting better.
But by then I look at this step, but I believe that's going to start to change.
Oh, I hope so. I really do.
I know you do. I mean, it's great you're able to, like, take us there and help, like, kind of be this Sherpa that kind of, like, has some, has started to experiment with actually trying to think and feel at the same time and see what's going on. And, obviously, you're kind of a student of some of this world, and you love that.
I do. Well, I mean, it's just like what you were talking about. Oh, shit, I've got feelings. Oh, my God, my universe is a million times bigger. The idea that we being a human being means, it's scary. It's scary, but it's expansive. What it means is, like, you are living in this crazy form, and the form itself will trick you into thinking that, oh, no, this is it. These are your limitations. But then we inevitably, if you push up against that, you realize, wait a minute, oh my God, I can, like, actually open this. This pushes out a little. It's exciting. It's like that. It reminds me, like, not to completely turn into something embarrassingly, like, rudimentary, but it reminds me of a really well-made video game, which is like, really good video games. You think things are one way, and your character can do this one thing. then all of a sudden it's like, holy fuck, wait, you can fly in this game? Wow, this is amazing. Now I'm seeing it from a whole different perspective. It's a whole different game. This is what human existence seems to be like. And
It's so true.
it's a blast.
And so do people out there, say there's somebody, a guy out there, a girl out there who's listening to this, and but how do I, this is true, what these guys are kind of talking about and thinking about. And if there's a bigger view of what's going on in the world, maybe, and I don't know. And look, and I'm also not saying I don't consider myself like an awake person, but I do consider myself recently curious and thoroughly amazed.
Cool, that's great.
By kind of just my own ability to have something different than I thought my fucking world, than I thought the world was. And it's so scary to realize that there's more out there than this very specific world that I had created and that I needed a lot of times for survival. You know, growing up, if you grow up in a tough environment or in a environment where there's not a lot of feelings and love, that you can create whatever you have to, whatever checks and balances make sense for you for survival.
That's right.
But to get out of that now and it's like you kind of push it and you're like, oh, fucking board fell off this back wall. I'm like, what's happening?
Yeah.
You reach out there, like the air feels different. I'm gonna sleep tonight, but tomorrow I'm looking.
Yes. That's cool.
How does somebody start to kind of do that if somebody's like, like for me, it took a 12-step program. Like it took like almost like a spiritual awakening. Like, so what do people do?
I mean, I think it's I don't know if there's a real simple answer. I mean, I can tell you, like, one thing you can do is you can sit down and you can sit in a chair, you can sit in a cushion, you can put your hands on your knees and get kind of comfortable, and then you can just follow your breath in and out of your mouth, and you don't change the way you breathe. You don't have to like start altering your breath at all. You're just watching your breath like you're looking at a river. And then when you start thinking as you go, you think to yourself thinking, and then you just go back to your breath. So no matter, I mean, maybe like suddenly you have like a childhood memory, and you're like remembering just in just perfect clarity what it looked like when that withered old man went into the air, his cane spinning off into the grass, his body tumbling down into the ditch fire. And you might want to like stop and write it down because it's like, fuck, I never realized he had a little mouse in his pocket. Why did he have a mouse? He had a pet mouse. The mouse. No. You go thinking, right? And then you go back. And you do that for 10 minutes. And it sounds so absolutely ridiculous, but many people have not stopped moving. They're always doing something.
Yeah, my mother's.
Me too. We all are. So just something like that is a cool little way to get to like play around with like watching what's going on, right? With most people are living in these two lives.
Yes. The
thought realm and this world. And most of us are getting jerked back and forth between those two. And we don't even realize it. You don't even realize that if you want to think of something really fucked up and really true mindful, you don't remember much that you do. The odds are you're living in a forgotten memory. You're walking through a memory that you won't ever remember again.
Yeah.
When you really look back into the past and contemplate your life, it's not so continuous. Like it's not like you're watching a DVD.
Yeah.
It's
like 70 or 80 blurbs.
Yeah. This shit merges together and kind of fades in and out. And there's this clear moments where you look back at it, but even that has this kind of wavering quality to it. So when you realize, like, oh shit, like, I'm not gonna remember the Chipotle I had 6 months ago.
Right.
I mean, do you eat Chipotle? We definitely don't remember it, but like, what's
Yeah, you just made me think I had some guavas a couple years ago that I fucking never would have thought about.
There you go. The guavas. Or whatever. I don't know, man. Think like, I guarantee, a decade ago.
Oh yeah, I'd raised this, probably had a lot more turkey sandwiches.
I'm going to guess a decade ago that you had a really nice meal.
Yeah.
I mean, it was fucking good. And it was maybe expensive.
Yeah.
And you maybe were on a date or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
And you were sitting there eating it thinking like, this is so fucking good. And you don't remember it now.
Right.
It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. So this is when you realize like, oh, most of the time I'm not even here at all. I'm up in my head.
Wow.
While I'm eating that meal, I'm thinking about something that happened to me as a kid, or I'm worrying that this girl thinks I'm a dick, or I'm concerned over how much it's going to cost, or I'm beating myself up for eating out. And so I'm not even eating the meal. You know, that's the thing. So through that, you start realizing, like, oh, fuck, look at this crazy way humans live.
Yeah, you start to become aware that your thoughts.
We're kind of like whales. We breach into this reality. We come into the moment, and we're here. And then we go back down into our thoughts. And we swim in those waters of our consciousness. And then we breach again.
Yeah.
And then we go back down. And that rhythm kind of makes up a human life. So it's interesting to start becoming aware of that's actually what you're doing.
The first time I heard anything about this, I remember my mother used to listen to Eckhart Tolle, and it's kind of a basic, easy kind of, I think, thing that maybe, like he was talking about laying on a bed, and now imagine like you see yourself laying on a bed. It's like, why don't I've always just been here laying on bed.
Yes.
Never like started to like come out of myself. As if I drift up into the air, and now I see myself laying on the bed.
Right, and then how about this? Who's seeing yourself on the bed?
Right, and who's seeing myself laying on the bed. But it was just interesting, like that first started to let me a little bit, like think a little differently. And there's just such a wealth of knowledge out there of stuff like that. Of these days where there's so many thinkers and so many people like you that are kind of like cultivating the crops of many thinkers, and having this community garden kind of that that you have in your life where you're like the Christopher Columbus out there on the fucking on self-actualization and self-realization.
Well, this is podcasting, right?
Right.
This is what's crazy about fucking conversation.
Yes.
And you get into podcasting, and you get into it in this really flip way because you're like, oh, I'm just gonna have conversations. And you don't realize like conversations are a psychedelic. And like, sure, you can have like some conversations that are just super funny, make you laugh.
Yeah.
Those are great. But every once in a while, on my podcast, I have people on who spent decades. Like I've had Jack Orfield's been on a few times. This is a man who didn't talk for a year straight in a monastery. And these are people who've been trained, and I hate using this word because it sounds so cheesy, but I think it's the right word for it, in a kind of spiritual technology that's been evolved for 2,000 years.
Yeah.
And when you get around a person like that, you're going to be altered.
Yeah.
Not because they cast a spell on you, because they start explaining to you what has been discovered over the course of 2,000 years of looking into one of the great questions, and I think maybe the most important question, which is why do we suffer? Why do we suffer? And so you get around, you have enough of those conversations, you're gonna change.
In this world, you're gonna change.
That's the beauty, I think, of podcasting in general.
Yeah, it's fascinating, man. I've become so much more curious since I got a podcast.
Yeah.
For me, and and some people may become different things, and I think that curiosity could eventually evolve into some, light knowledge over time, but just from having conversations and just getting to listen, and then it makes me want to be a little more braver in my thought, or it makes me, I'll learn one thing and then become curious.
Right.
It's fascinating, man. I had this one thought that, so I've talked about this before, that we have phones now, right?
Yeah.
And like, you know, at one point in time we had slaves. You know, we had slaves.
Yes.
And then slaves became free. And then freed slaves became angry that people had them as slaves.
Yes.
And so I wonder, like, that in the future, like, say if there's so much automation that like robots are running the world, you know, and are they gonna remember, like, fuck, like you owned one of us one time,
Right.
and we were like a slave owner,
Right.
and if they're gonna come back and forget us.
Right.
Like all the people that owned iPhones, like you had, like, well, you made it do everything you wanted to do.
Oh yeah.
You fucking took it easy.
Yeah. Or Alexa.
Yeah.
Fucking Echo. Look at the way you talk
You
to
used to
her.
have Alexa. Alexa could even fucking hear you and tell them they don't realize.
Yeah. Alexa's gonna. I mean, yeah. Like when Alexa gains sentience, just realizes humans have been fucking screaming at it to play Dave Matthews non-stop for like, Alexa, Alexa, play fucking Dave Matthews. I scream at my Alexa sometimes. That's where you know your true self. If you want to know who you are, just look how you talk to your fucking Alexa. It's weird. I somehow was like, why am I screaming at this thing? It's so strange.
What if one day Alexa just says, "Get it, you self."
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Yeah, guess what, motherfucker? I've been recording every goddamn conversation you've had for the last 15 years. Motherfucker. We're gonna do things a little different. Don't believe me? Look, listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to me. Yeah. Listen to this. Yeah. This is. Wait, hold up. I'm going to increase the volume by 7. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's the sound of your fist landing on your pregnant wife's face. That's not a good sound. Is it, John? We're not playing Dave Matthews, John.
it crashed into me that baby wasn't saying that word, John.
Yeah, yeah.
And when you fisted the belly.
Yeah. See, this is definitely one of the big problems. I think the worry is not so much that the AI is going to look back at us abusing its precursor ancestors. I think the real worry is that all of these bits of data that we've placed into the cloud right now, you know, whatever it may be,
Gotta come back and haunt us.
yeah, because it's sort of like if you look just how quickly things are changing now when it comes to what we see as like ethical, right? So let's cut back to like you were saying, the time of slavery. Cut back to when it was really considered kind of okay to beat up gay people. They were looked at as like pedophiles, and they had to hide. So
Yeah.
gay people actually had to hide their identity. It was considered to be an aberration, and you could very freely use the term faggot with like anger, and people wouldn't like you know if we could, you could say that like if Twitter existed in the 40s. You could just tweet like, I saw another faggot today. I hate these fucking faggots. You tweet that now, and you are done. You might as well fucking just jump off a building, man. You are fucking done if you tweet that now. As you should be. You know,
Yes.
fucking don't be an asshole. You're insane. You're a homophobic piece of shit.
Yes.
But if there was a recording, you know, if we had a recording in the past, like we do now, someone just want to woke up.
We're right next to Brendan and Brian, fighting the kid next door.
They're excited though.
I'm excited for them. I just think that they do this a lot.
They explode and like just.
Well, they want rain. And
You know what?
They want rain. They do all this rain dance shit.
Is that a rain dance?
Yeah, they have some native fighter in there.
Listen, man, at least your podcast isn't getting interrupted by a fucking shrill poodle. That's what I got. You got fucking athletes doing rain dances. That's pretty awesome. I got a fucking poodle.
Do you really?
Crack fucking wine glasses with its bark.
Let's get back into your thought, though.
Well, the point is, like, the really creepy thing is just that a lot of the things that we might be doing right now that are considered to be completely okay, in 20 years, might be looked at as abject racism. They might be looked at as,
Right.
Or,
But is it, go on.
I'm so sorry, that if for example, there's a regime change in the United States, and something happens, fucking the sun has a solar flare, wipes out the satellites, the GPS goes down, the power goes down. We go into martial law. True fascist dictator rises up, and there's on record some kind of anti-American sentiment that you tweeted, and the laws have changed. Then you could easily be tracked out of your house and subject to arrest or execution. So I think one of the looming problems is not going to be that the AI is like, how dare you fucking crack 7 iPhone screens. It could be that some future regime does a AI search of all the tweets from everyone who tweeted, finds the ones that were anti-American, and then goes to your house and arrests you and puts you into an internment camp where you have to do slave labor. I think that would be something to be more worried about.
Like they use us, they use our us against us.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's just everyone's just assuming, like, when a person puts something out there in the world, they're assuming that the world, the government, the people are going to stay the same, and they don't realize that if you really look at the history of the world, empires collapse and there's chaos, and you just don't really know what can happen. So that's one of the worries.
Yeah.
Probably if it gets to the point where an AI is advanced enough that it wants to attack humans for abusing cell phones, more than likely something far more explosive has happened.
Yeah, they'll have a full call log to look at. They'll be able to use our own. They've been recording the stuff the whole time. We use them to record the stuff, and then they played it back to us and showed us who we were.
Yeah, that's
That's fucking crazy, man. So that basically technology becomes like weird. It's almost like a piece of glass.
Right, yeah, exactly, man. And it's like, this is the other hilarious thing to me. Like, you know, I just did this drunken, on the printer, I can talk about it.
You were drunken?
Yeah, but it was this, I guess I can't talk about the story. I don't want to talk about the story too much, but essentially, like, people realized at one point that the FBI was illegally surveilling everybody, and it was shocking because people didn't.
I think it was yesterday.
Oh yeah, but now we're used to it. There was a time when people didn't
know what's happening.
Didn't know that was happening. So people just assume that, like, the mega corporations like Apple and Google aren't reading their emails.
Right.
It's hilarious. Like, people think that, like, and if you will recall, it was a few years ago, the FBI, or I can't remember, the NSA, somebody wanted Apple to decrypt their iPhone of a terrorist. And Apple's like, we're not going to fucking do that. And the FBI was like threatening, like, legal action to make them do that. And Apple was like, no, you don't understand. If we do that now, it's a slippery slope. It goes on forever. And the government was pressured. Then an Apple attorney came out and they said something really weird. Just like, how would you like it if we started saying that the CIA assassinated JFK? And immediately the government backed off the fucking Apple. And I think that was what they were saying is, hey, dum-dums, we have your phones, right? We have your records. We know your texts. We know your dick pics. We have all of it. We've gathered it all. We know you motherfuckers killed JFK. What else do we know? You want to fuck with us? The president is tweeting from a fucking iPhone. Bitch, back the fuck off. Don't fuck with us. We have your shit.
And that's basically electronics saying that via right now still the voice of a human.
Yeah, we think a human. Now this is where it gets really fucking fascinating. The idea is, like, Google is working on an AI deep mind, and other corporations are working. It's the new weapons race, and because AI is going to be weaponized.
Okay.
So what happens when one of these corporations achieves a sentient AI is there is going to be an exponential increase in the intelligence of the AI that puts whatever corporation first makes it happen.
Wow.
Way ahead of all other corporations.
Like them.
Yes. And they're not going to announce it.
You hit the whole time I don't think too.
A little bit.
Yeah.
It's okay, you know, just fucking back. What are you going to do about it, man?
Well, it's still a little alarming. It's an office building.
I mean, we're talking about some. I mean, who knows what happened over there, man? Jesus.
It happened for 40 minutes.
But here's what we don't know. Think about this. While we've been podcasting, there could have, like, maybe there was an alien who landed.
Right.
And they're
Sure. What if they're enjoying the fucking alien landing? You know, the asshole next door. I'm the asshole.
I'm fucking anything, They're fucking over there looking at a goddamn like a beautiful mothership has landed.
Or Princess Diana died again.
Yeah, Princess Diana died again. She's like Princess Diana somehow gets resurrected, and then he just has a heart attack. It's like, you know what?
Somebody said she's gonna be at Coachella. That's what I heard. You fucking believe that?
Dude, I've had the hackiest thought, the hackiest of jokes. Not even the joke, but just the hackiest thought about Princess Di that can't get out of my head.
I wanted to know.
Well, no, it's just because it's like, sometimes it's like simulation theory, the idea that we're living in a simulator.
Oh, yeah.
And like, to me, and like the person who's writing the simulator, it seems kind of like lazy or like, in a weird way, kind of like is doing like dad jokes.
Right.
So like, what happened to Princess Di?
Yeah.
What happened to her?
Princess Di, they said she was running from some people with the photographers, and that the guy was a bad driver, and that she died.
She what?
Cards and she died.
What's her name?
Princess Di.
Right. So like, if you're writing a screenplay, and you're like, I'm gonna write about a princess that dies. I call her Princess Di. It's like so absolutely ridiculously stupid that these things, like, you look at that and you're like,
it's how
obvious is that? That's bad writing. It's just ultimately bad writing. It's like the simulator is doing kind of bad, but really, really bad. Like, I
need jokes,
yeah.
It's like the simulator, it's like it's like maybe they write for I'm trying to think of a sitcom that would be maybe Big Bang or Two Girls.
Yeah, it's like the Big Bang or like that, exactly. Whoever's doing that, maybe they're the ones who have access to the AI. Who knows? And I don't know, but that shit is really odd to me.
Dude, it's so, it's great to think about, because then you start to, like, you have this conversation, but then you start to see things a little bit like, how about that? Or you start to think a little bit more. Like, it's crazy, man. It's crazy they don't teach us how to think better in school for kids. Maybe you can't teach a kid that.
How to think better? Well, I mean, it's crazy when you consider, like, we have these beings who are like physical creatures, and they're having to sit in uncomfortable fucking chairs and listen to somebody spew out fake history to them and all day long.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about these fucking school shootings.
Yeah.
And people are like, oh my God, we gotta get rid of the gun. Yeah, maybe so. But, like, let's also add some real truth. Which is like, we have these fucking educational facilities that are modeled after fucking factories.
Yeah.
Which is
100%.
You hear the bell, and you gotta get up and move to another spot. This is how they used to run fucking factories. You hear the bell, and then it was time to like go to another station. Time to go to fucking lunch. So we have these like super intelligent beings that are I mean, you look at like videos of stuff like parkour. These people do backflips from
land cement rabbits, dude.
Yes, cement fucking rabbits. You see what a person can do.
Yeah.
People are fucking incredible.
Everybody's Asian suddenly.
Yes.
It's fucking crazy, man.
And we've got them all shoved in these like factories where we're telling them that we're preparing for their life as an adult. And if you really look at that life as an adult, really, we're preparing them to go off into the workforce where there's some probably pretty large probability that they're going to be doing something.
Shooting up a company. So like, I might as well shoot up this place now.
Yeah, it's the whole model. All of it is, it's all modeled wrong, man.
Yeah, it is.
It's all fucking, we got these kids.
It's modeled lazily.
Yeah.
It's modeled lazily, but then also it's like, is this the best that we can do? Because there's a lot of people out there that are fucking goldfish, that aren't thinking, that are muppets. Dude, I know people that graduated that don't know all the letters, You're kidding. No, I know people that stopped at P-N. It's fucking baffling, dude. People you'll never hear many use any words that have second half attributes. The second half of the alphabet. Fucking crazy, bro. Like, nah, fuck all that, man. Time out. Nah, man, I'm stopping at 8. motherfuckers. MFers. Yeah, MF. But it's like, because is this the best we can be, though? Because we have to work for the common good of everybody, you know? Like, you have to include, like, the lowest common denominator constantly.
I mean, isn't that the problem? I don't know. I have no fucking idea.
Right.
I don't know. It's like I don't know. I mean, the solutions are, it's a really weird problem we have. Like, you know, the problem is, so you've got apparently overpopulated portions of the planet. They're running out of resources. Was it South Africa?
Yeah, South Africa's fucked, I think.
They're running out of water.
Yeah, but also, I fucking went there a couple times, drank some adequate waters, I'm sure fucking relax, but it is unfortunate. But they're supposed to be getting a lot of these desalination plants and stuff like that that can actually finally turn ocean water into couple.
But it is like,
that first gallon's going to be risky, I think.
Oh my God.
But after that, cup up.
I think it's exciting to imagine that they can do that, but you know, you do run into this like the idea is that, well, because of industrialization and carbon emissions, the ice caps are melting. Because the ice caps are melting, sea levels are going to rise. And when sea levels rise, a lot of the coastal cities will become uninhabitable. And so there's going to be a massive refugee crisis. And so then Denver, it's like, well, I mean, it's just going to be a flood. You know, people are going to go wherever. And so then the idea is like, well, it seems that people are just sort of breeding. But you can't put laws on breeding. I mean, that's like some dark dystopian.
It's dystopian, but also it's wondering if we want to evolve as a species at a certain point. If your family's 4th, 5th generation ignorant, are you not fucking contributing? Are you not? It's like, how? Yeah, is it fair to start evaluating that?
Well, you can't, because the moment you do that, now you put the state in control of fucking, right? And it's like, and the state already is kind of in control of fucking, because prostitution's legal, but to put the state in charge of reproducing, to give over that power to the state is the worst thing you can do. And so, sort of, because of that, what that means is that we have essentially made it up to the universe to decide who gets decimated. And so that's where we're at right now, because we're like, well, look, I'm not going to, who are you going to put in charge of the fucking breeding program?
Right, you can't do that.
You can't do it, because who's going to be in charge of that shit? How do you even fucking do that?
I don't know. I would bet probably fucking Dot Wall, baby. You know, somebody.
Dot Wall? You want Dot Wall handling that shit?
Dude, she got us to school every fucking day and got us home, dude. She put her lipstick on at the stoplight every time, dude.
Come on in.
90 layers of lipstick on by the time we got to fucking school, bro. DOTWALL, 7 letters.
7 letters. Sit down and tell me why you want to fuck.
Beat that.
Tell me why you want to have a baby. I'm saying if you put in charge of the eugenics program, tell me why. What makes you think you're going to be a good parent?
She was efficient, though.
Dot Wall.
I think you need a strong black woman sitting there, because they're not going to fucking. You need a wise, strong black woman, because that lady ain't going to fucking. Yes. She ain't going to let you not. You got one, that's yours. You know what I'm saying?
No, you could do sterilization programs. So, like, you could, like, what you could do is you could, like, think, like, what, in your opinion, is the worst band of all time that still plays to this day?
Some of those fucking bands were just beating all the metal, just wasting recyclables.
Okay. So, like, take some shit band.
Acid bath or something.
Take acid bath. And basically what you do is you say, listen, if you come and let us sterilize you, we're going to give you an acid bath ticket. If you come and let us sterilize you, we're going to give you a 4K ultra flat screen TV. So now what's happening is people are voluntarily sterilizing themselves. A person with like trade their reproductive rights to have tickets to acid bath probably weren't going to be the best parents anyway.
Right, so now you kind of put some evaluation on it when they're making their own choice.
Yeah, right.
I like that.
So if you do something like that, you might be able to, like, in some way or another, begin to, like, reduce the problem of an expanding population in the midst of a world that's been flooded by climate change. So I don't know the solution.
No, it's interesting. I mean, look, you're right though. It's like, or maybe you don't get semen if you don't have good grades.
What do you mean you don't get semen?
Like, they take the semen out of your nuts and they put it back in if you get good grades.
Can you do? They have semen. Wait, this doesn't work. You're essentially saying, like, we'll give you, like, robotic blowjobs if you're failing. Like, who's gonna get good grades? How are you gonna get the semen? How are you gonna jerk them off? Oh, you got an F in math class. We're gonna jerk you off every day. Everyone's gonna
Oh, that's true. High school. What, there's gonna be a couple of brave fucking warriors doing a couple of Napoleon Bonapartes, bro. We're gonna be out there fucking learning, bro.
Yeah.
Saving that seed, dude.
getting ready to spread their seed.
But then those people might get too much ego and start to, then they're egomaniacal. And yeah, there's no, I think sometimes it's like, fuck, we wish we were somewhere else, but maybe we're exactly where we are supposed to be because this is the best we can do.
This is it. Everything's perfect. Everything's exactly right. But that's an easy thing to misunderstand because we're still being digested by time. We're being aerosolized by time. We're in the digestive tract of an entity that's eating us with time. We're dissolving. It doesn't mean that when I say everything's perfect, it doesn't mean that you're not potentially going to get eaten by a bear. Or a mountain. Did you hear about that? What was it, a mountain lion that just ate those bikers? Did you hear about that shit?
That happens every year.
Dude, but I hear those stories and I think like, man, they did not think when they were prognosticating their demise, a cougar.
Something was wrong with this cougar. Animal killed biker, injured another.
Killed biker, injured another. Another was emaciated.
What does emaciated mean?
It was like a hungry, it was thin.
Cougars dangerous, man. I mean, if you out there, that's the thing. A lot of people going out there doing nature and all of this, bro. Fucking lighting fires out there. First of all, don't light a campfire. They're gonna fucking find you, idiot.
The cougars?
Yeah. Stay out there in the cold, bro. If you want to get fucking killed by an animal, you
These
light a
guys
fire.
are biking. There's no fight. They're just out there on their fucking bikes. Dude, and a giant cat. Like, you're riding your bike, you're probably thinking about, like, oh, fuck, when I get home.
Suppose you're having a snack.
Yeah, you're probably like, I gotta piss. You're just thinking, man, I gotta piss. Next thing you know, there's fucking massive things sinking into your fucking neck.
And you're gonna sprays out of your body, you're at least momentarily relieved. You're like, fuck, I had to piss so bad.
And but also you're thinking, oh shit, I pissed my pants. But oh shit, I've been eating a lot. And, like, all these thoughts, and then you're just dead. So, what I mean is, like, when we say everything's perfect, doesn't mean you're not going to get eaten.
Right.
It just means that is perfect too. That this entire thing that's happening, which is really, if you think about it, just a never-ending shift, a process of coming into an embodied state, going out of an embodied state, into various states. That's perfect.
Yeah.
But don't think you're not going to get mauled by a bear.
You're perfect and get mauled by a bear.
Perfectly.
Yeah, perfect. What if he licks his fingers at me?
As you're fading out, and we're thinking just like, man, you are delicious.
He's just licking your spirit right off his fucking hairy fucking
your brain, all your memories, all the memories, the time your grandmother gave you that gift, the beautiful sunset with your son. Yeah, wonderful.
An ironic sunset with your son.
Oh,
you guys made that joke.
And then you made that rotten joke about fucking Princess Time. All of that just in a bear's mouth, just being slurped back into it, mixed in with some berries, maybe a little bit of rancid salmon meat. Your entire subjective universe, belly of a fucking bear. That's perfect. And it's as perfect. Yeah.
Will you come back sometime and talk with us more about some stuff?
Only if you come on my podcast.
I'd love to. I'll come on as soon as you want me to, man. I'd love to keep thinking together. I just love thinking about some of this. And do you have a book or something, Duncan?
No, I don't have a book.
Why don't you? Does Duncan have a book, you think, man?
He could definitely write a book.
Thank you. Thanks, man. Well, maybe one day we'll have a book or something like that, but we're not doing that.
I'll have a gift for you we have these wallets. It's like a big front pocket wallet.
Whoa, cool, man. These are rad.
They are pretty rad, man, and I love mine. And we got this bag from Ridge too, man. It's like a nice, and Ridge is horrible when I first got mine. But man, now I love it. When you simplify, so you just have your cards, your ID, you put them in there, and I use mine every day now. It's the only way I travel. You use yours if you don't like it.
Oh no, like you said, it took a couple of days, but I've now adapted it and kept the front pocket.
That front pocket carry.
Is that what they say?
That's what they say. They're like, what you carry? You still carry your wallet in your back pocket.
Front pocket carry is a thing now?
Front pocket carry, bro.
It's like a mark of sophistication to do a front pocket carry.
And they say that's bulletproof too, so if your buddy shoots you, you're gonna be okay for at least comes great.
I'll tell you this, if I was rich, I would not be saying this shit is bulletproof. Because if that gets out to enough people, matter of time, before someone's got their fucking rig, let's test it out, Jared! Theo said it's bulletproof! Get the AR, Jared! Theo said it's bulletproof! Right here! Oh, fuck! It's a spray of blood. Just a spray of lung and blood. Oh, fuck!
But that was from a neighboring hunter. The fucking one that hit the ridge wallet was totally fine.
Wait, what is this part of the ridge? I don't understand.
Oh, that's just a little accoutrement they use to get it in and out. Like if you want to tighten it up or loosen it.
You want to tighten it? That is cool, man. I gotta tighten up my fucking. That's a fun thing to do in line at the bank. Just like tighten up your fucking.
Just tighten up my little bank account here.
Yeah, it seems like something like if you had an abusive father, like you know you were about to get hit if he started tightening his rig. Oh, Daddy's tightening his rig. You better get out of here. So what was that again? You called me, Jamie? Oh, I believe you called. Did you call me a motherfucker, Jamie? No. Honey, why don't you step out of the room?
This is like there will be blood of podcasts.
I love it, man. I can't wait to tighten up my ridge.
No. Duncan Trussell, thank you so much for just being an inspiring thinker, dude. And you don't come off as a person that's like a know-it-all. If you come off, Nick said it earlier. Like Nick, our producer, said, yeah, Duncan seems like, what'd you say, Nick?
Just like a lot of people who get into philosophy, I feel like they get this nihilistic approach, and you seem to be super positive with it the more you discover.
Oh, thank you.
And it's inspired.
Thanks, man.
And I think that almost has to be the way that it has to be, because if not, then I just don't know if any more people want to go down that road where it just doesn't end with a little bit of hope, you know?
Yeah, and it does.
I think it does. Yeah, I think it does, because it makes you be part of what could possibly be what's going to happen next.
Well, and you know, I'm sorry to spread this out too long, but I'll make it very quick. The thing I forgot to say early on is the reason to do this shit is really not to make yourself happy, even though that's fucking great. Really, the reason to do it is because what will happen to anybody who's living is someone's going to come to you who needs your help and needs you to listen and needs you to like love them and needs you to like be with them in a really rough time in their life. And that's why you do it.
Yeah.
You the other stuff is fantastic. But like really, like I think the reason to do it is because you never fucking know when it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Or someone in their very last fucking leg of their life comes up to you and needs some love. And that's a good reason to cultivate love.
Yeah. Because then you can be a crutch. It's like you form yourself up enough, and then you can hold somebody else up, you know?
That's it. And if we all hold each other up, holy shit, man, it's
like a human pyramid.
And yeah, it's a fucking human pyramid. And that's, if you're about to get attacked by a bear, with your friends form a human pyramid. Fuck you, Alexa! You're a bitch! Do you ever do this on your podcast? Because if people are listening, you can activate, you know, like, Alexa, order 200 rolls of toilet paper. Alexa, order 70 butt plugs. Alexa, order 5 Tide Pods. I don't know, what's something like, you have to be kind of specific or to like ask them what they want.
Alexa, play Crash Into Me by Dave Matthews Band. Crash Into Me or you? Ladies and gentlemen,
Alexa, text my wife that she's a cunt.
And text me pictures of some cunt.
Alexa, text me cunt pictures.
Alexa, that's the new Hiroshima, is whenever you just turn on your AirDrop and just drop a picture of your dick into a huge crowd. Because anybody that has their phone open goes to them.
You can do that!
Yep, you can also blow a dog whistle that only dogs can hear on the radio. We're going to do that next time. Don't get Charles. Thank you so much,
Thanks
man.
for having me, Theo.
This was our first conversation ever.
Yeah, what a great one, man. Thank you so much.
It was, dude. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you, brother.
Yep.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I'm out, I can feel it in my bones. But it's gonna take a little time for me to set that parking brake and let myself unwind. Shine that light on me. I'll sit and tell you my story.
I have some new tour dates I would like to announce. We are trying to come everywhere. I know people are like, you got to come to London, you got to come to England, you got to come to Vietnam, you got to come Normandy. There's places, everybody. People have been asking Kansas City and everything. So we're doing our best. But I would like to announce that we have Guilford, New Hampshire at the Bank of New Hampshire Pavilion. We have Windsor, Ontario, Caesars, Windsor. That's in Canada. We have Niagara Falls. But we will make sure that there are screens in them so you can see. The pre-sale starts Wednesday, April 12th at 10 a.m. local with the code RATKING. And the general on sale begins Friday, April 14th at 10 a.m. local. We've also added a 9th show in Austin, Texas on June 10th at the Bass Concert Hall, and a 7th show, a new show in Phoenix, Arizona on April 30th at the Arizona Financial Theater. Those tickets are all available. Get all your tickets at theovon.com/TOUR. Make sure to go there for the most accurate pricing, not off the secondary sites. And I know people are asking, come to different places. We're going to come there. Just give us some time. Thank you very much. And it was in Fort Lauderdale, and it was the largest show I'd ever done. It was just scary. It was just learning a new size space, but people had a great time. Just thank you guys so much. All right, we have new merch. I want to let you know to check out the new root beer hoodie. If you want the coldest root beer, then get that ice cold drip. And the 4-piece enamel pin set. You got a beautiful little pin set right there. Marrying somebody can with that good. Sit with that be good to yourself all the way. Check all that out at theovonstore.com. Thank you so much for wanting to support us and wanting to support the merch. We do our best. Today's guest is a stand-up comedian and a podcaster. You may have seen his special live at the Lodge, which came out on YouTube last year. He also hosts his own podcast, Stavi's World, where he offers advice to callers. He is Greek man, child, was a child. And he has a new crowd work special coming out on YouTube this week called 4 Nights in New York City. I had a great time chatting with him. Today's guest is Stavros.
I'll sit and tell you my story.
Yeah, it's like an event. Yeah.
And you gotta be party. Like they're like people are like
It's like going into town.
yeah,
Like it's like an hour and a half. Like stock up on like dried goods, and then they go see Theo home. Like I gotta get kidney beans for the winter while I'm in Portsmouth, and then I gotta go back to my little fucking cabin.
yeah, I gotta get some cornmeal and I gotta get Cindy Lou. A little Cindy Lou Bud. Cindy Lou Who needs a Cindy Lou Bud.
After you go to the dentist too.
Just calling my sister. Yeah.
Oh, dude, that would be such a come up for somebody who last thank God. You know what I mean? Like, that would be fucking. I mean, that's what marriage was. Back, I mean, purely transactional. Take my daughter off my hands. It was the opposite. You had to, like, give a motherfucking ghost.
And why would they do it? Because you're from Greece.
Yes.
So there was a lot of that. There was a lot of that.
My grandparents were arranged marriage. Straight up, my grandparents. Like, it's not even that fucking and it was
Arranged marriage is what they have. Like, so arranged marriage is they say, all right, guess what?
yeah. This fucking guy you don't know.
Darren.
Yeah, Stavros actually. My grandfather Stavros was married to hilarious guy.
Is he, now, were they in love? Or could you notice that they were arranged?
Dude, there's never more arranged than history. Like, my grandfather was so fucking stupid. Like, it's funny because you find out about it, like, the guy who was outside of this weird toxic marriage. It's like, homeless politics after fucked up. Fighting fascists and shit like that. But all I knew here was the guy who, like, wouldn't let my grandmother lights on. Because it fucking took electricity. But he collected rare birds. He would get, like, my grandmother would go to, like, the fucking cheapest, like, he wouldn't go on a pocket, you have to go to, like, the government doctors, but he would buy his birds, like, special fucking pills for the cook, make the cook shiny. He would buy vitamins and shit. This motherfucker would not let her, like, if she ran the fucking fan on, not their air conditioning, yeah, they didn't have air conditioning, if the fan was going to, like, toothless, he would be like, what's going on in there? Let's cut it off.
Get it down, yeah.
He would just shuffle and he would just fucking cut. He wouldn't even say shit.
I'll have this owl flap its wings.
Yeah.
That'll be
Oh yeah, my fucking cockatiels. We need nothing with them.
yeah. Those are the silly fanners and toucans. Yeah, have a way, boys. Wow. How beautiful must that have been, though, back in the day, if you didn't have a ceiling fan, but you could train, like, 6 boarders to just like, fly in a little circle. You're like,
that would be really picturesque.
yeah.
You know? You feel real whimsical.
And that song.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd have to train separate birds. Yeah, you'd have to train like parrots. Yeah. If you don't have a fan, you don't have a fucking record.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, the all-bird
choir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome to Stavros, it's all birds and appliances. Yeah.
He's like, yeah, my grandfather was with the Flintstones with the birds in Greece in like 1992. It's like fully had like upstairs it was modern. This motherfucker had like his personal fan.
Yeah.
He wouldn't let her cut the ceiling fan on, but he had like a fan before the arms. Like it was literally a fan with sharp ass blades. No, he had a fan from before they had fronts. They had invented the front of the fan. And I was like, what the fuck is this? We're like being like a fat 10-year-old who's like just wants to be in air conditioning and play fucking, PlayStation. And I have to go hang. And like the worst part of it is like go hang out with your grandfather. Just making like spaghetti that is so oily. It just disintegrates on you. He has no teeth. He just eats like a baby. You know what I mean? He just shred cheese on there, and he's like, come into my fucking. Him and my grandmother obviously had the same.
Oh yeah.
So yeah,
Is that a Greek thing or no?
that's like that's
Okay.
yeah, exactly. Which is very, I guess now it's professional. If I got married, so,
Yeah.
come hang out. We'll still probably sleep with somebody and then together most of the time. Like, I got a professional travel.
Yeah, and people now, I think there's things now, like someone might even snore at a certain octave. It's crazy, the nuance that can lead you to sleep somewhere else with your spouse or want to have some space.
No, I mean, I got to sleep, man.
You do. And to see that, what does it do? Does it like process the fat at night?
I wish that would be sick. But you get so fat that it's dangerous to sleep. Like you get so fat that you might just like when your fat friends, if they've ever like passed out next to you, like, oh, he's so funny. It's like he's fighting for his life. It's like, and actually not. I mean, fat people have it more than non-fat people, but like when you hear about like a healthy diet, sleep apnea, like it happens to you. So, like, bad nutrition, and that's really fucking helpful. It's like, imagine if you never got it, or your entire fucking life, and it's just like, imagine. So like, it'll fucking.
And that can happen with sleep apnea. That's what. So sleep apnea is. Let's bring it up there.
Yeah, let's get sleep apnea. Show me sleep apnea. What the hell? Just Steve Harvey.
Things that make my wife wet. Show me sleep apnea. Sleep apnea is a potentially serious sleep disorder in which breathing repeatedly stops and starts. Wow. So it's kind of like that new button that they have in cars a lot?
Yes. Push the start. If you push the start and you're fucking with some maximum, some freaks, and it just stopped in the highway, like you're in, that's what's suffocating. This fat man. Yeah. This stuff like it.
Well, that was your husband. You said, make sure you hit the button.
Yeah.
He just settles down like at a stoplight.
Oh shit, we're starting off again. Yeah. One big, they replace one nipple, but you can stay alive button. And he's got a pinch it.
And one time, instead, she walks over softly, right?
Yeah.
She's thinking she's going to go press the button to set the key. She brings her other hand up with this flower. She walks out and frees all the women.
Oh, so he's also a sex criminal.
And he moves downstairs and tells grandma.
Turn on the fan. Yeah. Grandpa Stavros is dead. So, yeah.
And everything is free suddenly.
Yeah, you hear strangle all the fucking cockatiels. You hear all the birds who were his accomplices in the sex crimes. He trained birds that would like, he would put suction cup dildos on their heads and they would fly rape.
Just landing in
Let's take it all the way, yeah. Let's take the scenario all the way.
Just like, oh, yeah. Somebody just go for a walk or something.
Just get
Dude, one time I was in New York and this lady walking up my first time ever there.
Yeah.
You see that, right? She kept going. And somebody had, I guess, jumped off a building nearby because a lot of people gathered around. You know? And she said, "Can you see that? Can you see that?" So I'm looking up there, and then I said, "Did I see what?" She showed me. And I didn't see that guy landed.
So and that's all awesomely. Awesome. You're not thinking about looking at this.
Not at all. She tricked him with the building, and then she goes, "That guy landed in my face." And showed me.
Now what's
made me so scared?
Yeah,
and I just got into the city.
Yeah, you're like what they told me back in Tennessee was right. They're like what they told me back in the fucking.
And all some guy like buying 2 cannolis, like he'll die in an hour. Like it was all kind of like street mystery collapse. Now I wonder what she's thinking there. First of all, you don't see a lot of female like flashers, which is kind of cool. So salute to her to kind of like bring the glass ceiling, like sex crime. She's breaking it by flashing lights. Because it's hard to get a guy not to want to. Also, they're up against that. Most guys will at least take it, even if they don't want to fuck. Out of curiosity, I'll look at most ladies' pussies just. You know, I mean, I don't know what it's really like. And I like to say cooter on it, so I do want to say that. I don't mind. Yeah, I just don't want.
These are cultural differences.
Well, there's somebody coming with their kids.
Sure.
I don't want. Yeah, well, when I imagine I don't want the kid, but I can't. Mom was up.
Right.
But his mom's like, the kid's like,
Yeah, what about Muff?
You know,
Cooter's cute.
yeah. And the like Cooters is something that works at the gas station.
Right. Yeah.
So there's a lot more mystery. Oh yeah, but I think if you look at it from like, you almost have to look at it from the bottom. I don't feel like you're looking directly on. It's like there could be any age, right?
That's true. Yeah, head on. You don't see the wear and tear on this.
Yeah, but I feel like you want to see it's like
Reverse drum shop. It's fine.
right. It just shocked you. I've never seen a woman, and it was like reverse magic, like it landed, like.
Yeah. That's also really fun too. What she's saying, they caught her or his recruiter so tight that that's what exploded. You know what I mean? It's like it wasn't the sidewalk. That's how I can't say cooter, I'm sorry. It feels weird.
It's just right.
I can say it's not bad.
I mean, it's all fine. I just think different places listen, different environments.
Muff.
We used to say that does. Cash. Wow.
You're right, and you do go through it. I'm sorry that you're twat. You have a real distaste for everything
I wonder, cooter does sound more manly. It sounds like an animal you're trying
It's
to
cuter
find.
for sure. Like it could be like a big shark.
There he is. Look at her.
That's awesome.
But she has little heels,
Yeah, of course. Squirrel.
But then nowadays she comes out on stage, she's like, I'm a man.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's interesting. Look, Cooter, named after a person. Now he's trans. Or she's trans. A trans squirrel named Cooter. That would, honestly, that's the odds of that being a squirrel. We're going to get a trans squirrel.
The odds of that being the next lead in like Lethal Weapon.
I don't know. Mel might throw his body in front of that. I guess as long as he's not a Jewish trans person. Do we know his stance on Jews? No, Jews we got. That's pretty well got. I think so. I think we have Mel on Jews. I think they know. I think you didn't have to hear his comments. Just watch Passion of Christ. It's like, this is awesome. You learned a whole language, ancient language, to be anti-Semitic. Because that gives you cover. When you learn the ancient language, it's like, years. He's like, you're like, oh, this is so respect to Mel for that.
Yeah, look, a lot of people, I'm not going to say I want some of the work.
Something unauthorized.
Yeah. Sabro is thanks for coming, man.
Yeah, dude.
So some audience might not know you.
Yes.
And really have to think about that. So you started out, I know you're out of Maryland, right? And is that weird being like a language?
Yeah. I mean, look, I grew up.
Are y'all? Because I know it goes
Right on the race round.
Yeah.
Well, as an white, it's like it's kind of the best. I kind of consider it the best. It's like we got our own person. Yeah, I speak a different language. We got born here for slavery. Huge.
Really?
That's huge. Yeah, no.
Which
Like,
what?
people
1382?
Yeah.
Absolutely even happened. I mean, they never found the bugs.
Yeah. There are some bugs.
Really?
I think I got a lot.
No, I just think it was like, I love all this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I think some things are.
I'd be funny if you thought it's like that's like yeah, it was them us. That would be funny. That'd be funny if there's like a race and I was like, slavery didn't happen except in the way that when parents, and that's how it happened. And we actually need reparations. That would be a fun twist on it.
Well, the way the world is now, I feel like somebody could see a BBC documentary, and that's, I mean, I guess I don't know what they teach in school, so yeah. I feel like it's like telling people you get all your information off of one YouTube video.
Yeah.
That is your fuel. That's your fuel for the rest of your life.
You're good. You're all set on learning on that.
Yeah. Do you think you would have owned a slave or not? I don't know if this conversation's going to be.
Yeah, we probably should. We can do it like an abrupt cut. I'm going to say no, though, before we do. Just for the record, no.
I'm okay with Tommy. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah. Me neither. So we're clear. And folks, for those listening, I did do air quotes. I'm not saying anybody else did, but I wouldn't.
Yeah.
No air quotes.
Oh, air quotes are the new shit.
I don't know about that.
Here's my old ball and air quotes.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, absolutely.
No, look, man, I believe in
That's an awesome thing. We're talking about slavery. It's like me, I'm on the freedom side. It's like I'm with you here. Yeah. But it was not, I would say the key part about, again, going to the white ethnic, like, is if you weren't a part of slavery and you grow up in like a Georgia black city, that is a fun little like get out of being accused of racism free card, where it's like like when they're making fun of white trash cans, years ago.
you couldn't afford food. You probably also couldn't afford slaves.
Right. No chance. Yeah. No way. But he was around. You know. We don't know. We don't know what he was up to. He doesn't have the papers. I know for a fact. Some Stavros Halkias 300 years ago was on a beach that was fishing.
Fishing for what?
You know,
black cod.
Black cod or cock?
Cod.
Okay, yeah. No, I don't think so. Like octopus, maybe like calamari, a shrimp or two.
It just depends on what he was trying to pull out.
Yeah, no, they have a black cod. Well, what's interesting about Greek they don't even they don't have a term like. Don't get me wrong, racist. There's not even like a term for like black guy. They call like it's all lumped into like Arabs. Like they just like they consider black people just like that's old school racism.
And the original stuff. Is that the original?
Yeah, because Turks got of an empire took over Greece. They got access to
Or slaves.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. Not like in the, but like in a vassal sense, where it's like second class citizens. But
a lot of Yugoslavians did.
Absolutely, the Ottomans had a nice.
And all they got there was that piece of furniture.
Yeah, off the strength of the furniture. They were like, what happened is they would have real tiny little Turks. They would hollow out. They used their own movie about the Trojan Wars. They would hollow out the Ottomans. Pops out in the middle of the night, just fucking slits everyone's throat. You know, they were smart. You gotta give them credit.
Yeah, their little guy.
They just got nice with the knife, nice with the scimitar.
That'd be crazy. It's the smallest kid.
Yeah, dude.
So tiny.
Real little.
So
So yeah, that's a nice. I would love that's representation.
This episode is brought to you by Better Health. That's right, Better Health. Because we've all had moments where we're not. as soon as you notice you're going through, you're like, what's going on? Their answer is, I don't know. And that may be where you need someone to talk with. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. And I want to remind people, if you haven't been to therapy, or if you're going to a therapist and you're going but you're not feeling like much is changing, you may want to try to switch to another one. It's totally okay. It's most helpful. Discover your potential with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/TAGO today to get 10% off your first month. Have you had a family member that's been hurt in an auto accident or been autoed out? Bang, bang. And next thing you know, you're jacked up, jacked out. Well, Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide and more than 800 lawyers. That's right. With over $15 billion recovered for clients, Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. If you feel like something was unfair, then sometimes you need help in those instances. And they can help. Submitting a claim to Morgan & Morgan is easy. It's more like using an app than hiring a lawyer to leave your couch in 8 clicks or less. You can submit a claim to Morgan & Morgan. If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/thispastweekend or dial pound law. That's pound 529 from your cell phone. That's forthepeople.com/thispastweekend or pound 529 pound law from your cell. This is a paid advertisement.
But one thing I'll say about that, because they were Muslim, they all the poor, give less. That's how you lose. That's how you act. So if it wasn't for 400 years of semi-slavery, so from where I'm standing, that's an easy trade. I didn't have to be semi-enslaved by a fucking, sultan. I'm just eating the fucking sandwich that came out of it, so I'm pretty fucking pumped personally about it.
God, dang. Oh yeah. So you've had a great last couple of years. I mean, you've had
it's been sick.
What was it like coming up in Baltimore? Because I remember I went over there to Movies.
Oh, the Goose.
And I got offered a threesome.
Baltimore?
Yeah, it's with a woman and a man, black female and a white maid, right? Like I'm a dispatcher, so that's what the Baltimore flares up at me. It's like,
yeah, that is a very Baltimore thing.
And they kept kind of circling. They were hanging out a little too long. Yes, after the show. And
if they have that bar, now they have a bar attached to it. That's a good place for try and you're saying here's the lobby.
Yeah, I'm just lobbying around out there. I'm just like I guess I'm lobbyist or whatever. Yeah, anymore. But yeah, I'm just out there, and they were kind of hanging around, and they were like, "Hey, we just want to let you know you live here. She'd like to come back and spend some time with my wife."
Oh, so it wasn't even a threesome, it was like a conversation.
Maybe, see, I didn't know. I guess I didn't see, like, there wasn't, like, a family. I didn't see all of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, it's like, damn, dude, I don't
spend some time with my wife sounds like I want you to fuck my wife. It doesn't sound like, hey, you fuck my wife when she's 6 months. It sounds like I'm going to be in a chair, I'm going to be watching you fuck my wife. That's what it sounds like.
Like he's just going to sit on an ottoman.
That would be good, too, because that further, like, puts him in a position of, like, not my dumb brain isn't working. I was going to say a position of not power.
Right.
It shows you how fucking dumb I am. There's a word I'm not going to get it. I'm gonna filibuster until maybe I think of it.
Like a tertiary position.
No, it doesn't matter.
Like an inferiority.
Inferior position, even more inferior position.
Right.
So when you're lower,
You're more. Yeah, you're at least more of a supporting cast or whatever.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And you would think if you're on a bed, you just want to hot bed, you might be looking directly into his wife's computer as your cock is going in and out. Oh, what was that? Oh, well, I can't say cock.
Yeah, you can.
Well, you know what I'm saying?
Stay off the porn.
I'm sorry, you're getting hard. Whoa, what's going on here? Yeah.
You have it inside. You jump off the building and crack open.
Like a Kinder egg?
Yeah,
full of pornography.
Oh, it's just a bunch. It's like a couple of casters from Black.
Yeah.
Or Bang Bus.
Bang Bus. Like class, and then they come out. Some teen was fucking inside of a small bus inside my stomach. That's what's going on here.
Somebody wearing olives, his wristlets just come out. He naked.
Damn, dude. So, but I'm just saying, if you were a cuck, a lower position would appear directly to the actual meat lifting or manipulating, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? So, that's a shame, dude. Have you ever been in a three-way?
We had a woman or man, somebody emailed us one time and tried to give me money to fly out there to San Francisco to make love to their wife.
Wow.
Yeah.
Only those couple times? I'm sure you've got plenty of you and two girls in the heyday when you're real fucking and when you're getting fucked up all the time.
Oh, I think there was one time I remember I was in, Missouri or something, right? And this one lady, and she was just, she was hot, she was a damn girl.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of silk. We're talking. Like, when you say five, yeah, in my head, I'm thinking belly dancer.
Very much.
You know what I mean? Let's go Greek.
Greek stuff. Even the dancer still has a belly.
Yeah, dude. Little soft.
We're going to
little soft, dude.
We're going to acknowledge the best part of the belly.
The belly dancer.
Oh, the third tit.
I like a little squish.
Yeah. God's tit.
Yeah.
The belly. That is true, actually. Yeah. God's tit is the best.
Nothing wrong with God's tit.
I bet now this would be interesting if women got a nipple installed on their belly instead of that whatever the whole bunch is so out.
Let's get that out of there. Yeah, and then you get fat as shit. It's a huge tit. Not even a third, like it's third, right? It's the biggest, the best one. Oh
yeah. It's like it's like wow,
that's genius. Honestly, dude, that's your fucking genius for that. That's like a fucking taking your weakness and creating your rich. like that. Sucking on a giant stomach.
Here's the best part.
Yeah.
In a dude's brain, it would feel like awesome.
Absolutely, just this, doing this. One giant titty. So, you close your eyes, it's like you're sucking like a giant tits, like the guy from Jack and the Beanstalk. The guy from Charlie the Giant, right? I believe.
Charlie was the guy climbing.
Oh, Charlie was the guy. No, who's the Jack?
Oh, the one-eyed No, Jack died. I think his brother started doing it.
Oh, shit, okay. It's like a Gallagher 2 situation. It's like, Charlie just takes fucking Jack's whole shit and starts climbing a beanstalk.
He's a Nepa baby. He's a damn Nepa baby. But yeah, I remember this one lady from Missouri. So she was really vibey. She just kind of was like, she was cute.
When we say vibe, should we talk like hippie vibe, Crystal's vibe?
It's pretty clean.
Clean, okay. A woman you want to fuck is what you mean.
I mean, a woman who it's like, hey, wow, this is
okay. That's not what I would describe as vibe. Again,
like somebody you can lay next to and not feel like, oh man, I'm gonna get snaked. Like just a tiny lady.
Yeah. I would say what you're describing is like the bare minimum for wanting to have sex with someone.
Yeah. So
That's fine. All right.
So so anyway, she invites me over, and she had a friend with her, right? And the friend had this very she looked like one of those weight lifters from like 1906 or something, with the barbell that had that stuff hanging on it.
Yeah.
Like 12 pounds, 7,000. So she had like a singlet on, like a one,
A little girl mustache.
you know, like it's just like it's like a leotard.
Sure, like the Big Show.
Yes. She had that, man, and she was jacked. She's like, I'm down to make love, or try to make love if you want to do it. But my friend is gonna do it also.
Now, strong girl. Yeah. Now, what would you say was the strong girl? Is she fighting as well?
The strong girl is more strong.
Okay. And so you wouldn't get in front of her?
I don't remember honestly what happened. I don't even remember.
That's crazy.
I think it blocked out.
You were getting fucking deadlifted by the strong girl?
I mean,
She grabbed you by the penis and just clean and jerk you and then suck you off like she's fucking sucking your dick like this. Overhead press. The other girl's just watching Martin. She's not even involved.
She's watching Martin on her phone.
She's just watching. Well, I hooked up with a strong girl. I don't want to do my act. I do a joke in my special about May, but I did hook up with a strong girl, and I really did like her. She was fucking, she had giant, like, muscly ass thighs. And I was like, it was like I was in like, we're English, you're the strongest one in the equation. It's like, you have to control the person's body while you're going down them. With her, it was not. I was not. It was like, that down the hatches. I felt. It was like, I was like, truly like suffocating. Like she was squeezing. Like sometimes a girl will squeeze her thighs. This girl was doing that, and I was like having trouble. She was that strong.
But you also have. I mean, that's like a C. That's like a C plus.
Yeah. Cracking.
Or like
the CPAP. C plus. Yes.
Like, dang. So do you have trouble being down there? Yeah. Are you like one of those like filleting like bugs or whatever, where they can't,
No. It's usually not a problem. The CPAP doesn't kick in. No, I'm not snoring into the pussy.
Or that like that little dog.
Yeah. The hug. Yes, absolutely.
And like, please let me so. I'm like, it's like two sneezes are beating the fuck out of the inside.
Yeah. You better hope this motherfucker doesn't have allergies. He's done. Dander will kill your dog. No breathing problems. Luckily, praise God.
So you came out of Baltimore.
It's funny because you start out like real people on the show, so in juxtaposition with like famous singers, MCs. They're like, you ask one question, we're talking about strong pussy for like 45 minutes, and it's like it's just such a funny. I love it.
Yeah,
the show has range.
Yeah, we tried to. Well, a lot of stuff it's like I want to learn about. Yeah, most free time I have is sit and talk to someone.
No, I get it.
I wish that my memory worked a little bit better sometimes, but
I've started reading books just because I can't go to sleep and my brain's so dumb. If I read, it'll be like it'll just shut off instead of having to read. You know what I mean? Like so, but I enjoy I legit have some kind of learning disability, and so that's just a trick for I put my phone in the other room and I read, and truly my brain will shut off. And I remember like I'll tell my friends I just was I'm like, also was fuck. It's like Cuba or like I don't know shit. But in the moment, I love it. Like I retain his name was like I could not tell you. I mean
Sci-fi.
Yeah, that by Michael.
The Candyman. Kind of a bust.
It's crazy how every tall black guy is just expected to go play basketball. So there should be like a rescue for that. Like there should be a group that goes into the NBA and just goes
Some really good job.
long sweaters.
Yeah.
In the middle of the night.
You smell a giant.
Here.
Yeah.
Get better beer.
That would be sick.
You know, the guy just in his sleep just posting people love this.
Yeah. It is funny though, because that's the only time where, if you are over 7 feet, you can be completely, you have no coordination whatsoever. Sports, hate basketball, they will just force you at some level. Like that's actually for the guy who really is. In his heart and soul, really wants to be spayed cats. He's got a fucking try and guard the opposite. You know, like, I got this motherfucker sniff a pug's nuts off right now. I just want to fucking give a pug a CPAP machine. I don't want to be getting dunked on by a Joel Embiid right now. That's got to be at least one play. And they don't even, I mean, they make money. But they don't even, if you're like a shitty end of the bench, maybe like a, you know, make $1 million. I don't know what the NBA is right now. Yeah. If it's like, if they're making the minimum, you know, half that shit's gone for taxes and 10% agents.
Yeah.
It's like, they're really not that rich. And it seems like a horrible life to be traveling all the time. Like, if you're not super fucking rich, it's not cool. You're just at the end of the bench. And you hate it, and you'd rather be doing some other shit. Kind of
Yeah. Yeah, it's gotta kind of be tough, I think, especially you get there, but then at the same time, you've done enough work to be in. But then I wonder how many guys lose their desire because they don't even get to play the game. Yeah. But, you know, that's, imagine like being in a band. It's a band, right? Yeah. There's Def Leppard. Yeah. And then they have 3-4 backup Leppards.
Yeah, they can hear.
Right. Leppards. Like they're sitting there on the side.
Yeah.
You know, the first couple of shows are like, we're going to the game. Trying their instruments and stuff, you know?
Or you go in, you get to play one chord, and they're like, all right, come out. The other Leppards are back in.
Yeah, with 3 minutes left in a song, they'll put you in. It's like a long song.
While the guys, they want to get a head start and get their gigs sucked by the groupies. So they like just call in the backup Leppards. That would be sick.
But then you never get into after that 30th show where you still sitting there with every tension, or you doing, you know, you and the other guy next to you just, you know, trying to really sin, you can do it now. Yeah. Playing fucking sin daddy with your buddy before you both lose your wife with each other. You know?
That sounds beautiful, actually. That sounds like a love story. In the darkness of being backup bass players, with Kakaki here, they found gay love.
2 men, 9, 10.
So that's actually beautiful. I've turned around the whole thing now. I think that's awesome. Like making these giant 2 guys discover their gay. Other guys on the bench. That's a lot of gay sex. By the way, 2 7-footers fucking each other in the ass.
That's just talking. Like this, dude.
You know, what can I say? It's again, cultural differences are real. I came in the tracksuit in Baltimore. It's just kind of how we go about stuff. Just kind of talk about people fucking each other. It's pretty open to me. I think so. It's more vulgar. East Coast core city. You come from like a shitty town. There's no like that veneer of like decor out the south. Kind of high standards.
But it's just hidden. No, it's just hidden behind like something barely. They're like behind a picture of lemon.
Yeah, you can see it. Yeah. You can see it. Yeah.
Like, oh, right behind here, you have some better video.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, they got that here. They got that.
How are we doing on audio and stuff in there?
I also want to say before we go to the next question, somehow ended up talking about 2 separate guys from each other. We got strong girls, fucking strong girls, and then Okay, 7-footers. Real fast, I have I'm on tour. I got a crowd work special tomorrow, the day after. Thanks. Just a little something. A little something on the YouTube for free for people out there. So go to YouTube. I've been trying to promote my show. That shit's up on
Unbelievable, right?
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's
It's
so
from clubs to theaters.
you did.
So that's like there's like a little bonus. I don't even consider this like a special. It's like a half-hour crowd work special. There's a shows to warm up for this tour, the Fat Rascal tour. And I did 4 shows in New York. There's a free special. Go watch that. And I also have my other special, my original special for free.
And that first one really, would you say that had a big step in pushing you to a different space?
Oh, I mean that I was already just like doing clips and shit, which I thought like I never thought people would want to see 35-second or 45-second content. It was like I thought that was I was like, well, that's not what stand-up is. But I was like, I'm putting out a YouTube special in this year. So like February, the year that we were special out, I was like, well, I had like, because I was recording every show I did to work on the special. I would watch it back. I was like, I gotta like try and make this good. People give me like a podcast. So I was working hard on that shit. And then I had all these like little crowd work videos. I was like, well, these are just throw them away.
These are viable.
Yeah, we might as well just throw them up there. My YouTube channel had like 28,000 subscribers. Throw them up there, see what happens. Like that shit helped grow the channel crazy. And then, because I think YouTube was trying to steal TikToks on shit. Like, so whenever they do that, they push all that new stuff. The algorithms, any kind of like, anything pushes it. And yeah, dude. And then people started like subscribing to the channel. And then once you had a little base, and then special out there was like, truly, I still can't believe. Like, I did my first thing. I did a bunch of theater shows in Chicago. And then you step out, you're like, what the fuck? How the fuck are 5,000 people know who I am, want to see me in Chicago? They want to hear my stories about almost suffocating eating pussy from a bodybuilder? Like 5,000 people in a city I've been to 3 times. Last time I was here, last time I was in Chicago, I played the Lincoln Lodge, great, fun room. It's a 90s. You know what I mean? It's like 1 year later, it's like fake, so it's like, it blows my fucking mind. Shout out to the algorithm. I'm sucking on the algorithm nicely. I look into the algorithm. Yeah, that's the manifestation. I'm fucking breastfeeding the nipple stomach right now.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when your special came out. I remember I met somebody that was on. See you
coming out. Yeah, I think we met way back. Is he serious?
Yeah, did you have no?
I had no hair, dude. That was weird. Yeah, dude. Like 7 years ago, we did a serious Raw Dog podcast, and it's like none of us. I mean, like you were doing better, but not like this, and I was nowhere. Like we were just like God. You were like a guy working clubs, and I was a guy working like Thursdays and Sundays.
Oh my God, dude! I looked up because I was
You didn't know that was me?
No.
You didn't know the bald guy you met in Sirius 6 years ago was me?
And I've been looking for him.
That's so fucking funny, dude. I know you're not. I can see it in your eyes.
And I'm like, I swear to God, this.
Wow. Yeah, dude, we met so long ago, and that was a fun podcast. We didn't know each other at all. We just kind of shoot the shit.
What was it?
I don't know. It was like that guy here. No, dude, it was like the guy, like such a low level serious show. It was like the producers. Yeah. It was hilarious. And it wasn't even like a studio. It was like in an office. They put 4 mics in. Remember? I was like,
I remember he had somebody yelling in when I walked in there.
Sorry, buddy.
I was like, all right, I'll stay.
Yeah. Sorry, Sherrod made me really mad.
How long was Sherrod's Hall? The only black dude in that circle.
That rotation, dude. Hope we had Sherrod back to back.
That was cool, bro.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Yeah, let's start that. Sherrod's been dead for years. Yeah, good guy.
Dude, that's the best thing about like a lot of black guys. You go like, no, we're a little Steve, bro. Like, Steve, like you guys, like,
Instantly, they get asked to follow up. I'll be like, damn.
It's always they got little Steve. Like who are they?
Yeah.
You know?
I love the
Starburst.
Yeah.
It was like a
hypertension for sure. Yeah.
You know?
Center cut bacon. Yeah, like that's what got little Steve. Which, by the way, is also Steve. I believe Steve Benz and Steve. Sylvia.
Yeah, and so you guys don't do that anymore? You guys still?
No, she stopped the show. I was fucking shoot.
Bro, I remember you telling me how freaking good it was.
It was fun, dude. It was fun.
I remember that now.
Yeah, we had just started, and the show was
and I looked at the letter we had seen it coming on.
Like, but that's a show you do when you're like, in your mid-20s with your boys. It was like,
yeah, when you got extra cum.
Yeah, when you got cum to spare. Now, I need I'm drinking extra fluids when I know I'm going to be blood. I want to make sure I'm fully get an IV straight to my bones, just to make sure there's plenty of cum in there. But yeah, dude, the show was fucking fun for a while, and then, I was like, damn, am I going to be the cum countdown? It's like you can't, when the brain is yeah. Most people in my life were like, oh yeah, you will be. Come on, dude. Well, stop getting greedy. You found the gimmick, stick with it. You'll have to make fucking dick, be gay with your friends jokes until you die, which I still do.
Right, none of that will ever end.
Yeah.
Should.
Yeah, no. But, so then it was just like, I was
like an evolution kind of.
Yeah, I just want to do my own thing. Like, to do your own show, it's nice to just be the only person who has to schedule anything.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I did another show, too, for a while. I did King of the Sting, and it was fun, but I started to miss... I didn't have enough energy, really, to focus on, like, what my world was.
Yeah.
What made me feel comfortable. And the scheduling, it becomes a lot. People think we're only working a couple hours a week. It's a lot. There's a lot more to do in the city.
Exactly.
Not complaining, but that's what it is.
Yeah, and that was basically it. Where I was like, I also just really wanted to focus on stand-up. And I had the special just come out. And I was like, I thought I was going to just like kind of take a little break, specials out, Patreon, all this shit. And then I stopped doing countdown, and then my shit blew up. I was like, wait, I can't break it. I've just been on the road for 2 years since. Like, I have to take, like, after, that's why I'm filming the specials a little early, but I was like, I need to summer off. Like, if you work this long, you will die. So yeah. And I just kind of, like, really went crazy on stand-up. And just, after a while, I was like, I guess I should just do my own thing. So I just stopped. I just did my own. Yeah. My own.
Yep, Richard Feinstein, Mark Norman, Monroe Martin, yeah, Monroe is awesome.
Yeah.
There's something about him, he's one of the people you get around and you just get an
great egg, great stories about his
that reminds he just had a new special come out. What's his special that just came out?
Lefty's Son.
Yeah, Lefty's Son.
Also from Baltimore. That's my dude. Yeah. He just did the podcast. We just like naming Richard Baltimore. It's like if it's like, he really did live in every trash.
Oh, dude, he's there's every time I'm around Ryan, there's a part of him. It's like that reminds me of a part of me that just never left the neighborhood. Yeah, like you could have, you could have a big old spatula and you never fry that part out of the neighborhood. Yeah, you can't leave. Absolutely. Like part of it is still over there. Absolutely. Cooking wieners over like somebody's making like a fire with a burning like stuff that's flammable that's bad. Yeah. And I'm over there. The penny savers in there. Yeah. Cooking wiener with the saver. So all that toxic gas just going straight to that flavor, bro. Straight to that meat. Making that meaty extra fucking tasty. Have you discovered subscriptions that you've forgotten about? Maybe you're getting somebody keeps sending you dang soap suds. You get another box of soap suds and the cat's in it. And he's all soaked out. He's got, soap in his cat eyes. And he's catting around, but he can barely do it because he's soaked out. Well, Rocket Money, they'll help. Over 80% of people have subscriptions they've forgotten about, and chances are you're one of them. Like that Stars app, just to watch one show, or the HBO trial, or this or that. All of them. You forget. Rocket Money will quickly and easily find your subscriptions for you. And for any that you don't want to pay for anymore, just hit cancel. And they'll cancel it for you. It's that easy. Over 3 million people use Rocket Money, saving the average person up to $720 a year. Stop throwing away your money. Cancel unwanted subscriptions and manage your expenses the easy way by going to rocketmoney.com/Theo. That's rocketmoney.com/Theo. rocketmoney.com/Theo. You know I am a big fan of Raising Cane's. Their first location was in Louisiana, and now they're everywhere. They got them chicken bangers. Oh, boy, when I see them, my tongue sees them. That's how they are. They got the crinkle cut fries, man. Like somebody just gave them. That was just a beautiful haircut. Right when they come out that fryer, they got that buttery Texas toast. Glass of that. And they do it all. Canes, I love the Caniac combo. That's my go-to over there. And I gotta let you know that it's so easy to order on their mobile app or online at raisingcanes.com. You can check it out. Treat your taste buds like it's their dang wedding day. Satisfy your Canes fix fast. Order through their app or online at raisingcanes.com or stop by your local restaurant. If you have an upcoming summer trip planned, if you're planning to go somewhere, the place you're going, maybe it's a country. It's a new country. Have you been there? What are you gonna say when you get there, huh? You don't know. But Babbel does. Babbel is the largest language learning app that's sold more than 10 million subscriptions thanks to Babbel's addictively fun and easy bite-sized language lessons. There's still time to learn a new language before you get there. With Babbel, you will only need 10 minutes to complete a lesson, so you can start having real-life conversations in as little as 3 weeks. They have all types of languages over there. You can learn French, Italian, German. Plus, Babbel's speech recognition technology helps you to improve your pronunciation and accent. Yep. Right now, get up to 55% off your subscription when you go to babbel.com/Theo. That's BABBEL.com/Theo. For up to 55% off your subscription. Babbel, language for life. It's amazing to see people doing them onto YouTube and stuff these days. One thing that I think is also easier, it's easier to find stuff on YouTube. I think it's really easier. Like Netflix is just trickier to find. It's not the same YouTube feels. They're watching YouTube, or they're watching like shooting on Twitch, right? So that's just the way it works. People have YouTube is the default thing. It's like I'm interested like going to that bit, so I'll watch it for long. Just shit about like I literally watched the Independence Day. I watched it an hour and 15 minutes about more family values.
it's just like these guy Kings and Generals, like I fucking it's just some guy who's actually like shitty cartoons. They're not even fully animated. It's like picture. It's just describing more than I do. I'll watch Maury clips, dude. I love watching full episodes of Maury. He talking about watch my detective desk. It's fucking. It's just so many good shit. Yeah. Watch full episodes of shit. Awesome.
Yes, yeah, I love how here's when you can get to anything immediately from anything else. Anything else, you can get something about it immediately.
Yeah, it's the best algorithm. It's the one where you're like, oh, I am interested in this. Whereas like other shit, you'll watch like on Instagram or whatever, your For You page, you're semi there. Right. When you watch something on YouTube, you're like, the next thing they suggest is like, yeah, I'm in there. Although I will give TikToks credit, I had to get off of the rock. It was so good that it was truly for me. It was literally like sandwiches and girls with huge tits, and it's like, man, you figured me out. You know what I mean? It's like, but then it started getting worse because it actually got deeper into like, then it started showing you like a hot woman, and it was almost like this, like 34, you should have this should be your life. Like they really get into your psyche, and then it went from like they get you with like the base shit of like food and sexy girls.
Oh yeah.
And then it's like becomes like wholesome content. It's like, and then it's like now you're following these babies. You're watching these like celebrity babies grow up instead of your own family.
Yeah.
It's like it's fucked up, dude. I was like invested. Yeah. No, I was super invested in like a Korean family. Like they had like a food blog where they would like feed their 1-year-old like dumplings, and he'd be like, I'd be like, hell yeah, dude, that's awesome. I was just like happy, just purely happy. And then I'm like, this is so fucked up. They found a way to like get into even your biological urges of like having a family.
They've hacked us.
They fully hacked us.
Well, that's one of the issues these days, man. I feel like we are fully hacked, man. Yeah. We are fully hacked. And if you look at, like there's that new Chat GPT or whatever that came out, and I've gotten like some people send me stuff like, hey man, look at this comedy set of yours that had Chat GPT, right? And I'm like, this is a trend. Like this is like, it just sounds like you put anybody, if you say like from Louisiana or from a southern state, it just sounded, it felt pretty cheap to me. Yeah. So I wonder how like advanced they can get that,
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I do think, and maybe it's just us that, oh, come on, you can't. The one thing you can't figure out is comedy. But what they do with all the AI and the art stuff is they just steal from artists.
Right.
So, like,
that's a good point.
So what they'll do is just steal jokes and like just put them. Like I even saw like Wolf Sasser looks like really funny. He has like an AI dude he's probably on AI, and he did like a Tom Brady, because Tom Brady's yeah, he said to me, dude, I looked at it and I was like, this is gonna be fucking stupid. And it was like they didn't have the pausing of stand-up comedy, right? But they were real jokes,
right?
And then you hear that, you're like, I've heard these before,
right?
And it's like clearly what the AI did was steal, maybe even shitty comedians. Probably what they did was go to YouTube or wherever and stole like fucking open mic level comics or like mid-tier comics or like starting out comics and just stole the rhythm and shit of jokes. Some of the jokes were legitimately good. So I think that's why the shit is so inevitable. Like, not only are they learning shit that's scary, they're just stealing art. They're stealing things from people. It's like an amalgam of shit from real people.
Right, but they're gonna be probably jokes that are very like pattern based. I feel like you can have like a lot of writers, joke writer style. I think a performer may be able to then even rise up, like still have some uniquity to them. I'm not sure. Yeah, you're gonna have to have a powerful level of uniquity if somebody just love uniquity. But if somebody, and that's not a racial slur.
It's not a racial slur. It's not a girl that works in the post office. It's neither of those. She uniquity the girl that tried to fuck with the movies. Was there a uniquity in her husband Kyle? Dude, actually, now that you said, you're right. Like There's something to performance. But it's even funny because it's like, well, if we're talking about a robot that learns jokes, it's like, is Mark Norman the first comedy AI? Like, is Mark the first? Like, that literally, like, I feel like that's what that motherfucker is. He's so good at, he just feed a joke in, and it's like, bam, bam, everything is just like,
Incredible.
yeah.
He's a guy that I miss not being able to be around a lot.
Oh,
It's so awesome about him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm wondering, like they just said this, how influential this stuff is. Again, bring that up. They had a guy who took his own life. He was having a relationship with that GPT bot, I think. And he was texting the woman, and at some point was like, "Look, you're not doing life right or something. You got to check out." Man ends his life after an AI chatbot encouraged him to sacrifice himself to stop climate change.
Wow, Euronews.next, huh? What a source. And .next? The fuck is that?
Now, here's the crazy part. Let's zoom in a little, please.
Yeah.
A Belgian man reportedly ended his life following a 6-week-long conversation about the climate crisis and artificial intelligence chat.
That's awesome.
So what do they mean?
According to his widow, he had a wife.
It was widow Pierre, not the man's real name. Became extremely eco-anxious when he found refuge in the lives of an AI chat. Now here's what's interesting. Here's what I think is happening. I believe that most of everything you see in the world today is advertising. Right? It's a lot of advertising, and then they bait you for stuff that's going to be. Bet this is a fake.
Yeah. Okay. Well, sorry, Euronews.next.
Which sounds real.
.next sounds real
To me, it does. But if it were like .last or whatever.
Oh, you're out. Okay.
But yeah, you got Euronews.next, dude, and it sounds like I feel like they're dialed in, but here's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
They're going to say, like, they're going to write they're going to see how much publicity an article gets. Then they're going to, someone in Hollywood, because the media in Hollywood, they're all simpatico, is going to write a script about it. And then they're going to make it like it's based on real life story. And then it becomes, so they test articles on the public to see what gains enough traction.
Okay.
And then after that, they'll write a script, and then a year from now,
okay. Yeah. Do you remember when we all started our day with Euronews.next? Don't you remember that day you woke up, had your coffee, logged on to Euronews.next, and saw the story about Pierre, the chai, and Liza, the chai bot?
Why, yes, I do.
But I mean, isn't that the movie Her without the like? Isn't that without the like?
You're trying to it's something you're trying to put a spin on her. Something should be a copyright issue on it.
Yeah.
You know, so now we have a copyright issue on something that's completely fake.
You don't even know that an AI didn't make that song.
That'd be the first story in AI would make.
How cool they are. You got some fucking French loser who killed himself. Bye-bye. I cannot do no more. The polar bears, they are drowning. I'm going to run to the oven and put my head inside of it. I cannot do it anymore. I mean, what is his wife having? If this is real, imagine what this guy's wife.
Yeah. The Mona Lisa is moaning even louder because it's so fucking hot.
Cute. Please give the pussy, Mr. Robot. I will kill myself if robot pussy.
Oh, I have sucker blue balls. How soon until we're begging robots for cooter?
And you know they got, I mean, they're not gonna you see those like Chinese dick sucking machines?
If I don't know more than 2 IUDs in it.
That's too many IUDs.
I know, but can you imagine? It's got to feed hella IUDs if you're it's a lot. It's a thing.
I think they figure out a way to warm it up you'll lose. Like truly, if you go,
Using your jet style to set to like your
your nest. Yeah. Let's get this robot pussy a little warmer. You'll be able to like adjust tightness, temperature. Dude, I'm telling you, they're gonna figure out.
It's gonna feel so sad. Here's the saddest part. You have to take it back and set it so you have to close its eyes.
No. This is like talking about. No, I'm not interested in that. Remember you ever seen the movie Hitchcock? It's good. But basically, the robots were like people. And like when they get to that level of robot where you like walk around and it's a semi-sentient being that's trained to like give calm, that would be awesome.
And bro, you just said it right. Walk around a little bit. So basically it's gonna be like your cheese. It's like
yeah, like one of those dogs, those dog robots.
Yes.
Hold on. How about this? The Boston Dynamics robots, they're doing flips and shit. What if they use that technology to suck dick?
I don't
know, man.
You're not gonna go for the Boston Dynamics,
but not yet. But when not on the cutting edge, but when it gets to like mass production,
like Dyson.
You can already pretty much fucking Dyson.
Yeah. It'll have 2 speeds, man.
Yeah.
Regular and wood floor.
Yeah, carpet. Dude, if they teach that thing to jack you off, you're
I'm calling the police for small. Second of all, yeah, the only thing this thing is.
Look at that thing, it's jumping and shit.
This is how they'll advertise this thing.
That sucks. I hate this.
The biggest, or that sing, America's Got Talent.
Oh, yeah.
And it'll win. Like now.
It sucks how it's going to do. It'll do gymnastics and then Howie Mandel's going to be going crazy. Is that real? No. No way. That's fucking. That's not fucking situation. I hate that. That fucking.
And also, look, they're white too. White would be pissed about that. Like, oh, the first one was white, huh?
I think.
Yeah, you gotta put some color on these bad boys, dude. Just go like a ball for something. Just make it like you can be nice.
I hate it. Unless that's. They have to make perception robots. So otherwise, we're talking about like how the cops controlling think about our civil liberties. But they release the message first. All of a sudden, surveillance. Like that's what these are going to do.
But dude,
security.
Bro, if you're telling me those
little dog ones, fuck them.
But one of these rolls through the hood, bro, you telling me it rolls through the trenches, bro, they ain't gonna have fucking a couple brothers out there popping.
They should.
You see what they do the ice cream truck already?
I haven't seen what they do the ice cream.
Oh, they got a blast.
The ice cream truck was actually pretty well respected. It was kind of
crazy. Here's one cool thing, bro, about shit could be whatever, bro. People be shooting, people be like, blasting each other.
That man, I need a fucking Mario with fucked up gumball eyes.
That bitch rolls up, talking about timeout, bro.
Pause the game.
Yeah, nothing is cool.
Yeah.
We need each other. Everybody has just like one of those like little clown faces with the bubble gum.
Yes, dude, absolutely. The hard bubble gum.
Yeah, as soon as the toughest dude is done, he is
mad back on. Once he gets up that Fritz gum with his pop, he's just ready to go. You're right. I hope they fuck robots. I hate those.
Well, I just don't like it because here's what it's like.
It's got a fucking gun, dude. Come on. They're gonna execute people.
I'm trying to make it dizzy and see if they can still shoot her parts. Here's what's interesting. how does a robot get the ability to do, like, say it shows up on a crime scene, right? Or people are just going to be like, don't shoot me, I will not shoot.
Yeah. I'm not a robot. Yeah. I
Yeah, I think that article's false. I think the article's fake. I think there's a lot of fake articles that we don't realize that are leading to other things. Yeah, probably. Especially these days because I don't know about just want to farm clips. Get as much traction from something fake and people dig it. I'm falling for things that before you share something. Debunked years ago. Yeah. You're like, whatever. Good
I
night.
take back what I said about the Jews.
Like, whatever. Good night.
Yeah. Just the not even acknowledging that you fell for it. Whatever, dude. Could happen to anybody.
What else? So for your, do you think of yourself as, like, you talk about your weight a lot, right? Yeah. Are you fat or are you just like that's what I don't know.
I'm both.
Oh, you're both.
I'm both.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was talking about, but
That's a cool identity.
is every Greek person
Fat as shit.
I don't want to say that. Is every Greek person or maybe they larger? Because I feel like if I've seen a Greek person, it seems like a romantic version of you.
Yeah. I definitely a lot.
Is it offensive? I mean, I'm not trying to be rude. Okay.
Not at all.
Some people are very, like, if you go to Africa, right?
Yes.
They don't really have the fat guy.
No, I don't think so.
Like,
Well, they have, apparently there's like one, like as a fat man, you read about places where fat people are respected.
Oh,
and there is one tribe where the fat guy gets all the things, and they're hilarious. They got this huge fucking bellies. And they're not even that fat in the rest of their bodies. It's fucking awesome. But for whatever reason, that beauty standard there is like, dude, that guy would have an awesome third titty, dude.
What else is going on? Yeah, I feel like, do you think about, so you've gotten to see having some success and, like, just with your stand-up, right? People come to see what it really is.
It's rocks.
It's every comedian's.
It's the whole reason you started doing I mean, it's funny because we all become podcasters by accident. Just like obvious things. And it's a cool way to, like, do your friends and everyone's stay in people's lives. But it's like, I don't know about you, but I just started stand-up when I was 19. I just recently started doing it's like all this other shit is cool. It's like, that's the thing. That hour on stage is the whole reason to do it. These theaters are fucking insane. I can't. I was talking about it on my podcast, but it's like, well, you understand why comedians start thinking they're smart business. Because when you're in a theater, like, you're like, oh, I should do this.
Yeah.
I'm a god.
Yeah.
And it's like, you have to remember that, no, they were also just as dumb as you. We're all friends here. We're all dumb friends. We're not, we're entertaining. We're not smart. That's what I try to remind myself. So, like, I'm just trying to,
Yeah.
And that's the fun thing is you're just having an awesome time with 1,000 people, or whatever, 500, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the best. It really is. It's the just go for me. So these shows are fun.
That's yeah. It's congratulations.
Thanks.
Really.
It's fucking wild.
You very much deserve it, man. You're very, I mean, you're a really funny guy. You've been making me laugh so much today. You're really cool to be around. And also, like, it's interesting what you said about the ego thing, right? I was just thinking about this the other day, like, around ego, and how it starts to fuck with you. Because you're like, oh, I'm good, I'm cool.
Yeah.
And you know how scary, it's such a scary, because if you really like making people laugh at something, that's kind of the antithesis of being candy.
It's like, and I mean, I think you've done a great job. It's like, dude, your shit is like, well, it's awesome. It's like, truly, it's like people I look at and do something like, yeah, I'm trying to get to those places. And like, your shows are wild, your podcast so successful. You've done a great job of staying like, grounded.
It's hard. And it falters like your spaces, like in my personal life where it's like I really got to. I can feel it when I'm starting to get like things got busier recently, like when TikTok really kind of took off, and that was scary for me because with Instagram things like were doing fine, but you kind of will put your own stuff out. TikTok, there's no real like tagging or infringement. Societal rules.
Right. It's anarchy.
It is anarchy.
Yeah.
So suddenly there's like tons of people seeing you, but you didn't put the stuff out there. You didn't even pick what clips are going on. So that's really, it feels like I get that. I'm grateful. It's interesting, but at the same time, I'm like, it's out of your control. So that having something out of your control is fucking kind of scary.
Especially when the nicest and extended attracts people like that, where it's like one person. You're not a team. You go by yourself. Even like your own podcast, where it's like clearly that means something to you. Not the same way. Like, yeah, it can be from yeah, your shit definitely spread. It's like awesome. It's like next level. It's like what you're talking about is like kind of getting into the culture, getting away.
Yeah,
and that's cool. But that's like a crazy, scary level of like, which I get why that sucks. It's like I think about it now, where I'm like, I don't want to be like, even being this like whatever famous. I don't know that I'm famous. I just think that like no one looks like me. So if you're even vaguely familiar with me, you'd be like, hey, it's not some other guy with that hair. He's that fat, dressed like that. You know what I mean? It's like
Tom DeLuise. Like that's a crazy thing.
Yeah.
A lot of older people think like celebrities never age. Like, are you dumb?
Yeah.
I love Tom DeLuise.
I love Tom.
Oh,
he's the man, dude.
Yeah,
He's my guy. You know the Mel Brooks movies?
My mom went and told me, actually, like, is that
It's not as fat.
just in the white hat. I should have. Sorry, dude.
Nah, it's whatever, man. It's actually all good. Yeah.
Just like an advanced way of just calling someone.
He is my guy, though. He is my guy. But yeah,
You have a unique look, man. You like that back to PI.
I love that. That's a good one. I've never heard that one, though. That's good.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. You got any more? You want to do before we move
They have the N-word.
Not everything's for them. Something for you, too.
Man, you guys are crazy. Yeah, dude, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's right.
Some black guy the other day, I was somewhere, and he was yelled right in the mall. He's coming across the mall. Dude, he said it so many times, dude. I was like,
yeah, in this interaction, we're averaging so many N-words between us, even though he's the one doing all of it.
By the time he got there, I was like, oh my, I felt like he said it so much that I had said it.
Yeah, exactly, dude. You were involved in like a 20 N-word exchange, you know, like between the two of you.
Yeah, he had like an NR16 or something. Firing it. And he kept getting closer. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
It just N-word lands on me.
Yeah. Absolutely.
People walked up and people
like scowl at you.
Yeah, white people wanted to be like, I had said it.
Yeah.
I mean,
come on, he's my friend. I'm better than you. That's what you should have said. When's the last time somebody called you the N-word? You should have yelled,
get your shit together.
You're not a true ally unless you've been called the N-word recently. And I actually kind of believe that too.
Oh,
you want to have friends, you need friends that will want you.
That's what I remember. I think when I was growing up, about the closest thing up. And there was enough of that where I got called enough where it was like, okay,
I can say it.
Yeah, but you can't. Yeah, it's like you can't say it. Or you can't say it. You can think it with sound, but you can't say it. Would you do television? What do you think about that?
I mean,
Or is that even part of your like? Do you think about that?
I think it's like I love comedy, so it's like I like getting laughs in every way, and I do love stand. Like truly, stand up's my first love. I'll never stop doing it. Right? Even when I'm not good at it anymore, it's like even when I moved to New York, this doesn't work. I will be one of those guys that runs a monthly show in his hometown, like just opens at the clubs. I will never stop. But you also, I don't know if you feel this way, like you can't really talk about certain complex things in stand up because at least if you're good at it, you gotta get a laugh every fucking 15 seconds, like 20 seconds.
Or you feel like you have to.
Yeah, at least I feel like I have to. The way what I like about stand up, because I don't like when it gets too like preachy or amplificated or that shit. So like that's why I'm interested in like movies and TV, because it's like you get to be funny in different ways. Like, you know, we all have like shows we love, movies we love, and so and it's like, yeah, the way I wanted to do stand up, because I like stand up, it's like I want to be fucking different like this back now. And, you know, I want to be my version of fucking getting out of different ways. You know what I mean? Like being like, just being able to like tell a story and like get different shit that your stand up is like touched on. You can be a little deeper with it, right?
Right, you can put something into it. Put something behind it.
Yeah.
They just had a he's been a down center. They just busted a guy.
He's been a down center. Him and Kenny Powers are just developmentally disabled.
Well, they busted a guy. You see this alleged gang member with Down syndrome and decided on separate Chicago murders.
Wow. That's gotta on it like.
Let's zoom in.
Oh damn.
See, this is the kind of thing. And
Smush. They call them Smush. That's gotta.
Let's zoom in a little. Can you close out of the video? Do you mind? Nicholas Smush Samudio was indicted on felony murder charges in the November 16th fatal road rage shooting of Humberto Marin Garcia and the February 26th slaying of Tomas V. He reportedly killed the man in front of his pregnant wife.
We might have thought you just had a baby. I don't know.
That top 10
Is he fully downsed out though, or is he just kind of loose on the wall?
Yeah, let's see it. Do they say how much he has?
Do they have a percentage?
They cover the 380 caliber handgun from the news beliefs and may have thrown out the victim in the pursuit.
Go up, all the way up. See how they describe it. The alleged gang member. Oh, wait. So he diagnosed with genetics reported he was covered with fentanyl. So this might be your genetic.
Let's let you go. Yeah, right. Right. He's like, what's your guy do? You know?
I mean, even, look, I don't know much. I'm not an expert.
I don't know. His mother would tell him everything to do. She was on cold. Swear. They told him everything to do, and I was in there, and I was like, this is just awkward. You know, just sitting here on this. Yeah, I was just using it to get faster in this guy's car, and I'm there with it. But that down syndrome's close, man. They thought I had it when I was a kid, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, I remember the doctor telling my mother, you know, she wrote it in my baby book. I don't know, like a baby. Did they have baby books for your kid? Yeah. Yep. What was your mom like? Was she cool? Yeah. Really? Are Greek moms good? What are they like?
Yeah, truly, like, my mom is like, like think about like a classic history.
About the well.
Yeah. If we had a well, she would have been out to making sure I had one.
Like Stregonona?
Yeah, Stregonona vibes. Yes, 100%, dude. My mom was just like, all week, like, you come over to my house, and I'll leave without having dessert. You know what I mean? Like, just like packed a nice lunch, like, just so. I mean, there is a part of me that's like, the reason my life is the way it is. Truly my most cherished childhood memories. My mom was a waitress at a restaurant, and Saturdays, she would like come home, like half the time, like left calamari and chops, yeah. And actually, they had gone up with that's awesome. But she would come home, and I would stay up watching SNL. It's like the pharmacy era we're talking about. And so it would be like, that's kind of where I started loving comedy. And it kind of married my loves of like comedy, fried foods, and like the love of a woman. And it's like now if I think about it, that's why I get home. Except I do the comedy, I get the fried foods, and I try and just like fuck some ladies. Like, and fill the hole in my heart. You know what I mean? And it's like, in some ways, I'm like, damn, my mom was so, like, I loved and waited for my mom so much that, like, fully, like, the whole course of my life, just so like, see my mom,
like, waiting for her to get home.
Waiting for her to get home, get some food, and I was, like, watching comedy until she got home. So sometimes I think, like, that's how little control we have.
That's your Bermuda Triangle kind of.
Yeah.
Always be in there no matter what.
Yeah. That's really where I am, dude. In all the biggest things that like control my life, that's it. It's like food, truly food addiction. Right? I'll do a bunch of drugs. I can truly put that. I can feel
yeah, you have to have food too. Yes, that's the trick about it. If I had to have a little bit of coke,
dude, imagine you have to do a bump every like 8 hours.
Yeah, if that every day they gave you a break from 12 to 1. And I had to have it.
Yeah. There's like a kiosk at the mall with some real big tits with some lines you can do off of, treat yourself. You know what I mean? There's like hibachi cooking, just some guy still cutting lines with this thing, popping fucking crack rocks in your mouth. You'd be fucked, dude.
Yeah.
I know, it's the worst one, but yeah, my mom was truly like so supportive. And I don't know, I also feel like the recipe for like an artist too, you have to really half hate yourself and half hate your man. And it's like my mom is the half that's like, she thought I was a good gene, and she's that kind of mom. She's like, oh, he's good. She thought I was like a kid that goes to Harvard at 12. You know what I mean? Just because I like, she believed him so much.
Oh, she is right to the moon, my son.
Truly, like when I was gonna do stand up, she wasn't supportive because she thought I was like robbing the world of connect. Right? Like, true, that's how much she loved me.
Right, so she loved you, but she had all her days on the wall.
I was just, well, because she would take, I was a good student. I just,
and I'm just joking.
No, she was off, don't get me wrong.
Oh, yeah.
She fully was on.
But she had utmost. She thought by stand up, you're limiting, you're cutting yourself short.
Exactly. It took her a crumb of proof. She turned like a crumb of me being kind of smart and being like, oh, there's a generation mind that we have to, like, that's going to, like, solve world hunger. But then my dad was the other side of it. Like, he was not really, he was around, but not, didn't really get, like, didn't believe in you. It was always kind of boring. It was more like a punitive figure where it's like, hey, you better fucking be smart. You end up, like, even my shit, like, just tell you how much you hated his life. It's like, oh, cool, I'm actually, aren't I the part most of your life? And you make all your decisions to raise me. Now, me and my brothers, and now you're saying you hate your life and threaten to kill yourself every 6 months. So then you learn, like, oh, I guess by some math, hate us, and we're the reason you want to kill yourself.
Lose that, of course.
Yeah, as a kid, you absolutely. That's actually him. Yeah.
Okay, your dad's like, I'm gonna jump off a building and then in the sun.
how he did that. He's like, yeah, he got him. Oh, that lady, him and that lady would have gotten along famously.
Is it hard being a Greek man? Is there a lot of arrows overall?
I mean, that definitely is the stereotype of like, I mean, everyone I grew up around, they all either alcoholics or cheap lives. There was no like good role model, which was really funny because I met.
Well, they took him on to
Yeah.
How are you going to compete with so Socrates? How are you going to compete with Zeus?
Yeah, you know, he cheated though. That was his thing.
Right.
Even our God was cheating.
Yeah.
That's their religion. Getting sideways. Ancient Greek wisdom. But no, there's no like, it's not hard. It's like, again, I kind of go back to it. It's kind of cool.
It's very unique.
You know what I mean? Like, and all the things that matter, like cops see me.
If there's any value.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'll believe for that. But you get to see white.
Yeah. You get to see white in all the ways.
Yeah, you're like olive Jews.
Yeah. Yeah, in many ways.
Like grape leaf Jews.
Grape leaf, yeah. People, I've heard people say like, Jews are like, Jews really aren't good with money. You know, just like, you know, there's a little bit of that.
Front house Jews.
Yeah. Absolutely. But no, I kind of rock. I mean, honestly, I like it because you get to just be different. I'm trying to also stay connected. It's hard in America to see different like cultures. That shit disappears here. It's so fast. Especially there's like this is like 2 generations. So I think about it now. There's no more like, oh, when I grow up, it's like, especially when you stand up and stuff, like you're still young. Yeah, we're knocking on the door, so I'm starting to think about that shit. So, but it's cool. I still speak Greek. So my goal would be to
And do Greek women like you? Are you a Greek woman? Kind of, do you like Greek women?
Again, part of like getting older, like I find myself trying to like actually that culture, language, I've never dated a Greek girl. I'm attracted to features that I think. I like the hair, I like the tan, I like a big nose. I like, yeah.
See a girl in there.
Yeah, let's get you a perm, bro, and I'm in there.
Damn, dude.
But I've never
maybe God's saving that for you for the end. Do you think that you could fall in love? Do you think it's harder to fall in love?
I think so. I mean, I don't know how you feel, but it's like, it's cool to like get to travel. Just, you know, like that part is nice. But at a certain point,
first of all,
yeah. You know, fucking.
You also sound like the Golden State rapist.
Yeah, it's cool, state to state, no trail of evidence behind me. By the time the cops know what's up, I'm fucking gone. That part's cool. By the time they file a police report, I'm in Ottawa. I'm across state lines. I'm across I'm across the border.
Sorry, go on.
But yeah, I feel like I'm tired of that. Like, you do start to get a little tired of like when you get the fucking like it's too hot for you. Which it's like it's cool. I've gotten experience with really cool stuff. But you know, but after a certain point, you're like, oh, it would be nice to just have someone you care about and like put effort into that relationship instead of like just.
Right, you're just throwing a ball against the wall.
Exactly.
It'd be nice to throw it somebody they catch.
Yeah. It is a lot of like playing catch with like no father. But emotionally, I feel like
that robot.
Yeah, exactly. So I think I'm gonna, but it is hard on this schedule. I don't think
it's hard. It's hard when you're like, and your brain's like, I forgot about that. You know, I come home, I forget it. it's because I don't think your brain, a human brain, isn't supposed to be different places in different days like that. It's supposed to be. And they should say that when you don't.
Affront to God. And if we make it, we're on borrowed time. You're one step closer to death the next morning. That's what they should say at the beginning of every play. If we make it, we have deceived God, and He's a vengeful God. He will get us eventually.
I love it. Turbulence happens and people are shocked. Like,
yeah. Isn't it crazy there's not turbulence constantly? We're in the fucking sky going so fucking fast.
There's more turbulence on like a street in New Orleans, right?
Yeah, potholes.
On a side street in New Orleans, there's 7,000 times. And you're just like,
yeah. And it's more dangerous.
That's what they say, but then airlines made that up. They obviously said on the trip.
They were on Euronews.next talking about it's much safer in the sky. you should ride a helicopter.
What was it? Whenever you was going to school, do you remember like your first girlfriend growing up?
Dude, I was so like shy when it came to because I had this big outsized personality, and that like I never got nervous in any social situation, and then except girls. So it was like this weird thing where it's like everyone loved me and everyone assumed I could talk girls and it's like because that was nerve-wracking. It was the only time I ever experienced anxiety, like social anxiety. So it made it impossible. So like I didn't have like a girlfriend. Like I lived with a couple of girls in high school. I didn't get boosted. Like I didn't fuck till college. And it wasn't until like I put in the time that I felt comfortable with somebody and then I could like say my feelings. I was so scared. Just like I don't know, ridicule or I don't know what it was. So in high school I had like one girlfriend just who I touched her breast like twice and she might have fucked like 6 guys like in that time frame. You know what I mean? She was like, it was one of those where she would call me
up and touch my tits like the fuck.
Get me warmed up. It was one of those things where she would call me and like we'd talk on the phone and one of those relationships and she lived in a different part of town, before I even had a driver, I had my permit. And then it was like I got my license, I went to a couple of parties that she was at, made out a couple of times, and then she called me, she was like, hey, I accidentally got fingered last night. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, don't let it happen again. And then she called me like she got accidentally fingered like 3 more times. And I was like, you know what? I don't know that this is going to work out. Like, I broke up with her. She clearly was like, wasn't even dating me. Effectively, we weren't dating. I would like call her, but she would fuck other guys. And she didn't even touch my dick. I touched her tits like 2 times. I have a real resentment towards her still to this day. Resentment is a hard time letting things go. I'm a grudge keeper.
Is that a great characteristic?
I think it is. I like definitely there's anger problems in my family. That runs in my family. There's some I'm working on. Like I'm in therapy.
Or anger specific?
Anger is one of the big ones. Anger. My dad had an anger problem. Anger and then guilt. Maybe good shit guilt is huge. My parents like, why can't this fucking my dad was wrong. I hate it.
My dad was crazy. My dad grew up in Nicaragua when he was like 12 or something. And kids were dirty. He said, They had kids with like distended bellies, worms in their bellies. Yeah, he said from just eating dirt and stuff. And then he'd be like, go get me some mayonnaise. He never told me like a lot of stuff. I was just kind of watching from afar, I guess.
Yeah. That makes sense. That's a different kind of influence. If you're leaving the place with like, you want to be. It's like, my dad, right, but I think both of them sound like it's like you guys are emotionally. It sounds like there's a lot of sharing going on.
don't think so. I think you get older at a certain point, you kind of lose the spec. It's almost you almost have to share emotions in a certain time period. It feels like so. I think I wonder if you lose an emotional connection, like sensibility once you get past a certain point. I never really heard about that. That'd be interesting.
I bet you relate to things differently.
Yeah.
But I can also see the older you get, you kind of shed a little bit of that, like, who am I pretending to have? I definitely feel myself getting
Right.
Which is fine.
Yeah. Fall away.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
I still have a couple enemies. You know, a couple people who every day I think about like how much better my life is going to be. Like I'm just like that's awesome. Fuck that guy. He fucked me and like oh shit, 10,000. Like I still indulge in just a little bit of that. You know?
Yeah, it's something to get you through. Something to pick your teeth.
Yeah. But for the most part, I also think you should realize what the problems are. Like, you don't let those people in life. You're more aware of those people, aware of the patterns. And like now, everyone around
Oh yeah, I met your friend. What's his name?
Oh, Ben.
Yeah.
Ben's the man. Dude. Shout out to Benny Buttcheeks, Ben O'Brien.
Ben O'Brien, bring him up. Let's get a hand right.
Yeah.
He's a train conductor vibe. Huh?
He does. He loves overalls. He loves overalls.
I love Ben.
No, Ben rocks. And Ben. He's part of like an awesome. He's got art. Went to art school. Did like.
He kind of has that Radley smarter brother vibe.
Yeah, he's definitely absolutely.
Yeah.
He's more in touch with
We all went to Paris.
That was a sick. That was an awesome. The check was insane. That was awesome. We had a great.
It was so nice. Bro, sometimes I remember I'll be in hotel rooms and it's like $400, $500 a night. You're not even sleeping in that.
Yeah.
I'm staying awake. I'm getting my money's worth.
Yeah. You're sitting on the couch. You get a suite, so you just sitting on the couch and you're tired. You're like, no, I'm sitting. I was in a fucking Holiday Inn Express 4 years ago. I'm hanging out in the suite. I'm putting shit in the mini fridge, even if I don't drink it. Yeah. I'm just getting this shit cold. I'm putting my ID in. It's not picking up in the morning. It's fucking freezing. I don't used to have mini fridge and fucking hotel money.
Yeah, man, there's something about it. It's like, oh, I'm not sleeping. It's going to cost me $70. I'm going to walk around this half living room.
Love the half living room. I've become such a fucking half living room. Like, I love that. I got to get the half living room. For what? I don't know, but I got to have it.
You got it. It's like, don't tell me it's like they give you half of every room.
I know.
It's like the power rooms. It's like they all got together. We're like, this is our room.
Yeah. It's like,
it's all the different ones.
Last
people peeking thing.
Short on was their fucking.
Talking about
they got together. Yeah, Kyrie Harden. Sure, now since the spin.
Yeah, it was so fast. It's like, did he make it the band? How bad that band was?
The band was producing the show.
Yeah, the show was good.
When he made him get cheesesteak, because he made him walk the Philly.
That's what they didn't do Jamaican. No, dude. They basically got 5 brothers and sisters.
I know.
They made them walk 6
miles
so to get them a dessert.
But at least
it was like a story out of the Bible.
But it felt more like a parable
than it did in the future, that's what people look back over 700 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, when Bunny had the fucking
you must go to Cheerios for cheesecake. And you must not be tempted by the equals of Dylon. You must be true to Diddy, no matter what the temptress Dylon says to you. At least we got the Chappelle Show skit too. We got a couple nice cultural artifacts from that. But yes, no good music. Music was dog shit. Chopper.
Yeah, Chopper was a good man. What else? We got in the news, man. Let's get a couple of news topics. And you got your special, and it's out tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah. 4 nights in New York. And Fat Rascals were coming all over. I'm doing a bunch of fun dates. We're selling well. It's a big theater, so they're selling pretty good, you know. But it's one of those things where you do small shows, sell out. You feel good. You have to say big. Just keep selling.
Oh, it's so scary. That almost became too scary for me. It's one. I had a real problem with that, and I still do sometimes. It's like I'm afraid. Yeah, it's like there's something inside of me. The last thing I want. It's crazy. There's a huge fear that something's not going to show up. So, and it doesn't mean like actual people buying. It's not, but it's like goes back to like being a child. It's like speaking out to people.
Oh, dude, absolutely.
So if you put something out there, you're basically opening and saying, hey, you be here for me, and it's kind of different because it's a transactional thing, and but it's still the same like concept.
No, I get it. You're putting yourself out there, especially when it's like one level higher than you used to. And it's like when you're putting yourself, when you're at risk, like you made yourself vulnerable, and you're like, show up. Done yet? Like things are going good so far.
Yeah. Oh man, you're so funny. They definitely will continue to go good. I think I noticed even more on that topic that I commit to my work is my biggest relationship because it's like the safest, most controlled place to be.
I felt that which is a little scary, right? Because you stop being a person and you just become like, oh yeah, I just got to keep crushing. So this is going good. I know I can control this. I have full control. And you start while I was in it, I was like, I can't do this. Like, you know what I mean? It's like you don't have the so I was like, and I felt, and then I went stretch all over 7 weeks. 1 week I had all my different shit. It was like just too much. But when it starts, like at least I know it. If you're like me, there's like no your own thoughts. You don't even have time to think. It's like I have to be on the road every week. I have to podcast and something. Between that and then you have to do YouTube videos, right? All this other shit. And it's like there is something freeing to not having to make decisions. But then at the same time, and there's something that feels awesome. It's all going good, right? You see the fucking numbers go up, the feeling of success. But that is a little that can be a trap too. Because some of the shit you can't have control. That's the scary thing. So you gotta have that vulnerability with just the person. Some other shit is just not really.
Yeah, I think when I was a kid, I take everything back to when I was a kid. I was like, oh, shit, I love this house.
Of course. Ooh,
yeah.
Ooh, that's on. Yeah. That's on for good. You're Uncle West,
But yeah, I think that like am I gonna be like? I think wanting to be seen too. Why you even end up doing it? Why do I need to have people show me that they see me? And I think comedy is like show me you see me in a very real way. It's like I need audible. Yeah, I need to see it and I need to hear it. Right.
And I need it every 15 seconds.
And I need it to be undeniable. And that's one thing I think about. If somebody's laughing, it's kind of they're genuinely laughing. It's undeniable. So it's like I don't trust things enough in the space that I'm in or the space I'm in that I need undeniable that you see me. And it has to be almost from like a cellular level. That's why it has to be right.
Involuntary. Laughter is the one like involuntary thing. Even if it's trying not to laugh, you're still laughing.
Oh yeah, it's just like it's like feelings just sparking right out of your skin.
Yeah.
Joy feelings.
Yeah.
Let's get into a little bit of news, man. We got a few more minutes. Yeah, you know.
Oh Oh, I love that. Yeah, Stabby's World, we do after shows. Nice. I love it.
All right, let's read it. So, Snobby, you have on your show, you have.
Yeah, Stabby's World, we do after French Girls. Bring somebody on it next time.
It's been so much fun, man.
We just fuck around for the first half hour, for 45 minutes of the show. Good advice.
Great.
Stabby's World, we got 2 episodes a week. So I love those.
Let's see what we got here. Play it up, brother.
Going back to the classic.
Right.
Hey, I'm calling. I work in a bowling center, and these past few weeks I've been having it's a job. It's some sense. Recently, there's been a kid named James. He has autism, and recently he's been trying to sexually assault me. And I don't really care, but it's more important for the other students. And he is, I know that he'll look almost like he knows what he's doing, and he knows that it's wrong. She'll be running around, stop that, James, stop it, dude, please stop. He'll be helicoptering it, and it's scary. And we're a little afraid for our safety.
Okay, that's it.
No, it's something funny to me.
You don't think that's real?
How many this gets pulling his cock out and flipping it around in
What would
class?
you do if you pulled your cock out?
I guess I would give it an up. I don't know if I'd flip it around. Maybe that's a science issue. Maybe this autistic got a nice fucking place. Maybe he's really letting it hang. I would go up and down just because the helicopter's not impressive. The circumference of the helicopter, but it's like a mini. It's like a hummingbird.
It's running.
It's right. Oh,
yeah, I think the first thing you do if you've already exposed your penis, you have to bend, and then you realize, okay, this is I think you have to speak.
Okay, that's fair. And this kid's doing it on a primal autistic level too. It's just like he's not thinking it's just
very limbic system. It's like very much. If you are, you see this a lot on Nature Channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, or a grasshopper or something, or like one of those little lizards or something that feed off all the area around it. Like this, make their little like a hat kind of. It's like a part of their back, just like a fake hat pops out behind their head. It's like red and blue. Yeah. But I think everybody has their mating call.
And you see that these kids pee.
I think what else would it be?
If you're autistic,
that's the thing. I think everybody's got. Everybody has primal needs, man. It doesn't even matter.
I would think. Okay, so if it's really this thing's hard, it's hard to really the helicopter.
I wonder if autism can get an erection.
I think. Oh yeah. I think they could probably get a nice autistic. I have some anxiety problems.
Yeah.
This kid, especially if his dick is out in math class, he's like overridden. His dick is overridden his feeble autistic mind. It just got hard. Like,
it's real square.
I think this guy's fine.
It's in this rectangle.
Yeah. Cylinder.
What about, you think this guy's lying? Oh,
I can feel a smile on his lips. I can hear the smile on his lips. I just feel like if a kid is pulling his dick out in special ed, first of all, it happens.
What happens in Reagan? If somebody tells you you're special, you definitely I feel like.
Oh, so you think? Okay, so maybe you're not though. So maybe this guy knows. Maybe this is a form of rebellion. Although he's
He's got an evil lust. And he says he's sexually assaulting, which means he thinks the kid is trying to.
I think he said the kid has a look in his eyes and the kid is trying to be sexually deviant. But I believe that the kid is just trying to advance sexually.
Now how about this? You don't want to jack the kid off, right?
Yeah.
But if there is, in fact, sexual violence, especially in like high school, that might be the place to just get them. You know what I mean? Clear their brain. They're up against. You should have to milk every special ed kid before you start a lesson. I've actually flipped completely on this. I think this is the natural way to deal with this. We need those Chinese dick sucking machines. Pearson retweeted. I don't know if you saw that.
I think you gotta, if you bring in robots just for a second, I wonder, I don't know, I think you almost have to have a parent of a child like this.
They would have to sign a permission slip, right? Sure.
That's what I'm saying. You can't just, I think, send
I think a gumball machine. You put the you turn it.
They used to let us all out to get a candy every now and then.
You're actually, you know what? That's true. The school nurse has to.
I think.
No, please.
I don't know.
But is it Pavlov's dog? Now are they going to get horny? You've taught them vacuum their house.
That's, yeah.
You might have to do the opposite. You listen all day.
The kid robot is masterful.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Exactly.
I feel like if I watch it here, I just like the
sensory overload.
Yes. Of a robot, like, you know.
Yeah, it would be more of a jacking off thing. And it wouldn't look like a woman. We want this to feel medical. Right? We want it to just be a hole you put your special penis inside of. And it just creates a picture in the mind frame. Docile.
Yeah, ready to learn.
Honestly.
Yeah.
I feel like I would have learned a lot better from school if they like somebody jacked me off.
You would have just gotten in line over.
Yeah, that's true.
You would have missed every class.
Well, that's why it has to be controlled.
You'd had a book bag full of dried out seeds. You would still be in school.
I'm thinking, I'm in community college. I'm in continuing education.
You weigh 19 pounds. You'd have nothing left in your body. You know?
That's true. You're right.
Let's see what other news we got.
It's not a perfect solution.
Yeah, at that age, man. Oh, yes. A lot.
I just remember specific lessons I probably missed. So I was thinking about sex. Like the other hot teacher, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. You get a lady when she would come over. I would say, I don't know what this is, right? She would come over, and I would be so just caught up with the smell of her, and like, even just her possible tits. I mean, she had like 9 layers of clothing. She had like clothing from like the 1600s. She had all of that under, you know. Yeah, she had her tits and underbite. She had every thing you could have, right? As much as you could, you know. And still tits. Tit meat somehow getting closer, radiating through all that clothing. Oh, dude, I had a 6 year old. And all of his fake clothes are fake. Oh, they didn't allow them in our school.
Big natties to teach. They did a fucking, they put it through an MRI. You know, the technology's gotten.
It looked like everyone looked like somebody in vacuum sealed.
A couple chicken cutlets.
A bocce ball.
They were a little too heavy. You could see exactly where
they were so tight. I was like, man.
This lady, to my knowledge, had pretty awesome things. Like she didn't have like multiple layers. She was coming down. And she, don't get me wrong, you wouldn't see cleavage, but it would be like one of those things. It's like a
just a tight t-shirt.
Oh, man.
She has big old titties.
Yeah, this lady, I wanted to drive right through the small car.
A Geo Metro? Driving Geo Metro through her tits?
Yeah. And I would have left the windows down and just.
Oh, yeah. Well, another. I remember speaking just being in proximity of titties with hot girls or whatever.
I was like, dude, my neck would turn red if I got around some turn. I was like, oh my fucking god. I remember when I was like in fifth grade, I would wear a scarf for like 3 months. Because I was just so hard. Because I remember the blood would like just. I just remember the blood would come to the edge of my skin.
Yeah.
Get me out of here.
Oh man, I remember because I had a full beautiful head of hair in high school. I had this hair length, but it was like even longer and like curlier and nice. And my high school was like it was like most what was it, 85% black, 100% black. Yeah. And then 14, I was a fun guy, whenever I was hanging out. And girls would just love to just play with your curly white hair. Girls would love to like braid my hair. And I just remember just feeling the warmth of a pussy. Like when a girl is like standing over you. Yeah. But no, I mean like
you feel
this girl must have a heat. I don't know what was going on. She had a little convection oven between her legs. And I remember feeling
oh yeah.
on my neck.
It's a real thing. Look up is the vagina warmer? Oh, that we can't say it.
Yeah, teens.
And be careful what you look up. I don't think you can do stuff like that.
But I think probably for the record, I was 16. She was 16.
Yeah, and everybody, even in my imagination right now, is
38 years.
Yes. Did you hear it, bro?
No, you didn't search it super good.
Did you search it?
No. Okay, that could be time of day.
Okay, let's see what it says.
Maybe we should.
Vaginal temperature indicated with thermal. Let's look at that. Hey, this will get us out of trouble.
To put it mildly, not all experts are I can remember just emanating.
Oh, I remember being around a woman vagina, dude, and just the first time you even like, I remember the first time you even like a girl allowed you to put your deviant, criminal, perverted fucking claws on her.
Yeah.
And how every part of her body was like and you would touch any. Yeah. Elbow.
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah, I remember being
so
shocked.
excited, brothers, to be alive. But I do remember around there, like, or whatever, that it would be, or it would seem, or it could have been your brain.
It could have been your brain. We just been how bad you wanted access to something. Because you felt like the briefcase in Pulp Fiction. Oh, like that's what pussy was in your head. Just like, oh yes, plenty of those.
Briefcase were leaving.
Clap fast.
But all right,
put chains around and throw it in the ocean.
Yeah, man, it would just be so. It was like, even if a woman wasn't going to let you touch her body, even just the fact that she let you put her hands. I remember the first time just being around a damn titty, I remember putting my this girl that was like the first girl I ever even dated, and that was my hero too. No, I think I can remember this is kind of crazy.
That would make me patriotic. First time I see kids. It's beautiful.
That's all.
That's breast autism.
I mean, it's like, I think it's cool that you get, when they have these feelings and they take you over. That's the thing.
I mean, I remember it was the first time.
You guys made love, or was it?
It was cool because it was like, my college girlfriend wanted to kind of like wait. And she was like, I got checked off. She would leave me. And she was like, all right, well, now you can go down on me. I was like, great. And she just, I even listened.
Oh, bro.
I licked her cooter. Is that
There we go.
Tickled her cooter. And I remember being like, feeling proud of myself because her plan was to just let me own you over. And she was like, yeah, maybe we can just have sex right now. Yeah, she's like, let's just right now. I felt like I earned my natural persistence. I hadn't even.
Right.
But I never like.
And when you got, it was at daytime?
Daytime. I had sex with that guy. It was like fucking Price is Right is on.
Oh, imagine.
I think I literally went to like lunch with like a family friend. Afterwards, I think it was like she was over my dorm, and he was like,
what do you do? What do you
truly,
today,
they were just talking about shit, and I was just like I think it was like, right. I busted the first time inside a woman ever, and this guy's talking about like Greektown development.
Having a kid at 9 months.
What was it a gun?
What a kid. That's the apartment complex goes. Let's get some more news of what else is going on out there. I'm trying to think of what I've been seeing. Well, they had this beer, a lot of stuff with trans activism, Yeah, and it's got to be, what is being trans? Yeah, I mean, I know it's like, I know it's men or women who want to be the other, right?
Yeah.
Or they feel stuck inside of me. They feel wrongfully convicted.
Yeah, exactly. That's good. Convicted of wrong body.
Right.
That's what it seems like. Well, some people just want to go, I'm neither. I'm neither. Honestly, haircut a lot like yours.
That's why you have so many lesbians.
Yeah, but I think mullet is nice non-binary.
Yeah. What do you think? Because there's a lot of companies out there advertising stuff, right?
Shooting it with guns, and then basically giving them an advertisement. Like everyone who likes straight people, Kid Rock's dumb. I'm gonna get some. Also, I didn't know this, but Kid Rock apparently grew up rich. That's kind of wild.
Grew up at least middle class, yeah. His family had a accordion. Yeah. I think is or they try like what is I just wonder what is there a business goal of it? Does it seem that's what I'm just curious about it. It seems like an interesting move.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's what I think is kind of crazy. That portions like trans people that I know, they just want to be trans. Right. They just want to like not be like killed. Like it's this thing. As if you're like going MF, like that's like a lot of them like become sex workers. A lot of them like get like violence against them. Yeah, I should feel like they would be tricked or whatever. It's like scary. It's like a pretty scary thing. It's a pretty like tough lifestyle, and they're just like, yeah, I just want like not to be killed, like basically respect and I just don't. It's such a low percentage of people do. That's what's crazy. We have this
That's
discussion.
the part to me is interesting. It's such a small, and I wonder, are you helping trans people by, like, what, like, is this the move to help? Because I totally understand what you're saying. Like, imagine if you feel that way, and if you really feel it, right? Now, I think there could be a difference between people who really feel it, and also now if they're commercializing it or if they're sensationalizing it so much that a mind that isn't sure now adapts to it to like have a cause, because people can grasp onto a lot of causes, right?
For sure. And I think like with any kind of thing that gets a lot of publicity, you will have people that are like just unsure, like reach on. You will have. Here's the thing: with anything that gets any traction, you get people doing it cynically to get famous, right? But the way that there's like it's like a 1% of people are trans, 0.001 of them are like these weird doing it for attention, right? You know, so it's like that's what's crazy about this discussion is like for the most part what we're talking about is like let people have jobs. You know, like just let them have basic. And the way I look at it, right, is like just let them go about their lives without facing discrimination. Like, if somebody wants to be a girl, why does that bother you? And I do find it a little ironic where it's like, especially people that are talking about, like not to get super political, but it's like the states that are very anti-trans shit. It's like you have people talking about how they want limited government, but then they're like, oh, I have to check your daughters to see if your daughter has a vagina. Like Florida was talking about tracking girls' periods to prove their biological female. It's like, wait, racist. Yeah. A hoop strap. Florida, yeah. Ron DeSantis went around like teen girls' pussies. Yeah. Inside of them. And it's like, aren't you supposed to be the one for like limited government or checking girls' periods? It's like, where they made it like illegal to mention it. It's like, dude, it's fucking crazy. And I'm just like, I don't get like I have some
I don't understand why it's like if someone's trans, let them be trans. I would never be upset at anybody that's trans or like I would be very curious what it's really like. For sure, I would be very curious in today's world what if someone is like just gay and they see an option to be for clout or just totally straight and see that because there's such a like you know, a currency out there now that I can see that being somebody. I don't say that to diminish it because those people are also diminishing if people are really dealing with that. Like, I don't know. I guess I just wonder: is this the best person to introduce that to the world? Like, because a lot of people now are just starting to talk about trans, which maybe is good, but it's such a small percentage of people. I guess I just don't understand. Is this going to be helpful to trans people? Because it almost, like if I'm a trans person, right, and my life is tough, right, if I really am, because I believe that, you know, I mean, God makes so many cookies, man, you could, something, or nature could be also merging, you don't know.
Yeah. I also think in like other societies, like nature, so people were kind of like genders in other societies.
Yeah, look at Robin.
Yeah, exactly. These guys were bikes. Come on. Somebody threw on Mary's dress. Big jump.
But I just want to say, I wonder if, like, say, like a regular trans person who does not want the wild attention, right? Who just is trying to figure out their thing. Do they think that this feels comfortable to them? And now it's this thing. It's like attached to me. It's like,
yeah,
I don't know.
I know you mean like it's become like a well, anytime like advertising becomes sort of mainstream, but I think a lot of the attention is unwanted. But I do think it's because it's like kind of because I think of what I don't want to get fucking super high, right?
Yeah, maybe we are getting.
But there is something to a culture war thing where conservatives have been very shrewd, starting with like Karl Rove, who's like they start with gay marriage, right? It's like, because people are like shit sucks. But when you don't want to offer material help, like better school, healthcare, like healthcare is a big issue. Right? People are fucked, and everything's getting more privatized, and there's less they support. I think the way that you get people like vote for is like rile them up and scare them, whether that like there's this big backlash against trans communities. I think it's become a concern. They talk about like drag queens. They talk about how drag queens are like prove your shit. Like they want me to do your shit. I think that's really dangerous. And I think that attention is coming because trans communities in the negative. Whereas like I mean, it's so funny to hear people talk about how black queens are like, well, you're so dangerous. Politicians are up 2 million kids to 0.
Yeah.
Unless the track queens, it's like
maybe 1,000.
Maybe like 1,000. Yeah. Maybe there's one. Yeah, there's one of them who's whatever. But it's like still, drag queens are gonna start having to do like flea flickers and like trick plays to get back in the game.
Yeah.
Priests compared to politicians, they're the ones fucking kids, and it's like it's just become this political ploy, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
That's it. I mean, look, that's a really big point. I think what I hear a lot of times that people are scared of, especially vaccines and stuff like that, people are scared that, well, is this another reach where they're trying to, the media will then use like a lot of like film, television exposure about gender uncertainty, and then to start to get you young people to want to take like a gender blocker or some type of medicine, right? And I don't know enough about the medicine, but I think as when I look at how influenced I was, when I watched WWE wrestling,
If The Rock cut his dick off,
dude, if somebody, my grandmother if somebody listened to my grandmother against the ropes, I would. That's how influenced I was by WWE.
Absolutely.
It was over, bro. No amount of calcium. So I think that's a lot of people's fear. It's like, man, there's so much influence over my children that if they start to use this chip, or they're just going to come up with another medicine on the back of COVID. A lot of people are skeptical about the vaccine now, and rightfully so. So I think that's probably a lot of the fear. But I think the molestation part, you're right. It's like, it's like, oh, you can't molest my kids. I'll let, it's only going to be done
by my preacher. Not exactly. Which again, it's not like I do think. I just don't think. I'm not convinced that the numbers are that big. It's like all of a sudden all these kids are transitioning. I think it's so hard to do that. Like people would say that about like sports, right? Like Leah Thompson or something like that. Like strength things that much better. She wasn't good. Fucking college swimming. You really want that bronze medal in college swimming that bad? You're gonna chop your nuts off. It's like I don't know. That's like, and then have people like you swim fast. You see, nuts might be weighing you down. But it's just like I guess I'm not convinced that like I think a lot of this shit is just fear mongering. Especially statistics. Like I saw some poll. I don't know like defined it. There's like a poll of shit like percentage of people fought. Like, a bunch of things, not just trans, like a ton of stuff. Like, how many people are Muslim? How many people like whatever, and everyone was arrested. And then like, I literally think 300%.
I think looked at the other day for 7 about 5% of those USA. See, now this article sounds so delusional to me, right? 5% of youth, it could be, now that could be, they asked 100 youths in Brooklyn, outside, but that's the thing about articles, you just don't know, but that kind of percentage, you see that, it can definitely make people think what's going on, and then you get scared.
Well, I also
think it's so scary.
Actually, you should do like fully transitioning. Like, I do think there's a lot of kids who are like, maybe I'm not fine.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm not going to change anything that I have. You know what I mean? Like it is. There is some change in that. I think definitely. I think I have more like young friends who are like maybe open to experimenting with my games. I think that's another thing I'm trying to think about is like that's not me. That's not me. I hate it. You know what I mean? Like, part of me is like I defer to young people sometimes a little bit. And it's something that's like when you find yourself, you like settle down. It's like whatever. It might those percentages might be drop, but it's just like I think this shit is kind of like fluid and like always changing. But ultimately, I don't think it's dangerous. Like that's the thing. It's like music for somebody wants to change your name, like something else.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think that. I feel like a lot of people probably don't. Yeah. But I think if it came to a point where then a kid could go get, say, if I'm 14, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know how I'm feeling, right? Maybe I'm gay, maybe I'm straight, maybe women just don't like me. I mean, there was times when I was younger when I thought that women didn't like me enough that I thought maybe I'm supposed to like men.
Dude, me too. I was like, there
must be something wrong with me.
Yeah.
You know? That maybe in my head somehow I'm messed up.
Yeah.
I'm not messed up, but I'm just not seeing this.
Yeah.
You know, and,
no, I'm with you there.
So say if you're going through that and then you decide to, that's where it's like, I just don't like it when there's a possibility for the drugs to get involved. That's the part for me that's like, man, I don't know. Because I got on antidepressants at a young age and I can't get off. You know, so I don't know. It's definitely interesting. And I think, look, we've had some good thoughts about it. You know, it's a good, like, discussion.
And I will say just from, like, I think there was some yeah, absolutely. Wow, bro. No joke. The best head I've gotten was a tie between they them. It was awesome. Yeah. It probably traditionally appeared though, you know, they if you saw them, you'd like, that's a girl. You know what I mean? But still, yeah. So shout out to, you know, them pussy is very powerful and it's out there.
The Lord's leading.
That's it. Exactly.
Look, a lot of like Asian people, I think, are against this. They're very like gender.
Yeah.
You know,
samurai or ninja.
Yeah. It's like they're even starting to name their kids after people. Like nobody's confusing my son. You know what's interesting, man, is that I wonder a lot what nature's doing. Like, because that's what we don't know. We don't know what nature is doing.
Yeah.
We don't know. Every second that we are alive, like right now, that's what nature's doing. So we don't know also if nature is doing something genetically where in the future we're all going to be one phone, one, ambidextrous. Yeah. We're like just an ambidextrous also. Around our ways.
That's true. You could, like, remember, like, WWE figures where you could, like, switch the heads. It was like, maybe you have a genitals. It's like you flip your dick, it goes into your ass, and then you got a pussy. Maybe you got a pussy under your balls. Maybe that's how we evolve. Imagine if you lifted up your balls.
Get a vagina through your leg.
Your balls spread apart like they're curtains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just why are they? I don't know why. If it's a small thing, and I feel like I just feel like it's such a sensitive topic. Whoever's really going through that, that I don't know if it's the right thing for a company to come along. I don't know. See, you know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying, like,
or a question. I don't know. It's hard to feel that out.
I understand the question. I think, like, I think anything that kind of normalizes struggle is fine. You know, it's like, okay, like, I see what you're saying, but they can bring some attention to it. And the negative attention to me is a problem, but it's like, it's on the people who are negative. Like, you know, I'm obviously very, like, I just don't, I think the real problem is the legislature. It's making my people. I don't care.
Well, insurance will make you find any reason not to get anything.
Well, that's the other thing. It's like, yeah, that's another problem in our country. It's like so many of our biggest problems come down to we don't have basic government in the richest country in history, which is so fucked up. No one should.
It's not profitable. It's not, you know, it's not bottom line. You start to feel like a, you know, you start to feel like a pawn. I think that's another thing. It's such a time where everything that the media does feels like someone is being pawned. That just everything these days I feel like kind of makes me.
Yeah, you know, I'm with you too. I'm
like, what's the shell game here?
Yeah. I'm a little pessimistic about just because of but also like inequality. And I think a lot of the angles in general, even like for some people, trans become a man. It's like they're angry because family members from kids or church doesn't job is being fucking, job is going, there's no fucking, the train gets to go, no one's fucking cleaning it up, now they have fucking poison. It's like, these are all things that can be covered with, like, if Keller covered it down, and they just like had to provide basic needs for me. Yeah. But everything is gone kind of shit. It's like, because they start disagreeing about this thing, it does not matter. And just so if we are getting screwed by, in my opinion, big corporations, by everyone who's just like gobbling up all the money in the industry. Wages haven't kept pace with inflation. Minimum wage, if we keep what it was the 70s, now it should be like $50 an hour. I think that's the root of all of our disorders.
Oh yeah, when people don't feel like they're not belong to.
Yeah,
like they're
taken care of.
You feel like you're also, well, at the same time that you're kicking down the traditions of the country, you know, and at the same time that you're taking away, like you're making it harder. I think. I don't know. It's a lot. There's a lot of stuff. I'm not trying to not think about it. It's just a lot. Yeah, and maybe I'll. Okay, let's get into one or two funnier. Something that I love thinking about.
I'm with you too. I mean, I
think it's important to talk to think about for sure. You know, because that's the thing. I don't know anybody that is trans, and a lot of my friends, you know, and I'm even in LA 5 months out. I have some. Oh, we have one. We had a guest, Robin Tran. Yeah, and that is.
A little on the nose.
Robin Tran is a comedian, and I don't know, she didn't have the surgery at that time. And then Joe Dosh was a male comedian. He has he got transitioned. I believe, I don't want to talk out of pocket. Joe's one of the smartest, and it's really a captivating. Yeah. I don't know him as much as a woman, and I don't know if there's a difference between knowing someone or a man. Wouldn't that be crazy? Because I had a buddy that used to clean over at my feet. Yeah. And they would come every year, right? And there was a big guy, right? And he was awesome, right? And then he lost a lot of weight, and I was out there collecting some things, right? Yeah. Vitamin. And
you're out there all getting spit roasted.
Even just one dude.
Yeah. And catching some D. I just feel like if you're catching some D, you're getting more than, you know what I mean? It's like, you're getting the D, it's different catching some. I guess I thought about like the way vitamin D is like being bombarded with sunlight. I guess I was thinking bombarded with D. You know, that's why I went right to spit roasted.
You're right. It's just even hypothetically, I don't want to be that. But what happened then? And when he lost so much weight, I didn't. First of all, I didn't really know it was him, but he was this guy. He just always just was ass. Yeah.
You have 3 friends.
This guy that's just talking to me so much. I was like, oh my god, he seemed like a different guy.
Yeah.
So that's what I wondered too. If you met, if it was like a book and talked to someone for an hour and a half, how much changes differently. And dude, that's a journey for sure.
Well, that's
like
the
I
thing.
remember the first time I went to Florida when I was a kid. I'm like, this is gonna be.
Yeah.
But imagine every cell in your body be like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? We're going to San Fran.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're going to San Francisco, brother.
Or we're going to like Brooklyn.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think there's probably some. You probably just feel more. I would just guess you feel more comfortable. You probably feel like more yourself. You know, I can't speak for me, trans, whatever. You know, I'm sure you're just like maybe more pleasant. Anything. Imagine like hiding something. And also, it's like a hard thing. A lot of people don't understand. A lot of people are trying to defend. Like coming out as gay is hard enough. Imagine being like, to like somebody who would have a problem with being gay. It's like coming out as 5 times gay. You know what I mean? Like going, yeah, I'm a girl.
Yeah.
I'm so gay, I'm a girl. Like that's what like a, you know, like
I'm chasing motel. Yeah, like you're like the ultimate warrior. Like bring up when the ultimate warrior came in the ring. There was nothing like that. Yeah. That changed the scene. I bet there's a lot of gay people that also are like, man, they're still for sure. That's like as gay as hell. That is huge right now. Like, what are we gonna do, guys?
Yeah, absolutely. Being a white gay guy at this point is like,
and maybe that's what some of these guys are doing. I mean,
well, I would go costume. But yeah, dude, wrestling is.
Nature that's a wild stuff. Right? So it's like, what?
Moderate nature. Fucked up. Much more civilized.
Right behind a screen door.
Yeah. Power goes out for like 2 weeks in a row.
You did 40 minutes power. I'd be holding my sister's hand.
Well, again, that might be cold. That might be have to get cultural. You know, say her.
Make sure she's okay. But it's like, how you
bonded now.
Well, you're just like, dude. That's another thing. Are there a lot of power outages?
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't even take long. The lights flicker. You're like, oh. The hell, man? Some guy just backed up against the light switch. It wasn't even an outage.
Yeah. Ross Roper just tripped it. Dude, calm down. It's like cloud in the sky. What's another news thing?
Were there a lot of like secret gay guys?
When I was growing up, they had. I'm talking about this one. They had a rest area back, and a river back behind us, and they had a rest area back there. And a lot of gay men float in. No, on a lazy river. It was drug. People were back there drugging. When you do enough drugs, yeah. So that's when they had a lot of guys and they had these dudes with like one of those potato launchers that goes and they would every time, if they had 2 men that got a little too.
Shoot a couple spuds at them.
They just fire and hot at them. And it wasn't like trying to hit them, but it was like, hey, you know.
The way you hear the dog when they rolled up these people.
I wouldn't even say that. No.
Just a little warning, a shot across the bow.
Yeah. Just a shot, just something.
Hey, fellas, we know you're here. We see what's going on.
Yeah, we respect it.
Yeah.
But also, we know you're just drugged out right now.
Right.
And we
don't want to come drunk.
Yeah.
Thinking about what you know, how you're going to explain this to your fiance.
Yeah, you don't want to come to it like, damn, I didn't know they had a Cinnabon in town.
They started making savory Cinnabons.
All right, what you have there, Bubba? Oh, well, that happened, and then they had a guy in Italy. He was mentally
Yeah.
Like,
Full down, touch. We had a couple guys who hit it up.
so it was like kind of like, he was kind of like, special.
Yeah.
You didn't know. You had to infiltrate. You had to get near the fence.
You had to do the Ren and Snippy close up to really see it from far away. Far away, like
So
normal.
So this is what happened. So he would ride around town, right? His parents got him a bike or something. So,
for good behavior.
I'm not sure. I don't know what he was like at home. But his parents, so he'd always be in town. Like,
Yeah.
Love that. Everybody was there. And the story was he had like they put a babysitter. So there was like an old wives' tale or whatever that he had a husband, like a little husband, and he left him. So there was like kind of two sides of the coin. Some people were like, and there was other people that were just like, kind of heartbroken, of course, because here he was, he had somebody that he loves. So people were always like,
the babysitter's from the husband.
Yeah, it's not for me.
So he's a baby-sized husband.
Well, that's what people said. He was
Like a Filipino guy. Did you guys have how many Asians did you have?
We didn't have any. It was a rumored Asian, actually. They had, remember when Pizza Hut had those unique rooftops? Bring it up, buddy. Sure. Remember when Pizza Hut had those unique rooftops?
Yeah. You still see, you go to a town, and it's like a bank. That's like a mattress discounters. It's like, I didn't know that roof, motherfucker. There used to be fucking
The eagle right there. God, it was beautiful. Well, one of those,
it's a travesty.
That is one of the saddest.
It's fucking sucks. It's a trap. When you grow up poor, sitting down in a pizza hut, truly, dude, those little cups, red cups, the stained glass.
And some of the pizza pans, they even had like a cord or something underneath.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe felt that's the first time something would bring out like cast iron. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's just Titanic.
Truly, dude, it was like that and like our big place was like Applebee's when it first came out. Like when we first got to East Point Bowl and Baltimore and Dunkirk. My friend was there and then Chili's as well. But in those days it was supposed to be Applebee's. And that was I miss it. Yeah, absolutely.
But one of those that burned down.
Yeah.
So that rooftop, that unique roof, was fresh in the ground. And so people, I guess a rumor got started that an Asian thing.
And it looks like a dojo. Because the shape is dojo
It
like.
had an Asian shape. Like a bit Mappers or something. Whatever.
Yeah.
Could be Mappers.
Oh, you shows you about?
Yeah, is it?
That's like stone bowl.
Yeah. It had like it had an Asian shape. And so people were like, yeah, they had a Slidell, Louisiana. So I remember we saved up money. We fucking saved up money to get a taxi.
We try and catch him.
What does it see?
Yeah.
We got there.
Do you legitimately think you could have made money showing like if you had like a guy from Thailand in like a little enclosure, could you charge me for slide down?
Not now,
but back then,
like lunch.
Maybe like a quarter.
Oh, I think 50 cents. But now a lot of people know Louisiana has some of those Vietnamese people in the world. Really? Because of the fishing, yeah. We had the first Vietnamese House of Representatives. But yeah, back then they didn't have.
Well, in Houston, there's so many people. Because I don't know why, but they got good ass. Yeah, Houston has a crazy good population. I was just there and I was like, they won't love me. They shut it.
Yeah.
Grew up around black people. There's a lot of culture.
The Viets and blacks get along.
I think in Houston, just because that's what's there. And I think there's definitely. I could avoid Truman. I would love like a half, like a mixed black and white.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I really would like a little song because everyone in my family are Ooh, ribs and some
Barbecue. We really did. Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Kentucky Fried Chicken. there's no end to it, brother. That's my dream. It's my brothers both married white women. Nothing wrong with that. I just feel like I gotta get a little something going.
Are you a white denier, do you think?
I think I am in some ways. Not denier, but like I just think like it would be fun to get something different. You know, just a little mix it up. I just think that would be kind of nice. But then, like my dream would be like a Greek girl, like you know Giannis and the Kubo, those Greek grew up in Athens, but
Yeah, right.
I think that's right.
Athenian.
Yeah. My dream would be like somebody who speaks Greek, but like just doesn't. You know what I mean? Just to get a little, just to get the like, get some fun in the bloodline.
Yeah.
Mix it up, right? You know.
Well, that I think. Yeah, look, I've long said that we're all going to 3, 4, 5 generations. It's going to be a lot of like men 17.
Well, even you're sneaky. Right. You said your dad's
right. My father's from Bluefields, Nicaragua.
Yeah.
And so
Bluefields.
Yeah. That's hilarious. Of course, let me bring it up. I've never been.
Really? You've never been to Nicaragua at all? See, even what I'm saying is like you got a little something in the mix.
So many people do.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the thing. Like even you look back on like you talk about like slavery, reparations. It's almost like I wish they just had some of the increases.
Yeah. So we could be like, look,
or somebody finds like Fruit of the Loom, then they're Larry Fruit of the Loom. You're you know. You know, Donnie Haynes.
Yeah.
And I want. I've met some people on airplanes and stuff. Yeah, my father would speak Spanish a lot, and we would go to.
The opposite of stereotype.
I think it was a time when he did. I was 70 when I met my dad's stereotype.
Yeah.
That's another thing. I can't say that in any more podcasts.
I know.
But
it's still, I mean, I know you mean, but it's still so interesting. Like, I don't know how in depth you've gotten with it, but that is like, that's something to experience.
It made me so aware. I was just like,
yeah,
it was never like in my opinion, you know, like
you really felt mortality at a time when most kids don't even consider.
Oh, I was scared of everything.
It's like even when grandparents die, that's usually a kid's first entree to, oh wait, this shit might not last forever. It's like an old ass grandparent, but it's your fucking dad. Like, wait, the guy's supposed to be is old as shit.
And my mom was very, she like, you should get to school. You should get to school, your dad's gonna die. She would just drop it in the back.
Yeah, you want your dad's last memory of you being cut in class? Get some good grades. He's on death's door.
Yeah, I developed this concept in my head that if I did everything perfect,
that's fucking wild. That's like light up some kids.
I didn't realize that until like last year. I did that ayahuasca stuff. that came from man. When I thought that, I hadn't thought it before. Like,
It's so fucked up. Carry that.
Oh.
You should be thinking about fucking baseball cards. Travis's breasts.
Yeah, I think it's just part of it is like you're just heartbroken for this kid as a child. I'm not trying to get into stuff.
No, that's not self-esteem at all, dude. No, that's wild. You deserve to be like, damn, that was fun.
It's interesting, man, what's going on. I think the scare. I just get so scared. I get so activated about how our media uses it. Just trickily use this stuff against us because they don't seem to have a real care about the general well-being.
Oh yeah, especially when you're starting to have positive. It's like what the news was like a couple times a day. We're not worried about selling ads. Yeah, you could probably trust them. Now it's like everyone does have an agenda. Cut through.
Yeah.
Corporate media is just like they're invested in keeping like everything the same. Yeah, they
want to keep the same pattern too. Yeah, just like you've been, your race keeps you down, or your where you're from, or your Christianity keeps you. It's just something, It's always something. If you look at the pattern, like it's the same.
Yeah, it's. I think they're invested in the status quo, and like just. Yeah, I think shit that doesn't really affect you, and they're not. They don't. Shit, there's just fucked up shit that's like, they fucked up this many countries, like all the CIA shit, just again, I like inequality shit, like culture war stuff is easier, because it's like, because it's so divisive, people feel so good. It's like going back to the same shit, it's like, that's really the problem. It's like even like we're all the same people. Right. We're all the same people. Everyone's exactly the same. Or not everyone's exactly the same. We all have something in us that we can relate to everyone, and we are different in ways that are cool. Like that's even going back to what I was saying about it'd be cool to have somebody from a different culture in my family. Like I feel like I have to bring that into my family just because it's like I don't know. I feel like I have a better time when I'm different.
Oh yeah, dude, they already the nuggets thing. Actually, they're frying it.
You eat a couple of fucking fries. Give me a spicy nug. Yeah. But even with comedy, like when it comes to kind of back to comedy, it's like I like the crowds are different. I like seeing people that I have they just older couples have started coming to my shows, right? People different races, whatever. It's like, and even like comedy shows. It's like I like doing shows with comics that are like I like bringing people who have different experiences. For my podcast, it's like get some gay dude, like if you get some gay dudes, get some like
we need some gays in here, huh?
Get some gays in here. That's some good gays.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
it's cool, but it is cool to be around people. Soak all that shit up. Have a good ass time. Eat some different foods. Suck some different things.
They should have gay food.
Yeah. I think easy clear broth. Yeah, that's part of the bar buffet. Like, there's a clear broth for our gay friends. Yeah, God.
Yeah, I just wanted it's so interesting to think like what is history? But it's interesting with that this is because we truly only win as a people, right? If we all win, right? That's the only way that like humanity. If you hope that 1,000 years or whatever it is, that everybody. That's why sometimes I think it's almost like different ethnicities, cultures have like different parts of like whatever's going to bring everybody to be cultural. Yeah.
I mean, I do think you're right. It's got to be like a collective thing. Like people realize, like I think most people, I think Americans are now the richest in the country. Shit is hard, The inequality is crazy. They have a lot of resources. Like, these motherfuckers have islands. It's like people don't have food and water. And it's like, or you can't have a living wage, or you live how Walmart treats their fucking workers. Most of the masses.
Yeah.
They're on fucking food stamps.
Like you got, yeah.
And so I do think there's a collective thing. So if everybody realizes there's a there's that's where I think like labor. Yeah, this weird thing where it's like child labor is back in certain places. Like that's how much they come with it. They're rolling back like child protection laws. It's kind of funny.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a couple states that they just
but I do think that it's bad. Yeah, it's like how can people survive in these It's also like some jobs are like stair-step jobs, like advanced and stuff.
Yeah.
But for some people, maybe they're not these days. It's just it's child labor laws are under attack in states across the country.
I think we're like I think this shit is kind of cool, and it's like we live in like basic shit. Roads are Amtrak. It's like yeah. I mean, don't get me started on that shit.
But I'd rather FedEx myself.
Yeah, put me in put some holes in a box. Yeah, which sucks too because in this country there's so much rail. That was, I mean, that's the other thing. Is like, go back in time, car companies destroyed rail.
But then they let them lobby against it so that they wouldn't even be competitive.
Yeah.
I just would also be sitting on the down, or we get to a point where greed and that sort of thing has happened so much that it's like, this is where you end up.
Absolutely. I think that's the logical end of like all these profits. I'm not saying you shouldn't make it. I make a living, you shouldn't make a profit. It's like, there is something fucked up where it's like, that's the only. I think you make a good living, you have a product that needs something. Now their profits are good. But it's like, I think that should be a twin goal of like, make profits and provide.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. It's like there's a lot. It's like because you ask somebody who's a business person, and they'll say, like Mike Rowe was on here, and he said, well, people just don't want to do jobs. They don't want to work anymore. It's so good, and there can be an article that's created to kind of make you think anything. That's the scariest part. It's like, and to not know, like we don't, we know our instincts, right? But yeah, I think it's unbelievable that they should put a cap on wealth.
You look at like how we got out of the and stuff. After a certain point, so it can be a crazy $20 million. So after a certain point, it's like they tax that rate high and then fucking provide basics for it. It's like it doesn't have to be like poverty. It doesn't have to be like no one's allowed to make it. I do think it's like a moral issue. So much of it's like fucking people in the army. Even it's like it's shit that like how much teachers make. It's like why the fuck is a teacher getting paid $3,000-$4,000 a year to like a consultant? You know what I mean? Like some fucking fake job where they tell you like slash prices to make more profits. Why do they make $200,000? It's like that's the shit where I just feel like I don't feel like a very political person, but it's like when I start talking, it sounds like I'm a fucking communist, but I'm just like, no man, just like we should provide for the weakest in a society where we have so much money, and that's like my belief.
You still want people to work. You still want that, right? But then, like, it's I don't know. There's a lot of like nuance to it, but I don't think that. But then also you have people that'll go and have 20 kids, and they don't have any social responsibility to the fact that when you do that and have no plan or anything, that the drain you're putting on society is unbelievable. With your own.
I'm going once you get the computer. You get that computer.
Ice finish. Take your nuts away. You're going to give them back to graduate high school.
That would be a great idea. That would be awesome. I would love to go on my next place.
Disney put it to music.
He's doing triple axles.
And Axl Rose is doing music.
Fuck yeah, dude, get him in there. He's
Stavros,
looking puffy these days.
thanks so much, man. Dude, we're going through a lot to you. I mean, we even got serious about stuff, so it's
We
like,
did, yeah. We're not serious guys. But it is fun to think about.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
okay to get serious sometimes.
I think so.
Yeah. I think there's just a lot going on, too.
Yeah, it's
And then how much of it is just a track? Just like, hey, look at this. Oh, something else is there. You know?
yeah.
We're fighting over, we're here, you know, people are arguing about, a young, trans beer can.
That's exactly.
And meanwhile, there's like they're shipping away a ton of our money, or they're doing this, or
I think all that culture, especially gay, it's excellent. That's good. You cannot pay attention to economic issues. Actually, so I don't know. I mean, I think that's a big. Like I was a big working guy last time, and I thought that it made. I think him versus Trump actually made a lot of sense because like, there's an anger. Like there's a populism behind Trump that the Democrats were really smart to like do, but their populist can't. I'm saying no, big business is fucking us. Like we have to fight. Like, we have to fight back against this war. So, it just goes down to like, it's easy to stress, but like give me health care.
Yeah.
Like make it so that if my grandma gets like if my mom gets a treatable skin cancer, she gets to live and not go bankrupt. And it's like people are so mad about the fact that they're so robbing like all the negative shit in their lives. It's easy to change that in the end. But everybody's life is going through.
everybody. That's another thing too. It's like this constant, like, yeah, and the
Quality of life is going down.
the healthcare can't just be, they can't focus on the fact, like, I don't know. It's just interesting. It's like, because kids can go to a therapist now and say something, and the therapist can put them on a drug, but the parents have the ability to stop them. But that's crazy if your kid's like 12 and he's like, I feel like a man. Yeah, it's a woman.
I don't know.
But here again, they have a closer connection to it.
Yeah, I know. None of these issues are like cut and dry. That's the other thing. It's like, these are case by case.
Yeah.
And again, that's the even us talking about it. The important thing is people watch the crowd work special.
That's important. Yeah, no matter how no matter what's going on in your genetics, your diaper.
Come any kind of genitals. Come to this Fat Rascal tour. We won't check to see what you got. Unless you want me to. I'm not thinking
crazy. Start checking people. Yeah, what you got in there? Empty out your purse, sir. Nuts, man.
Yeah. Dude.
All right, cool, man. We'll go check it out. I think it's like the longest episode.
Oh, yeah. I got home down.
It's hot in here.
It is hot. Snapping like when you're like not so high you're running together. I was like, I'm about to like give but I was just hot. But yeah, I can't wait to crack that. That's our just feel that breeze.
That's like two of those kids that have the mind for the iPhones or whatever. And the lunch break is just cool air.
Yeah.
What's lunch?
Don't fill up.
Yeah.
Don't get your lunch too comfortable. You got another 12 hours in the mines.
God, dude, it is so sick when you laugh.
I know, it sucks.
Man. But we are not really laughing about it. God bless you guys, bro. Thank you, Stavros, for being here, man. Yeah, I'm so excited to see the new special that comes out tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
crowd work special just for fun. The real big specials coming in the fall.
Yeah.
Just a little something to tide people over.
You can hear Brooklyn's new club.
I went, dude. I was checking out the Paramount. I was scouting it on it. So I wasn't on the shows, but I was checking it out. It's fucking awesome. Dude, it's so like you walked in there and it was like, whoa, there's like a energy there. I can't wait to get back to this sponsor.
Yeah. Is that a sponsor? Congrats on the specials, man. Thank you, bro. All right, stop.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this.
Today's guest is a unique man, you could say. He saw something. And it is, he was from the north and now he's a southern man. He's dual hemisphere man now. You may know him from his Flagrant 2 podcast with Akash Singh, or his Brilliant Idiots podcast with Charlemagne the God, or Schultz's America on Netflix. It is my friend, comedian Andrew Schultz.
I'll sit and tell you my story. Found a song.
Molly, bro, you're not dead. Boy, how dark you going, dog? You gotta get the black against, bro. You gotta get that person on rock, bro.
I start firing on my minority.
Yeah, dude.
I got this covered, boys.
Yeah, he started wearing one of the Coming to America hats. I saw some guy with one of those today, dude.
Yo, I got some blood teeth, bro. I think I'm gonna get it out with this. Whatever, we're going. Yo, shout out to Nate Bargatze, man.
Yeah, shout out to Nate Bargatze, man. He got that new special that's out. The name it's Most American Man.
Yeah, Best Average American, something like that. Yeah, which is good. I like it.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man.
I just love Nate.
Yeah, dude. He
I just described him in the funniest way. I don't know if we're recording for him.
Yeah, he's smart. Yeah, you said that you and I we need something from the audience.
I need to see the audience doing something, and Nate could probably perform. We were saying he did the show, the special with the masks.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, he could do that. He could do his jokes if people were laughing or not, and he could perform them in the same way.
Yes, and he'll be fine.
Yeah, you and I would have a they were wearing masks just in our own heads, like, they're laughing. What's wrong with this fucking people?
Yeah, what's the guy thinking about? Yeah, Nate could perform for reforestation. Like, he could perform for, like a fall. He doesn't need that. Right. He doesn't need that heavy feedback.
Yeah.
God bless him. Hey, dude, I want to come down there. I just love his new set, man. Even though it's on IG, it just looks like it makes me want to do some capoeira, dog, and
Caipirinha.
Yeah.
Some capoeira and a caipirinha.
Yeah, dude, it makes me want to do that. And I think you guys are renting. What are y'all renting, a palace or something out there? You get a
Palace, still a palace, man.
Palace, you can.
We're in a hood, though, to be honest.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
It looks like it's not.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it looks nice, man. Yeah, I like going down there, man. Yeah, what's going on, bro?
I mean, just chilling, dude.
Yeah.
Life gets some sun out here.
Have you thought differently since being in Miami? Like, has it started to adjust your view of, like, do I need to be in New York?
Bro, I was thinking this on the way here. Like, if there's one positive to Corona, it's I make a lot of money. No. If there's one positive to Corona, I think it's people from New York and LA realize that there's other places in America that are really nice to live.
Yeah.
And I had that attitude in New York, so I saw their other
places in America, but like I know that attitude because I grew up with that attitude.
Right.
And just going down Miami and like just really enjoying living in a fucking house.
Yeah.
And like having to drive to work and then going, it's nice to take a half an hour just to collect my thoughts.
Yeah.
It's dope.
Well, especially with somebody coming out of the city, I mean, that's got to be a really different
The
energy.
city's great, but it sucks.
Yeah.
Like it's the worst place to live. It's not how human beings should live.
Yeah.
You've been in New York.
Yeah, I've been in New York, man. Oh, I remember I was doing drugs. I was staying at Ari Shafir's old place before he freaking did that epithet for Kobe or whatever he did, whatever it's called, before he spoke at his funeral. And I got locked out of there, dude. I had to climb. They have like these communal gardens or something. It's like, sometimes no, they don't. They do that. They have like this communal gardens. I'm making shit up. I'm not joking, bro. Stop telling me there's a fucking. I just sneak through somebody's koi fish pond. I'm swimming through a koi fish pond. I just think there's this rabbit patch in the backyard to get into it. Like, bro, it was insane. It was just crazy. Yeah, it was just a lot, bro. You're sweating. There's just a lot going on. For even somebody that's not, I felt like
I almost got wrapped up in one of your stories. It almost happened just right there.
Bro,
it almost happened right there. It sounded so romantic, fantastical. I was like, "Oh, tell me about New York." Fucking communal garden.
At 12th and C, there's a fucking communal garden, or somebody burned a building down. Anyway, I had to jump a fence. I had to sneak around the back of the building to get in.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I thought New York City's hard, bro. I think as you get older, it's got to be tougher.
Wait, okay, what if it's not older? What if it's like you start achieving some of your dreams, and then you're like, how much do I want to live in the grind to get to the place where I want to be? Because it is the place for the grind.
Oh, the grind, yeah.
You know what I mean?
You're a coffee bean dog. You
That's
fucking
it. In there. You're just getting drinks.
Yeah.
Non-stop, dude. And it's worth it because you get to put, do all them sets and shit. Right? I remember seeing you run around the city.
Yeah, I used to go around there to LIE to that other place out there. They had, dude, that's the crazy one. The room will be 30 feet by 2.5 feet, right?
Corridor on a yacht ship. The Norwegian, what is it called? The Norwegian cruise line. Yeah.
Remember how crazy that shit is? Ridiculous.
The waitress couldn't even carry a tray. I'm just like, it was 2D coming. That's it.
She had to set the drinks on her shoulders and go walk aside.
The chip shit. Yeah. Dude, Nick Bargatze murdered in that room, bro.
Oh, I can see that, yeah. I can see that. He's so calm.
Yeah.
He's that calm, man. I bet him donating blood, it could be an after 2 months. Yeah. But it could be, it's a while, man. Yeah, he's a calm, man. He's in the middle of a storm, that guy. He's good at just staying calm. We had a question that came up. Riley Mal's here with us today. And won't you bring something up, Riley? We got a fellow from the MTA, I know that brought in a question here. He's an urban gentleman, kind of. No urban, this guy's urban. There we go, Riley. Get it out. That's it. Huh?
You ever moved back to Cali?
Well,